people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Theory Underground. Welcome to the September Epic Marathon live stream. Great to have you all here. Evan, it is early in the morning for you. I see you there in the chat. Welcome. And duly noted that you're here at the crack of dawn. I know Nance is up, pouring himself coffee, getting ready, probably doing some Pilates or whatever. We got Ian Cochrane coming to us from the sunny South Wales. Is that a joke? Is it really sunny there? Is that a joke? I don't know. It could be a joke. It could be sunny. It could also not be sunny. I don't know about South Wales. I just know that it's not always so sunny in that part of the world. But if South Wales is sunny, well, we would love to visit, because Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. All right. So I'm not sure if it even captured the beginning of the stream, the part when I was camera off, just, riffing on what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it. When I look at the version of this video that's currently up on my phone here, and I'm just like, I go back to the beginning, it looks like the stream started in the middle of the EMSTU trailer, which is crazy because I clicked go live a full-on 4 or 5 minutes before that. Ian, good to see you. Welcome. We're about to roll the conversation between Ian and Michelle Garner, actually. And so, yes, Ian Wenzel in the chat. Great to see you. I'm about to roll it, I guess. If it didn't play that part that I was, well, then whatever. It was for me only. That's fine. Let's get going. All right. So we're going to start the day off with a meta conversation, a conversation about a kind of serious yet playful, not too serious engagement that actually helps and also is genuine. We recorded this one yesterday so that I have time to eat breakfast and hang out with you all in chat. Let's go.
Hablar español o tener una conversación más como amplia, hago muchos errores, muchos.
Es normal.
Sí. Yeah.
All right, you two.
Okay.
Well, welcome to stream. Welcome to the Epic Marathon live stream that is taking place on September 18th. We're pre-recording this so that Nance and I can do other stuff at one point during the stream. But we want to
eat.
Yeah, be human, eat. We have people sometimes say, "Do you guys ever like take breaks when you do that?" Like, and
Never.
it's funny.
We didn't used to.
No. We work like brothers.
There was a time when we did not take any breaks. But to the people watching this right now, welcome. Hello, everybody. I'll just say a quick couple of words of introduction to Ian and Michelle. Ian and Michelle have been on the subscriber side here at Theory Underground for a while. They come to the monthly Snellgrove McCarricker synthesis seminars that we do a lot of the time. Off camera, Michelle was just saying it's been a little while. She misses us. Well, but I want to just go ahead and let you both say a couple of words of introduction. And in your words of introduction, maybe say a thing or two about what it's been like to be on the community side of the live chat with Theory Underground Epic Marathon live streams, because that's kind of what we wanted this to be about, is engaging as a community member. We brought you both on because we just love the way that you do engage. And so we'll start with Michelle, and then we'll go to Ian. And I am recording.
Yeah. Awesome. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Dave, Nance, and great to speak with you too, Ian. And I think what I love about what you guys do is that there's definitely kind of like this hub type of feeling, or almost like the best way I can think of it in terms of like where me and Daniel are around is just like the idea of the diner, or like the place where people just kind of come and they talk and people mingle, and the same people tend to show up, and they kind of start to know each other, know some names, but maybe you come there and you don't know a whole lot of people, but you sit around and you realize that there's something kind of that's been going on, and it's going on, and you can still participate even if you haven't been around for a long time. So I think that's the vibe I get with you guys and with what you're doing, which is really cool. And it's definitely not everywhere on the internet, like I think it's quite unique and special. And I think that, another thing about being on the side of like subscriber and engagement, I think you guys also do a really good job of like just people who are engaging, like you'll want to come and like have them on or talk with them, and that's pretty cool too. Like that doesn't always happen as well. So, or you invite people to like write for your anthologies and everything like that. Like that's super cool. So I love that. In terms of like, it has been fascinating kind of sitting into like the chat sections sometimes of videos, because you get all sorts of funny comments and like almost esoteric kind of like, there's all these kind of things that come up in the chat that sometimes how people talk there, that's a kind of new for me, a little different for me. Sometimes a little bit more like jaded, or a little bit more, people who are theory are often super well read and amazing. They make these like allusions, and I'm just like, whoa, like I'm glad Daniel gets that. I might not always catch on, but I think that it's interesting to be there. And I find myself in that, like what I find myself doing in that space sometimes is a bit of the like, in a reductionist way, this can be good or bad, but like a little bit of the cheerleader role, like just because I like to like acknowledge what people are doing, like, cool, you like, that was great, thanks for sharing, or that was like, I do think there's something quite helpful about that. Now, obviously, maybe people don't always do that because they think it's not very genuine, or they're like, I don't like, are these real people? I've never met them. Like, I don't really know, why would I be doing that? But I don't know, it's just kind of like my default, but I don't know if it was always my default. Like I learned that a lot from Daniel, as him being a very good moderator, Daniel, my husband at OG Rose. So I think I learned that a lot from him. And sometimes, just a really random story, and I'll wrap it up at this. I remember back when we helped to like run this community space, he would just see people, and he would just be like, so for them, like he'd be like, it's you, like he would just see the person and be like, the amazing person, and like fill in their name, right? And he'd be like, thank you for being you. And he would say these things, and I was just like he said it with this one person who I thought was a cool person, but like they were just a little bit, I don't know how to put this. Maybe I wasn't being very nice at the time. Hopefully I've grown and matured some, but like, they just weren't like, they weren't necessarily amazing. Like they just were kind of like rude sometimes, and like kind of quiet and awkward. But like Daniel drew out the best, and like he saw the best in everybody, and he would speak to that. So one day I was just like, why do you always say that to, like, I almost got irritated. I'm like, when that guy wasn't there, I was like, why do you always say that to him? Like, are you just like making that up? Like, are you just lying? Because he's like, he's fine. Like, I'm glad he's alive, but I don't really see what you see. And he was like, well, I think it's important to see the greatest, like to see that person for who they really are. And that the fact that they have a role in this time and in this earth and in this place. And it was so cool. It's like so powerful to me when he said that. It was really humbling and heartbreaking to me that I wasn't able to extend that to that person, because I was eventually, and I was never mean to this person. It's just that I didn't get it, but then when he explained that to me, it's like I saw something, like a light bulb went off, and it was just really cool to see that, wow, he's not just like talking, he's not just talking, what's that expression? It's like you're like smoke up somebody's butt, or what's that expression?
Yeah, not just blowing.
Like,
yeah.
Like you're not, he wasn't doing that. It wasn't fake. He really meant it. And the fact that he could really mean it, and like actually draw up some really cool things about this person, who they were, not just who you want them to be, but just who they really are. And like that came out further. Like this guy started to do like more of his music stuff at our community center and all of this stuff. And like we went and saw his cat at his house, and just his name is
too many particulars. It's becoming too easy to figure out. Yeah, it was me, everybody. It was me. It was me all along.
Yeah. We'll just.
It was me. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
But I think what you're getting at though. So
yeah.
Well, we'll kind of come back to it and let you both kind of elaborate on this a little bit. Nance and I will talk a little bit about our sort of. We'll kind of get into it a little bit, but we want to bring you both on to talk about what is the sort of headspace that you get into that allows you to be in a sort of like unironic, just kind of like enthusiastic, encouraging mode in a live chat. But also we're curious about like why people are less likely to do that, specifically in certain kinds of spaces, especially the theory scene. What is it about the theory scene that makes it so that people are less likely to do that? But before we get into that, because I want Nance to actually kind of like elaborate on the question before you guys respond to it. But really quick, let's just kind of circle back around here. In introduction, though, I did forget to mention the most important thing there, which was, you did kind of bring it up, Michelle, which is that Michelle she's not just a subscriber at Theory Underground. No, she's one half of OG Rose, and that OG Rose is the thing that Daniel Garner is doing with Michelle. It's a writing project, a publishing project, but they also host discussions through the net. And so it's a very cool thing that they're doing over there. And they have their own sort of YouTube channel and podcast and everything like that. But Ian, anything that you would like to say in introduction, though, about how you got involved with Theory Underground?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think for me, I've had like a few years of just reading philosophy and theory by myself, which it gets a bit boring and also a bit confusing, right? Because, I mean, you read the text and then you go to YouTube and you watch a bunch of videos, but then you don't really have someone to bounce off with. And yeah, I mean, honestly, just like a little sad. And then, I mean, the algorithm probably, I got lucky with the algorithm because I was actually researching Nick Land, and I had the Frank Numena book, right? And I was reading it, and I was like, I get some stuff, but I wish I had someone to explain it better, right? And I actually found Mikey's class, like the intro class to Nick Land, and I watched it, and I mean, it speaks for itself, right? Like everyone who is dabbling about it, just go watch that, and you'll see the quality and like the understanding that Mikey has. I would say the same about you, Dave, like with Being on Time and Levinas. Like you watch that class, and it's people that actually engage with the text like deeply because they're able to explain it in a chill way, understanding, like, but they don't shy away from like tearing with the difficult concepts and like breaking it down. And yeah, like, and they are also, I think, both you and Mikey, which are the ones that I've taken the most classes. They don't shy away of saying like, I don't know, or this is something that I'm still thinking about, or stuff like that, right? So I watched the first class and I was like, I really like it. I bought the whole class, and then I was like, oh, this sounds like really cool. And I became a subscriber, and I was actually like happily surprised to see like how much of a community, in this case you, Dave, are like fostering and building. And also I think sometimes that goes unseen because it's like, it's just there, but that takes like so much work. to like do the scheduling, sending emails, hosting the platform, like doing those things. So I feel like when someone is that committed to do that work, it's because they are taking it seriously. And then it just, I think the people there are also like in the, let's say behind the YouTube side, like more on the subscribers, super cool people too, who, for me, the key component is that people are willing to read. Like they are just not there to talk, right? Like I think the concept of the exegetical reading was something that really like locked me in, because that's, I mean, that is what you want to do, right? Like having a space. Having a space where you can do the reading and then bounce off ideas. And I also think that that's something amazing about the community, that there are some texts that everyone is kind of like willing to read, and you have like a sharing ground, right? Like I think one day I was saying that I see it like kind of like a playground that you can go play, and all the kids are cool. Like no one is not sharing the toys or like being like, look at my toy, it's much better than yours. Like it's like, now, like, here, have a like play with it, right?
Right.
So that was really good. Like an example, it's I think it was Luis and Anne. We were doing some readings about the understanding media. Super helpful. I also think, I also think that just reading in a group, it's so much better than reading alone. Because what you say too in some streams, like, I mean, you're gonna read, you might as well do it in a group. And also I feel like I'm outsourcing my work of reading to Nance, which has a beautiful voice. Because I mean, I get to do like some house chores and stuff like that while I'm listening to a cool book, and that's super helpful.
Yeah, reading can be very isolating, and that's kind of what I'm hearing that you were saying, is that, you know, that time that you spent in theory before finding Theory Underground, it was good, but also isolating at a certain level. So with that said, then I guess I'll just want to turn to Nance. How did this conversation come up? What is it that we are trying to get at? And when you were talking about it before we started recording, you had mentioned the non-dupe. Could you kind of explain what that is, what you're getting at there, and how this relates to the conversation we're hoping to have here?
So first off, the non-dupe, that's jargon that it bothers the crap out of me when people use jargon. So like there's that kid who like always puts on, like I always think back to like the bully in school who's like, he's really sad, he's poor, his parents probably abuse him, he's probably hungry, he probably smells, he has poor hygiene. Like he's coming from this like this position of lack and like obvious lacking, and so he puts on a front to kind of overcompensate for that. So he constructs a persona of like, not only am I not lacking, I'm better than everyone else, I am the best. And so that's the non-dupe. Like basically you're putting on to compensate for a perceived lack or an actual lack. But you're not tarrying with the lack. It's putting a it's putting a Band-Aid on it, and you can't actually make any progress or whatever.
And it's
so you're stifling yourself.
And the not duped part just gets at the, I'm not duped by, I'm not playing the game because I understand that this person doesn't really have it all figured out. I understand that this may be a person lecturing. The non-duped person is the person who's sitting back going, you don't know what you're talking about, or whatever.
Yeah, and that comes into to this conversation, this question, whatever, because the conversation is like parasociality in the medium itself, and we're having conversations, we're trying to educate ourselves, but also educate others, and do this kind of like co-creation via the internet. And when Dave and I were talking the other day, like the notion of like the parasocial relationship, it's gone too far in probably both directions. People have taken it too far with forming these parasocial bonds with their favorite content creators, and so people have also gone too far in the other direction by being, no, I'm the non-duped, I maintain a distance, I've constructed a wall. But you miss out when you're not genuinely engaging with whatever content it is. I guess like in general, the internet, but we're specifically talking about theory, education, and developing a milieu. So if we're all sitting back and maintaining this distance, and not allowing ourselves to like just get in and start dancing. Go get on the dance floor and start dancing to the music that's being played. That's how you get the most out of the spaces we, and the royal we, of course, create. But when you're putting on and you're like, oh yes, I understand. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't allow myself to comment, engage, get excited, participate, because it's all fake. And sure, it's all fake in a sense, but
so what would you say, Michelle? Would you say that people, so because what we're basically getting at is like what you called the cheerleader role. Why do you think it is that that's less, it's less something you will see, it's less common in theory spaces?
Yeah, so I mean, I loved what everybody shared, and that was a good explication there, Nance, on like the non-duped person. So thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I think like I'm thinking about two things right now. The first thing is that maybe it does show up. It's just in this like radically different form. Like I was saying before, people tend to have these comments that are like, if you're not in the world of theory, it can feel like, what are they saying? I'm not really sure what they're saying, to be honest. Like, it's just like, and you have to really kind of get creative with sometimes how you're responding or engaging with those types of comments. But for that person, like they might be quite excited and to be there and like to be engaging at all, you know? So that's the one thing, to kind of be charitable. But I think on that level of I think it's a challenging line to tote of like, not just being this kind of naive, like enthusiast, right? Who's just like doting on the person and you're amazing and you're the man or you're the girl or whatever. But still being kind and like, and encouraging. But I think that is why it should really ultimately be about the engagement itself, like acknowledging, bringing up something it made you think about. Because that's fun. That's interesting. In terms of it being a dance and playing, like to Ian's point about like playing, is that it's honestly, like I find it to be fun as that person doing that. Like I don't always do it like amazingly, and sometimes you just might not engage as much because like your hands are in a soapy water washing dishes. Like you just might not, like, you know what I mean? But I think that's what I would say. I think that it's I don't know. I think it's just maybe we do have this challenging time of toting that line, with again being supportive, but not being like naively all in on or like showing too much support. I don't know. To me, I don't think about it in terms of like showing too much support, because I'm just like, what would that even look like? Unless you're just being naive, right? And like you're just kind of being like fangirling, and then you're not really taking into consideration that like this is also a human being. We're all not perfect, but they're also amazing, and they're sharing something really cool that they're working really hard at, and that's incredible. So I don't know. I think that's probably a big part of it is like the, almost like too cool for school, right? Like we're gonna just try to stay cool. Like don't get too excited or too involved. I don't know if it's like a little bit of a non-committal thing at the background or something like that, but I do think that from the maybe a affirmative to the affirmative is when you can do it in a way that's just actually engaging and acknowledging, it can get fun because you're like, this is what that's making me think of, and then maybe people kind of piggyback off of that in the chat. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Yeah.
And I think that the way it came up and the reason that we were like, let's bring Michelle and Ian on was because I was like, Nancy, you notice that like, you're like the only person who ever really like just came in the chat and would be like, yeah, let's fucking go, And then I was like, well, actually, like, I think Ian and Michelle kind of are like that. They kind of bring that energy sometimes. And I was like, why is that so rare here? Like, but in other live chats and everywhere else on the internet, you do see it. I don't know. What does this make you think of, Ian? You're not, I mean, it's obviously like, I don't know. It seems like you're engaging genuinely. Like you're not, And it's not awkward or weird for you, but like, why? Why is that?
No, it is all fake. I'm just
Yeah.
no. I mean, I think again, like I think people who read a lot of philosophy and theory, I feel like we sometimes tend to isolate ourselves, right? And just on the basis of you need time to read that stuff. And I also think that it comes with insecurity because you are dealing or dipping your toes into difficult, and not difficult that it's like, oh my God, it's so hard. But it's just difficult because it's like learning a new language or like learning to skate or something like that. Like you're not gonna do a backflip on your first attempt, right? But I think there is like a courage of saying and like actually saying like commitment to no, I think this is important and I think my time is well spent here. So it's cool to see people who seem to share that. And I mean, yeah, encouraging that, I think it's cool. And I also think like sometimes, I don't know why, like with more like quote unquote like intellectual activities, like you gotta have your cards closer to your chest, no? When I'm like, no, like I see a ton of people. I mean, I don't know. Like I think about, and I feel like also, and maybe this is like a male thing, but less encouragement as with like between like guys. And it's like, why? Like, why can't we just be like, hey, that was really cool, or like, I really like that idea because I legit like for example, like they say that I don't know who is I forget the name, but like the autism like seen through Lacan. I'm like
what through
that
Lacan?
is the autism, like
autism.
autism, like I'm like that's a cool, like I would love to read a book about that now that I know a little bit more about Lacan. Like that's a cool idea. Or like Mikey's book, for example. Like I read that book, his new book, and I'm like, bro, that's a book I want to see at Barnes and Noble. Like that's it, like you know. Or like the Time Energy book. Like I read the book, I know about the book. It's a cool book. Like why am I not gonna say it, right? Because I feel like sometimes that happens. Like you read something cool, but you're like, but I'm not gonna say it because I didn't write it, or like there's a bit of that jealousy. I don't know. Like it's just like, yeah, why not encouraging things that you already like, you know? So
It's interesting though because I actually when I started the recording, you two were still speaking a little Spanish, and I was going to ask at the end of this, is that okay if I actually keep that in? But I cool, because I first of all, we have a lot of admiration for people who are multilingual or people who are practicing that. But it seems very different in my experience. The people, yeah, it is awkward to try to speak in a different language, and you know you're going to fail, and you know you're going to sound different. But in my experience with language learning communities, there's a lot more just like, oh my God, you tried. And like this, it's nobody who tries to engage in another language in a live chat in a multilingualism stream is ever going to be trying to outsmart one another. But like there is like this sort of like, oh, I'm trying to look smarter than the people, and there's like this sort of weird like one-upmanship thing that only, I'm not going to say only happens in the world of theory, but it certainly does happen there. So yeah, what were you going to say there, Michelle?
Oh, well, I didn't mean to cut in. I think that's a really great point, and I love that. I was just thinking, like, as Ian was talking about it, like, I was trying to think of other live streams, like, that I've witnessed or whatever. Like, I can't say that I've participated in a whole other lot of other ones or even witnessed a lot of other ones. But a lot of times I think it's also more challenging because, and maybe this is just a very basic point, but if you've got like if you've got two politicians, or you've got, like it's some pageant or something like this, like you're rooting for somebody, like you're like, yeah, like that's my guy, that's my girl, like you're all about that. And I think like men seem to demonstrate that sometimes more in sports like activities, right? Like, yeah, like they're patting each other on the back and they're like, yeah, let's go. It's so hard to like get to channel. It's difficult because it's like, who's the team? Who's the, like the whole point of theory is to complexify all of that. is to complexify all of that. It's not to have some sort of like, here's what's right, here's what's wrong, here's our good team and our bad team. So it's very difficult to, I think, have that same sort of energy in a right way, because though there's something that I guess humans seem to need about that energy, it can be quite problematic too, right? Tribalism, blah, 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 right? But we obviously seem to need that kind of camaraderie and that sort of support and like encouragement of like, yes, like that was so good. Like, that was awesome. Like, you did a great job. Or like, and I love that. Again, I just really love that point of like, you tried, like, yes, you know, when you try to read like Don Quixote in Spanish, one time I tried to read like this section in a Spanish class in Spain. And I was just like, I don't know what happened. Try to read it. Like, it was a disaster. And everyone was just like, and I was just like, I hate myself right now. But yeah, it's okay. You know, it is that effort of like putting the effort. And I don't know, maybe it's just like, I'm guessing with languages, everybody knows how challenging it is and how much you have to kind of make a fool of yourself sometimes to learn another language. And I don't know if that vulnerability is just more inherent in the nature of learning languages, but that, like, literally theory is like learning other languages. It is. But I think we forget that because it doesn't sound like we're all using English, or whatever the language is. So yeah, I just wanted to say that.
I think that's huge. I think we're all atomized, and the tendencies of the medium, again, is to sit back and consume your content, like whatever it is, like all the bread tubers, all the left tubers, all the talking heads, they're all always experts. And we're always in this passive mode of just like sitting back, being the passive learner. So yeah, I think that's a huge point. And then also this maybe spirit of I don't want to say competition, I don't want to say esprit de corps, but maybe it's like a shared endeavor, like when you can recognize that you are engaged in a struggle collectively with a group of others, and with other kind of theory aligned spaces. It's the expert, but I guess, I don't know, here at Theory Underground, the struggle is like the content or the subject matter itself. That's what we're struggling against. We're not struggling against like the left writ large, the right writ large. Yeah, I don't know.
It would be so much easier if it was, though. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should pick an other to hate, and we could start.
I've been thinking that Theory Underground, it's kind of like fulfilling the premise of knowledge, the learning webs.
Illich's
and I think that's, you know, like that is something that it's very exciting to see happening in the internet, because I think it's prime for sharing skills in that way, right? Like non-credential, just you can come in and out. Some people may stick around, and I think that concept is super cool. Like what Brian was saying about it, really like super interesting. And I think the more you can lean into that, like learning webs situation, pretty cool.
Yeah. Sorry, the one thing also just like came to mind really quick. Yeah, I think that's great about the learning webs, and I think it's awesome to see that actually developing. I was going to say just as a quick point, when you were saying, Dave, about people like one-upping each other, or like almost like should like it's just sort of like I want to show or prove that I know, or I have some sort of like expertise, or I can make a super smart esoteric comment too, sort of thing. Like, it's funny, just to get meta. I mean, even in this conversation, you know how the first thing I talked about, like I brought up at the end of that, like something anecdotal. And I'll be honest, it's hard for me to like, I can even get self-conscious about that. Like, I'm just going off and telling some story from the past that taught me something. It's not theory. Like, there's no fancy name, there's no fancy terms. And I can feel like, I'll be honest, like I can almost feel like I need to apologize, or like not apologize, but it's almost like, oh, was that okay? Like, was that appropriate for a theory conversation, And I wonder if that sometimes comes up in chat dynamics too, because as soon as somebody's like maybe has a couple great like machine gun fire with like some really sexy points with some sexy names, then you're like, well, I was just going to bring up this time that my cat was stuck in a tree and like, like you're like, I was just gonna bring up something that related to my life. And now I feel really like stupid to say that. So I'm just not gonna say anything. You know what I mean? So I do wonder if that plays out sometimes too in the chat.
If I was married to Daniel, I would definitely always feel that way. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I would be second guessing myself every second, constantly.
He's got that great dynamic of seeing the best in people. So he's like, he's a wonder.
He does. Yeah. He is. Well, and that's the thing is like, I feel like Daniel is sort of this great example of a person who's, a genius, very, very synthetic and eclectic, at the same time, like wide ranging and deep, but also dishing out, affirmation. I'll just say like he's a cheerleader. He's definitely a cheerleader, and if he hasn't said something nice about you, it's because you haven't met him yet, and it's like that's, and it's almost like it's like we're not like that at Theory Underground. Like we're very like we're maybe it's like we're erring on the wrong side or whatever, but it's like we're like no man, like we're garbage. Like we might take turns like getting up and like, okay, I've read this a lot. Now I'm going to try my best to like really like break it down. But we're not out here telling people amazing, you talked. It's like, in fact, we're like, how about everyone stop talking? Like for a while, I'll listen to Mikey talk. Maybe 5 hours. Can we listen to him talk for 5 hours? Keep your question to 30 seconds, please. And it's like, it is like we're bending the bow in a sort of sense. And I think that has positives with it, but also obvious negatives. If the negative is one that makes people feel, the positive would be it's a chance for people to say, I don't have to engage. I don't have to have a conversation. I don't have to try to perform anything. I can literally just listen and take notes for a while and learn from someone who spent 20 years on something. But the negative is that it potentially fosters this sort of, oh, what do I know? This sort of, maybe, I don't know, Nance, you perform it all the time. And so it's like, which is like, oh, what do I know? Who am I to talk? And it's like, we're all like, stop that, Nance. But also in a sort of sense, we all do want to model that as well. There is some kind of a sweet spot. I don't know if you guys have something you might want to say to that. I'm going to step out of the room and take care of something while I listen to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, I think with that, something I also like about like the subscription and like the back end of Theory Underground is that awareness that we are like all learning, and we know that there is some people in the community that they just had like so much more time with the text, right? And I think that like, I don't know if it's like humbleness or just like self-awareness or something like that. It is helpful because what Dave was saying about Mikey, right? Like he can go for 5 hours talking about like Zizek or Lacan or Baudelaire or whatever. But I think that is really helpful because that makes me hopeful, or it actually like excites me, right? Like I'm like, well, if I spend that much time reading the text and now that I can slipstream him, I'm gonna learn so much. So it's not like I feel sad or I feel ashamed that I don't know. It's more like, no, I just wanna like get behind him, listen, slipstream, and go read the text, and then ask some questions, right? Or maybe like write a piece and like share it. So I think that is something that is working really well. That it's good. I mean, I think it's also fair to have a self-awareness of how much time you spend doing the reading and like actually tearing with the text and like doing all the readings to contrast and so on. Because I feel like sometimes with theory or like also with art, for example, like drawing or stuff like that, sometimes it's hard to really assess like the skill of the other. And some people just want to show off or something like that. Like drawing, for example, it's kind of easier to see because it's like some people don't know how to draw like hands, right? And they tell you like, well, I don't draw hands because it's not part of my concept. I'm like, bro, well, like then you don't like, do you actually know how to draw? So I think, but being aware of like, hey, I don't know how to draw hands, but that's perfectly fine. But I'm trying, right? Like, and here is my not very good hand. Can you help me get it better? I think that like awareness in a community is always good, because I think also like the people who are better in this case at drawing hands are like willing to share how to draw a good hand. No, they're not, like, no one is trying to, no, I'm gonna keep my secrets. I'm never gonna tell you that you gotta do this angle instead of this one. Like, so, but yeah, I think like the self-awareness is fostered in the community that allows for just like an easy conversation, an easy flow, where there is not a need of showing off, or like, who can say the most terms, or like things like that.
I think on that, like the with Theory Underground, there is a final product. There's a directionality. So there is this kind of positive upwards pressure. But it's not the end product, the end goal is like these living, persistent conversations and getting somewhere. And so there's anthologies that are going to come out, and in the courses there's times when there's pressure to present, or there's pressure to come on a live stream and talk to the entire internet about something that you may be expected to be the quote unquote expert about or whatever. So there always is a kind of upward pressure to not perform in the, performative sense, but actually like perform and be excellent. Like we have high standards. And I think with like other spaces, the product is like right now is like immediately, I am talking to be the expert. So it is going to be the case like, oh, your hands suck, you can't draw hands, like shut up, go away. And you're going to be like, well, I can't talk. But like this interesting dynamic of like, no, you are excellent. You might kind of suck right now, but future you is going to be excellent because you're a part of this and you're participating and you're doing this give and take. So yeah, you are already an expert. You just might not be it yet. I don't know. It's a weird dynamic. It's a positive peer pressure. But also it is only made up of the people that come and participate. So
yeah. I feel like that. I mean, it's like that's the ideal, but the reality a lot of the time is we're all either working at this or burnt out on working at this. And we actually don't ever know where people are at because we don't have the sort of accountability structures of like a classroom or university. There's no transcript. There's no CV. There's no letter of recommendation. There's no big graduation day and now you have a PhD. And what we don't, and all of that stuff, all that pomp and ceremony, all that, the grading criteria, the actual grades, the honors, the ceremonies, or the potential failure. A's and B's and C's and D's on a transcript don't actually tell me whether you were serious about your studies, because you could have been seriously studying a subject matter. You just weren't cramming for the exam, right? You could have been going harder than everyone else, but you weren't going for the exam. But at least the A does show me that you were pretty serious about something, right? Well, part of the issue is like, we're all in this like ambiguous space where it's like most of the time, most of what we do, it doesn't show. And there's just no grade. There is no transcript. So it's kind of like the transcript's not good. In some ways, it's actually bad, right? In a lot of ways, we've problematized it. I mean, I was waving around deschooling society while Ian was talking about Illich, and it's like, yeah, but there's at least something to go off of. Whereas it's like here on the internet, it's like I think we're very self-conscious and in the good sense, humble, self-aware. Ian was saying that Ian and Nance were just laying out the good sense, but of course, it becomes vice when that self-awareness or humility becomes like some kind of like an inferiority complex. You start beating yourself up, and you're not, and the work that you have put in doesn't go acknowledged because people can't see it. And so it's like, there is, and then of course, like if you come out and you're like, oh yes, in the live chat, oh yes, very interesting point that you made there. I can relate that to this thing that I read. You see here on this page, this person said this thing. See, I am thinking and referring to this stuff that I've read. If you were to do that, then if you have any self-awareness, then you are also aware that that there's a performance here. And then most people are going to think that performance is one where you're just trying to look smart. You're just trying to look like a know-it-all. You might be trying to outsmart the other people in the room. And so it becomes weird. Whereas like if it was like a sports game kind of community, the person who's ripped and can actually like do great at that, it kind of speaks for itself. That person doesn't have to use words. And so it's just kind of like the athlete usually has a kind of confidence that comes from like proof of concept is in the body in how I carry myself. Whereas when it comes to the intellect, it's not obvious. You do have to say things for that to be conveyed. But also if you say things, there's a lot of ways where saying it actually undermines it anyway. And I think that we're all aware of that sort of problem, and there's really nothing we could do about it. We don't know what to do about it.
But I mean, to that, I think that Mikey's example that he was using about the medium with the I love you, that it's very different when you put it in Facebook or like on a love letter or stuff like that. I think like for people who are into these things like theory and stuff like that, like for example, like on a stream live on YouTube, I'm not gonna put a comment that it's like elaborated or like actually writing like a paragraph and stuff like that. I don't think the medium allows for that. One, if you're streaming, you are not checking the chat. You can't. It's distracting.
Yep.
And second, it's just gonna get lost in the chat. So I feel like in a stream live, you can say, I don't know, like emojis and like, or I agree with that point, or like that made me thought of this. So I think like the media literacy may be important for contextualize like the where you are like quote unquote like showing your smartness or like stuff like that, right? Like yeah, like if you have a writing workshop, then I mean yeah, then you have time to actually give like a good reasonable critique and talk with the person one-on-one. Also it's not public, like because I mean I will not feel comfortable like critiquing someone in public, right? Like, and especially if they're not asking for it, like so yeah, I guess like also how you use the medium may like having that media literacy may help.
I want to just say something about that really quick. Like recently in the premiere of a video, a person who's not a regular from what I can tell, was throughout the several hours of this premiere constantly bringing it back to trying to figure out where everyone stood on feminism, and then trying to complexify feminism and trying to talk about where they were and where they are, and doing like multi-clausal syllogistic breakdown. Let's get down to basics and let's talk about facts and how we interpret that. And it was like, I was like, this is like not really the topic. Like you are really doing like your own thing here. And one of the people was like taking the bait, and like it was engaging, and was like, I had said something about maybe it's not the place. And then this person's like, well, come on, Dave, I'm getting this person. And then I was like, oh my God, whatever, you guys do whatever you got to do. But then that person came into the comments later after the premiere was over and said a whole bunch of stuff. It was like a full-on essay. And then at the end of it was like, and by the way, whoever was moderating that stream should hang his head in shame. Talking about me, because I'd kind of put like a wet blanket on the conversation. And I was just like, I am not against people having critical conversations or being able to go deep, but also I care about this a lot. And if you think that this was the space to do that, if you think that the live stream is the space for that kind of a conversation, I'm not sure you get the difference in the medium. And I think I said something along those lines, and it's nothing against the person. I don't know how to properly convey these kinds of things, but I think that Ian probably just conveyed it just about as well as a person can. It really is about, there's different mediums for different kinds of engagement. And it really is like the live chat. It really is only meant for yay or boo. You know, it's like, it kind of is only made for those
Also
two
for
things.
donations, definitely donations. You can send stickers.
Yeah, donations.
Dude, when I was a kid, I had a potty mouth. I still have a potty mouth, but I had to moderate it because I would be at church, or I would be with my grandma, or I would be in spaces where I couldn't let my freak flag fly. And it's just, it's moderation. It's media literacy. It's media awareness. It's self-awareness. And when like on the internet, on the screen, everything is flattened out into this uniform space of like, nothing matters. Nothing is real. There's no movement. Nothing is actually happening because we sit back all day. And I mean, I'm super guilty of it. I used to be miserable, and I would consume leftist content, anarchist audiobooks and anarchist podcasts, but I'd go to work and go through the motions, and I would satisfy that like ennui, that like feeling of everything is horrible by consuming this content, but nothing is changing. But like once you have that self-awareness and be like, no, I'm the one that needs to change. The way I'm approaching the world, the way I'm approaching all the different media, and physical spaces are mediums as well. Like I need to exercise some agency here and have some self-awareness and not blow up the spot. And I think often people tend to fetishize age, but there is something to be said for life experience. So if we're having a lot of young people, or even not so young people, but people who haven't like had life experience, we're probably going to get a lot more people that don't have that self-awareness, that don't have that media literacy because they take it all for granted. So maturity, not necessarily tied to numerical age, but maturity tied to like self-awareness and in embodied awareness, I think is huge. I was just
going to say, man, in that example, I think that person said something about being 52 or 60 or something like that. And I think that it is actually a thing where I've had maybe in the last year, like 5 or 6 people try to engage in this most serious way possible in the live chats this way. And it's like, dude, I get it. You're like 50 plus, but the medium is different. Like we have anthologies for that kind of engagement. This space is just sadly not fitted to it, but also like, so when I just want to elaborate for anybody listening for the first time who hasn't read Marshall McLuhan or taken the critical media theory seminar at Theory Underground, but when Ian and Nance are saying media and medium literacy, you can all, add to this however you like, but part of what that means to me is like that, it's exactly what Ian alluded to when saying that Mikey used this example to get at this difference between the subjective enunciation and the enunciated subject, which is like a Lacanian idea that Zizek plays with. All you need to know about that is that, using the term "I love you" for the first time with somebody is going to have a very different meaning depending on where you said it, how you said it, right? And so texting it's like when people say that person broke up with that person through text message. What they're trying to get at is like there is like a kind of either unawareness or assholery in that action because of doing it in that medium. And someone might say, well, I would have gotten very upset if I was to do it in person. They would have heard how much I actually feel disgusted by them at this point. So of course I did it that way because it was actually more polite. Okay. But there are sort of socially perceived connotations to saying things in certain ways within the certain context, and that every medium is an environment, and that it's an extension of our actual central nervous system. And the content of the message in some cases can mean less or completely opposite things depending on what the medium is, where it was said.
I just want to jump in really quick on that. That's all really, really good and really important. And I was kind of just thinking about this a little bit as like the experiential, like the side of the person in the chat, and what is it for that person? Like, what is the purpose of that form and that form of communication and medium, or media. And I think like it's there's a part of it, it's almost like just nice to know that other people are there listening too. Like, I get good feelings sometimes. I mean, not like I rely on it, but it's just nice when you're like, oh, cool, like you're here too. Like, we're all listening to this. And then you kind of like can have a little bit of a sense of, it's like where it's appropriate to comment while you're watching a movie. Like, usually you just watch a movie, like, don't touch, like, we'll talk after, blah, blah, blah. But like, you can kind of comment with each other a little bit. And, you know, maybe it can be generative if like you kind of share things that, again, like, that it made you think about, or maybe you start to engage a little bit, like where it becomes like, this is why this is resonating with me, or this is why I'm still listening to this live stream, or whatever. So yeah, I think there's something kind of neat about that. And then if like people fade out, you're like, oh, they must not be around anymore. Like I'm just here, which is fine. Or maybe there's a bunch of people there, but maybe you don't know a whole lot of people. So you might kind of meet some of those, you know, whatever their YouTube names are, and then later you realize like, oh, that's that person. Like it's a funny thing that happens on the internet these days. But I was thinking about live stream chats and how, I think that's a really great point, that it's really seems to be more like a like the kind of more brief comments, or like maybe more being, you know, commenting to the people internally, like not with the people who the live stream, like, because again, like it is distracting, like Ian said, for people who are doing the live stream to be like then having to attend to all those little live stream chats and stuff like that, unless you're literally doing it, we're like, hey guys, let's chat, show me your questions, you know. So I think it is really interesting. And I was thinking a little bit about the Zoom chat function as well. I know it's very different and it's not public, it's just for the Zoom people, but I find that to be probably one of the most like, I don't know, where I may engage the most actually in terms of a chat function, because the other people can kind of take their time reading it if they want, and they can respond if they want to. And it's kind of like, you can still use it to sort of affirm, be like, oh yeah, that was a really good point. Or, oh yeah, like that made me think of this thing. Like, and you can even send an article link out. Like, so I think it's a nice chat area. I think sometimes maybe people don't really know what to do with the live, with some of the other chat areas, whether it's on a a premiere or like a live stream, like those are all kind of different in nature. But I do feel like what I get out of the live streams is like, this is an event day and this is kind of cool. And like, who else is like there? It does have a kind of social, almost, I don't want to say party, but there is a little bit of an element where it feels that way, where like it's an event and like this is cool, and like it almost feels like it's some holiday, and like who else is kind of around getting, you know, some of the cookies and, you know, a drink or whatever. And it's an interesting feeling. I'm fascinated by like the phenomenology of what those different chat spaces actually feel like as the person in them, you know. So yeah.
We could really use a piece in our CMT or Theorizing the Underground anthologies about the phenomenology of the medium across the spaces. That's 100%. To me, like Discord's a really weird one. It's a weird one, because we don't want to all be chatty, just talking about whatever all the time, because most of us are busy. It then becomes like a very dead space, yet you know there are eyeballs in there. And right now it's like Ian is the only person. All right, everybody. All right. We are interrupting what was playing, which was a conversation between Michelle and Ian. Because of the technical complications early, we were running over time, and we want to get started promptly with this next interview since it is live. So if you want to catch the last 4 minutes of the conversation with Michelle and Ian, all you have to do is wait until that is released as a standalone episode on the podcast, as well as the YouTube channel, which will come about very shortly. I want to quickly acknowledge that we have 35 concurrent viewers, that we've had a steady 30 for the last hour, which is the first hour of this stream, and we're already at 43 likes, which is absolutely amazing. So everybody, go ahead and give your guys a hand, I suppose. Great to have you all here. It must be prime time in Europe, and so to that end, I'm going to roll the EMSTU trailer, and then we'll get going with Terence Blake, who will be joining us from Nice, France. Be right back.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs,
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
All right, and welcome to Theory Underground, everybody, to the Epic Marathon live stream that is happening on September 18th, 2024. Today, we're joined by Terence Blake of Agent Swarm. Great to have you back. How are you doing, Terence?
Hello, Dave and Nance and everyone. Everything's fine. We had a 2-month heat wave, supposedly in Nice, supposedly tropical weather, especially at night, for 2 months. And now there's usually at the beginning of September, there's a week-long series of storms and rain that gets rid of all the tourists, and the sun comes back, and it's slightly less hot, so it's very comfortable now, and there's more room on the beach and to walk around. Nice. And so, nice, I should say Nice. So it's so great to have you. We wanted to talk about lesser known French theorists. They're lesser known in the American theory scene, at least online. Latour, Serres, I'm going to ask you about pronunciation, and Lyotard. Did I say their names correctly? Yes, because we did do some French last year, didn't we? Michel Serres.
Serres.
Does that turn out in mirror writing on the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
So you don't pronounce the S in French. So Michel Serres. I think people in English say Michel Serres, unless they want to show they've got knowledge of French. So Bruno Latour. Where do I have his big book? So that's easy.
Yeah.
This is my English teacher coming out. In English, there are 2 accents
concerning the R, the rhotic, R-H-O-T-I-C, where you pronounce the R at the end. Many American accents are like that. So Latour, Latour, I can't even do it. Many English accents don't pronounce the R, or the R just changes the way the vowels are pronounced. Bruno Latour. If you want to do something that sounds slightly more French, it's Bruno. The first R you hear more in the throat than in the mouth, but don't overdo it. And Latour, I have trouble still after 40 years of pronouncing the R in the middle of a word, but Latour, I'm more inclined to pronounce it in the throat than in the mouth. So when it's at the end of a word. And who else did we say? Lyotard was a similar thing. Jean-Francois Lyotard. You don't pronounce the D at the end. And you pronounce the R like Latour and Serre, slightly in the throat.
Okay. Latour.
Latour.
Serre.
It's probably a long U, Latour. Lyotard, accent or stress on the last syllable. And Michel Serre, there's just one syllable for his family name, so that's easy.
Okay.
And don't pronounce the S at the end.
Wonderful. And I think the biggest correction would just be not saying leotard. And so, because
sounds retard, leotard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so with all of that said, then we're going to do this in 3 different segments. And who would you like to start with first?
Lyotard, because he's well known, but often only partially. So I want to show. Unfortunately, I've chosen books that are in French, but that are translated into English. But I can only show them in French because it's too expensive for me to buy books, all my books in French and then in English. Although sometimes it's an improvement in English because of the critical apparatus, and sometimes the translator, if it's a good philosophical translator, he or she decodes things and does a preliminary amount of work. The first one is Economie libidinale, libidinal economy.
His evil book.
That was published, sorry?
What he called his evil book or his wicked book, right?
Yeah, I don't know why he said that. He was criticized, but the thing with Lyotard is he's always going for the most extreme position. And if you're not as extreme as his idea of the extreme, you're not good. An example is he discusses Proust and James Joyce. Proust has a rememoration at the end, so that's not as extreme as James Joyce in Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake. So he's always going to prefer the most extreme versions of anything. And so Economie libidinale came out in 1974, in 2 years after Anti-Imperialism. So he attempts to go further. There's a sort of dogmatic apparatus that he finds in Anti-Imperialism, and he can consider that he was already doing stuff like that before. So he's just going one step further. It's evil, I think, because there was some criticism which he accepted that there was no way to exclude fascism in terms of pure libidinal economy. There was no ethical dimension to it, and so no real political dimension to it, despite it talking about politics, that seemed to relativize everything. And he took that very seriously. And a few years later, he came up, so that's 74. So maybe 9 years later, he published The Different, which drops intensities that were the main libidinal intensities that were the main focus of libidinal economy, and that he developed the metaphysics of intensities, as he came to call it, the metaphysics. When he was doing it, he thought he was going beyond metaphysics. Afterwards, he decided that it was metaphysical, and he had an ontology of what he calls phrases or sentences. And he was very much under the influence of Levinas, and he wanted to find a way of it. This was his solution to the problem that he neglected ethics. And so he wanted to find a way of incorporating his earlier work, but within a space where the ethical phrase was included, and the libidinal economy he regarded as just sort of one possible move in the language game of metaphysics. And beyond or incommensurable with metaphysics, there's ethics. And he distinguishes a few other types of phrase. And I think this is interesting because I think it's an unacknowledged influence on Bruno Latour. But maybe I can sort of mention why when we get to Bruno Latour. The problem with the Different, which you have to read. I'm only showing books that everyone has to read because they're masterpieces, even if they have been criticized and the thinkers themselves have done their self-criticism and tried to go beyond. So the problem with the Different is that it seems to turn everything into language. And when people made this objection face to face with Lyotard, he just poo-pooed it as if it was stupid. But he was constantly grappling with that, just as he had constantly grappled with the ethical objection for 10 years. And his answer to that is a philosophy of painting. And it's no longer even developed in a particular separate work. It's developed in a series of monographs on individual painters. So they're being published in a series, which is very pretty. This one's on Sam Francis. They're bilingual, and they cost too much. So I bought a couple because they were the cheaper ones. The other ones you would have to consult in a library, and they're assemblages, anthologies of different texts that he wrote. But there he's trying to get to the moment that art, or painting in particular, he considers, allows you to get to where the phrase is stopped, and you get to pure presence with a capital P, or pure matter. So that's his way of replying to the objection that his philosophy of phrases leads to some sort of linguistic idealism. Seems to be saying that, no, that's one very useful tool of analysis when you're dealing with discourse, but he is not going to turn it into a metaphysics. He realizes that there's something else going on, but that it's hard to get at. So the last phase is very little known because it was published in dribs and drabs in French, and was translated late in the day in English, and I suppose not to the same audience, more a fine arts, aesthetics type of audience, and less to a philosophical audience, unless you're interested in everything that Lyotard said. So there are his three phases, and it's very interesting to see the moves from extreme libidinal phase, which hits the boundary of being potentially too relativist, correcting with the linguistic turn. All these French people, I would say, Lacan, Foucault, Deleuze, and others had at one time, when in their career or in their thought path, when they were trying to go beyond the limits of what they had said, had a linguistic turn. In France, it was a turn towards enunciative linguistics. So there was you could see it in Lacan. There's a first turn to linguistic turn, which is to Saussure. But there's a second turn later on when he's trying to go beyond the symbolic to the real, where he's talking, he's not renouncing the Saussurean stuff, but he's going into enunciation. And that was a big thing in France, enunciative linguistics. And the problem there is it can seem to explain everything and lead to a sort of linguistic idealism. And then you need something more to go beyond. So in Lacan, it's the drive. In Lyotard, it's when he deals with painting. I think the moral is we're meant to find those three levels of analysis in our own life. But this enunciative turn is something that I find common to the most important French thinkers and not really sort of emphasized in English. So that's Lyotard in a nutshell. Any questions or remarks? I can't hear anything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was talking this whole time. No, I'm just kidding. So the first phase, he was too relativist, so he kind of adjusts it, and in his adjustment, he gets into this this sort of linguistic turn. And I had two questions about it. Well, one is about phase one is about phase two. Phase two, I'm not that well versed in Derrida, but my vague recollection of grammatology was it's like everybody was making this move to prioritizing parole over langue, and then Derrida's like, false binary, archaic writing, actually. So there's always the writing before the speech, in the sense that, like, I don't know, like you're kind of processing things ahead of time. I'm speaking very loosely, very zoomed out here. Okay. And this phase is Lyotard implicated by that critique, or does his phase with the linguistic turn come after of grammatology in a way that
his phase comes quite a way after of grammatology, which for me was in the late 60s, and his linguistic phase sort of begins at the beginning of the 80s. So he takes Derrida into account, but his focus of interest in language is different. And I think he must have influenced Derrida, because everything becomes sentences and phrases, but there are different regimes of phrases that you can't get rid of. And one of the regimes is at the basis of ethics. It's the prescriptive regime. So language has prescription in it. There's a book I should have prepared. I want to show you. It'll take me a second to find it, I think.
Bonus.
Um,
Based bonus
no,
Age of Swarm content. Let's go.
I can't find the book. It's called Logic of Levinas, Logique de Levinas. And that was a
Sick.
couple of manuscripts that Lyotard wrote at the same time that he was preparing the Différent. And the idea is that ethics is incommensurable with referential statements, but cannot be eliminated.
Okay.
So that was his mistake, his great mistake in his libidinal phase.
Okay.
And so, despite the fact that there's the risk of idealism, linguistic idealism, there's no longer any risk of relativism.
Okay.
So if there was a philosophical danger, it would be a non-relativist idealism that will be the degenerate form of his different philosophy. So obviously he doesn't agree that it's idealism, but
so
we all have to decide on what we think of that. So it's long after, I think when Derrida started saying that the one thing that is undeconstructible is justice, which is very strange, given that everything seemed to be deconstructible before, and suddenly
right.
Derrida makes statements like that. I
and
think
that's because he became a Levinasian.
Yes. Well, he was always influenced by Levinas, but I think maybe he was influenced by Levinas and also by Lyotard's take on Levinas.
Okay.
So there was a big symposium at the beginning of the 80s on the faculty of judgment, and Derrida proposed a contribution. I think it was around the work of Lyotard, and Lyotard made a contribution, and they were all, this is the beginning of the 80s, they were all into ethics and justice as pushing their philosophy even further.
Okay. All right. And then the other question was just, and this is less of a question and more of I understand part of the issue with libidinal economy is that he calls, it is understood as being anti-worker, anti-socialist, anti-communist, and that's because he's saying the worker loves his oppression, and then he calls Marx a little girl, and there's like this whole like very anti-socialist and very like, okay, we've got these dumb people who love their jobs kind of
but that's
energy.
Lacan. That's people get their enjoyment or their jouissance everywhere, including in their jobs.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an argument that enjoyment cannot be the criterion for correct ethical or political action, because enjoyment is distributed everywhere. So the stuff on Marx and a little girl, I would have to reread to see what that's about. But I think
it's funny. It's funny stuff. It's really
by Althusser.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But with that, I think that for the sake of time, we should move into the next one here. So
okay, the next one is maybe Michel Serres. He's been through 3 phases. So his thesis in France, it's been abolished now. You had an ordinary doctorate, which corresponds roughly to what exists in the English-speaking world, and then you had a state doctorate, which was a level beyond. It was longer. It was a level of philosophical power and creativity. It had to make a contribution. So difference and repetition by Deleuze was his thesis for the state doctorate. Michel Serres' state doctorate was on the philosophy of Leibniz, and he drew lots of his ideas from playing around with Leibniz, which he considered to give him the tools for a philosophy of communication and networks. So he wrote a series of books. They're called Hermes. There are 5 of them. The first one is Communication. It's just been translated by a friend of mine who lives in Paris, Louise Birchall. But what is most interesting for me is Hermes 4 and 5. So that was basically at the end of the 60s and through the 70s. So Hermes 4 and 5 reverses the perspective that you've got communication networks and they try to fight noise. And then in Hermes 4 and 5, Serre begins to analyze the noise and find that that's more interesting. And once he's sort of gone as far as he can in analytic terms with that, the next step was the parasite, where he starts adopting a more literary style. He takes fables from La Fontaine and elsewhere. And the parasite in French, a parasite is, as in English, a biological parasite, but it's also noise or interference. So he gets a lot of fun playing around with the fact that it has these 2 meanings. And so it goes with the end of his Hermes phase, where he had noise as being a primary over the networks of communication.
And then my sort of understanding of what that text was made me want to look into it as a form of post-Marxism or post-socialism. And so I looked into it, and then I was like, it's a bunch of stories about animals. And I just, I wasn't in the mood for stories about animals.
Yes.
But I've always wanted someone to crack it for me. But basically my understanding is that it's just, he's saying humans and basically all systems are just parasites, and it's parasites all the way down, just like turtles all the way down, but it's parasites all the way down.
All the way down. I think he was beginning to be influenced by René Girard at that time. They were great pals, and he wrote more and more Girardian texts. So there's this
so he was
mimetic rivalry as noise as well.
So he was getting those Peter Thiel bucks. Is that right?
Yes.
Nice.
Probably Peter Thiel would like that phase.
Sweet.
Plus, there's the notion of noise as being both destructive and potentially creative. So creative destruction. His politics, he doesn't talk about politics very much in the ordinary sense. His politics is, to say the least, ambiguous because he doesn't deal with it. So I don't think if you're politically looking for political messages, you can get much directly from him. You could sort of theorize it and combine it with something else, but a greater perspective. But I don't think it's worth mining him for political lessons or criticizing him for political lessons. His big thing was, he told me this, that the French thinkers up to him were mainly concerned with politics and the human sciences, and they knew nothing about the physical sciences. So his big thing was to philosophize the physical sciences and show the passages between the physical sciences and the human sciences. So when he gets to the parasite, that's where he becomes imagistic in his style, and he's trying to work and speak from the between of physical sciences and mathematics as well, and the human sciences. And I think the best book on that, in that phase, he did a series of books, 3 books, called the Book of Foundations. So it's Rome, Statues, and I think the other one's The Origins of Geometry. They're all translated. And it's just, for anyone interested in multiplicities and in a storytelling style, he takes the books of Titus Livy's History of Rome, that from the mythical beginnings with Hercules, and the 8 chapters, Black Box, the Trampled Multiplicity, City of Alba, the Wide Multiplicity, Empire, the Fragmented Multiplicity, Suffrage, the Assembled Multiplicity, Aeneas, Sabines, Tarquins, Coriolanus, the Composite Multiplicity, Wars and Plague, the Multiplicity in Representation, and then in Crowds in the City, the Agitated Multiplicity, and conclusion in the Field, the Multiplicity in Peace. So we're going from warlike multiplicities or violent multiplicities at the beginning to end with peaceful multiplicities. He did that was in the 80s. So he wrote quite a few books that were full of stories and fables, and managed to express his philosophy directly in that sort of literary style. And then at the beginning, I think maybe in the middle of the 90s, he went to a new phase, and he started talking about the great story or the grand narrative. And I think he had been teaching at Stanford, and he was upset by these Lyotardians who said, "Oh, there's no grand narrative of," and so his idea was, yes, today we do have a grand narrative. We've got the history of the universe from the Big Bang up to now, with the theory of evolution as well. And well, I mean, he never bothered to actually read Lyotard, and he always talks about the grand narrative of science and all the other valuable literary works and scientific works fit into that narrative. Lyotard's exact term was grand narrative of legitimation, which was, once again, there's no universal description that is at the same time universally valid prescription. So Serre affects to forget or not notice that there was this ethical dimension to Lyotard, and he goes full on the idea that everything is networks of communication and noise, and with that, or is at least related to that. So we can look at our whole cosmology and evolutionary theory. And so there's a series of books that have been, many of them have been translated. So that's Hominescence. There's The Incandescent, Branches, and that's his last phase, where it's full of stories, but with sort of meditations. And the idea is not to encumber one's books with references, because if you know, you can fill in the references yourselves. And if you don't know, that will be some sort of block to reading the book when you can understand it without all the references. So he was constantly aiming at a popular audience, so cultivated but popular. So that's his third phase. And that's where he became more interested in ecology. So I think Biogia and before that, the natural contract are the natural outcome of this last phase of the great narrative. So he's most interesting to me in the middle phase, the 80s, with all the storytelling books. And recently there was a manuscript published. It was he took the fables of La Fontaine, and it's a book of philosophical commentary on selected fables of La Fontaine. So it's been published in French. It was a manuscript that was finished before his death, which must be about, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And that harkens back to this middle period, which is the period that I find the most interesting because it's less moralistic. As he grew older, he became very moralistic. He was invited onto various TV talk shows, because you get, or it's sort of dying out now, but you got real philosophers being invited to TV talk shows a decade ago. And he was mainly the voice of wisdom. And I found that not the best advertisement for reading his works, and reflected a change in the tonality of his works. But I mean, I don't know how old he lived to a ripe old age, so maybe he had the right to be a wise old man at the end.
Well, and it kind of seems like that's a change that Latour also takes. They both, and it's because they both care about climate change, right? So they both kind of wanted to get more involved in public policy.
So that's the political phase as well. Bruno Latour was less a wise old man, but sometimes Michel said he could lay it on a bit thick, and I didn't like it at the end. But that's the point of convergence. You told me that you were reading or had read the interviews between Bruno Latour interviewed Michel Serres. It was what's the name of the book in
I think it's
English?
called Conversations with
Just Conversations, yes.
Yeah. My quick, so before we move into the Latour phase of this, I wanted to give Nance a moment here to ask anything he wants about Serres, because but I'll say one thing, and that's anecdotal. I was at a conference during my undergraduate in Hawaii. This was when I had realized that there was free money in the budget at all the departments and colleges for students to travel to conferences. And so I got good at sending emails to everybody being like, hey, I want to go to a conference. Can you fund it? And then various departments would go, here's 250, here's 500. And so I was able to get enough to go to Hawaii for the East-West Philosophers Conference that happens in Honolulu. And it was like their 40th anniversary or something like that. And I don't know, I presented on Heidegger or something like that. I don't even remember. But Serres came up because I saw this wonderful presentation. This might have been, I think it was a French guy, and he was talking about natural semiotics. So I think if I remember right, I've always kind of just had Serres as like this guy who I could go to when I'm ready to get more into how there are language systems in nature, and maybe our own language systems have some kind of a relation to those ones. I'm not sure. I just have some kind of a vague sense that that's a thing. Does that ring a bell for you? Does that sound like his third phase? Or
Yes,
something?
that's even there from, yeah, maybe in his third phase, he sort of synthesizes his past work on information and gets a cosmology out of that. So everything is, in that sense, semiotic, including the natural world. Everything is based on information flow and emission and capture. The physical universe itself is based on that. So there is, to that extent, at the ontological level, a continuity. Semiotics is at all the levels.
Awesome. Cool. And what would be the best
And
book for that? What would be the best book
The best
for
book
that
for
thesis?
that. I don't know. The best books. So there are a couple of books where he synthesized everything, but they're not translated. I'm not sure. Hermes 1 was just translated, but it's for me, it's too old. There are maybe Hominescence. Somewhere in the middle, there's this book. It's The Troubadour of Knowledge. I'm not so sure that it's a philosophy of education. He goes into his life. He talks about combining the left hand and the right hand, and so human sciences and physical sciences. It may not be exactly on that, but it's quite readable. It's 160 pages, and it's a fast read. He really tried to write something simple. On the specific question of everything being in the sense we talked about semiotic, I would have to say it's books. I don't know all the titles. It will be books in this series, but you would have to sort of pick and choose, because he sort of almost every book he has to explain the Big Bang and the evolution of everything in the universe. This one I see, I've got it in French, but it seems to be, he talks about the event of communication, the three loops that lead up to man is not a finished product, but there's hominescence, like adolescence. So one of these books sort of repeat each other. So one of the books in this series, maybe a shorter one. I think
Okay.
The Incandescent is probably good. It's shorter, and he's probably, I think it came later, and he digested things more. So that will be, I mean, I'm just guessing that it will be good for that question.
Cool. And then what about you, Nance?
There's actually a lot, but I don't want to hijack the rest of the time remaining. I guess the one thing I want to, I don't know, note is that I find it interesting that with generative AI models, the way they work is by denoising. Like when you propose a prompt or whatever to a model, it starts with just a field of noise, and then it kind of subducts from there to kind of come up with the end product. And I find that interesting to play with the noise in communication. We've now instrumentalized that and kind of turned that into a monetizable product, and I think it's interesting. Yeah, I think I want to go on a deep dive through SEART now.
Yeah, man.
Well, yeah, even from the beginning, you should read even I think communication, the Hermes 1, which has just been translated, because he takes his theory of dialogue, which he finds in the Socratic dialogues already. The dialogue is based on denoising to get optimum communication, and the noise is always the third point of view. So you're excluding the third point of view all the time for both positive results and overly reductive results.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's get into the last phase of this then. Before we bring on Walter Benn Michaels here in 13 minutes, let's jump into Bruno Latour. So, what can you tell us about Bruno Latour? I'll just preface it by saying that he came up in the Totality and Infinity course because of what I've been, I'm teaching sociology. I'm interested in this line between sociology and anthropology. I'm interested in sociologists or anthropologists who question that line or problematize it in various ways because I think that the complexity of modern society itself challenges that distinction. And so when we're thinking about participation, Lévi-Bruhl, the primitive mentality and the critiques of that, but also the kernel of truth that it gets at. And the question for me, a critical media theory question of what does it mean if we're entering a phase of digital participation or e-participation? And that's when Terence was like, Latour is really good for this in his what is the name of the book? You were just waving it around a second ago.
Inquiry into Modes of Existence.
All right, yeah. And so that's the newest phase of his work.
Now that's the middle phase. That's the phase that everyone neglects.
What?
Everybody knows the science and networks phase, and everyone knows the climate politics phase.
Okay.
But in the middle, there's this inquiry into modes of existence. So maybe it's good just to go through. In each case, I've chosen three phases. One of the most famous books is at the beginning of his publishing career. He published a book with what's his name? Wood. This is very bad. Woodward, called Laboratory Life. And the interesting thing is, he didn't do his military service, Latour. There's a civil service, which instead of 1 year, you do 2 years for civil service. And he was in Africa, and he learned the methods of anthropology. At the same time, he was this came out in later autobiographical pieces. He was in one study group for Althusser's writings, and another year, maybe the first year and the second year, a study group around Anti-Imperialism. And then he got a job to go to the Salk Institute in California, and to do a sociological, or for him it was an anthropological study of the Salk laboratories. So it was one of the first cases of an case studies of an anthropological study of a laboratory. So he's not a relativist, although once again he was accused of being a relativist, and he had to find ways of getting around the objection. But he did a sort of phenomenological reduction and suspended the idea of this is objectivity, this is the way we get to truth. And he just studied everything that was going on in the laboratory that he was studying. And this is where he came up with his theory of actor networks. So this was developed and theorized and synthesized in several books, but this one, Science in Action, is very pedagogical. It has sort of little graphics and little boxes for important points. And that's where he lays out his theory of actor networks, which he found underlied his anthropological approach. And then to get around the relativism objection, he started thinking about, yes, everything's networks, but what flows along the networks? And he decided that different things flowed along different networks. So fact producing flowed along scientific networks, which involve far more than actual theoretical science, but funding, political affiliations and interventions, and all sorts of things. So it was already seeing that everything contains hybridization. There's no pure network, but there are qualitative differences. So that's where he did do individual case studies of the in French, I'm not sure how it's translated into English, the fabrication of law, and a project for a metro rail underground that was well underway and then was abandoned, and a book on religious, from his own personal point of view on religious practice, called Rejoice. And all these case studies added up to an inquiry into modes of existence. So this is where he synthesizes all the different case studies into 15 modes of existence. And this is where I said maybe he was relevant to Levinas, although he's doesn't develop an ethical mode of existence, but he does develop a religious mode of existence. And the whole idea is these modes of existence are irreducible, incommensurable and irreducible, and ineliminable if we want to remain who we are. So we're not really modern in the self-image that we have of ourselves, because participation and hybridation are part of our existence. And that's what he calls the metamorphic mode of existence. And just we find it elsewhere in watching TV and films and in psychoanalysis, in participating in the audience for football matches and so on. All that will be part of a metamorphic existence. There's the referential mode of existence that is mobilized by science. There's technological mode of existence, because he draws a wedge between science and technology. And there's the religious mode of existence, which is based on a sort of hermeneutic continuity going all the way back to, well, in his case, the Bible, but in transforming the message all the way along. And that's the mode of love as well. And I had a big conflict with him about that, where I claimed that there was no need for a separate mode of existence called the religious, that it was just one sector of the metamorphic. And he got very upset about that and banished me from his website. But finally, when he published a book, a big book of contributions to his project called Reset Modernity, he invited me to contribute a chapter. where I took basically that argument, and he published it. So he's a pluralist, and unlike other pluralists, yes, I'm sure other pluralists, if you said the exact opposite on a key point, they would pretend you didn't exist, or come around and beat you up with a few friends. But he was an ethical pluralist, and he published my article. So that shows that he's sincere in his convictions. And after that, separating out all the different modes of existence, all along he was talking about nature and ecology and so on. And he gave a series of lectures that became a book. It's called Facing Gaia. So he deals with the origins of science and the different ways science can function. There's a big problem. Of course, many people, they just see a title and that's enough. Oh, he talks about Gaia, all that hippie woo-woo stuff, but he really explains what he means by Gaia, and it's nothing to do with some sort of unified consciousness. And he takes up James Lovelock, and he tries to argue that people haven't understood him, and it's all to do with sort of physical parameters, and that can make us bifurcate into a different state of the earth. And it's nothing to do with the earth being conscious of itself, or with a goddess of nature. So I think he does a good job of that. Anyone who thinks he's being hippie, they're just not reading what he's writing. They're just sort of fantasizing on a couple of words that they pick out. So that's his last phase. He became very engaged politically in terms of all the changes that we have to make to our way of life to avoid a full-fledged crisis that gets rid of humans. And some of that was tied to his religious beliefs. He came out more and more as a Catholic, but most of it is totally independent of that. That we can see that as the motor, but not as the ethical motor, but not the conceptual motor. So there are all the pieces that were the tiny pamphlets he published at the end of his life, because he was, I don't know how old he was. He was in his late 70s or early 80s, and he was getting sicker and sicker, so he didn't want to give up on that struggle. So that's once again a sign of being committed to his ideas and to his ethics. Can't
You're
hear you
muted
again.
Thank you so much, Terence. We're going to continue this. If you've got a sec in the green room, Nance will have some follow-up questions for you there, and then that addendum can be added to this or released as a standalone episode soon. But for now, thank you so much for joining this EMSTU. Everybody will be right back with Walter Benn Michaels, who is the author of The Problem with Diversity, as well as No Politics But Class Politics, published with Dr. Adolph Reed Jr. right after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Welcome back to the stream, everybody, to the Epic Marathon live stream here on September 18th, as well as for everybody listening to this on the podcast and YouTube channel in the future, once this goes up as a standalone video. Today, we are joined by Walter Benn Michaels, the author of The Trouble with Diversity, as well as a brand new book with Dr. Adolf Reed Jr. that I'm hoping we can get into a little bit today. How are you doing, Walter?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fantastic. And so I kind of wanted to start with that. What is this most recent book that you did? Is it, am I correct that it is called No Politics But Class Politics?
Yes. And it's basically an extension of, part of it is a series of conversations between me and Adolf Reed. I don't know if your audience knows who Adolf Reed is, but he and I and a bunch of others, a guy called Ken Warren, Adolf's son, Teray Reed, Barbara Fields, the late Karen Fields, wrote a book called Racecraft, are all people who are involved in a kind of anti-identitarian commitment to class. On the left, the anti-identitarian part is the expression of a certain skepticism about the way racial identity is deployed as part of what we describe as essentially a neoliberal leftism. So no politics but class politics, which looks like you're holding something very large in your hand. Maybe that's it.
This is it. Yeah. Renewing Black Intellectual History. Yeah.
That's Adolf. That's a book by Adolf. That's not No Politics but Class Politics. But yeah, that's another book of his with Ken Warren.
Right. He did this with Ken Warren, and it's a fantastic book. It's one that has come up in courses that I've taught a couple of times so far on Theory Underground. So
And so the
But
basic argument of that is just that we should be committed to a class politics, not a race politics, and that the idea that you can do both race and class is in a trivial sense true and in a strong sense false.
what do you mean by, in a strong sense, it's false? Could we get into that a little bit?
So the trivial sense in which it's true is like, yeah, we should all be anti-racist. The strong sense in which it's false is like, take an example, in the US today, the fastest growing job is healthcare aides. Healthcare aides require no education. Actually, they don't technically even require high school education. They get paid in what commensurately, that is, they're extremely badly paid. I haven't looked at the Bureau of Labor Statistics about this in about a year or so, but they're paid about $28,000 a year. No one can actually make a living doing that. Unsurprisingly, they are overwhelmingly women, and equally unsurprisingly, they're overwhelmingly women of color. So why? Because like sexism has pushed women into undesirable jobs for hundreds of years in the US, and the same thing goes for racism. So an anti-racist commitment, which is the dominant commitment in the kind of liberal left US politics today, says that the injustice here is that so many women, disproportionate number of women of color, are forced into, in effect, taking these bad jobs. They have less education, they get less paid, and the cycle just repeats itself. So the solution to that problem would be, no, actually, women and women of color would have equal opportunity with everybody else, i.e., especially with white men, to succeed, instead of being like right now, 60% of the workforce, actually more than that, 70% of this workforce, they'd be more like, let's say for women of color, they'd be more like what they probably are in the proportion of the society, like about 25 to 30%. And there'd be lots of white men doing those jobs. So from the standpoint of anti-racism, or basically from the standpoint of anti-discrimination more generally, a just result is a result in which women of color are not disproportionately, i.e. overrepresented in bad jobs, and by contrast, underrepresented in good jobs. But the obvious problem is that doesn't solve the problem of economic inequality at all. I mean, all it does is reshuffle the race and sex of the people who are doing the bad jobs. If you're committed to a class politics, or to the class politics, to say the problem here is not who's taking these jobs. The primary problem here is how these jobs are treated. These jobs, in fact, are important jobs. One reason these people are paid so badly is because the jobs are, it's because the healthcare system is largely privatized. The people need to make profits out of this, and the way they make profits is by paying these actually essential workers, literally essential workers during COVID, infinitely less money than they ought to be paid. So what we ought to be doing is not worrying so much about how many people, what the skin color or sex the people who take these jobs is. We should worry about making them good jobs. And what you want to do is not create a world in which the current inequalities persist, but they are given a kind of band-aid by the fact that everybody is racially and sexually proportionate at each level, high and low. What you want to do is minimize or ideally get rid of those inequalities. So those two things, you can sort of do both, but if you're just doing the first one, the anti-discrimination part, you're actually just achieving a kind of neoliberal wet dream, which is that you have continuation of inequality, but there's been no discrimination involved. That's why basically anti-racism and anti-sexism are the good conscience of neoliberalism. If you go the other route and say, no, what we want to do above all is actually make these jobs into good jobs, and actually, even if you sort of suspended the question of discrimination for a second, although you shouldn't and we wouldn't, but even if you did, say it doesn't really matter who ends up taking the jobs from the standpoint of race and sex, if they're good jobs, that people want them, then in fact, that actually addresses the problem of inequality. So the core argument of no politics but class politics is that the more you hear people talking about race and gender, the more you hear people talking about sexuality, the more you hear people talking about diversity, the more you hear people arguing for an anti-discrimination that essentially serves as the good conscience of inequality. That is the idea that inequality is not so bad if the people who have been harmed by it actually were not harmed by being discriminated against racially, sexually, or in terms of their sexuality. Whereas our argument is that no, the inequality is itself a problem. And if that's what you're dealing with, it's not made better if you can say to some like white guy who went to Harvard, but is now still working for whatever reason as a healthcare worker in a nursing home in Chicago, hey dude, you had a chance to escape all that, but you couldn't escape it. It's your own fault.
Mm-hmm. Which kind of relates to what I take to be the major thesis of the trouble with diversity, if I remember correctly, being that, I mean, on the one side, and we can get into this, it legitimates the existing system while simultaneously erasing certain kinds of injustice, as well as certain kinds of historical injustices. And I think you used the example of somebody put out of work and bankrupted because of Reaganism, but that person happens to be white. And the issue with DEI is like that person's not included. And then even if you were to include that person, there's other people falling through the cracks. There's constantly going to be people falling through the cracks. Whereas if you just focused on the class politics, it would disproportionately benefit all of the various groups that have been marginalized or historically oppressed.
Yeah, so two things, both of those are right. The second thing is kind of an important point, which people periodically get and then totally forget, which is that if you do the commitment to universalism, you will disproportionately benefit all the people who are currently disproportionately unbenefited for precisely the same reason they're unbenefited. So yeah, right now, the Black population of the US is like disproportionately poor and disproportionately under rich, not rich. The top 10%, it's a smaller number than the actual 13 point, whatever it is, 6% of the population is Black. And at the bottom, it's a larger number. Absolutely speaking, the largest number of poor people are still white, but proportionally, it's actually disproportionate. So the point is, if you do universal, you disproportionately benefit the people who are disproportionately being victimized by the system. So yeah, that point's exactly right. In other words, there's no loss for minority groups. On the contrary, to the degree that they have been victimized as minorities, they will be benefited by a universalist commitment. So that actually seems like a kind of basic point. All the time that Adolf and I make this argument, it's always struck me the intensity of resistance to that, because it seems to me like almost uncontroversially, obviously true. The second part, though, is related but different. And that is, the question of historically how you came to be a victim of poverty is like irrelevant from the standpoint of socialism. I mean, what does it matter whether this is, why the reparations argument is so popular and so not progressive in any way at all. Reparations is a fundamentally conservative argument. Why does it matter, whether you're born poor because you're the great-great-great-great-grandchild of slaves and the grandchild of people who suffered under Jim Crow and the child of people who suffered under the legacy of Jim Crow, or whether you're born poor because your great-great-great-great-grandfather was actually a slave owner, but, he drank away his estate and gambled away his estate and all the money got lost and you're born poor. So obviously the kind of moral tale, we morally prefer the victimized slave to the victimizing slaveholder, but you're not responsible for either one of those things. The question of your responsibility is not in question. You're not responsible for how you're born at all. So even if we accept a kind of meritocracy argument for legitimacy and equality, you haven't yet had the time to accumulate or any merit or the lack of merit. So part of the argument is that Marx famously said, philosophers only tried to understand the world. The point is to change it. I always felt he should have added, historians have tried to understand the past. The point, however, is to forget it. That is, from the standpoint of social justice, history is irrelevant. That is, from the standpoint of a social justice. And that's not true from the standpoint of a social justice where the question of who deserves to be rich and who deserves to be poor, from that standpoint, it's totally relevant. From the standpoint of who really did inherit the money and who didn't inherit the money, it's totally relevant. So capitalism makes history relevant. So people go around talking about the importance of history, going around completely, as it were, imbibing and then representing as if it were a kind of leftist project. The idea that what we have to do is be more aware of our history, and the whole idea of a reparative history. We're not trying to repair the history. We can't do fuck all for the people who were dead 100 years ago, right? We're trying to actually do it for the people who are here now, and we don't need another history. History is a matter of really, as it were, technical indifference to us, since if we feel we owe them some form of equality, we owe them to it not in virtue of bad things that did or did not happen to their ancestors, or even of bad things that did or did not happen to them, we owe to them, to ourselves, either way.
Right.
So
Yeah. What
kind of cool.
What comes to mind for me is during 2020, the relief in Oakland. It wasn't a UBI; it was a PBI, a particularist basic income. It was only if you're black, right? And it's just. I mean, this is the definition of means testing, right?
Yeah, I mean, so means testing is really a bad idea. It's a bad idea when it's done racially. It's a bad idea when it's done economically, totally. So UBI is not a very good idea either, in my view, but I'm not a specialist in that. But if you ever feel like it, there's a great book by two guys called Daniel Zamora and Anton Yeager. Danielle and Anton actually were both the editors of No Politics but Class Politics, and they've written a book published by University of Chicago Press, which is both a history of and a critique of UBI. If you get them on, it's useful to get them on because the book is a little, from my perspective anyway, when I'm doing political writing, I like to write polemically. And The Trouble with Diversity is a very polemical book, and No Politics but Class Politics contains a lot of polemical stuff in it. Danielle and Anton wrote a kind of more historical, and to my view, slightly overly judicious account of UBI. But it's very clear by the end, and they're very clear in their writing, is that they're opposed to it. And they're opposed to it, for really the primary grounds being is that UBI is a kind of completely neoliberal solution to this problem, which is you need people to have money to spend is the kind of core of it. And what you need to do is not, in effect, produce a state which will guarantee people housing, guarantee people healthcare, guarantee people a minimum level of sustenance. What you need to do, this is why Foucault liked neoliberalism. What you need to do is give them a lot of money, and they can spend it the way they want, and you won't judge them. So Foucault liked the don't judge them part, right? But and Foucault didn't like the state. I don't think you guys like the state too much either, but I'm not sure of that. I like the state. I want a big state. So part of the point would be that, that's what the responsibility of the state is to do, is to precisely guarantee those things, which is to say to take them out of the economy rather than to put them into the economy, or rather than to totally privatize them. So obviously we're going the exact opposite direction, and UBI is a way to continue to go the exact opposite direction. So let's completely privatize healthcare, but we're going to give you right now, we're ignoring the complete impracticality of doing it. They had a big Chicago UBI playing, and what it did was give like 5,000 families $500 a month. So you don't go that far, and it was experimental. You don't go that far. And guess what they discovered? The 500 families were totally fucking grateful. Were 5,000 families to get the $500 a month, and they were able to use it. It was completely means tested. But still, it's better than not giving it to them. It's not as if. But the point being is that, so we take away the healthcare, we take away the housing, we take away the whole concept of public good, but we give you your X money, make it a real amount of money, and then you can spend it the way you want. Like, for example, you can spend it on healthcare, you can spend it on this, and you can spend it on whatever you want. So the point of it is that it's just a vision of a world in which everything is privatized, and the social justice model of privatization is give people a kind of basic amount of money so that they can decide where to put their money on their own. And again, that is the part that Foucault kind of liked.
And that's the Foucauldian part. And as opposed to that, which would be more of the standard, what people think of as UBI model, you're proposing something more like a UBG, Universal Basic Goods model. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know if there is such a thing as UBG, but you're proposing, that the basic goods are guaranteed to everybody, which you want a society where healthcare is free for everyone. Now, obviously, there are steps to go through to get to that, but of course, we're going in the opposite direction. And healthcare would be a good model. So, an important issue that's now kind of been backburnered, but will presumably come up again. Although, if there is a Trump administration, it may be superseded by many, many other civil rights issues. Is like universal, Medicare for everyone. First of all, now I'm just on Medicare. Medicare for people on Medicare is not that great. You have to buy your various advantage plans. And the whole point of the advantage plans is to increasingly privatize that. And the whole structure of it is obviously private, since what Medicare is doing with private entities and paying the private entities only to get paid by the government. But the point being is that what you want is healthcare for everyone. You want healthcare for everyone, not because they have the right to decide, do I want to buy some more dope this afternoon, or I want to buy or do I want to pay for my medication? But because their medication is guaranteed to them. And that's something that comes as a basic right in society, which actually is treating healthcare, sustenance, and a place to live as a basic right in society. So if you want to call that UBG, I'm totally for it.
Cool. Same. And also in terms of the state, I'm totally for questioning the state, but also I don't believe that there's any such thing as large scale structural change that opens up any way forward without a state. And so,
yeah, totally.
Yeah, 100%.
We're good. We're totally good.
All right. Virtual handshake. Now, I have one last question on class politics and trouble with diversity, and it's just something that's pop culturally relevant right now. I'm just curious if you're aware of the work of Matt Walsh over at the Daily Wire, and if you have seen his new movie, Am I Racist?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Tell me something about
it. So, you know, I like to say it this way. The left with social justice today, the way that it's usually performed, has made it possible for people who would be otherwise very boring to seem courageous and speak the truth. And that I think that Matt Walsh is one of those kinds of guys. And what he does is a kind of Bo Rat act where he dresses up like a liberal arts student. He has a man bun and the intellectual glasses.
Yeah,
and then
I'm looking at it now.
He goes and he has these conversations with all of these different people, including Robin DiAngelo. And it's like, you know, he's on the journey as a white man. He wants to do the work. And at the end of the interview with Robin DiAngelo, he brings on the producer of the documentary, his black friend. And he goes, I just wanted to acknowledge that you're here and that this is your movie that we're in. And, you know, I know that we want reparations, but I'm going to start the charge right now. I'm just going to give you reparations. And so he opens his wallet and starts paying the guy. And Robin DiAngelo is acting like she's never heard of anything like personal reparations. And she's all like, what? This is not a thing. And he's like, yes. And if you care, you'll do it too. And she's like, no, it's a system thing. And then he goes, yeah, but we can make the change today. We can take action. We don't have to wait. So she goes and gets her wallet and gives the guy $30. And the whole thing's a troll. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Yes, the thing about it is that anything that bad that happens to Robin DiAngelo is totally good. Can't quarrel with that. But you know, the one thing I would say about that, I mean, I haven't seen this, and I just got a little thing up now, and there is a screenshot of the guy who must be him, and the guy who must be his producer talking to someone who I know is Robin DiAngelo, and clearly persuading them to hand over $30. But you know, there is a kind of like mode today. So ever since the trouble with diversity, I mean, it didn't used to be podcasts back in the day, but ever since the trouble with diversity and met podcasts, then everything, and then in 2020 when everything blew up, you know, I do a lot of podcasts, or I don't actually ever listen to any of them or watch them. It's not my thing. I'm the wrong generation, but I've been on them a lot. And one of the things that people sort of do want, you know, the whole anti-woke thing is as much bullshit as the woke thing is.
Thank you.
Yeah. I haven't seen this, and it sounds pretty funny, and that's always something. But the idea that you get to be on the left by making fun of Robin DiAngelo, making fun of Robin DiAngelo is maybe it's a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient condition. You have to be committed to something like socialism to be on the left. So the number of people, I mean, like someone like Matt Taibbi, you know, who for a while was kind of flirting with a Bernie Sanders version of the left, and then just turned into Trumpists. That's a kind of a completely standard model. You see that in the magazine, the online magazine Compact, you know, in which Radolf and I refused to publish like a section of no politics but class politics. And then people get turned into the sort of sense of like opposing identitarianism, opposing wokeness. I mean, millions of books against woke. That's like a completely empty politics. From the standpoint of the left, all forms of anti-discrimination are appropriate. You know, it's not like I think that we should discriminate against Black people. We should discriminate against trans people. We should discriminate. I don't think that for a second. The point about it is that anti-discrimination is not in itself a mode of social justice that will produce greater equality. It's the element of a mode of social justice in which neoliberalism finds its truth being, yeah, anti-discrimination is bad. I mean, discrimination is bad, racism is bad, but it's absolutely, just sort of like think that you can make a left politics or to make a kind of, I don't know if they think they're being left, make an attractive politics out of basically being opposed to the so-called excesses of identitarianism. Well, even the people who are committed to identitarianism are usually opposed to the excesses of it. Everybody's always opposed to the excesses of everything else. But the principle itself, ban on discrimination, is completely unjustified.
100%.
So, when you get like, you just see you've seen over the last 4 or 5 years, and especially since 2020, as a certain kind of woke discourse became, as it seemed to be kind of all powerful, you saw a kind of like serious reaction against it. But the reaction against it is as much bullshit as the thing itself is. So the kind of, the new heroes of the kind of, the post-left would be a pure version of that. I'm definitely not post-left. And we're not writing from, we're actually just left. And the whole emergence of the post-left actually just seems to me, and sometimes it's very quick. People go right away and become like some version of Trumpists within 14 seconds. Sometimes it's slower. Well, not Trump, but not this. And, and the English version was kind of more complicated a bit than the American version, but both are going in the same direction. The same direction being that, no, actually nationalism is a good thing. And actually, really cramping down on immigration is like a kind of crucial thing. And the working class should be kind of, the great Israeli, in a way, anti-Zionist historian Zev Sternhell, describing the foundation of Israel, said at one point, the sort of founders of the Yishuv called themselves National Socialists. They didn't mean Nazis, but what they meant was they were committed to nationalism, i.e. they wanted a Jewish national home, they were committed to socialism. And Sternhell says, with National Socialism, with their National Socialism, and I think with everybody's National Socialism, nationalism always trumps socialism. And you got a version of that. You really see a powerful version of that today in American politics.
100%. Yeah, and
so
I guess to be 100% transparent as far as everything we're doing over here, Theory Underground is an assortment of people, some who call themselves left, some who are non-affiliated or independent, and the word post-left gets floated and applied to us, but I don't take any real relish in it, and I don't really like to wear it because I am like you in that I have not spent any serious time listening to podcasts, and as far as I'm concerned, the post-left is only something that exists on Twitter, now X, or on podcasts, and I haven't kept up with all those people. But I think that what you're basically saying is correct. Like, from what I can tell, there are people who listen to Tucker now instead of Jon Stewart, and it's like I don't think that's a real way forward. So whatever, it's boring. But Matthew Walsh, by the way, he is just a straight up conservative. He's not even pretending to have anything original to say except for it's a kind of, cheap American universalism. It is the kind of 1990s universalism that I think we're all kind of. People are nostalgic for it because they're kind of sick of these excesses, right? But it's not Walsh has no real way forward. Neither does the Daily Wire. That's Ben Shapiro. That's his thing, the Daily Wire.
Oh,
so
it's like everybody finding anti-Semitism everywhere now. It's kind of universalism, which is no, there should be no discrimination against anybody, but not that there should be actually a dismantling of private property. So the point about it is not dismantling of private property. Universalism, yeah, whatever. That's the part we're all for. That's why the left and right can meet. And the idea that, but yeah, those guys are, what makes them conservative is precisely that they're actually concerned above all with drawing the line at dismantling private property. That's not to be given up.
Yeah, and they're against the kinds of institutions or policies that would pave the way towards a UBG.
Yeah, completely. People want to shrink the state. That's who wants to shrink the state. Or if they're going to expand the state, they're going to expand the state only as a way of expanding the military, benefiting certain industries, et cetera, all the things we know. This is hardly new, right? But what they're against, is like, so I taught for many years at the University of Chicago. I retired. But I still get mail from them. And just It's like we're talking, something comes up saying, join this workshop, engaging anti-racism, white identity development, and minoritized racial trauma. When I say, yeah, that's like total bullshit from the standpoint of social justice. Nobody needs to worry about white identity development, and nobody needs to worry about minoritized racial trauma. What we need to do is worry about providing fundamental things that make a good life possible to everybody. And that requires attacking private property, not like trying to fix people's racial trauma.
Is there any way that addressing racial trauma could lead to anything other than paternalism?
Well, you don't even know what addressing racial trauma is. I mean, you have to be more explicit about that. I mean, the trauma in general is kind of a complicated concept, especially when it becomes intergenerational or systemic trauma. So it's not clear that those are projects that are involved in doing anything other than avoiding spending whatever money you're going to spend on like actually redistributing wealth and giving it to people who NGOs who are like committed to actually, anti-racist work, or worst case scenario than that, people like who are not NGOs, that is, are profit-making organizations who are committed to doing like anti-racist work. But again, I mean, so that's like super annoying. But those guys are powerful only insofar as they're part of a capitalist regime, which is highly tolerant of them. So I'm not worried about the paternalist part of this. I'm not worried about the Black people who are the victims of like, paternalism that might emerge when we're trying to reckon with their trauma. What you're worried about is like the simple ignoring of the basic needs of an entire population of poor people. And again, worth remembering, numerically, most of the poor are white in this country. And that doesn't make them, like more deserving of redistribution, but it makes them exactly as deserving of redistribution. And before we deal with their trauma, we ought to actually deal with the basic goods that make it possible for people to live.
Yeah, the idea that people want me or anyone I grew up around to work through our trauma, or to have institutions that would help us work through our trauma, instead of just addressing the actual situation where we didn't have any of the institutional resources that they take for granted in the middle. They take these institutional resources for granted in the middle class, right? But it's like those don't exist for most of us.
So first of all, it's increasingly less taken for granted in the middle class too. So it's the middle class is kind of a relatively shrinking category. And second of all, it's the social justice of HR. It's basically human resources social justice. And HR works for the boss. And the goal of HR is to make everybody in the workplace as happy as they can be while their labor is being exploited. So like, why do we want that? We don't want that.
Right.
If you're on the left, you don't want that. If you're on the right, you totally don't.
Right. And now going to, I kind of want to bridge back to one of the two major theses of the trouble with diversity that I'd brought up, which was that it legitimizes the system and give you an opportunity to kind of expand on why that is the case, because I said we would get into it, but also I wanted to bridge that with Dr. Adolph Reed Jr. in his The Color Line Then and Now, where he talks about, and I'm looking for the actual, I'm seeing, did I highlight it? Probably not. But basically he talks about, it's like page 272 of Renewing Black Intellectual History says, yet accepting that framework also affirms and reinforces the underlying normative principle that naturalizes inequalities that can be attributed without qualification to market forces or allegedly bad or irresponsible individual behavior. And it's like what he's getting at is that the professional, I don't want to say professional managerial class, but I'm going to say, I'll say the media heads and the educational journalists sort of professionals on the left go a long ways towards basically the framework they are buying into. I'm not sure if I'm going to say this correctly. He has his own way of saying it, but like the frame is oh well, certain groups do or do not deserve their poverty. That's kind of the frame. So you have people come forward and say, the differently abled, we shouldn't call them disabled, we should call them differently abled, and those people have been historically held back or set back, and you have different people taking on these sort of representative roles who will step forward and say, my people, we've been set back. And so it's the academia, especially anywhere that is concerned with social justice, becomes an argument about which people are legitimately represented in inequality. Is that?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure if I'm saying it right.
Well, I mean, you can simplify it by just saying, look, the whole idea of the meritocracy is that some people deserve to succeed and some people don't. So a certain kind of left or left liberal response to that has been to say, well, yeah, but we have nothing like a meritocracy in the U.S., which is totally fucking true. We do have nothing like a meritocracy in the U.S. And what are the signs of that? Well, obviously, Black people have been systematically, I mean, as Adolf would be the first to point out, and lots of way the first to point out in our period anyway. Obviously, there's class differences within Black people. There's no such thing as Black people. But let's say, taking that question for a second, that Black people have been systematically disenfranchised, something victimized. The differently abled are victimized. Lots of people are victimized. So the point's going to be, so what we want to say is people have been systematically victimized for things that have nothing to do with their merit. That is, they basically are the victims of forms of discrimination and prejudice. Those people have been treated unjustly. If you haven't been victimized on account of like your merit, if you haven't been victimized on account of like, if you're a white guy and you're not differently abled and whatever, you're fine, and then you're poor, that's on you. So the point about the meritocracy model has always been that that's actually what it is. If you get away, the market will function. The market will function if it's not fairly, if it's not interfered with by, in effect, irrelevant and unjust concerns, like people treating you differently because you're Black or because you're differently abled or because whatever it's going to be. So that is a kind of, it's completely, it's completely congruent with the idea that the market finds the best way. It's completely congruent with the idea that social justice adheres in the market. And yeah, absolutely, universities, and I mean, lots of people go along with that. I mean, the difference between the left and the right on this is only that the right keeps on saying, well, no, they aren't so much the victims of prejudice after all. Slavery's been over for a long time. I wasn't around when slavery was there. Why should I be responsible? It's not as if they're saying, no, everybody deserves universal benefits. The right and the left quarrel over basically a human resources set of problems. Who are the people who should count as the victims of discrimination? So you want to say from the standpoint of like an actual left, that's a completely empty question. We shouldn't be fighting over the question over who are the real victims of discrimination. We should not discriminate against anybody who's being discriminated against, but our attempts to redistribute should be redistribution that has nothing to do with the question of whether you've been the victim of discrimination. So yeah, there's a way in which, there's a kind of inevitable competition once you set up being a victim of discrimination as the kind of goal, as the barrier to gain some kind of preferential treatment or to gain actually kind of equality of treatment. There's a kind of commitment to understanding yourself, understanding your victims as precisely victims of discrimination. What they're actually victims of is victims of capitalism. I mean, you see, it's a perfect version of the triumph of this mode of thinking among white Trump supporters, the overwhelming Trump supporters, where poll after poll shows that these guys feel they are the victims of racism, anti-white racism. Anti-white racism thing everywhere. So, they're fucking not the victims of anti-white racism. There's like almost nobody in this country who's the victim of anti-white racism. What are they the victims of? They're the victims of capitalism. If you want to understand how ideology works, in this case, here's how ideology works. Ideology works by telling you if you're the victim of something, if you're feeling victimized and you are actually in fact victimized, whatever you're the victim of, it's not the victim of capitalism. So yes, all the way in which a whole bunch of the white working class currently expresses its dissatisfaction with capitalism is by completely misunderstanding it and treating it as if it were a dissatisfaction with anti-white racism, and by erecting the specter of anti-white racism. And the utility of unions like the UAW in the current moment, and people like Sean Fain, is that they're not falling for that. They're not worried about being the victims of anti-white racism. They're worried about actually being the victims of right-wing and largely under the Obama administration, but to give them credit a little bit less under the Biden administration, anti-union, anti-worker policies that have been basically pursued by both parties, since Roosevelt.
Okay. Well, and I want to play devil's advocate here to see. I'm curious what you'll say. In the book Hate Crime Hoax by Wilfred Riley, he talks about how affirmative action has made it in a lot of cases so that a student with a 3.0 coming from one of the protected or prioritized groups is going to be able to take the place of somebody with a 4.0 who happens to be white or male. And along those lines, you've got...
Does he mention how many colleges and universities were, when it was still legal, using affirmative action?
How many colleges, universities were doing what?
Only super selective colleges and universities have ever had affirmative action commitments. University like mine, UIC, we didn't have to worry about. We didn't have so who goes to those colleges? Overwhelmingly, like at Middlebury College, just to take a number I can remember, where there was a big anti-racist demonstration years ago against Murray, who is a racist and who deserved all the stuff that went to him. They weren't wrong about that. The median family income, Charles Murray. The median family income of those kids was $233,000. So, okay, here's the problem. A black kid who had a slightly lower GPA than a white kid might have gotten into Middlebury. That is, in the class fraction of the not upper middle class, but basically fucking rich people, some relatively rich, but not quite as rich perhaps as the others, black people, and relatively well scoring, but not quite as high scoring as some rich white kids, can't get into the institution a rich white kid goes to, and therefore the rich white kid, instead of going to Middlebury, will have to go to a slightly lesser school. No offense to Colby or whatever, but let's say something like Colby. I don't know that much about those colleges. That's a fucking social injustice, and I'm not prepared to worry about for 14 seconds. The minute you start worrying about that one, you're on the royal road to oh my God, cancel culture. And and then you're on the royal road to the right. So if your idea of social justice is equality for the rich, we don't want with the idea that some black kid would get into Harvard over my daughter, who had a fucking 4.0 and also did this and did this and did this just because he's black is outrageous. I'm not interested in your social problems. That's what it means to be on the left, is not actually to worry about fine-tuning. Both those kids have a whole lot of access to the goods that society will deliver to them, not even counting the inherited wealth part, right? So the question of how these universities manipulate their things is a completely affirmative action was a hoax to begin with, and anti-affirmative action is a different version of the same hoax. Okay. Affirmative action was a hoax because it got everybody to give a chance to say, hey man, we're totally committed to social justice because we're here at Harvard, we only used to have 4% black kids. Now we have 18% black kids. And anti-affirmative action is a social justice hoax because it says we're totally committed to social justice because now it won't matter whether you're black or white to get you into Harvard. The real way to get social justice would be to get rid of fucking Harvard. Or to nationalize Harvard, take away all that money and turn Harvard into a public school, and like all the other schools, make them public schools as well. So the devil's advocate is useful for me, because the devil's advocate, the person who's worried about that problem, is, from my standpoint of view, the problem. The anti-affirmative action guy is exactly the same problem as the affirmative action person is.
Yeah, that sounds, well, first of all, that makes a lot of sense. And also something that I've already said, and I say it in my most recent book, is that the role of this kind of representation, recognition, redistribution sort of focused politics that doesn't prioritize large-scale structural change is to make the workers who are white or black in this case feel like their problems are the same problems as
the, say Jay-Z or Bill Clinton's problems, like, oh,
The way we put it in no politics, class politics, is it turns like basically your class enemy into your racial brother. So like, when if you're like living far west side of Chicago, and you think, yeah, but you're supposed to look over at the University of Chicago and see all the black kids over there and think, well, it's true, I'm totally fucked. By the other hand, my people are well represented. We can go to Chicago now. I mean, why people think they should work with black people is a mystery to me. It's never, so far as I know, ever worked for any white person. I've never known of any like white guy going to like, Chicago State saying it's true. I'm going to this thing, which it's not going to produce for me the kind of high income, et cetera, et cetera. But I feel a lot better knowing that so many of my white brothers are going to the University of Chicago. So, I mean, it's transparently implausible, and not only implausible, but insulting to think that that works for white people. But the idea then is, well, we can get away with it with black people. And you get away with it even better because, of course, some black people, like, the whole kind of upper middle class of the liberal left, they're totally into selling that, which is the idea that everybody loves to think of their own success as not just their own success, but a success for their people. But, I know that my success, which is limited, just like an English professor, but my success is not on behalf of my people. I don't have any people. Nobody's got any people. What you want is actually not to rise from the class, as the old thing goes, but to rise with the class. And rising with the class does not involve making sure that everybody has an equal chance to get into Harvard or the University of Chicago, whatever the institutional choice is.
Well, and it became popular for people to sort of disavow Ibram X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo when they were bestsellers and taking a little heat during 2020 and 2021, and then people would say, "Oh, that's not real CRT. That's not real critical race theory." Well, so I read this book, and Kimberly Crenshaw, she's the one who coined it, and she also coined intersectionality, right? And she's a Harvard Law School professor. And her focus and the main theme in this whole book is affirmative action. Like, they don't have much beyond affirmative action, but it does seem like where they agree with Ibram X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo is that you and me, Walter, we have to see ourselves as white people, and our people have done well. And they, on the other hand, not Robin excluded, they, on the other hand, their people, not so much. And as renewing Black intellectual history develops the thesis, history has, this sort of liberal history has tended to interpret the periods of racial history, whether it's good or bad for Black people, on the basis of how white people felt at the time, not looking at the political economy of racism, right? Not
the whole thing you can see that, that exact edition. I don't remember the page number, but I don't remember if it has an index, but if it does have an index, look up class in it. And basically the only reference to class in it is that CRT hasn't yet developed a kind of like thorough theory of class. But work has been shown suggesting that like in poverty, working class and then lower class, however they put it in there, Black people are not only disproportionately working class, but actually Black people suffer more in the working class. So, I mean, the whole point of CRT is to understand justice as a fundamentally racial problem. Well, but the whole point of the right is to understand social justice as a fundamentally racial problem. And the whole point of a whole bunch of like angry white guys is to understand social justice as a fundamentally racial problem, in which now white guys are getting fucked. So the whole point of no politics but class politics is not to understand social justice as fundamentally or even primarily or even largely a racial problem, despite the very real truth that Black people are disproportionately poor, and indeed are disproportionately poor for reasons that have a lot to do with racism. A way to put it is like, racism has often been the problem, but anti-racism is not the solution. Sexism has been the problem, but anti-sexism is not the solution. A kind of pure version of this, going back to with diversity, it's a long time ago, I won't remember the exact numbers, but a class action suit by white clerks, by women clerks, class action suit by women clerks at Walmart, claiming they were systematically underpaid in relation to the white men. And they were totally right. They were systematically underpaid. They were paid, I don't know, like $19,500 a year. Whereas white guys, not just white guys doing the equivalent work were paid like $21,000, $1,500 more. Under American law, that's the only thing they can do to raise their wages, because neither one of them can go to court to say, you know what, neither the men nor the women's being paid a living fucking wage. If you raise all the women's salaries to $21,500, that's 21,000, whatever it can be. That's actually a little bit good, but now they're just starving at a slightly higher level that the men are starving at. So when you actually sort of think about this from the standpoint of capital, it's great. Capitalism understood right from the start. It's great to have like the men and women at each other's throats, or to have the white and black at each other's throats. Right. You know, there's a reason why unite and fight, black and white unite and fight was a thing, should be a thing again, and hopefully will be a thing again. It's because, in fact, you know, the enemy, despite what gets said all the time, is not white people. It's disproportionately white people who have all the money, but it's like actually capitalism. It's the top 10% that have the money, whether they're white or black. So, I mean, yeah, the point of it is, again, the point of this is not to get outraged that CRT thinks it's only about black people, and therefore to think, what about us poor fucking white people? It's to say, no, CRT is a fundamentally capitalist description of injustice. It's no accident that after George Floyd, Kimberly Crenshaw, you know, appeared in the New York Times saying, you know, that a lot of firms, a lot of the big corporations seem to understand the question of social justice a lot better than the Bernie Sanders campaign did. Right. Because Sanders kept on arguing for universalism, he was arguing for workers. And the corporations kept on saying, absolutely. You know, most of them haven't come up with the money, as they don't wrote in The Nation recently. But Goldman Sachs was all over it. We're going to actually make our employees look like kind of diverse as the country indeed as the world is. We're going to try and guarantee equality of pay for all of them. But you know, Goldman Sachs could be a perfect mirror of the world. Goldman Sachs could be run by, you know, black lesbians, and they still are like Goldman Sachs. They're agents of evil, ripping people off and making a lot of money out of doing it, making that system work. So who cares who runs them? Who cares what their commitment to social justice is? But yeah, absolutely. When Kim Crenshaw produces that, she's producing simply the kind of left liberal version of the right-wing version, which is that what we want is for the market to rule, and then we want to kind of like adjust the market circumstances. And the battle between the people who are for CRT and the people against CRT is in the end a battle between two different models of how the market should work, rather than a battle against the market itself.
All right. Well, I think that's a great place to segue here. And so thank you so much for joining us. If you want to stick around in the green room for a little bit more with Nance, you're welcome to stick around. But for now, thank you for joining us on the live stream.
Great. Thanks very much.
All right. Take care. We'll be right back, everybody, right after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful Patreon people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much.
We're off. All right, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McCarricker, and for those who've been here for the day, we've had a steady, 40 people all day. Yeah, it's actually amazing. So great job, everybody. But for the people joining this in the future on podcasts and as the standalone episode that will go up, welcome to all of you as well, because we always keep in mind the future audience more than the present audience, though that doesn't mean we think less of the present audience, because there's a lot of overlap between those two things. Now, with all of that said, we are joined now by Daniel Garner of OG Rose. How you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing wonderful, Dave. All is well. We lost electricity, but got it back, so that was good. And we actually have successfully grown beans like this in the garden. I know, right? It's actually quite, Michelle cooks them amazingly. I was wondering, should I wear it over my shoulder like a towel or something? I was thinking that, but we will see. I mean, the other thing is I have duct tape, and I thought, maybe just in honor of sociology, because they all have mustaches and beards. Do you think we could do something like that? Yeah, I feel like I'm in the club now to talk about sociology.
No, You officially, you're in the club now.
I'm in the club. Oh, I was worried. Yeah,
we're ready to
I tell you what. I was so worried. But the class is great. I love what you were talking about with immanent critique as being a really wonderful starting part to kind of think about sociology. It was really nice.
Yeah. So for people who are just tuning in, who have no idea what Daniel is on about, well, I am teaching Sociology 101 at the local state university. It's my first full class I've ever taught where I put together the syllabus and get to just lecture the whole time and work with my students. And when I say first, of course, I did have classes in the past at the local state university, but they were like, oh, let's all sit around and talk about things with your partner. And I was more of a facilitator. And I did, so in a lot of ways, the Theory Underground and the ongoing research seminars and the courses that I do here kind of was to scratch an itch. No, I want to do real lectures because I want to challenge myself. But now I'm used to doing stuff with obsessionals who just care about this stuff. And it's nice going back to basics from that level to okay, I've got a room full of people who are studying business and nursing and psychology, and they've never really thought about sociology. They don't know their Marx from their Durkheim, or much less their Weber. And so that's what I've been teaching. And of course, people who are subscribers at Theory Underground, like Daniel and Michelle, as well as a lot of you in the chat, get access to those 101 lectures that I'm doing, as well as deep dives with Dave. This coming Sunday, I'll be doing one on Marx, Durkheim, Weber, the main three sort of fathers of sociology. And the conversation I want to have with you today, Daniel, is about, first of all, your sort of reflections on Soc 101 as I'm teaching it so far. And then I want to get into the distinction between a paranoid view of sociology and the sociology of trade-offs, and how it is that you can care about capital and the situation with capital while still having this trade-offs approach, because a lot of people I think that would take the trade-offs approach would not take capital seriously. And I think maybe I'm right in assuming that part of the way that you're able to do that is through immanent critique. What do you think about that?
No, it's magnificent. I very much appreciate how you were starting and really emphasizing the immanent critique in Marx as what is necessary for sociology. Sociology is very interesting because, obviously there's been thinkers of society for a very long time, but as a field, it really starts with the Industrial Revolution. I think some people place Comte as the first one to use the term sociology, but it really starts in the 19th century. And there are questions of why. There are also new emotional experiences that are becoming prevalent. For example, Patricia Sachs has an interesting book on the literary history of boredom. Boredom doesn't really exist as a characteristic of daily life until you get into after the Industrial Revolution. Now, of course, there were times where people had leisure or they didn't have anything to do, but he starts talking about this deep existential experience of what do I do now? And so boredom is interesting. You obviously have alienation. You have all of these different things. And so something's happening there that is very important to take seriously. The reason why, also, I should note that I think immanent critique is the proper way. It's a methodology that matches the movement of thought that we see in Hegel. Mikey, in that wonderful discussion from the last stream with Todd, was talking about how let's just start with sense certainty and see how in its fullness, it eventually realizes a certain limitation, a certain hit, and it has to move on to the next failure. the immanent critique aligns social thinking with the logic of Hegel that you see, because it's the same sort of thing. Wait a minute, if we're just in sense certainty, because obviously like Holgate and different people will emphasize the dialectic is not merely between things, but in things. A entails otherness in of itself, right? So with the birth of sociology, what you have is a logic, especially if you center it on the immanent critique, that is suggesting that there is something you are in, right? And that's what sense certainty encounters. Wait a minute, I'm in something beyond myself that I then have to move into otherness, or I can't even identify myself, right? So sociology is a epistemology that aligns with what's Hegel talking about. And you can certainly say the immanent critique in that sense of dialectic goes together. The reason why this is extremely important is because basically, if we're not going to make the mistake, Studebaker has emphasized quite rightly the need to be patient, the need not to try to throw your, like he was talking about Don Quixote, I thought that was wonderful, where you don't realize you're in a different world and you're trying to engage in revolutionary or emancipatory politics that don't work because the way is shut, as he puts it. If that is the case, then probably what we really need to think is actually logics like the immanent critique, or the logics of things that we are in, that we have to participate in a way that contributes to their own negation sublation that can unfold. The key topic, I think, that sociology, because another thing about sociology is, and Jim Rutt was saying this, I thought it was a good point. You know, a lot of people will say modernity is birthed by the printing press. You know, obviously it's a big deal. And he was talking with Leon Anderson about this. But one of the key characteristics of modernity, as you've been stressing in the class, is the division of labor, estranged labor, where people go from being a blacksmith making an entire, wheel or something to just making a part of it. The reason why this, I do think, is a key shift that makes people think sociology is because suddenly you are participating in something that's whole beyond you. So you're like, wait a minute, there are social logics in operation that I cannot see the completeness of, that I am always already in. And this becomes the birth also of, obviously, as Zizek will say, the fetish. And one of the big mistakes that I actually think has removed our possibility of dwelling in a faithful presence for new conditions of possibility is because we talk about things, and Shahil was making this point brilliantly. We talk about things like money as a fiction. We talk about the society as an illusion, and there's just the individual. Well, sociology is actually the field of study that there are things like money that are, in a sense, a fiction, but have real causal impact on your life. This is very odd. This is what begins to emerge. Now, obviously, in religions and theologies, there's always been forms of it. But this participation in something that has causal impact on your life that you're participating in, but can't see the whole of it, but know you're in it, well, then suddenly you're like, wait a minute, I'm in something, and now I can critique it, and it pushes outward, right? So the division of labor creates a sense of, some people call it an egregore, I believe is a term, this kind of fetish that is beyond. And then you have a sociological logic that's coming along and saying, yes, there are things you are in that you can't fully see, and yet they have causal impact on you, and it's foolish to say they don't exist. That's what you see people like Harari, and then I'll give it to you, different people saying money is a fiction, it doesn't exist, it's not real, it's an illusion, the nation state, these things are illusions. The sociologist comes along and says, don't call it that, because it creates the impression that the way that you are going to make a difference is to emphasize the real, which happens to be the individual, which is atomized. Well, guess what? The individual is not actually able to deal with the capital nation state if we use that language. And so sociology, I do think, is the field. If you take seriously things like the fetish, you take seriously the immanent critique, you take seriously this notion that our lives are now defined things that are here and not here at the same time, and we have a sense of something that's causally impacting us that is not at hand. You take this all seriously. If you want to talk about new emancipatory politics or new economic systems, you got to figure out how to better coordinate that reality and participate in it. So I think sociology is central for thinking new possibilities today. So I appreciate the class you're doing. I really do think locating it, kind of centering it on this question of immanent critique is wise.
Right. And so for me, what that means is that you can't think Marx and his impact by just thinking about the politics that proceeds from his work, which is important. You do have to think that, but you're missing something substantial if you don't think, okay, but why did he impact politics the way that he did? There were lots of people writing about the working class. There were lots of people writing about capitalism. There were lots of people doing that kind of work. What was it that stood out from him beyond that fantastic beard? And I think the basic answer is the basic answer from that I kicked off the entire course with these students is, you don't have to know a whole lot about him just yet. I just want you to understand that at the time there were, and now we're being very simplistic, these three competing schools of thought that were sort of national in character. There was this sort of working class socialist or anarchist French approach, and then there was, and that's like, you know, with Bakunin and Proudhon and et cetera, and then you have the British approach, political economy, Adam Smith, Ricardo, and then on the other side you have German idealism, you know, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and of course I always tell these students, don't worry about the names. It's not on the test. It's just a bunch of big names. The fact was, you might not have to worry about those names because you might not be studying this for the rest of your life. All you need to know is Marx studied them hardcore. And the reason he studied them is because they were what was the most important at the time. They were all getting at something, but all of them were missing something. And he doesn't just synthesize them. He thinks about he thinks about these things resolutely from their own standpoints, right? And then he does an immanent critique. And what does that mean? Well, he thinks them all inside out. Thinks them inside out is the best way to say it, you know, as opposed to immanent and transcendent and blah, 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 you know. And I think can I get that? The best way of kind of saying that is you walk a mile in the shoes of the thinker. Okay, well then let's put on David Ricardo's shoes and take a walk. Okay, let's go hiking in those hills with Adam Smith. Okay, now let's go hiking on some crazy psychedelic journey with Hegel for a few months, and then come back to earth and touch grass with the likes of I don't know, Kant or John Stuart Mill, right? Yeah, exactly. And so that's what he did. And then of course it's when he did it, and it's the most important sort of obvious, well, I'll say it this way. It's in terms of times when it becomes obvious that the social has its own sort of power, emergent property over and above the individual, it's then. And all three of those different schools of thought are getting at that in their own ways, right? And yeah, the division of labor's kind of where I jumped off this week, getting into Durkheim and talking about the importance of well, for Durkheim, Marx was not scientific enough. Marx and Engels had too many dogmatic presuppositions. But Durkheim's going to go, okay, now I'll hand it back to you after this one. But basically the best example that comes to mind with him as far as the social taking on its own property over and above individuals. And I love how you talked about how once you strip that away and act like you're just being a realist, all you have left is individuals. Absolutely. And of course, that's itself fetishization, right? Which is not a point that I've gotten into, and I'd like to hear you say a little bit more about the thinker that you were referencing there, because I didn't even catch that name. But the point is that with his work on suicide, which came a few years after his work, The Division of Labor, these are his two most major works, Emile Durkheim is going to say, and he was saying this in The Division of Labor as well. He was already on about this thing, because he basically goes, okay, it seems like morality is falling apart for everyone everywhere. Why is that? Right? And he goes, well, how would we measure that? He goes, well, it's so subjective, morality. It's hard to really get to the bottom of it. So different people think that this is more moral than that. You have all these different competing accounts for a positive morality. So let's take the extreme opposite case and use that as our measuring stick. He goes, suicide is the extreme opposite case of almost anybody's idea of what morality is across cultures. And where do we see it? We see it in all of these urban industrial centers. He says, everyone keeps saying that we have more wealth and happiness than we've ever had before. If that's true, why do we have higher rates of suicide? And why are those higher rates of suicide in the most intellectually advanced cities and regions, specifically the Protestant ones? Why are Protestant people offing themselves at a higher rate than Catholic people? And then he just case after case after case, statistics after statistics, and he's like, guys, there's only one serious difference that holds between Catholics and Protestants across all these different regions. And of course, in some cases, it's entire countries, right? Spain is Catholic, right? As opposed to Germany, which is Protestant. Well, Spain does not have anything remotely close to the suicide rate in Germany at the time. Why are these people so miserable? Well, it's because of the free inquiry and individualism promoted by Protestantism that at bottom, yes, it might be religious, but its fundamental belief is challenging authority, not allowing the social to do your thinking for you. It's an approach that puts the big other into question, and Catholicism is not. Yeah, and so that is an emergent property that has this sort of social effect on individuals, and then individuals think when they kill themselves. And by the way, the stream is going to get, hidden from the algorithm just because I said killing and suicide and all this. But, that's because YouTube doesn't allow you to have adult conversations. The advertisers don't like that kind of thing. But the emergent property and the effect of the social on the individual, he talks about as a current. Now, what am I getting at? I'm getting at the fact that he's pointing out that, yes, suicide might seem like the most radically individual act you could possibly do. Everybody who takes their own life has their own reasons, their own subjective understanding of why they're doing what they're doing. And he's saying, yes, and that matters. But outside of their individual interpretation of why they're doing it, there are social factors. And you can't say that there's not, because these rates, the rates of suicide have held true over time. So that the rates holding true over time in these areas as opposed to those areas means that when you do this radically individual act, you're a statistic. You're actually playing out a statistical regularity and thinking of it from your own standpoint when you write that letter. If you do write a letter when you jump off that bridge, oh no, I'm doing some radical individual act. I have my own reasons. And he goes, you might have your own reasons, but you are in a social current. It's like in a river when there's a current of water that's stronger than some more peaceful area of the river. The Catholics are in a peaceful area of the river, and the Protestants are in this crazy part of the river where some of them get more successful for sure, but a lot of them are offing themselves at higher rates. So yeah, that's what I was teaching about this yesterday, and then tomorrow I'll be getting into Weber.
No, all that was magnificent. And the thinker may have been Harari, who wrote books like Homo Deus and Homo Sapiens, who really always emphasizes the non-existence of things like money or the illusion of fairy tales and stories. The issue is that, unfortunately, that is the thinking that contributes to atomization that then, for him, ultimately will lead to a logic of a transhumanism and different things like that. Now, again, the word transhumanism means many things to many people. There are positive versions of it, but that general sort of Landian structure of thought, because if there's only the individual and the individual in of themselves, the ultimate liberation of the individual is, say, controlling genetics or or merging with technology, because then you are purely choice, right? You can really be anything you want to be. And what else? And there really is a sense today, because I don't think we can think sociology, that the problem is that we're just not free enough. If we could edit our genes, if we had enough technology to go to Mars, if we just had more options, then we would be happier. But that is a fallacy that many, many sociologists warn. It doesn't work that way. And Zizek obviously emphasizes that freedom is a bit of a disease without a cure, is it not? Because the more choices you get, the more that the anxiety arises on what you should choose. And if you have no social support at all, that very choice can be a flame that burns you alive. And so giving people more options may simply lead to further anxiety that further disables them to participate in new forms of emancipation in the name of ultimate emancipation. In the name of ultimate emancipation, to give ourselves choice all the way down, we may lock ourselves inside of hell. And the door might be unlocked if we could only restore these new ways of doing things, but we never try to open it because we think we're free and there's nothing outside. It's a bit sad. But the key with the sociologists, too, on the points with Durkheim, so things like suicide that Durkheim is talking about. Also, too, I was having a conversation with Lorenzo on about ways to rehabilitate and help people through conspiracies, and the algorithm went through and like took everything down and attacked me. Literally, the whole thing was about actually the reality of dealing with these things. But right there is an example where we don't know how to discern or how to deal with large things of information, and we also don't have the training socially to be able to handle making choices. Which is ironic because we've gained more individual choice, but actually we struggle more to discern and make choices about things. So we actually would rather offload it to an algorithm that will lead to unintentional consequences. But anyway, what you mentioned with Durkheim, the disablement of Ivan Illich, the boredom of Sachs, the alienation of Marx, on and on and on. There are these new phenomena, these new social realities that are emerging with, we could say generally the 18th century. You could say it, you know, where you could, with the Dutch Empire, LLCs, we can talk of contracts, fractional banking, whatever. Something is emerging that I will just, for simplicity's sake, talk about the fetish in the Zizekian sense, because I think people are, there are these things that are arising that are real and not real at the same time. It would be silly to call them illusions that have a causal impact on you. And in response to that, and finding yourself caught up in this thing, the response has typically been increase of individual freedom. If we increase individual freedom, that's the way to address it. Now, there are many goods that come from individual freedom. Also, if you don't have individual freedom, don't you have things like racism and xenophobia and all these different problems, right? Don't you have these kind of restraints of the society on the person? So also, ethics tends to seemingly aid the movement toward the individual, right? Because it seems unethical to maintain the society that provided people social capital because it tended to do so at the expense of other people, right? The reason I bring this up is it will bring us into, I think, the importance of this topic of the difference between this kind of conspiratorial sociology, if you will, and this trade-off sociology. So, sociology emerges, if we say, this awareness of norms, fetish, power. Many sociologists have different ways to put it. And there's a realization that, wow, this can oppress people, and we need to do something about it. The problem is, if you're only in the business of removing the things that oppress people, it turns out that those very systems also provided people with social capital, social networking, social belonging that actually kept them from, say, falling into these various things like boredom and alienation and suicide, right? And what that has done is led to an issue where now we find ourselves lacking certain powers by which to do anything, but then the way to restore a power to the individual seems to restore the conditions that caused oppression in the past, right? And that seems to be the real tension right now with this idea of this kind of split you'll see in progressive circles in America between an emphasis on race and racism and these sort of forms of oppression, and then other people saying, well, actually, we need to bring back the working class. We need to think class. There's always this sense of, well, don't you run the risk of restoring previous conditions of xenophobia, et cetera, so forth, right? This is the problem that actually, if we cannot address, we basically have little chance of dealing with the capital nation state. And we also have to think about trade-offs here. But let me explain. There's a very interesting book. So we have the Philosophy of Right conference coming up at Philosophy Portal, and I'm very interested in power dynamics and Hegel and what is power. Yeah, there you go. And I'm also thinking through the Theory Underground conference coming up with all of the Illich and all of that will be fun. But there's a very interesting thinker. His name was Bertrand de Jouvenel. He wrote a book called On Power, and he asked the following question. How is it that the state, as he sparks in kind of a general sense, how is it the state has become more powerful than ever before under modernity, and yet individuals think that they're more free? He says this really doesn't make sense. And one of the case studies he makes for the state being so strong, which of course I'm using that as the general term, it can mean many things to different people, is the possibility of total war. He asks, how did the world wars happen? That required a certain ability to mobilize people, to bring resources together, that defines a kind of totalized power that is, you don't see in history. Now, he goes to his case studies similar to some scholars on Hume on the existence of total war and totalization requiring abstract valuation. But what Juvenal wants to point out, to put this very simply, is the reason that individuals think that they actually, and he's writing like, I don't know, the 50s, 60s, maybe a little before, he's asking the question, how is it that individuals think they're more free while they are under this increasingly powerful state? And the way he says it is because people have been freed from, say, the church or family commitment or the community. And so they're like, well, I'm free, right? So they are not noticing as the state or as the market and these things come together into the capital nation state. I do like that phrase from Coratani. But you don't notice because you're being freed from, you could say, the society. If we make a distinction between state, society, and individual, what's happening is an erosion of the society that then increases freedom of the individual that makes you not notice that you're actually under greater power of the capital nation state. And then one day, basically, now you're waking up and going, oh my gosh, the way is shut, as Benjamin says. Oh my gosh, we have no time, energy. What do we do now? Well, what Juvenal wants to point out is that power for everyday people is actually found in that middle space, the society, right? You have to bring back the commons, the communal, the learning webs, all of these things. Here's the problem. That was the space that generated Jim Crow. That was the space that created hierarchies and social. That was the space of religious intolerance and oppression and different things, right? And as a result, the state, for good reason, the society, the people, for good reason, opposed that middle space. But in deconstructing that middle state, with the middle state, which the state supported, the capital nation state greatly benefited, and individuals didn't notice because they felt more power in gaining individual autonomy. But it turns out that individual autonomy actually becomes a disease without a cure that overwhelms you if there are certain capacities that you do not gain to be able to handle it. Well, those capacities came from the society and the commons and the space in the middle, right? We have to regain that space. And if we don't think about that space, which then is also going to bring in the calculus of various trade-offs to make that space possible, then you cannot talk about new conditions of possibility. You know, Studebaker was talking about the monastery, right? You could associate the question of the monastery as some kind of bringing back of that space. What I do think is very interesting, I will just note, and then I'll give it back to you. I definitely think that what some people, like what is happening here with Zoom, YouTube, you could say the liminal web, there are different terms. This is a social coordination mechanism that has not existed in history, that has needed to go with the pricing mechanism of a Hayek or a von Mises for the coordination of resources. Without a social coordination mechanism, there has not been the possibility to grassroots create a new commons that does not fall into the previous means of creating oppression and norms and things like that. But this allows people to coordinate around the world around values that they share, that is going to habituate them to different meta judgments, that is going to allow the possibility of a society to form as distinct from the state and the individual, that creates new possibilities of power for emancipatory possibilities that was not possible. And so this social mechanism here, this, I'll think of it as kind of a social coordination mechanism, which, please note, for most of history was reserved for the elites and institutions. If you went to the college, you got to meet the right people, you got to network, you got to get all of those different things, right? It is critical to note, following Randall Collins, I think the great Terence, he was talking about Latour, right? And I think he talks about action networks or different things. Now, Latour, I'm not going to claim any expertise on him. I'd like to with Belonging Again 3. But there's an emphasis on the network, Randall Collins and different things. Social capital, you can also talk about network effects. Network effects has a technical meaning in like more computer science thinking. But if we grant it in the sense that we're describing here, there's a way in for most of history, the power of network effects were controlled and not democratized, you could say. Now it is possible to spread and democratize network effects, which is precisely the generation of the returning of that power that Juvenal says that we have lost, that makes possible new conditions of possibility that wasn't there before. Now, the problem is right now, the institutions, like the colleges, the government, whatever, they still have the money, basically, and they still have the social status and different things. The advantage is that this social coordination mechanism is more effective. It's a better way to interact people without the same inefficiencies. It also overcomes, I'm happy to elaborate it on something I call the introduction problem that tends to hinder the generation of network effects and social capital. But in being more effective, there is possibilities now for the creation of new social efforts that have been lost, that we didn't notice were lost because we were distracted by a feeling of an autonomous freedom that we were gaining that turns out without social support simply to lead to a loss of time, energy, burnout society of a Han, disablement, shadow work, and all these other pathologies that you're not even allowed to mention, because if you mention, you get associated with wanting to bring back the society that oppressed minorities. And so you're not allowed to talk of these things because otherwise you're part of the bad guys. And so then there's a silencing of the discussion that benefits the capital nation state. So I think these spaces of discussing that is really important.
So what did you think about Walter Benn Michaels' point about being for the state? It's saying that there is no way to develop a universal basic goods sort of program or set of policies, much less institutions, without the state.
Well, I didn't hear Walter speak, I'm afraid, because of the energy.
Okay.
But on that point, basically for most of history, I would say that's generally fairly true. And I definitely think laws and state, these things matter. It would be, I don't think it's correct to be anti-state. One of the reasons is you could look at like a call planier to talk about, well, the only way not to have a state is you don't have standing armies, you don't have trade agreements. There's a whole lot of things you have to get into with a state. That's why state and capital for call planier and the Great Transformation come together. Now, we can get into the difference between Iona and Athens and how there may be ways to have a minimum state by not having a standing army or different things. But that's a different subject. All that aside, for most of history, you did not have a social coordination system like this that would make possible the bringing together of people to form a society. So the only option seems to be the state, right? Because they have all the power and they have all the economy. And yes, they still do. And there's a question of how can the social coordination mechanism that's currently going on, Theory Underground, can it economically survive long enough to actually participate in what Dr. James Hunter in his book To Change the World, because he does this analysis on what actually changes the world, what changes the paradigms, what changes the society. Well, it's people that have a faithful presence, that have some ability to connect with power, influence, and society without compromising their values in the process, right? Well, if all of those mechanisms of interaction have been captured in a Deleuzian sense, well, that's not going to work anymore. But we actually do have a kind of possibility of a faithful present, a dwelling on a different alternative horizon here that is forming online, that I do think open possibilities of rebirthing the social between the state, the social, and the individual that makes the state not the only way to go. Now, funny enough, I do think if you bring back the social, then that has a influence on the state because there's a power there. They see a society forming, but it becomes here's the key. Bringing back the social can allow you to influence the state revolutionarily, in a sense, without opposing the state revolutionary. Like, what's the difference between like a straight up like revolt, tear it down, burn it down kind of thing, or a kind of how do we get in there and infiltrate? Like infiltrate, opposing in a strong sense, and then kind of influence, right? Those things are different cultural strategies. And then there goes into questions like Benjamin Studebaker in his book, talking about the way is shut. Those all being the case, it would seem like the proper strategy now is an emphasis on the creation of the possibility of social capital and the democratization of network effects. And that, yes, it does ultimately have to have an influence on the state, but that seems to be an effective means by which to do things that is now possible today. So those would be some thoughts I would say.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. So, funny little aside, actually, Nance is currently trying to catch up. And so he said that he is listening to you double speed, which is nearly impossible. And the judge of that said in the chat, he normally listens to you at 0.75 speed. I'd like to see you have a conversation with Destiny or Ben Shapiro, because they're both speed talkers too. And they had a debate this year, and I listened to it, and I was listening to it sped up, and that was really fun. So now I want to shift gears here really quick. You are planning to present at TUCON.
And I was wondering if you could share a little bit about your proposal. What are you working on for TUCON?
That is a great question. I'm looking forward to it. So some of the possibilities are bringing in the situation of capital, Ivan Illich on the convivial life, looking through the first Theory Underground anthology and looking for various thematic things to bring in conversation with those two. And then also talking about your book on time energy as a review. So those are some of the different possibilities. I am increasingly, I do certainly like Ivan Illich a lot. I believe one of the earlier speakers was saying, well, Ian was in the conversation with Michelle, that you see something like the learning web is occurring here, like the restoring of that. I definitely think, as on the difference between, like Will was on that wonderful distinction in the class between the convivial technology and the manipulative technology. I don't know if we actually can have convivial technology or tools without the social. Because otherwise, like everyone else is pressuring everyone else to use the technology according to certain habits and habituses and ways that leads to it being manipulative, right? So for example, if I say to you, hey, Dave, I'm not going to text you, except one time a day. If you're not the kind of person who agrees that that is not a hit on friendship or relationship or rude, if you don't agree on that, there's going to be a hit, to the relationship, to the interaction that is a result of having a different relationship to the dynamics of the technology, right? So I think there is something to be said about having to have social spaces that have an agreed meta judgment, as we were talking about in the Goggins conversation, that agrees on what is the proper relationship to the technology that is not simply abandoning it entirely. Because if we can't do that, then the technology will probably unleash dynamics that lead to various problems. And dynamics, as a term that I like to use talking about Illich, as we did at the Parallax course, also aligns with the fetish of Marx. Like technology is not merely the device in your hand, but the causal impacts and expectations you put on yourself while holding it. So there's the fetish structure, right? There is a kind of causal impact. So I might talk, I am interested. This is the part where I admit that I have a lot of actually there's a stack of this are all the philosophy portal and theory underground stuff right over here. And
paraphernalia.
I'm thinking, yeah, there you go. On the overlap of the history or how there is this, like, what is this fetish? What is this dynamic that is in operation that if we cannot think, we cannot restore the social. And if you cannot restore the social, then you probably are not able to restore power that is going to able to actually lead to different possibilities. So those are things I'm talking about or thinking about. I definitely think, well, Illich has a lovely line too in The Tools of Conviviality, where he kind of asks this question. He's like, there are many people who are, say, in prison, right? Who have food and shelter and everything taken care of, and yet they are in prison, right? Why is that? Sometimes they have better conditions than us. Well, it's because they have no say over how they live their life. They have no autonomy at all. Well, wait a minute, Illich, haven't we kind of been emphasizing where individual autonomy can actually lead to the breakdown, like it gets taken over by the market? Well, he's saying the only way to be an individual is to actually have some sort of control over the dynamics or the fetishes that run your life without you realizing it, because otherwise you're in a kind of prison and don't know it, right? Well, how do you become artful in fetishes and dynamics that are here and not here at the same time? It fundamentally seems to be a kind of philosophical consciousness that is required. And then the last thing I'll say, I am very taken too by what Studebaker was saying about the heuristic virtues as kind of being higher virtues, the ability to create divine experiences for one another, which requires philosophy to be able to do. I do not think that if we don't learn the art of how to work with dynamics, it will be possible for us to create these heuristic experiences for one another that seems critical to open up to different ways of organizing ourselves in our lives that is alternative to the logic of capital, that is organizing, say, according to an abstract social use. So those things go together strongly, and Illich is pointing at it. I think Marx is pointing at it. I think the sociologists are pointing at it. And so the question becomes, how can these social coordination mechanisms be used for those heuristic virtues? But that's going to require an awareness of dynamics and the art of how to use them. Because let me put it this way. For most of history, and then I'll give it to you. For most of history, the formation of fetishes have been basically monopolized by the institution, by the elites, by the society, right? If indeed this is a new social coordination mechanism, it may be possible to give to the people the power to create their own fetishes and things that organize their activity that is not reducible to the individual, but extend their humanity versus replace it, as a line I like to kind of think about with Illich. Illich wants us to ask, how can we extend our humanity with technology versus be replaced by our tools, right? Well, how can our fetishes, how can our egregore, all these different things, how can our collective logics extend our humanity versus replace our humanity? Well, that requires a new coordination system. That requires a new capacity to coordinate socially. And I do think that technology is here. I do think this technology is actually not merely an extension of the internet. It is different in kind. As the book and the internet are different in kind, this kind of technology is different in kind because it allows a social coordination mechanism that was not possible before, without which the price mechanism ends up alienating humanity and leading to unintentional consequences.
This kind being what? Not
Zoom,
the internet, but
YouTube, the Zoom, like this digital public space interaction, what we're doing.
What we're doing with TUCON. So you'll
so
for the theorizing the underground room, because there'll be a room dedicated to that topic, you could go in there and talk about that. Basically, is kind of what.
Yeah, because so for example, you're able to have the the all-day live streams, the EMSTU, which then allows people to meet, and I can watch it. So for example, I call it the introduction problem. There's always been a problem in history of how do you get people to know one another well enough that they're able to just come into a room and automatically go straight to the network without, say, 2 weeks of getting to know one of people's works, right? Like, so for example, I was able to listen to Mikey. I've mentioned all these different people. There's a way in which I have a sense of how they think before having met them. And that's the power now of overcoming the introduction problem that allows you to then come into a live event or come onto a stream like that, bam, the social formation is very, very quick. Also, for most of history, you had to had a professor teaching, say, the same course forever, because even if he was introduced to the last class, he has to redo it, right? We have a more effective means of dealing with introduction problems. Oh, and then critically, it's not merely enough for me to have an understanding of Studebaker, Cadell, you, Mike, et cetera, so forth. I need 20 other people in the room to have a general sense of everyone else. Well, again, how was that possible in the past, except each one of those individuals one by one repetitively redoing the lecture, especially if you weren't able to coordinate everyone together at once, right? Well, now with this technology, you can overcome the introduction problem that allows going straight to the social network effects that is also emerging from a dialectic between the online and the lived, right? That's what, this becomes kind of, there's that book on the Silk Road, and I know we're coming up to the end. I don't know where the time flies, but there's that kind of idea that you have the digital functioning as a kind of roads, a social Silk Roads, not merely an economic roads, that then allows people to travel to places feeling like they already have a sense of who those individuals are, which then is where you can go to the network effects quite quickly, right? And so that combination, I think, is very, very new. And I would also note, I don't think that this kind of thing like we're doing right now is simply podcast content creating. I think it is certainly creating content, but the content is for the sake of the networking, not the sake of the clicks. You're creating the content so people can watch and have a sense of what a Studebaker or Mikey thinks, so that then you can do the networking effect. The content is for the sake of overcoming the introduction problem, not simply for the sake of creating some sort of attentionalist monopoly, right? That's not to say content is bad. That's not to say views or likes are bad. But if they're not in service of an effective social coordination mechanism, they simply become cloud capital, maybe, as Vassar's in techno-feudalism talks about, right? So what you're doing is creating ways to send signals through the noise of people that are working to form new societies between the state and the individual that allows the habituation of new motivations, new meta judgments, new values that then when those people come together can create network effects that were not possible in the past. So I think it is a new form. I think it is certainly a new kind of information technology.
I love it, man. And this is a perfect opportunity for me to give a little teaser for something that's coming up, a conversation with Nance and Anne at 11 Eastern after Ben Burgis, who's next. But in these closing, I guess, 10 minutes here before you go off into the digital green room with Nance, once he's finally caught up with you, presumably, I just wanted to show you really quick, as far as the medium goes, and this being something new, it's not just the internet as we've come to understand it. We're doing something with the digital commons. We're doing, which, I mean, obviously it's problematic to call it the digital commons because it's YouTube, it's Google, it's Amazon servers. It's not owned by us. It's not commons at all. We can't even talk about certain words like suicide without getting shadow banned by the advertisers. There's all kinds of issues with having real big kid conversations on here. It's not really possible in some sense, but also we don't stop at what Zoom gives us. We don't stop at what YouTube gives us. We're integrating a bunch of different functions. And at this point, Theory Underground is independent of most of those functions. If we were to lose our servers and our channels and everything tomorrow, I have the addresses of most of the participants. The ones who are making monthly payments to me, the ones who've bought books, I have all of their addresses. We could revert to snail mail, and we could continue to do stuff with just printing zines, sending out catalogs, doing conference calls over phones, doing IRL meetups. So right now, as far as like a backup, we have a backup. We are actually internet branded, monopolized internet platform proof. We are, even though we're using them right now, we're actually in some sense free of them, in the same way that I might be teaching at the university right now, but I'm actually free of it in the sense that I am independent thanks to my monthly subscribers. But really quick, I just wanted to say also, so we have this thing called the main stage at TUCON. Nobody else in the world has ever done this as far as we are aware. And so you see up here, it says TUCON 24, October 24th through 27th. And I know you're going to be trying to keep up, but super busy with a wedding the whole time and then presenting mostly on Sunday. But I just wanted to show, so we have the main stage, and we're doing this at an actual venue that, it's a venue really close to where I live. Basically there's a real life stage where bands play. And then there's 4 studios, recording studios and jam session, practice session, spaces that can be reserved by bands. We're going to have all 4 of those reserved, as well as the main stage, the entire time. Now, I'm about to get technical, and I'm going to try to simplify it as much as possible for the viewer who doesn't really understand all the technical terms and everything like that. I just want to be really simple. For the history of conferences, it has been true that if it's done in such a way so that it's economical with people's time and energy, then there are breakout rooms. And the point with the breakout rooms is that you as a participant have to choose which breakout room to go to. And then the rest of the time you're at the conference, there are sessions that you missed. Someone might tell you about it, but you don't have the possibility of going over what that person said and then talking to them while you're there. Now, you could, after the fact, maybe find their paper, or you could, maybe if there was a recording that gets uploaded after the fact, then you can look into it. Okay, well, we're getting rid of all of that. This will be the first conference that I am aware of where there are breakout sessions and simultaneity is something that's occurring. So we'll have the theorizing, the underground room, we'll have the critical media theory room, we'll have the Marx, post-Marx, PMC, value form room, we'll have over here human futures and time energy. And so there's all of these rooms, and Benjamin Studebaker, for instance, is doing 3 presentations, okay? Well, he will go to one of the concrete, actual physical rooms, and he'll present. And this will all be on Thursday. He'll go present here, then he'll go present here, then he'll go present here, okay? Oh, but what about the ones that he missed? Don't worry. In every one of these rooms is a laptop with a Zoom breakout room, and somebody like Nance or Will or Kier or Cesar, who's trained in recording with OBS, that person will MC, record the sessions, upload the sessions. I will then on the following 2 days with Nance on the main stage, play that on stream live, but also in the room for people who are in Boise who are attending. So everyone who wasn't there on Thursday night still gets to see the presentation. If Studebaker, for instance, he does 3 presentations, he's moving from room to room. There's all these other people presenting at the same time as him. As long as he sits in front of the main stage for the next 2 days, when we go over these recordings, Nance and I reacting to them for the first time, and then bringing on the MC who was present, who collected the questions for that person, and bringing on that person, and then doing the Q&A with them then. Meaning that every person at this conference who presents at the same time as one another still gets to see everyone's presentations for the next 2 days, and gets to participate in the Q&A, meaning that people get to sleep on the presentations. So in some cases, people get to see a presentation, sleep on it, come back the next day, submit their questions to the MC, and then we're going to go over that on stream. And it's all going to be like an epic marathon live stream. It's just going to be 4 days long. It's going to be fucking amazing.
Well, it does sound amazing. Oh, that's a wonderful design. Well, as I would just comment on that idea of having a backup, having everything kind of there, also having live events. You speak about the importance of being a capital realist. I think there's also something you could say about a digital realist or a cloud realist, right? Like, this is the social coordination technology. You have to be a realist about this. Yes, Amazon, YouTube, these things provide the structure. But creating the infrastructure to create this coordinating mechanism is not realistic. But there are, in the same way that as a capital realist, you can think about ways to use capital in a way to undermine an autonomous logic of capital that dehumanizes. What are the ways to be a cloud realist, if just in part, the techno-feudalist, or a digital realist, by which to actually use the technology against its manipulative logic to make it convivial, right? That's, I think, cloud realism per se. And that's what we need to think. And it's not going to suffice to simply go, oh, well, it's on Google or whatever, so it's evil. Well, then you're cutting yourself off from the coordination for the possibility of recreation.
Wait, hello?
Studebaker to function.
Oh, you cut out for a second.
Oh, did I? Alas, am I back? You want me to sing?
You're back,
you're back. Good. It says that as a cloud realist or a digital realist, if you don't take that position, you cut yourself off from a coordination that could help, a mechanism that could help return the middle, the social, the monastery, in a sense, that Studebaker says, which seems completely necessary for being able to think the possibility of heuristic virtues, creating these kind of divine experiences, these kind of like events that suggest possibilities about how human beings can live, that is not reducible to an abstract logic that dehumanizes, but in fact suggests the possibility of living convivially, to get stuck on that word, in a way that extends humanity, not to replace it. So I think being a digital realist about that and seeing potential in that coordination and things like the Theory Underground event is very, very important. Otherwise, we are stuck just oscillating forever between the individual and the state, just like Juvenal warned. And in so doing, the way will be shut. And the only alternative is to further atomize, at which point you'll simply try to extend the choices of the atomized individual and go in the direction of wanting to edit your genes in a transhumanism that results in the replacement of humanity, not our extension. So I think the work is important.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for visiting the channel. We're looking forward to seeing you at TUCON.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure, Dave. I enjoyed it.
Take care.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, patrons. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fucked. You guys, please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
Do you ever feel like people are just asleep at the wheel? Like everyone's convinced you either vote red or blue, and that's all you can do. Or they're out there convinced that recycling slogans from a bygone era and giving normies history lessons is what's necessary to push the left or push the right. Or like those are our only two options. Sleeping at the wheel. That's what it seems like to us, anyways. For them, they are on a train, and there's little they can do except drop their opinion as to which side of the aisle is the correct side of history. But that train is history, and their opinions, which side of the aisle they sit on this train, that matters. Oh, it matters. All aboard their train. Woohoo, guys, come on, let's go. No, but we're unconvinced that we're on a train. I mean, if we are on a train, then it seems like the train ran out of steam, I don't know, like a while ago. Okay, like a while ago. It's not going anywhere. Instead, the train is filling with water, and we're drowning. We need to get out of this train and dry off and get oriented and build new trains and new railroads, new institutions. But to even begin doing this, we would need to really spend some time getting to the bottom of things, figuring out where we want to go and the best way to get there. We're not satisfied with old answers. We're here to figure things out anew. And figuring out things anew will only come about by having conversations with a lot of different kinds of people from different walks of life. Welcome to the live audience at this epic marathon live stream at Theory Underground. It's an EMSTU, and we'll be right back with the next guest right after this.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat. And keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
And welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. This is an epic marathon live stream happening on September 18th, 2024. And today we are joined by Benjamin Burgis himself. Welcome. How you doing, Ben?
I am good. I just noticed the cat like kind of in the corner of the background.
You can see him. Yeah. I don't think the people on stream can see him, but that's Thomas. He's a little guy. He's a new kitty. He's great. He's a great cat. Yeah. In fact, here, let me go ahead and just see if I can show people, folks on stream. Can you see that? No, people can't see it. Whatever. We've got something like 50 viewers right now. We've got a lot of people really excited that you're here. We were worried for a minute that you weren't going to be here. We're glad you are. It's great to have you. And what we wanted to talk to you about today is Karl Marx's theory of value. You just wrote a very interesting piece. I'm very interested in it, even though I have barely read it. But part of how this works for me is it kind of helps me to not have read it yet, because that way I can play the audience role, because the audience hasn't read it either, presumably. And so, the goal is that we get people interested in it enough that they go read it today or tomorrow. And so, first of all, where did you publish it?
So I published this on my Substack. It's called Philosophy for the People. So it's just myname.substack.com.
Cool. And so what was it that brought you to writing this paper? I imagine it didn't just come out of nowhere.
Sure. So I've been teaching a Zoom class on capital. I'd actually done that before. I did, a couple years ago, the Michael Albert was doing this thing, the School for Social and Cultural Change, and I started teaching it through there. Then when it, went on hiatus, we just kind of continued on my Patreon, and then I don't know, like a year or something after that one ended, started a new one. And so, more than anything, it just kind of came out of that class. And then also, of course, there are people who are, taking those classes who, this is not their first rodeo. They've read Capital before, they have opinions about it, and so this just kind of emerged out of really the second time I was teaching the material, that there were, places where, I thought Marx was saying one thing, and there'd be, people who were like, no, that can't be it. Right. And I started thinking about it, and eventually got to the point where this seemed interested, especially because I just read a book by William Clare Roberts called Marx's Inferno, The Political Theory of Capital. And I think it's in a lot of ways I like that book. I think there's a lot of good stuff in it, but on this particular issue, Roberts just sort of very confidently says, oh, Marx definitely doesn't think this. And I was like, I don't know, kind of seems like he does.
And so what is it that Roberts is saying that Marx doesn't think?
Right. So Roberts just says very confidently that Roberts doesn't think that commodities have values in earlier modes of production. He gives the examples of, ancient Athens or Carolingian Europe. And it seems to me that there's actually quite a bit of textual evidence that, at least by the time Marx writes Capital, he actually does think that. So, it's possible that he didn't when he was writing the some of the earlier notebooks that were later posthumously published, as the Grundrisse or the the Theories of Surplus Value, right? That there are some passages in those that seem to point in the other direction, although I think some of those are a little bit more ambiguous. But by the time he writes Capital, which of course is, I mean, that's really his, his masterpiece, right? I mean, that's the one that, Capital Volume 1 is the only one of these things that he actually prepares for publication, and finalizes. And it seems to me that that Marx pretty clearly does think in Capital that commodities have values in these earlier modes of production, where you still have some some commodity production and exchange going on. So I can just give you a couple of examples of places where it seems to me that he pretty clearly says that. So the first is most editions of Capital. One of the first things you come to when you flip it open, or at least after you get past the big I don't know, introduction by Ernest Mandel in the Penguin edition or whatever, and you actually get to the beginning of the stuff that's written by Marx. Then one of the first things you get to, right, it's the preface to the first German edition, and in there he says that people have been trying to and failing, right, to solve the mystery of value for 2,000 years. And even though he says that the answer is very slight in content, and he gives this reason for thinking that people would be confused about, that like people wouldn't figure this out. And it seems to me that it's a purely epistemic reason that he gives, right? So in other words, it's not an ontological reason. Value just doesn't exist for most of that 2,000 years. It's an epistemic reason. He says, well, it's the same, it's the same reason people, have succeeded in analyzing more complex economic forms, but not value, for the same reason that it's harder to investigate biological cells than it is organisms that are made from them, which is also, it seems to be a pretty suggestive analogy, because people in ancient Athens, for example, didn't know about cells either, but it's not like cells didn't exist. And then I think the even clearer case is that when he starts talking about Aristotle in chapter 1, and he says he actually credits Aristotle for having gotten most of the way to the argument that he himself gives in chapter 1 about value and exchange value, which is basically, okay, you have these exchange value ratios and markets that such and such many yards of linen are worth one coat and all that stuff, but in order for this many yards of linen to be worth the same thing as one coat, and for that matter, you can have all sorts of totally heterogeneous examples that such and such many pounds of coffee, gasoline, whatever, right, that the actual use value of the commodities are totally different from each other, right? Their physical stuff is totally different from each other, yet we say that such and such amount of one commodity is worth the same as such and such amount of another. And so he says that there must be some kind of common monadic property that they both have in common that ground this relation. In other words, some common property that's not relational, that's like the commodity itself has. And I'm sure a lot of people watching this have read this or familiar with the argument, but Marx makes this argument, and that he says, okay, Aristotle comes very close to making it, and he quotes this bit from the Nicomachean Ethics, where Aristotle does like the first step and a half, right, of that argument, right, and is talking about, was it beds and houses, and it's actually a really weird example in the Aristotle. It's like 3 beds are worth the cost of one house or something like that. It's like I can't quite wrap my mind around whether beds were really expensive in ancient Greece or houses were really cheap.
Is he joking, or were beds really nice, or were houses really cheap? But and then Marx says, like, he couldn't take the rest of the steps because he presupposes slave labor or something like that, right?
Yeah, no, exactly, right. So he says that Aristotle couldn't take the remaining, didn't take the remaining steps in the argument. And it's worth saying parenthetically, Marx loves Aristotle, right? He's pretty much the only, previous thinker who gets a positive write-up in Capital Chapter 1, that like otherwise it's just a massacre, right? This hating on everybody, but but the references to Aristotle are almost invariably positive. And he says, and he says, despite Aristotle's genius, he couldn't, and then he uses some phrase like penetrate the mystery or solve the puzzle or something like that, right? Which again suggests that there is in fact a mystery to be solved, right? That there is this fact that Aristotle was unable to discover.
Killer point. Yeah.
And in fact, his explanation of why Aristotle was unable to discover this fact, once again, seems like a purely epistemic explanation, that it's just purely about, about sort of ideas and knowledge, right, rather than about, what is there to be discovered. That a lot of people, I think, who want to read this the other way sort of convince themselves that that it must be that Marx thought that there was no fact there for Aristotle to discover, but but he, I just don't see how to square that with the language itself. I went and looked at Michael Heinrich's book, the How to Read Marx's Capital, to see what he says about this, and it just kind of seemed to me that Heinrich doesn't, even though he clearly has the view on criticizing Roberts, he doesn't seem to see that there's anything in this passage that undermines that view. But in fact, Marx's explanation of why Aristotle makes this mistake is that he says, that because he lived in a society based on slave labor, that he had this ideological blinder, that he couldn't sort of see universal human labor as being a thing, that in other words, that there was this sort of common capacity that was being being exercised by everybody as they're doing any sort of labor, because the society was based on the inequality of labor. And I think everything I just summarized, at least the last few sentences of what I just summarized, I think you could read either way. But then the way he sort of sums all this up at the end of the paragraph is he says, okay, people couldn't make this conceptual breakthrough based on equal human labor until equality had become a fixed popular opinion. But it's like, wait a second, why are we talking about fixed popular opinions if this is ontological, if this is about what actually exists, rather than being this epistemic distinction about what we can know exists? And then to me, like in some ways, I mean, even though I think in some ways the Aristotle passage is kind of the clearest in terms of the language on this direct point, in some ways, the thing that seems most clear to me is just that this whole discussion of value takes place in chapter 1. And so presumably whatever Marx has to say about how value works is going to be applicable under the assumptions that we're operating in chapter 1. But chapter 1 explicitly, takes place in a not quite capitalist hypothetical society. That if you look at chapter 1 footnote 15, right, he says, at this stage of our presentation, wage labor does not even exist, right? In other words, and this is not some eccentric reading that I'm doing. I mean, this part is pretty standard, right? That it seems like the first few chapters of Capital take place in this hypothetical construction of a society of simple commodity production, because Marx, I think the way that Marx builds up his conceptual tools over the course of Capital, he'll often like bracket one issue while he, so he can kind of train his analytical microscope on another one, right? So he'll say, for example, right, like in the later chapters when he's talking about the working day and all that stuff, he says, all right, I'm just assuming that every commodity is selling at its value, including wage labor, which would mean, in context of Marx's theory, that labor power, if labor power is being sold at its value, that would mean that that workers are never being paid at a level that would take them below the historically established level of subsistence that they had at that time. But look, it's not like Marx doesn't know that oftentimes employers will try to push wages down below that level. Of course he knows that, right? But he's just making that as a simplifying assumption to, so he could say, okay, even if we hold that in place, it's almost like a word problem in a math or physics class, right? And similarly, in the first few chapters, since he wants to, obviously the project in the whole book is to look at the dynamics of capitalism,
Right.
but in the first few chapters, he wants to completely take the issue of capitalist class structures off the table, because he just kind of wants to think about how commodity exchange works per se, even without that, in the first few chapters. Hence, at this stage of our presentation, wage labor does not exist. It's this sort of hypothetical construction of simple commodity production, that we're assuming a society where everybody is producing their own goods and everybody is bringing their own goods to market and selling them, rather than some people being workers and some people being capitalists. And so, and I'd say, I know it's been a really long answer, but I just wanted to bring in one other thing, right? Which
No, this is not too long for us. This is a really good answer. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, good. So, which is that if you go, so certainly, just in terms of why, those first three chapters, right, take place, in a society that's not quite capitalist. I think that the fact that he's saying, okay, we're assuming, again, this is not some stage of history, because when would that have been, right? It's just, but it's just this hypothetical construction. It says, all right, we're just interested in thinking about how commodities work. So we're just going to bracket off all the capitalist class structures and pretend those don't exist right now.
Right, like the banking system and it's just not, global markets. It's none of this stuff's on the table right now. He's bracketed, and it's sort of like he's just dealing with these ideal averaged forms in a sort of rudimentary logical way.
Totally right, because and in some ways is very deliberately doing what bourgeois economists will often do, right? Because that if it's like, clearly, right, the most amazing thing, right? You read most economics textbooks now, or for that matter, you read the people that Marx is grappling with, your Adam Smiths and all those guys, right? And they just kind of talk about economics as if everybody is producing and selling their own goods, right? Rather than some people being workers and some people being capitalists and all that stuff. And I think Marx is very deliberately aping that at the beginning of Capital, because a lot of his larger project is to show that it's not the case that the sort of pathologies of capitalism come from markets like not working the way they're supposed to, or something like that, right? That they're, it's not that the rules of market fairness are being violated and workers are being cheated in exchanges or anything like that, right? It's that actually the dynamics of markets themselves are the source of the problem, or at least half the source of the problem, the other one being the property relations that give you this class of propertyless laborers who are willing to sell themselves to capitalists. But okay, so this is, and if you're talking about simple commodity production, that's, I think, pretty clearly not capitalism for a couple of reasons. One of them is that that presumably most of the time in simple commodity production, what you're doing is going to be CMC, right? You're selling commodities in order to get money, in order to get other commodities, to round out the use values that you need, rather than MCM, right? Turning money into commodities to turn into more money for its own sake, to accumulate more exchange value. And then, but the second is, even if you are doing that in simple commodity production, even if you are doing MCM prime, right, to accumulate more money for its own sake, it's it's still pretty clearly not capitalism, because if you read ahead to chapters 11 and then 13, Marx makes a big point of saying that the proprietor of a firm only becomes a capitalist once they're employing enough wage laborers that they can actually just live off of the labor of others, right? That he says that you're still so he introduced this terminology in chapter 11 that's like, okay, that the small master only transforms into a capitalist once they employ enough labor powers that the formerly small master becomes, they can occupy themselves just with the business side of things and maybe managing the workers, but they don't have to do productive labor themselves. Before that, they're this hybrid thing. And it says explicitly in chapter 13 that the capitalist mode of production only really gets going when you overcome these old guild rules that limited how many people could be working under one master, and so again, small masters could become capitalists. That's the sort of starting point of the capitalist mode of production. So it seems to me that, and also I'd point out that there are lots of places where Marx uses wage labor and capitalism as synonyms or near synonyms, right? Like so there's one of those in Capital. There's the other. I don't remember what footnote it is.
When he uses wage labor and capital as synonyms?
No, and capitalism.
Oh, capitalism. Okay, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Clearly not wage labor and capital, but yeah, wage labor and capitalism, right? Like he'll say things like the system of wage labor, right? Like what he means capitalism, right? So, so the other place he talks about Aristotle in chapter 1, there's another footnote again. I don't remember which one it is, where he says that he talks about he's talking about Bastiat, the French politician and economist, and at the end of his discussion of him, he says, if a genius like Aristotle could be wrong about slave labor, why couldn't a dwarf like Bastiat be wrong about wage labor, right? That's like a place where he's sort of using wage labor as a way of talking about like what the mode of production is. Or like a couple years before in his inaugural address to the First International, there's this paragraph where he's talking about how just like slave labor and serf labor, he doesn't actually say dustbin of history. I think that's like Lenin or Trotsky or somebody, but he's expressing the same thought, right? Just as these were transient forms, he says that went off the stage of history, so will wage labor, right? So he's using that phrase to talk about the mode of production, and he's saying that doesn't, but in this hypothetical construction of simple commodity production, there is no wage labor, and there's certainly no capitalists, because there aren't even small masters, never mind capitalists, because if everybody's producing and selling their own goods, all of which is just to say, I have a really hard time seeing I have a really hard time seeing how you could think that commodities having value is unique to capitalism at the same time as his whole theory of the value of commodities is put forward during a section of the book where we're talking about this hypothetical society that actually isn't quite capitalist.
Amazing. And it looks like the kitty has officially left the camera. We did give him, I had actually set up a kitty cam. I didn't want to interrupt you, but just so you know, there was a kitty cam, but we're going to go ahead and leave him to his beauty sleep for now. And the kitty cam wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pointed it out. So thank you for that. Now, okay. You covered a lot of ground. I don't know if I'll be able to track all of it, but I want to ask a couple of questions. Now, Michael Heinrich, now him and his argument with Mosley is something that Nance and Nance is currently double speeding everything you said to catch up with the conversation, and maybe he'll join us once he's caught up. But so we're interested in this value form Marxism versus labor theory of value approach. That sounds related but different. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think it's related in the sense that, you know, my sense of this, and you know, there might be some of this literature that, you know, that you could tell me, right, you know, but my sense of this is that people in this, you know, value form camp tend to be pretty invested in the idea that value is unique to the capitalist mode of production, but it's different in the sense that, you know, there might be people, in fact, I think there are people who disagree with them about that, you know, who disagree with those people's more general views, who might still disagree with me about this.
Right.
Um, and I think it's at least an interesting question whether those people have to disagree with this, you know, to like consistently with what they're saying. I guess I'm not sure, right? It would, because I think you could maybe, right? And a lot of this just depends on the details of the views that, you know, I'm certainly not, you know, I'm certainly not an expert about what all these people think, right? But like, but I think that there might be a way of squaring the two if you say, right, like, I mean, part of the issue is how, you know, so like, all right, so if you think that commodity production and value are necessarily coextensive for Marx, you know, you still have a couple of options, I think, because you have, you know, so I'm you know, I'm just thinking as I'm talking here, but I mean, like, I think you might be able to say, like, you know, because like one view that you could have, right, is that, yeah, value is like the core of the whole thing, and sure, you know, you do have commodities having value in Carolingian Europe or ancient Athens, whatever, but the sort of unique thing about capitalism is just that it's generalized, right? Like
it's the central role of exchange over use in the value form, and the law of value being that the prices of commodities are going to average to the production, the socially necessary labor time of their production. And that's a generalized thing that comes with industrialization, right? So that's, but are there stakes to this that you see like immediately? Or like, to me, getting to the bottom of the value form versus labor theory of value, or transhistoricity of value versus not, like, to me, I'm always like, okay, so what are the stakes? Especially for
that's fair.
Especially for the listeners who are maybe like on the outside of the whole debate, like, what are the stakes for people?
Sure. Yeah. Right. So, okay. And this is something that I'm not terribly invested in a particular view of, you know, how much this matters. I think that this is, I think that, you know, I mean, I think some of the stake is just like, hey, you know, if you're interested in devoting a lot of time to reading this, right, you know, that it's then you should get really clear on, you know, what the view is, right? So I'm perfectly happy to think about this in the same way as, you know, as you might think about, you know, like, I don't know, you're trying to, you know, you're just trying to figure out what, you know, transcendental deduction, you know, like what the steps are, and you're not, you know, and it's not probably going to be terribly politically urgent, but it sure is interesting, right? So if that turns out to be the case, fair enough, right? Like, I still think, again, you know, those of us who do spend a lot of time, you know, on this book, right, it's still worth getting clear on. But I think there might be some interesting political stakes here, or at the very least, there might be it might be relevant to how we think about Marx's views about capitalism, exploitation, etc. So because I think that, you know, if we're kind of at a medium place between, okay, here's why it's going to be politically urgent versus, oh, it's just like thinking about Kant, right? Like if we're going to be somewhere in between those two poles, I think, okay, well, how could this at least matter for understanding what Marx's, you know, Marx's views about capitalism are, right? And I think that and so, you know, I think that some of the issue here is going to be, right, like, again, my understanding of some of the value form stuff, and you know, I don't know, I think that some of these authors are you know, clarity could be improved, right? But
yeah, 100%.
But my but like my understanding of what some of them seem to be saying is that the kind of essential thing going on with capitalist exploitation is about value production, that's the that this is maybe in a certain sense even what capitalist exploitation just is, right? You know, to the point where I'll see people saying things like, you know, even if we had, you know, I don't know, like we have a global socialist revolution tomorrow, and we're figuring out how to reorganize the economy, and we have and so, you know, I don't know, we nationalize all the banks, and we have you know, workers control, you know, on the shop floor, and we come up with some, you know, we come up with some way to do all of this, but you know, we still haven't figured out how to completely get rid of markets and money, because you know, that's like just logistically really hard, right? I mean, see the history of Soviet planning, and they didn't even try to go that far, right? Then I'd see people who seem to be very influenced by this kind of school of thought saying, "Oh, yeah, sorry, still capitalism," right? You know, that this is, you know, that you're still describing something that, you know, hasn't, you know, since we haven't transcended the value form yet, you know, it's still, you know, it still counts, right? And so I think that
would be, I think that is what Pistone is ultimately doing in Time, Labor, and Social Domination, right? Yeah. He's saying you guys are talking about a different form of management and representation when it comes to the workers versus the capitalists. Abolishing the capitalists and having the workers represented does not change the actual mode of production at the form of its production, which currently is shaped, the literal division of labor, it's shaped around the production of value. It is defined by the law of value, and the contradictions produced by the law of value can be mediated by some kind of a central organ that is representing the workers and has dispossessed or replaced the capitalists. But you have not changed the mode of production in a way that actually gets at what Marx is trying to get at in his focus on labor, which is why he goes after this whole, oh, we can't transhistoricize labor. Whenever Marx is saying labor in almost every meaningful sense, in almost every meaningful case, he's talking about wage labor specifically. And we're not talking, oh, now you've abolished wage labor because people are just represented by the Soviet state and, you know, they have votes instead of paychecks. No, that doesn't do it. That's still not, they have rations. No, that's not going to do it, he's saying. And so that would be the stakes for Pistone. I'm not sure what the stakes would be for Caratani, and I'm not sure what the stakes would be for Heinrich, though I do think I can say what people say the stakes are for Heinrich, but I'm not sure if Heinrich would agree with those people. But that's kind of where we're at right now, I think.
Well, yeah, I am. So I think that's actually really interesting that you went into Pistone there, because I think a lot of my, you know, a lot of my contact with these views over the years has been secondhand, you know, through Doug Lane, who I think, I think Pistone was big for him. So
yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense to me that Pistone would be the one in that crowd most clearly saying it. So what is your sense of? I mean, I know you said you weren't sure that it was accurate to what he thinks, but what's your sense of what people would think Heinrich would think?
And this might be the same thing that people would say about Pistone, being just, well, he's a social democrat, he's not a revolutionary. And that they're saying that the old sort of Leninist approach, this revolutionary Marxist approach, assumes the most important thing is at the level of the means of production being seized by the dictatorship of the proletariat. When Pistone comes along and does all of this, Cutrone, who was a student of Pistone, he'll always say, no, just because you're pointing out a problem with traditional Marxism doesn't mean that you have a real solution. Your real solution is what? Liberalism. And then that's what people seem to be saying. So people like Mosley, I get the sense, and I think when we had Sahil on, he was also saying this, that the way it cashes out for Heinrich is basically saying something like a focus on finance and taxation and something to do with a focus on exchange, like that's going to be the solution because it's not going to come from the seizure of the means of production, and that theoretically this is the value form approach is necessary for that. I'm not sure why.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be obvious to me either. Yeah, right. And so I guess my own position on this would be the sort of most boring possible view, which is that I pretty much think that traditional Marxism is right. In other words, that if we're thinking about how to delineate different modes of production, then what actually matters most is the relationship between the immediate producers and who's ever in control of the social surplus in a given society, right? Do you have workers and capitalists? Do you have lords and serfs? Do you have slave owners and slaves? Do you have that is a society of associated laborers? And certainly Marx himself assumes that once you get to the society of associated laborers, then you'll just abolish markets and money, and you'll have I mean, he famously doesn't talk very much about the logistics, right? But you'll have presumably some form of democratic planning. The closest he gets is in the Critique of the Gotha program, where because of the context of like the views that he was responding to, his focus is on how distribution will work in the system, which is a little bit of a different question from like how you even sort of figure out production priorities in the first place and all that. But but like certainly in that description, or like, I don't know, there's a footnote in like somewhere, I want to say maybe the second chapter of Capital, where because he's talking about like labor money schemes and why he doesn't like them, and he says, well, look, it could be that in a totally marketless society that you could have something that would sort of look like labor money, that you'd have this like chit for like the hours worked that that you could exchange for something that's took that many hours to produce. But he says this would no more be money than the ticket you get when you check your coat at the theater, is money that you're using to buy the coat, right? So that is, again, as sort of fragmentary as this stuff is, it is pretty clear that Marx's hope about how a society of associated producers plays out is that you do have this totally marketless setup. And I think that even given a sort of very boringly traditional Marxist reading of what Marx is up to, there are there are good reasons, I think, that he would have had that hope, right? That that there, because even if you have, even while disagreeing with Pistone, that the sort of like setup I floated earlier would like still be capitalism, right? Which again, um, even in terms of what Marx thinks, I just cannot I can't understand how Pistone reconciles that with what Marx says in chapters 11 and 13 about how how capitalism, like how you're not even a capitalist yet, you're still a small master if you don't employ enough labor powers, and how capitalism only gets started as a mode of production once capitalists start to employ enough labor powers. But even if you don't think that would be capitalism, right? If you have like an economy where, say, the commanding heights, right, are nationalized, we have nationalized banks, all that stuff, and you have maybe like if you read like David Schweikart's book After Capitalism, the sort of setup he describes there, or if you read like Bhaskar Sinkar's book, The Socialist Manifesto, the first chapter is A Day in the Life of a Socialist Citizen, the sort of setup he describes there, where essentially maybe the physical means of production are owned by socialist state and sort of rented out to collectives of workers, that even if you think this wouldn't still count as being still capitalism, even if you think this would count as a new mode of production, you might still think that it's like less desirable than making it all the way to a totally marketless form of socialism for all sorts of reasons. I mean, just real quickly, like two that come to mind are one, that that the actual degree of democracy is lesser, because if you have if you sort of achieve the Richard Wolff democracy at work stuff, that's great. But of course, workers at a given workplace aren't the only people who are affected by what happens in that workplace. So the number of stakeholders who have a voice, right, isn't as good as it is if society as a whole could direct productive resources in a way that would seem to require totally marketless planning or something very close to it. And another reason is that even in terms of distributive like distributive equality, then which is obviously not what Marx himself is emphasizing, but like I think that nobody has ever become a socialist who wasn't concerned about it, right? I mean, that you don't, it's like that you're not like part of the reason you object to the society you see around us is that it's crazily and unfairly unequal. That's just obviously going to be true. I mean, I think some people might feel theoretically compelled to deny it, but I mean, that's obviously going to be part of your motivation. And even that, I think, is could be better, given totally marketless planning, because look, I mean, you have the inequality between workers and capitalists is definitely the most dramatic form of distributive inequality under capitalism. That's where you get like the ratio of like hundreds to one and all that stuff. But it's certainly not the only one. I mean, we've got even if you achieved, if you expropriated the capitalist class, had the kind of setup I'm talking about, then look, you still have, there's still some sectors of the economy that are going to generate more revenues than others. You still have, you like, if to the extent that you still have different firms, you still have some firms that are more successful than other firms, to even just to the extent that like individuals can have bargaining power in joining collectives, then some of that is going to trace back to advantages that individuals have that are outside of anybody's control. So I think for all of these reasons, look, if you can do totally marketless economic planning, we can, I don't know, have supercomputers give us red plenty or whatever, then that would be that would clearly be better, right? But I think that Marx doesn't wrestle with the logistical difficulties in figuring out how to do that, partially just because that's not his focus, right? I mean, you're not, I think you're allowed to only make earth-shattering contributions to like a few things in one lifetime. But then the other one is just that a lot of these debates about how socialist planning could work and all that stuff just don't come about, right, until the early 20th century. And so, we can speculate about what Marx would have said about those debates, right? But I mean, he just wasn't weighing in on them. Certainly the experience of the Soviet Union, doesn't happen, until several decades, after he's died, right? So, I think that I think even if you go with that kind of traditional Marxist view that no, really the ownership of the means of production really is the sort of heart of the issue about capitalist exploitation, you might still think separately from that it's like, yeah, there are perfectly good reasons why, Marx assumed that having taken over the means of production, workers would want to do totally marketless planning. And, that's a goal that makes sense, right? Even if it's like very, it's incredibly hard once you really start thinking about it to like, figure out the logistics of how it can work.
But it also doesn't, and I know we have to close out in a couple seconds here, so maybe you could like incorporate your response to this and some closing remarks that maybe set us up for a future conversation. But basically, that doesn't have to come from workers organizing, does it? The means of production, the mode of production, and the relations of production doesn't have to come from a primarily or predominantly working class self-organized movement, and it, right?
I think it would, right? Because I think you could have I think that if you're going to again, I'm not breaking any ground here. I think this is all pretty boringly standard, right? But I think that there are two issues here, right? So one, could the goal of collective ownership and workers' control of the means of production come about from anything other than the activity of the workers themselves? And certainly the answer historically has been no, right? That that there's even where you get expropriation of capitalists without it coming from the self-activity of workers, like in, I mean, Russia's a more complicated case because like there was a bigger element of self-activity of workers at the beginning phases, but like if you think about Eastern Europe after World War II or China or etc., the result hasn't been anything like workers control the means of production. But the other thing is just like, look, I think that the core of the, in like a developed capitalist country, especially, even that, right, it's really hard to see how it could happen, right? Like it seems like the kind of traditional Marxist view on this is that the workers themselves are the only force in society that has both the capacity and the collective interest to bring about this kind of transformation.
Okay, I think that's a great sort of place to cut ourselves off. I really look forward to hearing more. And Nance is currently able to have you kind of unpack some of this a little bit more and bring up some of the questions from the chat in the green room if you've got the time. But everybody, for right now, we'll be right back after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat. And keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much. Please.
Always record it.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Theory Underground, everybody. So great to have you all here. We're joined now by Anne Snellgrove McKerracher, my
Hello.
favorite person in the whole world. How you doing, Anne?
I'm good. I just got out of teaching class like 45 minutes ago. Talked about the Consumer Society by one Baudrillard. That's not it. All my Baudrillard, I've got like 3 different Baudrillard books in my backpack. Here we go. Consumer Society.
Ooh. Yeah. So could you
I think that what we didn't realize, and we were just talking about this on the back end, everybody, was like Nance actually.
Uh, he's in the green room with Ben Burgis right now, and then we just realized, oh right, he's supposed to be on for this segment. Was that in?
Oh yeah, I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, and it's okay because we were just going to talk about TUCON with Nance. Nance is probably going to spend another 10 minutes with Burgess. And so that's a special segment. It's a special thing that we're doing, this green room. In the future, we'll have more volunteers who are trained and able to kick into MC mode. So it won't always be dependent on him. But for the time being, I'm going to make a quesadilla while we talk. And I'm going to start by more or less interviewing Anne. She might turn it back around on me and interview me at some point. But for the most part, anybody who's listened to the entirety of this stream, and I know about, I don't know, 20% of you have listened to the entirety of the stream so far, go ahead and ask us any questions that you might have about these courses that we're teaching, and we'll just ask each other questions about them. I'm going to start out with you, Anne. So you want to just go ahead and tell people a little bit about it. What is this course, and what's your approach to it? And then we'll get into what you taught today.
Yeah, so I'm teaching 2 sections of a 100 level course at Boise State called Sociological Communication, SOC 122. And the course, the reason I was interested in teaching the course, like I had the option between like 101 courses, which are just introduction to sociology, and then this one. And when I originally heard like sociological communication, I was unsure. I was like, am I even qualified to teach that? Like, what is that about? And so in thinking about it, will I teach, will I not? I asked some colleagues in the sociology department for their syllabi for this class. And I saw this one professor who's kind of a very like lefty anarchist type of guy. He's got a David Graeber tattoo, like, and his class, he showed me his syllabus, and it was just all about propaganda and the media and the internet. And he kind of was doing what he wanted with that class. And so I'm like, oh, that's cool. So I can kind of do whatever I want, it looks like. And yeah, that is kind of what I can do. And I think, Dave, you can talk about that too, but it's like we've basically gotten to build our own courses from the ground up. We don't have to follow any curriculum. We don't have to use a textbook. And so sociological communication is like understanding communication through a sociological lens, but some professors just teach it like it's an intro to sociology class plus an intro to communication class. Some do a lot more of like this power hierarchy discourse. And so I decided, oh, well, I'm going to do kind of more of a critical media theory approach. Well, there's still some kind of intro to sociology within it and throughout. But I think what makes us different from what we know about other professors teaching courses at this school is that we're not sticking to textbooks. We're very much based and rooted in primary texts. I mean, I read The Consumer Society, and then I pulled out the points that I thought were a good introduction to it, and I had all these quotes. And then basically today I went through, okay, well, how does the Consumer Society function according to Baudrillard? For each point, I had like anywhere from 2 lines to a whole paragraph in the text. So that's been really fun, to kind of challenge this idea that we're seeing in kind of modern neoliberal universities, where there's just not much reading of primary texts going on. It's either textbooks, there's either the assumption that students can't or won't read, there's this assumption that it's going to be too difficult for them, or there's just like, oh, we gotta fast track them into XYZ route, into XYZ path. And so by saying no, like I had a day last week where they just read like a 10 page section in their groups out loud to each other from Barbara Ehrenreich's Fear of Falling and talking about the PMC. And then the next day I brought it back, tied it all in, and talked more broadly about the PMC. But it's like, for me, part of communication, and it's if anyone's ever read the Substack article that you wrote that talks about like the Burt method, the Brian method, and the Mikey, or the standard, the Brian standard, Burt standard, Mikey standard of like reading and writing and communicating. Well, the Brian standard, I believe, that says that reading, writing, and speaking are all essential parts of communication. And I feel like in college classes, there's so much emphasis on writing and speaking, and there's so much emphasis on like, we got to get the students talking. We want to hear them right and their opinions right away. And it's like, well, we do want to see them understanding and interpreting, carrying with what they're learning. But like the reading, particularly the reading of other people and being in dialogue with great thinkers of the past, is so absent from arts and humanities departments that I've seen in at least like public neoliberal kind of corporate universities. So, but I tell my students, like, yeah, reading is a form of communication, because on the one hand, it's going to make us better communicators, just reading and getting examples of good writing. It's going to make us better writers. It's going to build our attention spans, but we're going to communicate. We're going to be in the dialogue with the thinker, the person who we're reading. And so, yeah, today was very much just focused on Baudrillard and the Consumer Society, and last week was very much based out of Barbara Ehrenreich and the PMC. So I'm taking them on this journey that's kind of sprinkled with some CMT on top, talking about the PMC, class and capital, consumerism and consumer society. Next week will be a little bit more like base sociology, the self and socialization, and how that relates to communication. We'll do some McLuhan later in the semester, obviously talk about propaganda and duopoly. So a lot of the stuff that we did in the critical media theory research seminar, I'll be bringing back into the classroom here. But yeah, it's also kind of my own sociological journey, because there is a lot of sociology that I never got to read in college, like Durkheim and Weber, and even a lot of Marx or at Baudrillard. It's like I really wasn't reading that much theory in college because it was never assigned. And so it's been fun to actually get to visit this stuff for the first time, some of it. And yeah, like, oh, in an ideal world, I would already know it and have a PhD and be an expert in teaching the students. Well, I'm not. Like, I'm for a few of these topics, most of these topics I'm at least somewhat familiar with, but for some of them, I'm getting my own introduction, or I'm taking what I've learned from Dave or Mikey, and I'm kind of relearning it. And then my way of learning it is by like teaching it at a very introductory level. So like every day, sometimes I feel like a poser. I feel like, what's it called?
Imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome, yeah. But then I go, well, like I don't know, I feel like I care about this just as much as a professor who has the higher degrees and who's been studying this stuff all
Well, in some
along,
cases
and I
you care
have
about it more.
the
In some cases you
excitement.
straight up,
Yeah.
it's more. Yeah.
And I have, the excitement and the passion for it. And I want to really quick share a quick story. Because, okay, so today, teaching class, and it's my 9 a.m. class, and the energy is like a little bit different, but today was pretty good. But I always have at least one student in that class just like falling asleep. Like, whatever, it's going to happen. So I have one girl like sitting there, like very clearly, like eyes closed. Okay, she's gone. And then another girl, 10 minutes in, she puts her head down and she's tapped out. And I'm going, okay. And then another girl just sprawled out. And so finally the third person lies their head down. And I had just gotten done reading a quote from here. And I am just like, okay, this can't happen. And so what do? I raise my voice and I start skipping around past their tables, and I go, there are 3 people sleeping in this classroom. It is class time. It is time to wake up. And I feel like I think everyone was like, okay, we're up. And I just was like, I didn't really know what to do about that. So that's what I did. So thanks. Like, it was so
Nice.
awkward and meta, but I did that. I don't know. I just was like, there are 3 people sleeping. It is not time for sleep. It is time to get up. And I didn't know if that was the right thing to do, because it's weird. And it's like my struggle. So I'm just monologuing here. But like my struggle this semester, I'm finding, is I really hate having to be a hard ass in class. Like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to enforce rules. I don't want to tell people to pay attention, to put their phones away. I just want them and expect them to do it. And so that's what I did. And I was like, well, okay, it worked. I mean, it worked. It felt awkward. I was overthinking it. But it's like, you have to I don't know, you can't have people sleeping. So, yeah. You're muted, by the way.
Whoopsie. Okay, here I am. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I tried to hit decline on an incoming phone call, but it answered it instead, and then that took me out of the Zoom call and muted me. But I heard what you're saying, what you did, the way you skipped around, the way you dealt with it, and how it's awkward. And I was just going to say that there's a problem I started having with a couple students in the last couple weeks. It's not because they're not into it. I know they're into it because of their other engagement, but it is just a thing with a 9 a.m. class in some cases. They just didn't get a lot of sleep. And I was like, okay, well, what am I going to do about this? And so one of them was falling asleep in class. Anyone who listens to it's going to hear that moment from this week. But basically, I was just like, I called on her name, and I was just like, hey, name, if you need to stand up and stretch and get your blood flowing again, that's totally okay. And she just like instantly like pulled it together. She didn't end up getting up and shaking it out or anything, but that was enough, right? It's enough, I think, for a student to realize, oh, other people are aware of me. I think that's part of the issue, is like, it's easy to kind of forget. It's like, oh yeah, everyone's kind of in their own little world. I'm in my world. It's cool, but I'm just gonna fall asleep. You know, it's like being called on, I think, really shocks a person into action in some cases, you know. But I don't know. I like the idea of dancing. I know the Daniel Garner would probably do something similar. He like starts singing some song and dancing, you know.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, wake up, it's time to wake up. Like, we're not sleeping. No, that's not happening. Like, it was just kind of like, no, not in my class. But like,
yeah, we're not doing that.
Ooh, woo, friendly. I don't know. Yeah, that's just the part of the job that I don't resent, but it's not my favorite. Just in like having to respond to all the emails of people who are like, oh, I'm not going to be in class today, and then having to get them up to speed, and just like, I just want to teach to engaged people, or at least curious people, and I'm doing it. It's not like I ignore emails or anything, but it's like, yeah, the rule enforcing and the sticking to my rules, I struggle with, because I just don't like to be the bad guy, and I have a hard time being the bad guy.
Right. So this is a good meta conversation, but I kind of want to move into a little bit of theory, just actually give you a chance to share with the listener who didn't have the opportunity of being in your class a little bit about the consumer society and what Baudrillard's getting at, which I know Mikey's just going to love. He loves when you talk Lacan or Baudrillard. But before we do that really quick, I just wanted to shout out to everybody who's here. We've got a huge audience, way more than we normally have. Thanks everybody for watching, for liking, for subscribing, blah, blah, blah. I think it probably just helps to have that trailer. But yeah, while you're here, ask questions of Anne if you want. But I do want to just kind of point out to people that Anne and I are the Snellgrove McCarricker synthesis. We have a research seminar at Theory Underground. It's one of 2 seminars currently going on. Mikey has his own seminar. We have 2 other seminars that are in development and a whole new subscription approach, but it probably won't get rolled out for a couple more months. And so right now, the only real way to get involved with the Mikey Down seminar or the Snellgrove McCarricker synthesis seminar is by just becoming a subscriber. The packages, they're there. Just click get involved at Theory Underground. But anyway, the thing is like the one of the beautiful things about this is that it gives us like some kind of like additional structure, and it's like a different approach. So teaching online is interesting because, you know, it's Zoom calls, it's people from all over the world in different time zones with different levels of experience, and maybe a lot of them didn't go to college, or they dropped out of college, or they graduated college in Europe, or they're a high school dropout, you know, worker with earbuds in the United States. That's kind of like our target demographic in a lot of cases. But we have a lot of diversity in those senses, and college students are a different demographic in a lot of ways because their professors usually do assume they're not going to do the reading. Their professors do assume the only real way to get them to do anything is with an exam, multiple choice, and so they end up cramming for tests and regurgitating stuff. And you know, there's a few precious and few, you know, far between amazing professors that have impacted us, who we are trying to model, ones that assume the best and say, no, you're going to do readings in this course. I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. But what I wanted to turn this into is a question for Anne to say, so we taught the Snellgrove McCarricker synthesis through critical media theory and critical doxology and time energy, CMT and CDT, for the last year and a half at Theory Underground. We've got, I don't know, something like 20 lecture sessions up that people are able to binge when they become subscribers. Now, with that said, those are amazing. And we have a special kind of audience that gets together for those, but it is different than how the kind of responsibility you take as an educator when you actually have a university standing behind you and you have people who are there for it in this other kind of way. So what's the difference to you? Positives, minuses, pros and cons. The nice thing is we get to have both in a sort of sense. And I think that there's a lot of ways that this benefits what we're doing at Theory Underground, and that what we're doing at Theory Underground benefits what we're doing at the university. But what are some of those benefits, and what are some of the constraints or differences between demographics?
Yeah, I mean, there's an obvious benefit to having class in person. Just like there is an energy, especially when even just like a handful of students, you can tell that like, oh, they're engaged, they care, they're nodding along, or they're taking notes. It's just like having the physical energy in a room is awesome.
Yeah.
Getting to teach 2 classes that are the same, like I have a Monday or a Wednesday, Friday class and a Tuesday, Thursday class. So I teach Tuesday, Wednesday, the same thing, and then Thursday, Friday, the same thing. Like they're all the same section, but like that is interesting just because like some days it's like my first class is fire, and then the next day I just kind of more or less try to recreate it. Like last week I was having a super off day and I was teaching the PNC. Part of it was like 10 students were missing, and so it was kind of like an energy in the room. I felt like the people weren't there, didn't really give a fuck. So I was kind of thrown off and felt flustered. And then the next day I got to come back way more prepared and cool, calm, and collected. And so it's like getting to basically have a redo class is fun. Like it's a good experience. I get to add things, and it's like a deeper dive in exploration into the text or whatever I'm teaching that week, because I have to be prepared not only to talk about it once, but talk about it twice, more or less the same, and like give the same information, which means I have to have a sense of like confidence and understanding and knowledge of what I'm teaching. I like the food ASMR we're getting over here.
Yeah, I know. I was like
beautiful
sweeping into the dustpan. And I'm just trying to show people you can like multitask.
Show
It is
everyone that
possible.
you are the housewife. Now I am the breadwinner.
Sometimes. Yeah, true.
True though, sometimes. But anyways, so yeah, they're like having to teach at an introductory level to people who might not be immediately interested in the subject versus people at Theory Underground. We're assuming that they are there because they care and that no one's forcing them to be there. And so that audience at Theory Underground is just always really fun to kind of talk to, teach, have discussions with, because even though there's not that physical energy, it's like they emit a kind of spiritual energy just because they're choosing to be there. And you know that they're critically thinking and engaging with what you're saying, and it's relating to their own like projects outside of taking the class. Whereas these students, it's like they could be just sitting there thinking about their biology homework or what they're going to eat for dinner or the party that they went to last week. Like they're kind of all over the place and they're forced to be there in a sense, but then that just poses a new challenge. And how can I teach this stuff so that it is relatable and easily understandable to someone who has no basis or interest in the field? How can I make it relevant to their lives? I think critical media theory is just, and sociology, I argue the same for sociology, but especially sociological communication and thinking about the media today plays such a big part in every single person's life. So they have to have something to talk about, and they do. When I let them like talk in their groups just after today, it was like, okay, everyone's clearly thinking and engaging and thinking about like advertising and consumerism in their own lives and how it's different from like the Parley Twos and the drugstores and shopping malls of the 60s and 70s to now. You can literally buy stuff from the toilet on your phone. So anyways, that's a fun challenge to how can I support students? How can I at least try to get them a little bit interested in the topic, a little bit curious? There's always the struggles of the people falling asleep or wanting to have their phones out and not paying attention, but that would be my answer without rambling on for too long.
Yeah, so I mean, to shortly paraphrase, it's like with the university, there is like this sort of added pressure to like sell it to them, to kind of show them why it's relevant. We kind of have to make the case for our fields, whereas at Theory Underground, it's kind of presupposed, well, like, duh, you're here. You obviously care about the light of the mind. You care about thinking critically. You care about thinking about society. And so there's a lot of precepts in place with TU people. But the captive audience of the university is like, we don't want to have them have a miserable time. We don't want them to hate the course. We want them to go from regurgitating stuff in classes their whole life to potentially being like, this is the coolest class I've ever taken, and I don't even understand why, but it's just unlocking so many ideas. And for me, it's like the students who I kind of expected that from the least are the ones that I'm seeing it in the most. Like there are students, there's one student who's like, he reads Marx and Lenin and Mao and stuff like that on his own. It's like because he's a part of the DSA and stuff like that. It's like, so I have a student who's like an activist, but then I have the rest of them are this mixture of non-traditional students, working class students, students who are working multiple jobs, students who come from blue collar families, students who come from mixed race families, students that are non-traditional in age, like in their 50s, who are some of them on pathways of recovery from all kinds of stuff. And so it's like it's not in any way except for that last part, anything that I'm really used to at Theory Underground. I mean, I guess we have mixed race people and people who are, in recovery, and we do have stuff like that. And we definitely have a lot of non-traditional students or people who never went to college or their family never went to college. But all that said, when I'm saying like the ones I least expected, in a lot of cases, they're like the girls that you just would assume would be the shy ones, that you assume would be like that they talk, when I met with them one-on-one, they talked about their sororities and kind of prioritizing that. And, but no, like in the last couple of weeks, like their hands shoot up the most and they're asking not just critical questions, but also like one of them's amazing. She started just like 3 times, I think, in the last class. She raises her hand and then she's like, so are you saying this and then this and then this and then this and then you're getting at that and then that? And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm here, Anne. Dave will come right back.
Yeah, Dave's lame. Nance is cool.
So
Cool. Well, yeah, we were just kind of talking about our classes while waiting for you to start talking about TUCON.
yeah. I think I like it because I never worked with college students. I worked with for quite some time like troubled youth. And we had kids that were up to the age of 21, which I guess there are some college students that are between that like 18 to 21 age range, but it's a very different demographic. Like the kids I work with were very much not kids going to universities and stuff. So I always feel like I get some insight into a world that I have little firsthand experience in when you guys are talking about kind of like the dynamics of teaching and stuff like that. And it excites me because you guys give a shit, and it's evidence that like, not everyone is a piece of shit. And
no, like I'm talking about these students who would have been sleeping, who would have been just skipping class and doing sorority activities. I mean, literally, like one of them skipped like 3 classes. And I was like, you're going to fail this class if you do it again. Like you have to make up for this. Please meet. And then when she shows up, then I was like, let's go to my office. We got to talk about this. Like, what's a path forward for you? And then she's like, I can make up with this and that and the other thing. And I'm trying to get more serious. And I signed up for this class because I'm genuinely interested in it. I swear. And I was like, no, I believe you. I just need you to actually be there because like we covered a lot of material and I need to be able to just suppose that you got it. Like I can't keep going back to basics. I need to be able to scaffold off of what I've already said. And so I need you to show evidence of having caught up. Anyway, well, yeah, that student just like it started coming seriously, hasn't stopped, has been doing the assignments. And it's just awesome because like that's a student who would have fallen through the cracks, guaranteed, would have fallen through the cracks had I been too busy to like check in and like work with her. And like if I just straight up didn't care, which is a thing at the university. And so, yeah. But anyway, now that you're here, okay, any closing thoughts by either of you on that topic of teaching between the university and at TU and the way that those two things inform one another before we move into the last 25 minutes of conference talk?
Yeah, I'll just say that it's a good experience. For the last few years, I kept finding myself saying, I'm done with the university. I want to be done. I just want to go do a normal job. But then it pulls me back in new opportunities. Because at the end of the day, like I care deeply about education. The people in my life who have made such an impact on me have been teachers and professors. My mom's a teacher. Both of my grandmas are teachers. So like the educator gene, it runs in my blood. But yeah, just trying to make this stuff exciting and accessible to students and get them just thinking a little bit more rigorously is the goal. it's fun to take the energy and the learning and the preparation from Theory Underground and then kind of rework it to this audience. I've got like about 70 students, so that's a lot of names and faces to keep track of. But I think it's been going well for the most part. Yeah. Uh-oh, we lost Dave again.
I think Dave is frozen again. Yeah, I think it's like super interesting. You have windows into like burnt out elder millennials and like young Gen Xers, but you also have like this contact with, you know, the youth of today. And you are like, you're educating and you are engaged in like a lifelong pursuit of education as it really should be, not this like instrumentalized neoliberal like recognition. Oh, you are the deserving person, and so you deserve a nice cushy job with a like a realistic living wage. Like, I think it's fucking cool. And I love it. But there's also a part of me that I think I'll go to my grave being resentful of like people who got to go to college and stuff. But that's a me problem. So.
And anybody who wants to know about Nance's little me problems, you can simply read his piece in Underground Theory. He's actually self-conscious about how much he complained about it. But the fact is it is a really good piece and it's something to be proud of. I think it really gets to the heart of an issue that I think most of us at TU feel. And that's why we featured it so early in the volume. With that, TUCON, guys, is going to be really special. I did a quick little, I don't know if you saw this, Nance Rand, but with Daniel Garner, I did show on the whiteboard the sort of hybrid breakout room main stage dynamic so that people presenting simultaneously still get to see one another's presentations and engage in Q&A, which is, as far as we're concerned, not just like an innovation, it's like the first time that's ever been a thing, I'm pretty sure, especially in the world of theory. And so we're really excited about it. If people don't have to mention us in the history books when it comes to theory, because we get gate kept out of, and there's a conspiracy of silence against us, that's cool. But the people who organize conferences, they'll have to talk about us in their classes. And with that, I'm actually at the venue right now. I'm going to show off the space if it's okay. I'm going to mute myself and double check that it's okay. But Anne and Nance, if you two have anything you'd like to add to what I already said when I was telling Daniel about stuff, just for the audience, so that people kind of get a sense for what it's going to be and how it's going to go.
I think today what we're doing with this epic marathon stream, we're playing around, we're experimenting, like trying to do this green room thing where I'm in the back recording. There's the main event stage going on. We're kind of ironing out the kinks right now. I actually think later on this afternoon, I might stream the green room rather than record the green room, just because we're playing around and we're experimenting. But yeah, like it's exciting. We're trying to push the medium. The conversation I had with Daniel kind of goes into this. Like we have to use the master's tools. We don't have a choice. We can disavow it, and we can just be the transcendental miserableists. And you know, sure, that's fine. But if we genuinely want to do something about it, like pushing the medium, pushing the, you know, extant possibilities is necessary, because we need to create conditions for new possibilities, and we need to generate new potential. So I'm super excited about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, man. Can you hear me all right? You guys can hear me? Sweet. Okay. So I'm going to give you a quick little tour. And I'll just turn my camera around and show you. So like, this is the space where there will be chairs set up. You see there's 2 couches here, which is fantastic. There's a table right here in case someone wants to set up their drinks. There is like a little snack bar, and that's fantastic. An espresso machine. No one's allowed to use that unless they're trained on it. And then we have like chairs over here as well. So there's chairs over here, and then this is the main stage. Welcome to the main stage. And it'll be better lit than this, and the drum kit won't be up there. We'll have an actual, yeah, dang. We'll have an actual a table, you know, for panel. But we'll also have hopefully like a projector screen, so that we're able to show stuff whenever Nance and I are showing one of the presentations, from the day previous or what have you, before like a Q&A, we'll be projecting it up here, and then people who maybe missed some presentations from the day prior, they're sitting right here, they're able to see it, and then after it's over and everyone's seen it, we are able to bring up the MC and the presenter from that breakout room, meaning that in the case of, let's just say, Latour or Anne or Kier or Nance was running a breakout room at some point, you know, doing the recording, also like moderating and all of that kind of stuff, master of ceremonies, right? Like that kind of stuff. Well, then you're going to be able to be a part of the panel where we interview the person who did the presentation. And so say Benjamin Studebaker does a presentation, well, we're able to we'll play the presentation and then be like, all right, let's welcome him on. And then he comes up, now it's live, and he'll be able to take questions from us in the audience, and that the moderators, all of the MCs, are going to have questions from the previous day that they'll stockpile and have prepared. And now I'll just show you all the breakout rooms, and then I'll get out of here because I don't want to be in here too long. But basically, here's one room. Hold on, see if I can turn the lights on.
Looks really cool, dude.
Dude, this is such a great room. Where is the light though? Let's see if I can. Flashlight don't work. Matt, you just have to imagine this room. I guess I don't have any idea where the light switch for this room is actually. Well, that room is a really cool room. It looks like a
in the dark.
Yeah, that room looks great. It looks like a studio, you know, where people go to record, obviously. And here is the next one. I'm pretty sure this is one. Yeah, look at that. It has the light switch where they go. Boom, look at this.
Dude. That's dope.
This is freaking amazing. Yeah.
That's super dope.
Briefed and everything. It's got a couch, got chairs. Really stoked about that. Okay. And then there's 2 others that I think I can show. We'll see how that works out. If I go down, so bathrooms down here, and then let's see. This is Studio 1. This one's freaking awesome, man. Like this one, this one's sick. Look at you've got like the full on like studio recording center over here. If anybody wants to play the piano, I think there's just gonna be pianos in practically every room. Too bad we won't have David Powers, am I right?
Yeah, dude. We
Yeah.
could make
And then
music
this one-
together.
And look at this. We could make music together. Boom. Whiteboard. Prime energy. It's done. All right. And then the last studio is right here. It's a very small one. Okay. So lots of possibilities, lots of really cool ideas are currently percolating.
Yeah, it's
But we
like
know-
if it's not clear, this is a concert, a small local little concert musicians hive and venue. And so that's really cool to take kind of the underground theory spirit of the underground music scene and literally do the conference in a space for music. Like how much more underground can it get? We technically have the option to do this conference at the university. Dave and I could very easily reserve some rooms, but it's like, no, that's too sterilized. It's too
It's
not
suffocating.
what we're about. Yeah.
So this is the room that I couldn't show you before. The manager just helped me find the switch. So yeah, this one has like some special seating, and it's got some great art. And yeah, this one's more of like a middle. This one is the size between the larger and the smallest. It's a sort of middle one here. So I'm hoping that by showing you all that, we'll be able to in the next 24 hours solidify a bunch of our plans. Thank you. We'll be able to figure out the final plans, lock it all in, and get a rough draft of the schedule out to everybody. I had a great phone call with Benjamin Studebaker last night. He's presenting 3 pieces, and I was talking to him about like, well, what if you present all 3 of those pieces on the first night? And he was saying one of the benefits of kind of getting all the presentations out of the way at the same time, and then kind of just having viewing parties and sort of Q&A style stuff, like we were saying. He said one of the big benefits is that he goes to a lot of conferences, and at a lot of conferences, there are several things that just kind of throw it off. And one is that people only really think about their presentation until they've presented. And then they're usually way happier and relieved after they've presented, right? And so it's like, yeah, let's just get to that part as fast as possible and then kind of hang, But it's not just hanging, because more original work will be done. There will be like deliberate, directional sort of conversations that are more meaningful because everybody's seen everything that happened,
Jordan said in the chat, YouTube chat, I just had this image in my mind of people crowd surfing to presentations. And yeah, crowd surfing, hardcore dancing. You can even, mosh and pogo a little bit if you want to. Ant said it, like we're like the underground theory imagery. Like, yeah, it's fun. It's a fun aesthetic to play with, but there's also substance in it. Like this doesn't belong in a university. We are, a cohort of people who have been barred from public life, right? We have to, make do with what we got. And I'm fucking stoked. I'm excited. First of all, I'm excited to the people that I haven't met in real life. I'm really excited to meet all you people, and just share space. I'm excited to, it's dope. It's fucking exciting. It's no one else is doing this. No one else has thought of doing it this way. Because everyone's just complacent with like the media that they're accustomed to. They're like, I'm just going to sit back and consume and produce and commiserate when I get a chance. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, and I think it'll be good that this is going to be hybrid. We've kind of got the hybrid experience, trial and errors out of the way on the tours. And so now we'll be in one location. It'll be a lot easier. It'll be so awesome to meet people in real life, but then still have the participation of people who are abroad or can't come travel to Boise, Idaho. And so yeah, to play with the medium in that way where it's kind of a win-win for everyone. Like, yes, in an ideal world, everyone could be there physically, and we would have like awesome train systems in the United States, and flights wouldn't cost $1,000. But that is not the reality. So we make do with what we can, and yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I guess if you couldn't all tell, the studio is very close to, or the venue is very close to Theory Underground headquarters, as Dave walked there. So that's going to be a bonus too, of having like food, some accommodations very close by. We can go socialize and after the fact at the headquarters. So that just adds this extra level, like, okay, that's awesome. That makes life so easy. Dave will make everyone quesadillas.
Oh, everyone who comes gets to meet Ryan.
And Thomas, you get to meet Thomas.
Yeah.
You get to meet Ryan, you get to meet Thomas. We get to have amazing burritos and quesadillas and stuff like that, because there's actually, I mean, yeah, I would make you all some, but there's a taco truck that's like a 2 minute, maybe even 1 minute walk from the venue. And they make the best tacos, and they're open from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. on all the days except for Sunday. And a lot of people are leaving Sunday at noon anyway. People who want to go to breakfast on Sunday, you'd have to go with me really, really early, because I will go very, very early to Capri. But anyway, yeah, no, I don't want to just end on this logistical meta note. Let's get into some actual theory. What are your proposals? What are you guys going to be talking about? And so I know that Nance is doing a couple of things. You got something on suicide and Walter Benjamin. What's the other one that you mentioned you're working on? You just got something for theorizing the underground? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, the suicide piece and the Benjamin piece, they kind of belong together, but they can also be kind of separated. But yeah, I think the what I've put the most work into is theorizing the underground. Talking about like suicide. We have a lot of idols, Mark Fisher and David Foster Wallace, and like musical Kurt Cobain and Bradley Nowell, and suicide is like celebrated among young leftists. And that fucking sucks. And like that guy that recently self-immolated in protest, like it's powerful imagery. Often it is the only choice left to people. But it sucks. And I don't know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about it because it's, it comes up or what, I don't know. So yeah, I have a piece on suicide. And then I had a separate piece on Benjamin and theory in the age of algorithmic reproduction. And that also has most to do with kind of theorizing the underground. But also, I've been thinking a lot about like human futures too. And I just in the green room was talking to Ben Burgis about like utopian imagination and like I want to defend utopian imagination. So I don't know, I might wind up talking for an hour about just being a utopian and why that's okay and even necessary sometimes. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff. I don't know. What are you working on, Anne?
Great question. Now, I honestly haven't thought a whole lot about where I'll fit in, but I think just in kind of as we refine, okay, what are our categories? I know that something that I would hope to get to talk about, I think in the room that we're talking about like PMC and the left, and this was one of my original proposals way back in June, was like trying to understand more critically kind of the activist mode of the left today and do a little bit more of a sociological and philosophical look that so many of the critics just kind of miss. Like, yeah, it's fun to watch videos of Ben Shapiro, like dunking on the libs in a sense, and watching leftists have utter meltdowns about stuff. Yeah, I get my enjoyment from that. I'll be honest, everyone. But like the analysis can't just end at that. I think we need to understand like what is actually lacking. What are they trying to latch onto? Why is this mode unproductive? And just kind of really trying to understand like where we need to go in more of a philosophical, like rooted in some sort of values as a society and culture, because it seems like we don't have really any sort of shared values as an American society, and if we do, it's like either we're not actually living up to them, if the value is kindness and acceptance, but then the left is not demonstrating that, or vice versa on the right, if the values are like whatever, security, stability, or what was I just thinking? Like whatever. It's like we say we have these values. There's like Christian values on the right. It's like, well, are we actually embodying those? And so like rethinking American values to make the world better almost. It's still work in progress. Yeah.
I like that. I like the idea of like, no, I'm gonna stand on this. American values, like it's become like a joke, like a black-pilled, post-ironic joke. Like Porn came out with an album called Family Values or whatever. Like it's this thing that I think has become like laughable and maybe even gross. Just the idea of like shared values. But we don't have values. Like we're all kind of just like adrift in this like sea of like postmodern meaningless like horror. We need values, and it is a fucking problem, and to actually like defend some kind of moral fabric that can kind of like give us a grounding. I think it's fucking amazing. And yeah, it does get taken as like a conservative thing, which is fucking silly. Like it's not a conservative thing. That's a human thing. Like it's I'm excited.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Gabe, I'm exposing us. I hope that's okay. We were going to be exposed anyways. Gabe and I went to go see last week Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire's new documentary, mockumentary, Am I Racist? We were curious, but we also definitely have our criticisms. I have my criticisms of the mode of like the race activism that just says, if you are white, you are a white supremacist, or you have it in your bones. You have racism deep in your bones. You will never be able to escape it. Like that mode, I've got some qualms with. I think that's probably not the way to move forward. Like we saw the movie because on the one hand, we're like, well, yeah, we don't love it either, and we wanted to see like what would happen. We're actually gonna have a conversation with the Swoletariat, Eamon, this weekend about it because he saw the film also. But it's like, I don't know. The film I think was a lot better than probably people will give it credit for because it's Daily Wire. But it wasn't doing too much preaching. It was genuinely funny at times. Like he really was doing kind of some Borat thing in the sense that he was making these social situations really uncomfortable just by being awkward in the way that like Michael Scott is awkward and overly interrupting. Or so it was funny. Like it was actually kind of artistic and well done, I would say, compared to like other Daily Wire things that we've checked out as their media platform kind of rises. But it's like there were, the night we went to go see it, there were at least 30 people in the theater, right? Like
right.
People are tired of what is going on both the left and the right. People want something new. Normal working Americans want something new. And I don't know, it was cathartic to like be in a room of people laughing at these rich race grifting, like that's a true word or whatever. Dog whistle. They're grifting
Trigger warning.
money to tell white women that they're racist to their bones. And it's like so it's fun to laugh at that and be in a room of people who, yeah, half the people in that room are probably going to vote for Donald Trump and probably like whatever. Like we united over going, oh, that's silly. Obviously no one in this room is racist and hates white people. Like, so that's just an example of, I think, the way that it's missing and people are ready for some sort of like, can we just laugh at the stupid shit and like unite over the fact that we are kind of a progressive America in a sense. We're not a racist white supremacist country. And so, oh, speak of the devil. But anyways, I'm
I
sure
was,
we'll get here at this segment.
I was gonna offer my hot take. Dave and I were talking the other day, and like it's a meme that like people talk about. Oh, in the '90s we thought we ended racism, but then people are like, "Oh, that's so not true." No, I am convinced. I lived through it, motherfuckers. Like we did end it, and then people manufactured this fucking weird contraption bullshit that justifies all kinds of weird, fucked up PMC bullshit. But yeah, we did defeat it, and then we allowed it to fucking to climb right back in. And it's even more fucked up than it was. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
that's my hot take.
No, like the discovery of race between Occupy and Bernie that culminated in 2020 was, I know progressives hate when you use the term deliberate, but it was a deliberate way of race washing what was an economic insecurity issue, and its specific mode of PMC discursive Taylorism was something that actively and in predictable, measurable, and when I say predictable, I mean like for the last 200 years, we know how to make people stop thinking about changing the mode of production and start focusing on racial division, and then how to supercharge those racial divisions. We know how to do that. That's not a secret. Now, just because like your sweetheart professor who doesn't think in these terms isn't doing it deliberately, doesn't mean that the PMC discursive Taylorist mode isn't engineered to create this sort of interclass harmony and intra-class division. All right. So that is where we're coming from. Walsh is obviously just kind of like he's got a sense of humor. It's more than most conservatives. And he is just awkward enough to insert himself into a lot of weird situations. And right now, like I was saying to Walter Benn Michaels earlier today, it's easy for someone like him to look brave and courageous and truth-speaking to power. But it's easy only because the left has made it easy for him. It is 100% the left's fault, and they're going to keep making people like him look good. And as long as they're making him look good, I don't care about the signifier. I don't care about it signified. I am going to just keep trying to understand the current situation. Obviously, conservatives aren't the situation, but also conservative if we just mean prioritizing what's closest and what's sure to work, which is a sort of personality disposition and a way of prioritizing values. If we just mean that sort of sense, in which case we're talking about George Lakoff's approach, well then, yeah, we're all sort of politically non-binary. But of course, if we're talking about, no, society has to say the same is always the true, well then obviously dumb. And in that sense, he is dumb, but also who's making him look good right now? It's not us for going to see it. And we're looking forward to that conversation with Eamon, who is in the back room, ready to dive in here right after this message. Thank you so much for joining for this conversation, and we look forward to seeing you again for the segment that we're going to do with Kier. Bye. You can say bye.
Oh, I didn't know you were. I thought that was it. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. Take care, everybody. All right. We'll be right back right after this short break.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working. So
there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Fucking lagging out here. All right, now we're good. All right, now we're good.
Oh,
3,
we're back.
2, 1. And welcome everybody back to the EMSTU Epic Live Stream Marathon, or Epic Marathon Stream here at Theory Underground. We're joined right now by Eamon, aka the Swoletariat, and we will be joined by Tony of One Dime. And he said 10 minutes, 15 minutes late. It's going to be a little late for him. But I was saying, you know what? Maybe we could like set a trap for him. I don't know. Like, hey, folks in the live chat, what do you think we should do? Is there some kind of like a prank we could pull on Tony? I don't know. Like we'll teach him a lesson for showing up late.
Mm-hmm. We could all speak French and just act like we're not, and just like fuck with his head.
How good's your French?
It's not good enough to do.
Say that in French.
It would take me like a minute to figure out the words and then say it. I'm slow. I'm retarded. I'm en retard. But I can say that because I'm yeah. We should wear funny hats.
And act like we're not. How about we all take our shirts? How about we all take our shirts off, and then it's weird if he doesn't. But then if he does, we all put our shirts back on instantly.
What are you doing, dude?
You're not a part of the Turbo team. Swell, how you doing, man? How's it going?
Things are good. I just decided to redo the bleached look again. Cut my hair. The wife is upset about it, but fuck her.
You look good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it just makes me think of, I don't know if you can hear this right now, but in 5. Oh, it's lame. It's not going to let me just do it.
Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks.
Eminem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I forgot he did shit with Obi Trice.
Round the outside.
Yeah, anyway.
What'd you have for
never
dinner?
had the beard. See, this
Mom
is more
spaghetti?
This is more the Diplo look, or the Scott Steiner, maybe.
So I guess here's what I want to kind of start out with. You had a conversation with One Dime recently on your channel, like within the last year, right?
Yeah, like 6 months ago, 8 months ago, something like that.
Yeah. What did you guys talk about?
We talked about I had him on because he did a video on the American Revolution and how it was
right.
His thesis was, at the time, it was a bit of the progressive thesis, which is that the American Revolution was more of a counter revolution, and that America from the beginning was kind of set up as not fulfilling the kind of promises it had promised, really.
Sure.
Yeah. And anyway, so I had him come on to talk with James, I forget his name now, James something from Platypus, who's a professor and historian on the American Revolution and British history in general.
Yeah, I saw something that James fellow had done actually, and I remember being interested in it because I wasn't really taking this line too serious. Well, I was taking it seriously, but I just wasn't really buying into this sort of
anti-Americanism that it seems like the left in its burnout phase always turns to. And it's like you have this desperate student left that makes itself absolutely unpalatable to most people, makes itself absolutely reprehensible to most people. And then when most people don't get on board with it, it just turns into, well, fuck America. Then it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, I get it. But also, do you know how you were already unlovable and reprehensible in your approach? Did you know that you're not helping that with this new approach? In fact, it makes me think that if anyone was going to control the economy, it sure as hell better not be you, because you have a very punitive streak and you just hate regular people. Like that's my approach. And then seeing that James Vaughn is his name, was doing this, the Fate of the American Revolution thing. I'll drop the link to that into the chat,
it's really
for
good.
everybody. Yeah. Well, how did that go?
Well, it was, to be honest, Tony ended up mostly agreeing with a lot of what James had to say, although kind of his initial reaction was very much in disagreement. But as they talked, he kind of found he was agreeing with a lot more of it. And I think I would guess if you were to ask him, he's changed his position. Although I think he still holds on to like a kernel of this idea that that the revolution was a bit of some elements of counter-revolution in it as well, and that the American democracy isn't as progressive as kind of is stated otherwise by James Vaughn and Platypus and liberals in general.
And that would just be because one time's like, it's not a democracy, guys, stop it. It's just not. And also, even if it was, like, that's not the best thing. I mean, insofar as it's democracy, what that means is the end of history. It means no large-scale structural changes can ever go through because they'll just get rolled back by the next person who gets voted in. It's going to be this constant rotating chairs of left to right, left to right, left to right. And we'll go in circles here at the end of history instead of left being like, oh, let's correct a little bit from the right, but we have like some kind of an actual destination. The destination would be large-scale structural change that actually brings time-energetic institutions to everybody, frees people up, brings a universal basic goods program. But nope, that's not on the horizon. Nope, absolutely not. Right. And so is it that he is saying that America is inherently structured to oppose that kind of change?
Yeah, I mean, it's like similar to like the Noam Chomsky position. It's Noam, like Tony would now say that it was a progressive development, but that it was like consciously pulled back and hampered, right? Like they were like, no, we can't let this go too far, and that's basically his position.
Okay. And what's your position at the time of that conversation versus now?
Oh, I basically was. Well, the reason I had James Vaughn on was because I was just interested in having watched the Platypus series on the American Revolution. Like there's 8 episodes or so a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. And I think I just emailed him out of the blue and asked if he wanted to come on. And so, I had a conversation with him. And, and before having seen the Platypus take on the American Revolution, I was kind of in the same camp as Tony one time. And, saw American Revolution as a progressive step, but one that was ultimately hampered by the founding fathers and held back and made it basically a democracy for the ruling class and the propertied people.
Speak of the devil. I believe we have him right now. He just popped in here, actually. So one time, if you can hear us, go ahead and turn your camera on when you're ready. If you can hear us, I don't know. Sometimes there's like that lag of setting up audio when you're still entering the call. I can't see because I've muted non-video participants. But basically, what we're talking about, I don't even know. I shouldn't recap what we're talking about. Nance, where have you been on this position? We'll just go with that for now.
I think I've been on both sides of the question, or maybe both sides of the answer. I think, and maybe now I think I would say, yeah, sure, a little bit of both. But I mean, there was a point in time when I was convinced that America was evil and it was, you know, explicitly designed to be evil. And then there was maybe a point in time when I thought, you know, I believed what I learned in American public school history class, which obviously is untrue. But yeah, I think now I would say, yeah, sure. Porque no los dos, right?
Porque no los dos. What's that? What's that mean?
Like it's, why not both, right? Like,
okay.
Like it's a little bit of both. It's a Reese's chocolate cup, a little bit of peanut butter and a little bit of chocolate.
Yeah, I think James Vaughn's point, I think, on a lot of this, I'll just put it out there for everybody, is that the what we think of as the maybe the lack or the things that they stalled out on in the beginning of the revolution and the Constitution was actually just them setting the table for the future kind of emancipation and freeing of society in general. Like, they laid the table for it, and that you can't really judge them on how imperfect it was right at the beginning, because they were actually like consciously conscious of the fact that they couldn't fully realize it at that moment.
It was a movement. They had to get from A to B.
Yeah.
They couldn't just, yeah.
Okay, and with that, let's segue here. So, welcome. We've got Tony One Dime here. He's officially here, everybody. It's absolutely wonderful to have him. Hey, how you doing, Tony?
Bad for being late.
Yeah,
Just,
no worries.
was waiting on a delivery, but yeah, I'm here. Happy to be here on Theory Underground. It's always a good time to talk to y'all.
Yeah, man. Good to have you
What
back.
are we talking about today?
Well, we were killing time, and so I started by asking Swole to kind of break down the conversation you all had like 6 to 8 months ago on his channel about James Vaughan of Platypus and his position on the American Revolution. And I was asking him what was his position and how has it changed. And then Nance just shared his own as well. And then I guess we don't have to kind of stay on that. We have some more general themes we want to get into, but ultimately this is kind of the way that we conceive this portion of the EMSTU, the Epic Marathon stream, is that we're going to have a chat. Like, it's more of a hangout. It's a little less structured. And so we really could stay on the American Revolution. And I ultimately do want to get into the concept of revolution. But for those who don't know, this is Tony. Tony is in Underground Theory, as is Eamon, aka the Swoletariat. Tony does One Dime. Eamon does Swoletariat. Eamon's piece is about diet, health, and fitness, the dialectics thereof. And Tony is, he does this amazing piece on Mao's Cultural Revolution, on how it's hardly Mao's. It's a lot more anarchic than totalitarian. And he has a now, I think, sort of famous video essay to accompany that on his channel. He has very beautiful video essays. We might say the most beautiful essays. And so with that, yeah, Tony, how's that position for you developed when it comes to James Vaughan and just thinking about the role of the American Revolution, and what is your sort of principled position on it?
Yeah, well, I'm glad it's not that structured, because, I'm feeling a little bit lobotomized today. So, coming in with like, I don't have much prepared, but that's an easy question for me to answer. I guess I should preface that, yeah, I run One Dime, the channel. Many of you probably are familiar, the viewers. The One Dime videos are a lot bigger than my podcasts, but I also do the podcast One Dime Radio, and I had James Vaughan on my podcast about like a month or two after I had that conversation with Swoletariat and James Vaughan. And I quite like James Vaughan. I think he brings a very valuable perspective that a lot of people on today's left would learn from. I do still have a disagreement with him, though. I think that James Vaughan, and this is actually a platypus tendency in general, they kind of are trying to they're trying to do a new historiography and also create a new grand narrative at the same time. And although they, purport to be dialectical thinkers, and I think mostly are, they sometimes have a kind of romantic depiction of the American Revolution and the bourgeois revolution as a whole. And I think some of that is necessary because today's left has kind of gone backwards with this post-colonial interpretation that wants to delegitimize all what the bourgeois revolution achieved and kind of weirdly pit the French Revolution and the American Revolution against each other as somehow like the French Revolution was good and base because they killed all those aristocrats. And the American Revolution was, you know, just a bunch of slavers. I mean, that's just horseshit. Like, there would be no French Revolution without the American Revolution. And while the American Revolution kind of didn't achieve a lot of what it set out to do, like slavery, you know, didn't get abolished, it got expanded. I mean, for the first time in history, people had to actually defend slavery because of the American Revolution. Like, people now had to defend it. They had to come up with all these reasons for like why you need it, because before it was seen as just something that had always existed. You know, like this liberal idea that everyone is equal. That's insanely radical. I mean, like, for much of human history, peasants and aristocrats were seen as different human beings. So, like, you know, I think there's a lot there that could be learned from, and today's left overlooks that. However, James Vaughan and I think Cutrone does this too. They risk almost legitimizing the authority of the American regime in being a little too romantic about the American Revolution, particularly the Constitution. So where I would disagree with James Vaughan on is actually the US Constitution. Because I still think the US Constitution is what ended the American Revolution, not what fulfilled it. The US Constitution was an attempt to kind of manage democracy. I believe the founding fathers were the founders of managed democracy. Now, that's not to like vilify them, because managed democracy is a radical, you know, progression from what had been existing before. I mean, Britain Britain was not a democracy whatsoever at that time. You know, it was a liberal state, but it wasn't democratic at all. But the Constitution really restricted the scope of democracy, and also heavily put way more power in the hands of property owners, and kind of created a system that made it very hard to actually change the system in favor of a working majority. So, you know, if you're going to support like a communist politics, like people at Platypus do, which is they want this radical transformation of society, no one's going to get on board with that if they think like the authority of the current regime is legitimate. And the way the American regime legitimizes itself, and by extension, the way that most liberal democracies legitimize themselves, is through popular sovereignty. Hey, you voted for us. Suck it. You know, like, it doesn't matter how bad the conditions get. In dictatorships that purport to achieve stability, when they no longer do that, they tend to fall apart. Communist regimes, which legitimize themselves on the basis of we're going to advance to we're the dictatorship of the proletariat, and we're advancing socialism, which usually gets watered down to just mean living standards for the proletariat. When their economies stagnate and when they no longer really fulfill this goal, these regimes, you know, weakened and lost their legitimacy, and, you know, were overthrown. I mean, I'm kind of oversimplifying here, but the point is the authority of the current regime is the fact that people consented to it and voted for it. So, like, you need to kind of really actually delegitimize US democracy to even make the advocacy of a better socialist democracy possible, you know? And I know this is a little bit like jumping ahead of the gun, because that's one thing James said. He's like, that's a fair point, but that's jumping ahead of the gun to this situation. But still, like, you know, I think no one will ever support revolution. No one should support revolution unless it's imposed, you know, unless you have to. It's not a fun thing. Like, I don't think any of us would want revolution. I mean, like, in theory, I'd rather, you know, vote for representatives and try to get that way. You know, there's less risk and all of that. But if you see like that as impossible, which most Marxists kind of do, I think it's more nuanced depending on the country and situation. In America, I think it's highly unlikely, to be honest. But you need to like poke a hole in the way the authority legitimizes itself. And I think James Vaughan risks doing the opposite, you know, because of how at least in the way he portrays the American Revolution as like so progressive, and not so much that I don't have an issue with. It's more that he thinks the Constitution was the fulfillment of the revolution as opposed to its undoing, and that's something I disagree with. I would agree more with like, you know, other thinkers like Sheldon Wallen, who see the Constitution as sort of what kind of was what ended like the radicality of the American Revolution. So yeah.
All right, that's fascinating. I have several things that I want to riff off of with that. There's like several directions I kind of want to dive into, but before I hog all the space and steer this ship, I do want to give you guys a chance to respond. What do you guys think? American Revolution stopped at the Constitution. Anything else you'd like to add?
I would just say that everybody here interested in this topic should go watch either the 3 streams with James Vaughn, the one with Tony one-on-one, the one with me one-on-one, and the one with all 3 of us, 2 on my channel, 1 on his on One Dime Radio. But yeah, I do want to say that the legitimacy of the American state, I don't think that's what he's risking. I don't think that's the problem, because Platypus will, you know, is not afraid of talking about the problems with the American state today and in general, really. But it's more a question of like revitalizing the call for the original radicalism of the revolution, and showing how that, you know, that promise hasn't been fulfilled. Let's fulfill it through socialism.
Okay. Nance, got anything on that?
I don't know. I think I don't like to think about revolution because it, like Tony said, revolution is a horrible thing. I mean, look at what's happening in the world right now. There are multiple places where there's like horrible violence, and that's what revolution looks like. And none of us want that smoke. But I also agree that something needs to happen. Something needs to change. And it's easier for me to just not think about this shit at all. Like there's a million other things I would rather think about. I would rather, you know, just sit back, read Marx, disconnected from the troubles of the world. So I don't know. I guess I'm excited or looking forward to like having my feet put to the fire on that, because it should be thought about. I guess we do need to think about it. Yeah.
Somebody needs to think about it. I don't know that we need to think about it, but you guys thinking about it for us is interesting enough. And so we'll happily sort of use you guys like our own little, I don't know, like roosters, put you in a little ring and have you fight it out. We'll just kind of sit there and place our bets and you know, it's illegal to do real cockfights. So we'll just simulate them by having you guys run the rounds. But on the note of not debates, but contradictions, something that we like to do at Theory Underground. A contradiction is a contradiction conversation. It's meant to, instead of a side being the one that wins at the end of the thing, the only person who really can win in a contradiction is the audience member who doesn't have an opinion made up already, the person who's thinking things through for themselves. And that's what the contradiction is supposed to prioritize. We could be more abstract and say it's to advance the discourse, but we don't want to be abstract. We're just going to say for workers with earbuds who are not made up in their mind, trying to figure things out, hearing people of different positions talk stuff through is interesting. For instance, I'd love to pick your guys' brains on something that I find out you guys disagree on someday. I would love that. And not in a combative way, like a real cockfight, but no, just like a straight up, like, please educate us on why you hold this position and why you think it matters. What are the stakes? And so to that end, you guys brought up Cutrone and Platypus, obviously. Cutrone is going to be our keynote guest for today. He's doing a double feature like Todd did last time. And it's going to be on why Gabriel Rockhill is wrong about Stalin, the Frankfurt School, and the CIA. And then also the other segment will be Marxism. What is it? And Mikey's going to join me and Nance, and we're just going to ask him questions. And so it's going to be a lot of fun.
But on this Rockhill note, I know that we've got a couple people who love to hate watch Theory Underground who have come over from the Rockhill side of the internet because if you say his name 3 times, some of his people show up. And, Cutrone has said his name at least 3 times. So has Slavoj Žižek. And so obviously he comes and he peeks in, or his people do at least. And I've talked to him one-on-one. We've had some engagement with one another, where I was just like, I'd love to bring you on, hear your side of the, situation and your approach to things. But the reason this matters is because both Žižek and Cutrone, 2 brands of Marxist or post-Marxist, have kind of taken their shots at Rockhill. Rockhill, his people come over and are just like, oh, this is a bunch of bullshit, and we're on the side of Rockhill. And then I look at Rockhill when he's talking, and I hear a lot of things that sound like they make a lot of sense. He's an attractive looking, smooth talking, sort of historical political philosophy kind of guy, right? And in a lot of ways, he is the opposite of us, right? He's against the CIA. We are the CIA. He's a Marxist. We're post-Marxists. He's a part of the left. We don't know what that means anymore, right? There's all these things, but you two are leftists. You two have sort of principled positions. We can kind of start stirring the pot in a sort of sense. I'm curious what you both think would be the main actual contradictions between Gabriel Rockhill and Chris Cutrone if we really were to distill it down to fundamentals. And would that be a waste of time to have that conversation, or do you think it'll be cool?
I don't know enough about Gabriel Rockhill. I literally encountered him like a couple months ago on a YouTube channel. I started listening to him, be like, oh, this guy's smart. I'm agreeing. And then the more I listen, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this is a Stalinist. And then I remember just like rage commenting in the whatever YouTube video it was. I'm just like, this is wrong, that's wrong. And that was the extent of my knowledge of him. So I would only be able to critique him as kind of a general Stalinist.
Okay. I wrote a long critique of Gabriel Rockhill on Twitter a while ago that I was gonna make into a article on Cosmonaut, but never really when it came around to it because I didn't think it was worth the time. And I also want to have him on my pod at some point. A lot of people have requested Gabriel Rockhill come on my pod. And on that Twitter thread that I mentioned, I actually suggested that he should debate Chris Cutrone, like have a conversation with Chris
100%.
Cutrone. And he never responded to any of that. And I think, it would be great if you guys hosted that, like a discussion between Cutrone and Rockhill, because I can maybe sum up my critique of Rockhill. And before I say what it is, I want to preface that I think he is like an intellectual. I don't want to like make what I'm about to say seem like I'm saying he's an idiot or something.
Right.
He's not an idiot. But look, I think Gabriel Rockhill's whole beef with the Frankfurt School and Western Marxism more broadly is sort of a projection of his own disenchantment with academia. Like what we're really witnessing with Gabriel Rockhill is his own utter psychological break with Western academia, because like if you look at his history, he spent a lot of time studying all the people he criticizes. So he did his dissertation on Rancière. I think he studied it with Alain Badiou. He never shit talks Alain Badiou because I can kind of see why, because Alain Badiou is one of the few who's still like communist. But, he spent a lot of time studying these French theory academics, less so the Frankfurt School, but a lot of French theory. And when you spend your whole life doing that, and maybe you think, oh, wow, this doesn't actually amount to much. Like it's not really doing much politically. You might just have a break psychologically and think, fuck these guys. I wasted my whole life. And you kind of project that into like a broader political argument, because he seems to, if you look at the way he talks about these people, there's a bitterness. There's something like he almost has a beef with them. It's like he's fighting his own psychological battle. So I don't really take what he says too deeply, because frankly, I think Rockhill these are a bunch of dead academics. Like, why do you think this is such a big deal? Like, he spends all this time making this point about the Frankfurt School being backed by CIA or whatever, and all these intellectuals, and he makes it seem as though like these thinkers are what led to the impotent left that exists today.
Right.
When in reality, very few people actually read these thinkers. You know, like he very much exaggerates the influence that they have. And this is the second point about Rockhill. He also kind of builds up an implicit coping narrative about left history. And he's not the only one to do this. This is common among a lot of leftists, especially the Marxist Leninists. You know, you might say Stalinist Swoletariat, right?
I might.
But you know, I don't know if he would be a Stalinist. In my opinion, he's kind of like a regimer. You know, like one of these people who sees modern China and Cuba and all like the existing like left-wing governments as this sort of last beacon of hope against American Western capitalism, even though all of these states except arguably Cuba are capitalist, you know. But okay, so Rockhill, in his depiction of like this Western left and how it's been polluted by all these academics, he implicitly kind of says that, well, if it wasn't for all of this Western leftism, if it wasn't for these thinkers who he thinks created the new left and led to what exists today, that there would have been this real communist left. Because this is implicit in all of his articles on the Frankfurt School. He thinks that they backed this, the CIA backed these people because they wanted to create a compatible left. Right. And there's some truth in that. There was an effort to create a compatible left. He's not crazy in saying that. However, in emphasizing this so much, he kind of implies that there would have been a non-compatible left to begin with. And in the case of America, that is simply not the case. Like in France, it's the case. In Italy, it certainly was the case. But in Italy, Italy never really was influenced by like new leftism in that same way. Italy is a much more complex scenario. And Italy, Italy had a communist movement, a very big one, that almost succeeded at multiple moments. Why it didn't is a very complex story, which I don't have all the answers to, and I would like to study more. But Gabriel Rockhill doesn't deal with any of that. Gabriel Rockhill doesn't deal with any of the cases in which the left actually existed and failed. He doesn't deal with why the Soviet Union failed. He doesn't deal with why the Italian left failed. And he barely even really deals with why the French left failed. Like he talks about the compatible left, about how there was this attempt to build a democratic socialist left instead of a communist left. Well, he doesn't really explain why it was the communists in France, the Communist Party, who compromised with de Gaulle and pretty much agreed to be the controlled opposition. They got a lot of successful reforms for workers passed by doing that. It's not to take that away, but they pretty much sold out they gave up on the dream of revolution or taking power they totally gave up on that. He doesn't also deal with the fact that so many communist parties around the world were pretty much subject to the authority of the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union did not want to back revolution in Europe or Latin America. He doesn't deal with that, but he thinks that if it wasn't for this Western left in America, he focuses a lot on America, you would have had this radical communist left. Where did that ever exist? The radical communist left in America pretty much died out after the New Deal. There was, and after Taft-Hartley Act, even socialist unions were pretty much dead. So what is this fantasy in his head that he's creating? The reality was the new left was actually kind of a radical left shift from what was kind of a left emerged in which a left didn't really exist for quite a while. Left was dead after the post-war period, in America at least. Now, it might have not been the left he wanted, and it was certainly a left filled with problems, some of which permeate to this day. I'm all for critiquing the new left. I'm all for it. There's many critiques to be had. But Rockhill, he just thinks that there would have been this Marxist-Leninist communist left if it wasn't for this boogeyman. And I think that's just a fantasy that doesn't deal with the problems of why this left he kind of is much less critical of, the Marxist-Leninist left, why that failed when they did take power.
Yeah,
he's doing a Jordan Peterson, James Lindsay version of left history, but from the left.
Right. It's the Adorno and Horkheimer created identity politics in their cultural turn. Right. And identity politics is the reason we don't get to have nice things. If it wasn't for Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer developing critical theory, identity politics wouldn't have come around, and it wouldn't be the thing that hijacks any sort of broad-based working class movement. Right? Is that accurate? Okay. So
yeah, he calls this the global theory industry. Like he says like all this is part of a global theory industry, which is an attempt to kind of de-radicalize the left. And I'm thinking like, this is what academia is. Like, what do you expect academia to be? These are armchair intellectuals. Like, he's kind of penalizing them for not being communist activists, but activists, revolutionaries, activists, and intellectuals are not the same thing. That was never the case. So it's like he's projecting his own values. Like, why weren't you radical enough? And what's weird is he kind of is more warm about Marcuse. He doesn't quite like Marcuse either, but he's more sympathetic to him because he's like, at least he tried, at least he did something, instead of Adorno, who is like, a party pooper or whatever, and didn't like go to the protests. And it's like, fair enough, but I mean, this is I don't know, it's like not a very good criticism. He's just saying like, why weren't you like how I want you to be? That's what his criticism boils down to. Why didn't you support the thing I wanted you to support? And it's weird, out of all things to criticize the left for is not supporting the Soviet Union. That's one of his reoccurring criticisms. They didn't support the Soviet Union. It's like, you realize that you would have got deported if you supported the Soviet Union in the Red Scare, Cold War era. Like, you would have to be like retarded to like openly support the Soviet Union at this time, because you could get deported.
Like literally Emma Goldman was. She was literally put into a boxcar, shipped to a plane, flown to Finland, put into another boxcar, and she couldn't see the light of day until she arrived in the Soviet Union. So it's like that happened. You know what I mean? Like, that was the situation. You talk, you get deported. That's why we say we pledge allegiance to the flag. Hail America. We're on the side of the CIA. Absolutely, 100%. We are in their lobby. This is the internet. They invented it. We're in their front lobby right now. We're not. There's no pretenses here. We're good boys. We're just asking innocent questions and doing our own research. We're not edgy at all. And it feels to me like Rockhillians and anyone who's like super in their Lizardo sort of. Okay, I'll say something about that. But the people who are coming from that side, like, they kind of think, to me, it feels like kind of when I'm talking to family members who think that it's all about voting blue no matter who, or voting for the Republicans because they're the lesser evil on this or that issue right now. It's like, yeah, I've got people like that, tons of them on both sides in my life. And then there's these people who are like, no, neither of those things are right. We have to push the left. We just have to be against identity politics and be for the third world and organizing the workers and be anti-imperialist. And by doing that, it's like, by taking on these anti-American positions, they're acting like how both sides of my family act often about voting. You know, by expressing anti-patriotic sentiments, that's some kind of a sufficient condition for whatever it is. And to me, it feels unconvincing. But I said I'd say something about the Lizardo connection. Yo, what's up, Mandy? Great to see you in the chat. I know that Mandy has spent some time between Theory Underground and a lot of other channels, and I think that she's actually she likes Tut and Rockhill and the stuff that they do. And but actually hit me up and said it was okay if I talk about this on stream. Like, she hit me up like 2.5 months ago, and she's like, what are they talking about when they say the movement? They keep acting like there's a real movement, like it's actually existing, like there's people who just need to get on board and or get out of the way, when, like, what are they talking about? Just like resurrecting communism? She's like, it sounds like they're talking about just resurrecting like Soviet era Stalinist communism. That's what it sounds like. It's what she was deducing based off of, 10 plus hours of listening to them. And I was like, no, I do think that they are implicated in the nicest way possible. I look forward to having these conversations, but I think that they are implicated whenever Nance in the last year and I have said, it seems like there's a lot of influencers out here, kind of hope salesmen, essentially telling people, hey guys, if we could just convince enough people that we interpreted history wrong, then the left would be back. And then we'd have the large-scale structural change that we want. And we're over here saying, yeah, we want the large-scale structural change. We're not sure that arguing with people about their interpretations of history at this sort of level, whether it's on the internet or knocking door to door or whatever, is going to be the change. And so the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to you guys is Lizardo wrote a book that Nance and I had a great time reading. I've failed to post that every day since we did it like a year ago. I mean to post it. It's like a 9-hour reading of or it might be 7 hours of excerpts from Lizardo's book, Nietzsche, the Aristocratic Rebel. We think that it's really powerful. I definitely have to say hats off to Lizardo for making me think deeply about Nietzsche and his position on otium. And if it wasn't for Tut, I don't know that I would have, I was already looking into it, but Tut kind of accelerated that. Okay. All of that's just to say, Lizardo, that's all he was to me, was this guy who was saying, actually, Nietzsche does have a politics. He's expressly against most people having their time energy so that a handful of people can have their otium, which means active leisure time with no stress. Okay. And that's why he's this aristocratic rebel. He's not a standard conservative. He's a proto-reactionary, blah, blah, blah. It's a thing that you can watch Matthew McManus get into when I had the conversation between him and Spencer Leonard. And so that's a thing. Where did you go, Tony? Let's see. I gotta fix that really quick. Okay. So with all that said, I hope you're back. All right. So with all of that said, so this is not automated, so I actually have to sit here and make the transitions if you go video off. But anyway, basically, Lizardo gets mad props from me and Nance when it comes to that work that he did. But then he also wrote a very popular book on Stalin. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a book that people pretty much pair with
Critique of the Black Legend.
Critique of the Black Legend, and then they combine that with some Parenti, and then boom, they're good to go. They've got their Marxism, Leninism, Stalinist sort of approach. I had somebody in the chat say, "Ha ha ha, what's Stalinism?" And another person was like, "Oh, so Rockhill's the devil now." So I can tell that I think we have a couple of fanboys in the chat, and so welcome guys. Maybe we could have Tony and Eamon and Nance in their own ways address their positions on the Lizardo approach, if not the Parenti approach. And then we'll close this thing out because I know we've only got like another 13 minutes, though. Maybe we'll have some digital green room time. Just do it.
You guys don't go first. I can go first. So I would distinguish those thinkers a little bit. Like, I want to say first, Parenti is not a Stalinist. And Parenti actually is very, very critical of Stalin and the Soviet Union in his book, Black Shirts and Reds. He has a book called Communism, and a chapter called Communism in Wonderland, which is a very good critique, actually, of the Soviet Union. And I wish a lot of these Parenti fanboys would read his own work because he's actually quite critical. And I would say, first off, what do we mean by Stalinism? So I'll actually wait to explain that when Swoletariat is here, because I think we have a disagreement on what Stalinism is.
Oh no, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So Yeah, you have a different understanding of Stalinism. I take Stalinism very simply to just be the politics that existed under Stalin's rule and the people who sided with Stalin in that whole international context and the splits that occurred. So like, I think you would say Stalinism is essentially this idea of anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. So people who still carry on the legacy of Stalin believe that Soviet Union was fine and dandy. It was, progressing towards communism until Khrushchev basically denounced Stalin and supposedly went on a revisionist road. Now, there's some people at the time who agreed with that and many people who didn't. The people who agreed with that were people like Enver Hoxha. If you were to give a perfect example of Stalinism outside of Stalin, outside of the Soviet Union, it would be Enver Hoxha's Albania. Hoxha is basically like the quintessential Stalinist. That's his politics. Some people say Mao, prior to the Cultural Revolution, was Stalinist. I would disagree. Mao is sort of a bit of an esoteric, sarcastic writer, and he critiques Stalin at many points, usually kind of implicitly when Stalin was alive, because Soviet Union had all the power at that point and could have easily had him killed. But he hated his guts, and basically after Stalin died, he was much more explicit in critiquing Stalin because he thought Stalin was kind of almost a social imperialist who wanted to enforce his authority, the USSR's authority on China, and made them do all sort of things which were bad ideas, like siding with the Kuomintang, which ended up in the Shanghai massacre. But that's a whole another event. If you want to see more on like what's like the difference between Maoism or Mao Zedong thought and Stalinism, you could probably check out my video, Cultural Revolution, the Cultural Revolution videos, or the Theory Underground chapter I wrote. So Stalinism basically people who are Stalinists today are usually people who call themselves Marxism, Leninism, and say that they're anti-revisionists. So this is different. There's a big difference between just an ML who supports China and all the actually existing socialist states. Stalinists today do not support China. They think like they're very hardcore about like any capitalist relations. They're against all of that. But they kind of think like the answer to preventing capitalist road is to just like kill all the revisionists and kill all the capitalist roaders. Some of them come out and say that. Some of them are implicit about it, but a lot of them come out and say it. Actually, if you look on Twitter, a lot of these Stalinists, they say basically that like, if the kulaks were like fully cleansed, and if you killed all the revisionists, you wouldn't have had Khrushchev and you wouldn't have had Gorbachev, etc. They have this very, frankly, pretty retarded view of like how to conduct their politics. Like their politics is based on whether people disagree with them. But this would be a different way in which Cutrone might use the word Stalinist, and how by extension Swoletariat would use the word Stalinist. I think, I'll let you guys explain your view on how you say it. But I do also want to preface, I don't think Lyotard is a Stalinist either. Lyotard is a fantastic scholar, but I do think he does do this like Soviet apologetics thing, which to some extent is necessary in clarifying the like exaggerations. Like the point of Critique of Black Legend, all he really says in that, to summarize, is he pretty much says like what happened in the Soviet Union was a complex result of like bureaucrats killing people, and just what happened is Stalin would get tons of names of people who were supposedly guilty, and Stalin would like just sign and often not really like read the list. And it was these bloodthirsty bureaucrat people who were actually often recruited from the ranks of the working class, who went and like, would persecute people wrongly and stuff. He's basically saying shit's more complex than just Stalin. Stalin wasn't, a supercomputer fucking telling everybody what to do. But my whole thing with that is like, okay, so all that means is like Soviet Union was fucked, and it wasn't just Stalin, right? So to me, like, yeah, Lyotard does engage in this kind of apologetics sometimes, like it's implicit, but he's scholarly fantastic. Like I would recommend I haven't read the Nietzsche Aristocratic Rebel book because that's so damn long, but I read Liberalism, a Counter History, which is pretty good. And I also read his most recently translated work called Democracy or Bonapartism, which is fantastic. And he actually argues against some of like the far left attempts to dispense with representation. He actually thinks that if you dispense with representation, you kind of get like a Bonapartism. and he's like, that's a critique of Marxist Leninist right there. So I don't think he's like all that unnuanced. Some people, the problem with Lizardo is he gets a bad rep because all these MLs like to cite him just to support their own kind of grand narratives.
Okay.
But I think Lizardo is a great scholar. So yeah,
that's fascinating to me. Yeah. Okay. And I don't have time to properly respond to that with my questions and things that it provokes in me, but I want to give you each a chance to say some closing thoughts. Yeah, starting with Eamon.
So I don't know really anything about Lizardo. I do know a little bit about Parenti, because he was one of my first kind of internet influences for Marxism and just Soviet history and stuff. I like Parenti. Parenti is a Khrushchevite, though. And a Khrushchevite is kind of a derivative of Stalinism. In that he upholds, Marxist-Leninist thought, but he's like, Stalin did it wrong. Stalin was bad. He was, they did Marxism-Leninism, Marxism-Leninism. They did it dirty. And Khrushchev and Parenti's kind of tendency, or saying, we need a more pure version of that, I suppose. And Stalinism in general, I think it's not just agreeing with Stalinist thought. It's a kind of a broader historical thing. I wrote a lot of notes for this thing, which we didn't get to, but I put Stalinism and Maoism as a derivative of Stalinism in the camp of the right, historically, because the right, their version of Marxism is conceived of nationally instead of internationally, and their politics effectively amount to class collaboration through anti-imperialism, supporting national liberation struggles, and petty bourgeois radicalism over keeping the horizon of international proletarian socialism and revolution. So in practice, despite the rhetoric, their horizon of possibility isn't actually socialism, just even though they talk about it. And in this sense, Stalinism is a crime, therefore, because it forecloses the possibilities before us.
Yeah, I would disagree with that pretty strongly, just because I think when we have that definition of Stalinism, we risk watering it down into kind of like smear buzzword, which is what Stalinists often use to say, like, what does Stalinism even mean? It's not even real. It's so broad. I think to lump Khrushchev thought with Stalinism is pretty bizarre. I mean, look, all of them, I guess the point of Cutrone saying that it's Stalinist is basically that it's not Marxist. It's not really orthodox Marxist. And that I would agree with. But I mean,
it's an opportunist, right abandonment of the horizon of international socialism.
I would agree with that, right? But I just don't think the word Stalinism captures that at all. Khrushchev is the guy who kind of denounced Stalinism. That's why Stalinists hate Khrushchev more than everybody.
People were denouncing the Soviet Union far before Khrushchev, though.
Yeah, but much more after, because people didn't know about the gulags, at that extent. People really did not know. It's something I tell people about Orwell 1984, actually, because 1984 wasn't at the time written really much about the Soviet Union. It was about Nazi Germany, and it was trying to say how Britain could become like Nazi Germany. It wasn't about the Soviet Union. That gets distorted because now there's all these covers with Stalin in front of it. But at the time, people didn't really know how fucked shit was in the Soviet Union until Khrushchev leaks. So that's why the Stalinists hate him so much. And I think to lump also Maoism and Stalinism together is incorrect. I explained why already, in the paper, so I don't need to reiterate that. But I also think they're also, to view them as right deviationists is incorrect. I think you could write Stalin as a rightist to a certain extent, but I think Maoism is actually almost like an ultra left current.
Okay, guys.
Maoism and
I'm sorry. I hate to do this, but I have to cut it off right here. We are getting ready for JREG, who did not sleep at all last night. And so, but before we bring him in, I want to say goodbye to you guys, and I want to give you a chance to go into the green room because we got started late. And the fact is you guys got interesting questions. that you're getting into right now. Eamon knows how to record on OBS, and Will officially is here. I think he might be recording and emceeing this conversation in the back room. So go ahead and we'll see you guys and what you talk about shortly. But thank you for being here. And there's JREG. We're going to go talk to him. Thank you, Tony. Take care.
Hi.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks,
Who's
Will.
this guy?
Everybody will be right back right after this.
I recognize this
It's
guy.
a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Epic Marathon stream at Theory Underground on September 18th. It's so good to have JREG joining us right now. How are you, man?
You asked me this question already, and I said
I know.
I've never been better. And every day of my life has been better than the last. It's like a never-ending positive feedback loop until I reach nirvana or something.
Cool. So how are you doing today, JREG?
That's an awful question to follow up the explanation I just gave, but to reiterate, imagine that positive feedback loop. Imagine the highest point you could imagine, and then I'm just one day ahead of that.
Tight, yeah. We wanted to talk to you first about a trademark infringement complaint.
Some very serious business.
Okay.
Very
Yes. Oh, I know. I already know where this is going.
Yeah. Well, you were reported to us by one of the authorities. Bauer, shout out to him in Finland. He watches you. I don't know why, but he said that you were using time energy in sentences.
Mm-hmm.
I checked it out, and then I thought, this is actually fun. I like this guy. He's doing cool stuff. I'm just kidding. I already knew about you for years. So,
okay.
What
Look, I'm very bad at discerning jokes from fact. So I was like, there was no element of me that was like, okay, let's see where this goes. I was like, okay, this is information I'm getting about the scenario. Okay.
Well, the trademark infringement is true. You're going to court.
Okay.
But
Oh no. So I believe this now wholeheartedly.
Yes. So we mainly wanted to bring you in here to ask you why you were doing that.
Okay. So listen, the time energy thing, the big time energy drama, the time energy situation is crazy. If Gokinaru, our mutual one diamond mine, Gokinaru's friend, was making a video, it would say the time energy situation is crazy. And it would be my face, and it would be like plagiarist, and it would be your face, and you'd be like, I don't know where I heard the word time energy, but it's a very and also I'd love for you to describe that to me at some point, because I only know I think one guy must have told me about you at some point, and I must have heard the word, and it must have been such an intuitive word that I used it in that one skit that we're talking about, which I think if I'm not mistaken is the 500,000 sub special thing. where I say the word. The internet is stealing. Yeah, I actually can't remember the exact word I used, but the sentence I used.
Yeah, the internet's stealing
the
our
internet's
time energy.
Stealing your time
Yeah.
energy. Something like that. Yeah.
No, I talk about that in my master's thesis. I talked about how the attention economy, there's something about how it's it kind of fills in the gaps of our life in a way that kind of finishes making sure we don't have any time energy, right? And so just to say the basic definition before, so we can get on with this, it is large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time reliably available between us throughout the week. And so if you can't start a band with people and actually get better on instruments, then almost guaranteed the reason is you just don't have large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time reliably available between you and your bandmates, right? So it's almost guaranteed that is the case. In almost everybody in a job-centric society, in almost everybody's case, you don't have time energy. You just kind of guess that. Yeah. And the reason,
I think that's a good term. It's an intuitive term.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's like it takes time and it takes energy and it just kind of puts them together.
And it's one E in the middle, right?
One E.
Tim energy.
Yeah.
So it's like Tim energy.
Tim energy, exactly. Well, the robot reader always says it wrong. It says Tim energy.
Tim energy. Yeah.
I am Tim energy. Yeah. And
well, listen, let me just make a public apology for the plagiarism.
Thank you.
I will be on record here. Time energy is Theory Underground's wonderful idea, which was now explicated to me, and I think I think is the way I used it, because I didn't understand. Is the way I used it right? Did I use it right in the video?
Close enough. Yeah.
Close enough. Yeah. That's how I use all these vibes. Like all these terms are just vibes to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
like deterritorialize. I don't know what that means. I'm deterritorialize you right now. Boop.
Yeah. No, and I want to get into vibes and scenes, and I think you're kind of good at thinking about both vibes and scenes, and that's kind of what you do as a sort of as a shit posting diagnostician or anthropologist of the not, I don't want to just say the left, really the political scene online, but also just broader scenes. Nance just sent me a video of you, an interview, and you said that you are fascinated by scenes. You go to all these different things and check them out. And part of where Theory Underground comes from is this realization that a lot of what we were doing as politics was really just scene kid shit dressed up as politics. And so it's a theory scene that we find ourselves in. The real question is, can it become something more? Does it have some other kind of capacities? Or is Plastic Pills correct when he says, no, there's not anything more you can do. It is just vibes and there's just nothing else to it. I think he said that on your podcast, in fact.
Yeah, it's all like what? It's all just vibes, basically. Vibe nihilism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's pretty much the conversation.
Okay. So wait, sorry. There's the vibe nihilism that Plastic Pills was getting at, and then there's what's the other one?
So
why
the possibility of the scene going to be becoming something more than just a scene. And so for us, it becomes, what are the conditions of possibility for a milieu, like a genuine, robust, working class intellectual milieu. And obviously not restricted to the working class, but we have workers with earbuds in mind, because most of our listeners are warehouse workers and truck drivers who are just tuning in. They got into it through podcasts, and maybe they watched a little Left Tube, maybe they watched a little Theory Tube, maybe they were Hegelian e-girls for a hot second, but now they're over here hanging out with us. And so
okay, I think I think the scene kid stuff's very apt. It's definitely a super apt observation. And I am somewhat interested in scenes. So what scene, but like, I'm interested in like flesh space scenes, you know, like I'm interested in like, honestly, the being on a Zoom call, this is like a humiliation ritual for me in some ways. I like doing these in person, you know?
I would be embarrassed too.
Yeah. But so like, so can I ask you what do you think? Do you think that diminishes like if it's all just like scene kid stuff, do you think that makes it all meaningless?
Not more than saying it's all just vibes, I think, but
Hmm.
to say that something has some of the necessary conditions to go from being something to something else that you think is better is a compliment, as long as there are other necessary conditions that could make it sufficient, right? So I'm just getting it. I'm talking like an analytic philosopher for a second, but really we're just talking about what are the conditions of possibility to go from being a scene to being a milieu. Now, if we say it's right now, everyone thinks they're doing politics, but it's just a scene. JREG is just hot topic for Zoomers getting into politics, or maybe exiting politics. Maybe they're getting a little disillusioned on it. Who knows?
Sure.
Or any other. I use you because you're present. I don't want to talk shit about people not in the room. But the point is like people are shopping for their identities at Hot Topic, and that's what this kind of is. The difference between then and now, you know, because I'm referring to my own past. I used to shop at Hot Topic. Well, the difference between now and then is like we had more money and people were getting together in the meat space back then. Whereas now there's this kind of question, are we going to start actually doing more IRL stuff? I think so. It seems like this year, especially just hearing you talk about going all over, you've been getting together with people in the real world.
I would say not only have I been getting together with people, I think I'd say that's like the main thing I've been doing, because I think the internet, this is a hot take. I don't know if you guys would resonate with this one, but made me and is making me mentally ill, like violently, and grounding myself in like other flesh space human beings has been valuable. Like One Dime, for example, a great guy. So you know, that's been helpful to me. And I'd say like the main thing, I go around and I see scenes and I travel and stuff, but like the main thing I'm interested in is like building a scene where I am. And it's an artistic, creative scene. It's like a lot of things going on there.
Toronto,
yeah, specifically Toronto. Like that's the locality of it. It's territorializing myself, a word I don't know, but I got the vibe, I think.
Yeah. You have been spiritually deterritorialized for the last decade, presumably by the internet, and now you are trying to territorialize yourself where you have physically been this whole time.
I'm doing my best, and I think it's a good activity for someone to pursue. Especially internet people, right? Like the average worker, with the earbuds in, as we say, they're probably fine because they get to, at least they're like going outside, right? I'm just comparing them to like an internet person, right? Like that's fucking 16 hours a day screen time, right?
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
I mean, to me, it seems like at Amazon, and I've worked at 2 Amazon warehouses. I'm writing a book called Work at Amazon. And basically there's like 3 kinds of workers, basically. There's the tryhards, there's the slackers, and then there's the kind of blending, being neither of those groups, but kind of being average, right? Kind of like in high school or something, I imagine. All of them are on their phones in the break room, not talking to each other, except for maybe like this group over here. There's like 3 people over here that talk. And I was working many shifts. And so different shifts on different floors, it's different crews, it's different dynamics, but there's always like a click or 2 of people who really want to hang out. And so they do, but everyone else is on their phones. And the people who hang out, my assessment of them, and this is not coming from rigorous, I'm kidding. It comes from the most rigorous anthropological, sociological research, is that they all, in every case, are also on their phones talking about the stuff that they all share in common through their phones. So everybody is an online person as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
It's true, right? Like, people like us, we are creating more things to give them the phone thing. I don't know. I think at some point I reached some sort of horrible nihilism with everything I was producing for the screen, because it's just like I look at this thing, it makes me unhappy, and then the only way I can produce that techno capital with my time energy vibes is to you know, do more of the, it seems like the only way to make money is to perpetuate evil or something.
We got to do
but-
what we can.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think every podcast and Instagram page is like, you have to have it, but then it's also evil. I think a meteor should hit the earth. That's my solution. That's my practical theory based solution for our modern day problems.
Yeah, I've seen that car bumper sticker. You're a little behind the times here. In the United States, it's been around for at least 10 years. People say they vote for the meteor.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm updating it. I'm updating it for Gen Z. I just want it to hit me, specifically JREG, like me. The world can carry on. It's not like some virulent nihilistic, just kill everybody. Okay. Take me out though.
Okay.
Bonk me right on the head.
I would have that bumper sticker on my
Hell yeah.
on my car. Yeah.
Hell right yeah.
100%. Yeah. Now I wanna pick Nance's brains about this nihilism theme. I know it's near and dear to his heart. I know that he wants to off himself whenever he sees your face come up on his computer. And so before we get to him though, I just wanted to say on that note, I think it's probably my favorite thing about you. Because I don't like Canadians, first of all. Let me just say that up front. Xenophobia is an underrated vibe. I don't really know what it means, but as far as vibes, I think it's okay.
Let me just say I totally agree with you, and that's why I hate Americans. So
perfect. Yeah, no, it's great. We can agree on that. And so, yeah. but also I'm a first gen immigrant of Canadian parents who moved here and then had me, and so I go back there for every family reunion every year. And but we're from the other side of the country, the side you all look down on, and that has no representation in government. And so, you know,
oh, good.
I have that sort of secondhand populist, like branded through Republicans. I'm thinking hatred of the Canadian East Coast elite. I know nothing of it. I know literally nothing of your guys' anything except for what I've seen you or JJ McCullough do. And so it's like, I just don't know. But what I wanted to say is for people who are watching this right now, people who have no idea, hold on a second. You can't be here. Go away.
No, come back.
No, he can't. Okay. I have a question.
I got to see my friend one time, and now he has to go away back into his Matrix profile picture. No.
If he hangs out, he'll be able to be in the green room with you. But before I can ask my question that sets up Nance, I just wanted to, for the people watching this who don't know enough about LeftTube, they only come from TheoryTube, they've never paid attention to LeftTube. I just want you all to know it's almost all Canadians, and most of them like come off like they don't take themselves seriously. There's always a little bit of performative irony, but you can see it's only skin deep. They're very, very serious people. And the nice thing is you peel back a few layers of skin, and JREG, the ironist, is still there. He maintains this ironic, nihilistic tendency deeper than just that first level. And so that's what I was trying to get at. Nance, what do you want to say about nihilism?
The other day, I told Dave and Mikey, another of our buddies, that I think you are the Tekashi 6ix9ine of BreadTube.
Wow, that's wrong on both fronts. I hate it.
I don't mean that in a bad way. Like no. Actually,
yeah, but I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if we're on the same cultural footing, because I barely know who Tekashi 6ix9ine is, but I just know there's like bad vibes associated with this guy. So I'm gonna look him up, and you keep talking.
So yeah, like a lot of people hate on him because he's been involved in a lot of drama, and that's true. But I didn't mean it in a bad way. Like, I actually think there's something special with Tekashi 6ix9ine. Like he rose to fame for a brief moment because he's so spectacular, and there's something unique about him. And I think it has to do with like a generation of nihilists who aren't even like self-aware, like Gen Z. I'm an older guy. I have several kids who are Gen Z kids. So I spend a lot of time thinking about and trying to understand Gen Z and like how they kind of relate to the world. And I meant it in a good way. Like I think Tekashi 6ix9ine is talented. He is. I personally don't like his music, but there's something special about him. And like
That's
similarly,
Dude, whatever, man. He drops bangers. It's easy to imagine why people
He
like
does.
his music. Banger after banger.
his shit blows
I don't
up.
listen to it, but it's bangers.
Wait.
Yeah.
So sorry. What is the quality criteria we're judging Tekashi 6ix9ine and being good in any way is?
Makes me want to beat people up and dance. I don't know.
Yeah, it gets you moving. It shocks you out of like the doldrums of your daily life. You can go through your daily life on autopilot. And I think for a lot of people, especially Gen Z, they go through their daily life and they consume breadtube or lefttube or whatever, and they're just on autopilot. And then JREG comes along and there's something that I can't put my finger on. And I really do, like, I think that's a really good thing. I think there's something
Nance,
going on.
Nance, you just have to flesh it out. You have to flesh it out at TUCON. You just make a proper paper
right.
about why this is true, why JREG is Tekashi 6ix9ine, actually. Yeah.
But so I
Fewer
don't know.
face
Like,
dance.
I think
That's a good idea. I was thinking of getting damaged on my forehead.
like the Joker. I think
the Joker.
I think you are challenging people's nihilism, or I don't know, maybe drawing attention to this kind of like general malaise that people kind of feel that and they aren't aware of it. And I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know. Like there is something fascinating with what you do, and I think I can sit back and get in my like grumpy old man. Oh, he's not really a nihilist. Like I think I'm a nihilist, and then you come along and I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You're stealing his glory.
Yeah, yeah.
He's old gen
But I think it's
nihilism.
I think like you're celebrating it in a way that I'm unsure of.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're dancing, like having a dance party at the end of the world. And I don't know. No, it's definitely spectacular. But I think there's something else going on.
I think it's wholesome. I think it's wholesome and funny. It's like
I think
pure.
it's very sweet.
It's like pure.
I'm sensing. Okay, listen. I'm sensing. Okay, there's the goodwill, and I appreciate that. I'm taking it, but I think it's gonna be more interesting if we get into it. So hit me with some like, ugh. Like what are some like oh, this guy's bad.
Let me do it. Let me do it. Shut up, Nance.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be more fun.
My favorite bone to pick with you, I think, might be this one. You basically like to lead with you don't read theory. And I feel like you're not telling the whole truth. I feel like you do read theory, but you need to own up to it because little kids on YouTube need to learn, oh, I can be on YouTube and also read theory, and that's okay. What do you think about that?
Be a good role model for people who are interested in reading theory.
I think you could do that. You don't have
to. I have to be a moral arbiter for the kids. The kids, the children. Your bone to pick is think about the children. You're gonna use that one on me? I thought about the children. Let me tell you, and I don't care. I don't care for them. I don't care for these kids. I don't. Yeah, it's never enough. It's never enough. You give them. You try to be a good role model, and then it's never enough. They want more from you. They want more from you. These kids. I don't know. I don't have children. Okay, I don't have kids right now, and it's like I'm not ready for that responsibility. And then I got to think about all these kids in my audience, and I got to take care of them. But I take your point. And to get to the meat of your point, I read all kinds of books. I love theory, and if any children are watching, they should go out and they should read any theory that they want. But specifically the ones endorsed by this podcast. Look, I'm bending the knee. Are you happy?
Yeah. No, thank you. Yes, this is good.
Amazing.
Thank you for that. Nance, are you happy?
No, Nance, give me something. Let's get into it.
I don't know, like there is like a quality of everything that goes online, and I think you're aware of it because you said you're more interested in kind of creating real spaces, but there's this, I don't know, weird thing where it seems like we're just, like I said, like having a dance party at the end of the world, and to me that's a little gross sometimes, because like I do feel like we are at the end of the world.
Yes.
But I don't think that's like total and complete. Like I do, like there's something that remains. I do believe that something human will make it out of the near future. But we don't know what that is, right? Which is why we over here read theory and try to do experiments and shit that's going on. But you are also doing like physical space shit.
True.
So that's not really like criticism that I can throw at you.
I go, that's good. That's good. This is a lot to work with. The dance party at the end of the world vibe, I think you correctly intuit on. I guess really all I can say for myself as a defense or something is, I guess I'm not really trying to make a statement of like this is how you should feel, or this is what you should think about it. It's more like I am embodying the feeling of the cope, for example, of the world's ending, let's have a good time. And I also think it's a cope to be like, the world's ending, but we can save it. I think that's probably also a cope. And it's like, what cope do you prefer? And like, I flip flop, you know, we don't know. No one knows if things are gonna all come to a crash all at once, like slowly, quickly. I mean, it seems like the vibes are definitely bad. Things are bad. I'll be the first to say it. I'll be the first brave soul to say it. But
thank you. Very brave.
Finally, someone says it.
It's a relief to hear.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I resonate. Like when you say that's gross, I don't even want to defend myself. I'm like, because I feel gross when I do it.
Yeah. I feel disgusted by both of you right now. Let's just like I don't see a way out. I just think we're all fucked. But in a different way. I don't think we're all fucked like there's nothing we can do about it. And I don't think that's just cope. As an article of faith, it's more than that. But no, I also I also think that there is like this sort of disillusionment that comes from taking it all very seriously, when you realize after some point, it presupposes that we all take it seriously at a certain level. People keep playing along. That's not actually doing anything. And then you kind of step back from everyone else doing it. And then you're like that meme where you're in the corner of the room and you're like, people don't realize, but I don't buy into the bullshit anymore. And then you kind of keep hanging out, but then you go online and you're like, by the way, guys, I don't buy into the bullshit anymore. And then everyone's like, yeah, me either, man. Fuck it, man. We're all fucked. And then to me, it feels like it's a dark place, you know? And so it's like, you know, like the doomer memes. It's like, I think most of my friends either had a phase or are still in this phase. And it's not a phase, Dave. Maybe it's not a phase. But I don't know. But it does seem, I think what it is subjective destitution in this Zizekian sense. You're bottoming out. And I think that's that period of moratorium that can come from bottoming out and owning up to the situation, as he says, like the hopelessness of the situation. I think that can be good. But then the question arises, is there a way of going about it that is better than another way, where maybe in one way of going about it or multiple ways of going about it, it's a dead end and it's not going to go anywhere and you're actually hurting yourself and or other people, whereas there's other ways of going about it where maybe it won't just be a dead end or necessarily end in a harmful place for you. I don't know.
I just like my attention span to like take that idea seriously. We're doing like, this is the problem. This is, I think, my fundamental problem with theory and why I claim to be illiterate. So maybe we're getting somewhere here. Is like, I'm not, okay, maybe this is it. I'm not really thinking when I make art. Like, I'm just like, I feel and then I put words to that.
Mm.
I don't even think about the social ramifications of like if that's a good thing to do or not. So like it's very possible that there's immoral nihilism happening here, but then at the same time it seems to be helpful for people to see what that looks like at the extreme. So
you're like
don't everyone go at once. Nance.
I just wanted to say, so it's like you're doing like collective catharsis by proxy for like disillusioned youth. And maybe that's a little silly, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but they're like you kind of embody something that I call like youth. I see in my kids, I see in, you know, my kids' friends, and I like I said, I think it's sweet, but I think you're more of a realist than I was when I was, you know, in my teenage years, in my early 20s. Like I think I coped harder than, you know, the youth of today. I don't know.
Can I ask about that? Because there's a generational divide here that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
I think we invest.
How did you cope when you were younger? And how do you observe the youth coping now?
I don't know. First of all, I don't want to like overinvest in like the whole generational cohort thing, because it is bullshit. But like kids can't run away from the world the same way I was able to run away from the world. Like I could just get fucked up, ride my skateboard, listen to punk rock. Nothing was real unless I was like actively engaging in it. But now, because kids are constantly saturated, constantly inundated with something more real via you know, the media environment, you can't run away from it. And so it's not so much like coping, it's like we ran away, whereas the youth of today can't run away as hard as we did.
That's okay. Wait, pause. Okay. I know the generational cohort thing. That's not something I would have ever heard from someone my age, because that's such a great point. That's such a profound point. And like when you said that, I got sad, because like I cannot get away from my phone. I can't. Yeah. I centered my entire life around getting 3 hours away from my phone, because I have an entire studio here, and I leave my phone and all of my electronics here just to get like 3 hours maybe of when I walk home and I go to sleep and I wake up, there's no electronics there. I can't run away because I have to come back. I am trapped in this hell and there's no way out. And that's been my entire life. So I will, and also, okay, part of the community stuff is like, I take just the one thing I've learned is that let older people like, and I don't just have like tend to have something to give me that people my own age don't. And I don't know how that comes across. I'm not trying to make any like you're old accusations, but I appreciate that. I'm just saying I appreciate that you gave me that, because I've never heard that before, and that's very interesting.
Yeah. Cadell in the chat said JREG is an artist, and that Nance is spot on. And I just wanted to say that it is important to think about what you're doing as art, and that you are taking feelings and giving them a form of expression, and you're doing it for your own, I'll say sanity. That I think that an artist has to be able to express how they're feeling, or they really will just lose it. And of course, as you're describing, like, it's sort of your Fichtean anstos, meaning like the thing that's working for you is also the thing that's undermining you at the exact same time, right? So it's working for you in the sense that like, yeah, you are able to express yourself, but the medium that you have to express yourself on is also the thing that is giving you like all of this, you know, but of course we can't get off of it. There is no leaving it. We can get a flip phone. Okay. And then, you know, 6 months later, we'll be back on our smartphones, but that's what
I did that. Exact. Yep.
Everyone does it.
right? Everyone's done it.
Yeah.
Hey, hands up in the chat if you've done it, by the way, everybody. But I wanted to make this connection back to talk to Kashi69 because I want to, okay, he's a metonym only, not a metaphor, a metonym, meaning like a representative of a bit of a greater whole and a greater tendency. And so let's just go SoundCloud rapper, right? We're not just talking about Tekashi. The fact is you did a video on Post Malone. It's one of my favorite things that you've done. It's really funny. Everyone should make sure to check it out. Everything about Tekashi that is relevant in this case applies to Posty. The difference is, and why it would be maybe easier to say you're more like Post Malone, is that Tekashi 69 is a snitch and ran around the country saying, hey, I'm here, who wants to fight me? And then was actually lying. He was constantly on the run. And then eventually they caught up with him, and like, it's just not good. So it's like Tekashi's the drama for Tekashi.
The more I learn about this Tekashi fellow, the less I like him.
Yeah. From what we could tell, we don't like him either. I don't know him, but okay. But with the broader tendency of SoundCloud rap, I think is what we are kind of getting at, and it's the same thing. I think in this one essential sense, you were describing it as. And then just needing to give it some kind of expression through the medium that is at your immediate disposal. And that's exactly what SoundCloud rap is and or was. And it's like the emo rap, the screamo rap, the trap rap, all of it is, it's very violent, very aggressive, very like taking all of this energy that we feel right now and just giving it an immediate form of expression. And so in that sense, that's where I would see the greatest connection, and I would say
that's a very interesting. I've never heard that connection made, but now that you say it, it makes a lot of sense. That's valuable for me to hear and think about, actually, because part of like, I'm not talking about my work here because it's like navel gazing. I'm like, actually, I am kind of confused as to what I'm doing as well. So like knowing more about that is helpful for me.
Yeah, well, and the intersection between art and theory is an interesting one, right? And it's something that we all have to think about when you are kind of when you're between political theory and critical theory, right? And so one of the things that I'll want to get into is kind of how we are experimenting with the medium and IRL spaces, and maybe some of your own experiences with that, and kind of the stuff that we're doing with these things. But I kind of want to also just ask you a couple, and these might be boring. I'm sorry if they are, but I am curious, like, did the sort of style of kind of using a cheap green screen, or maybe it's like kind of like this kind of, I can only really describe it as shit posting. I don't really know if that's accurate, but the idea is like you're playing characters, they have costumes. Think ContraPoints, but without the what
self-righteousness.
No. Hey,
sorry, I didn't say that. Sorry.
Be nice. No, the overproduction. Right. We're talking like it's the first draft. Let's publish it. And with
that's true. Yeah.
With cuts where maybe it doesn't always make sense, and there's like straight up like jarring cuts and sort of
yeah.
What did that come like? How did that come about? How did you kind of get into that kind of thing? And
I am a big believer that the imperfections of the art are what make the art what the art is. And I think when I see overly polished art, it doesn't really communicate like this is a perfect piece of art. It kind of communicates like the artist made a lot of effort to make me think that they really want this to be a perfect piece of art. That's actually what it communicates to me. And you hear this in music when the mixing is like too good. They spent like 300 hours on the mixing of the song so that every note hits exactly right. And you're like, that's actually not what this is supposed to sound like. This is like some sort of horrifying robot abomination. But someone basically spent their lives, their beautiful time energy on the Theory Underground podcast into creating like some machine thing. So anyway, just to bring this back to me, there's kind of two levels going on here. One is like, I'm a big believer that there's like a point where the art is kind of like the imperfections that you leave in say something about the aesthetic that you're going for, or the kind of they're adding to the art and they're actually detracting from it. And B, I am not, and this is really the important part, a good video editor. I never have been. I don't know how cameras work. I don't understand them. I don't know what aperture means. I don't know what ISO means. I don't know how to focus my camera half the time. I've been doing this full time for 5 years. I will never learn. That's actually, I probably should have led with that one, actually.
Yeah. Well, and I'll just say, I want to hear what Nance has off all this so far, but really quick, wanted to draw everyone's attention to, if I can find it, I'm going to share it on screen and also in the Zoom chat so you can see it. By the way, is it JREG or is it DREG?
It's pronounced drog.
Drog.
To rhyme with Zog. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, drog. Yeah, I'm drogged. Actually,
Okay.
you guys have just been drogged. You're part of drog now.
Oh, hail Drog. Yeah.
Hail drog. I feel like we can say Zog.
I mean,
say
I
Zog
did
on the Theory Underground podcast. That's fine.
I did say it. I don't know if I can say it. I don't know if that's. I heard you saying.
I mean,
it.
we're just saying the word Zog. We're not even like. Sorry, I think you already sort of implied that I shouldn't try to edgemog the hosts here. So we're not going to say Zog.
I just got out edged by 3 of my guests. You're not supposed to out edge the guest. By the way, everyone.
5 dudes edging on the Theory Underground. 5 dudes using their time energy to edge on the Theory Underground podcast.
Yeah,
I want everyone to sit in that.
Sit on it. Everybody.
I prefer
Just
to
think
goon. I've been gooning all day, so
Hell yeah.
yeah, man.
There's a rare moment of agreement there.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
pro goon over edge.
Okay, so I'm gonna. I don't care if we actually get into what any of that means, but whether it would be gooning or Zog, I don't care. The fact that both of you were able to fist pump shows that there really is not as much of a generational divide as you guys thought there was after all. Because I don't fucking know what you guys are talking about.
We're healing the divides in this country right now.
Right here, right now. I thought you want to create divides in this country. That was my other bone to pick with you, but.
I want to heal the divides that are broken and create more divides where they're healed. It's just kind of a pro change sort of disposition.
Yeah, just as long as it's changed.
Deterritorialize, reterritorialize,
Yeah,
and then
it's like,
deterritorialize again.
Yes. I call it oh man, there's probably a really good pun there involving like territorializing. I'm gonna workshop that one. Like just a cyclical. Like never-ending cyclical deterritorialize, reterritorialize.
Perfect. All right.
I think they call that fascism, actually.
I am welcome. I am a fascist. Proud fascist, drag the fascist on the Theory Underground. We're all using the time energy to platform fascist.
Glad to finally have one on the channel. It's been a long time. We've had several people be accused of it, but it's nice to have someone own up. Really quickly, the thing I wanted to point out is shared in the chat. You can both look at it. I'm going to share it on screen right now. It is the new Underground Theory cover reveal for the Kindle edition. And the reason that it relates to what we were just talking about is because JREG was just saying the anti-aesthetic thing that he does. And I just want to say, we don't do graphic design here. I keep receiving requests from people saying, hey, we see that you could use some help with your graphic design. I'd love to help. Well, read the subtitle, JREG. What does it say?
We don't care about graphic design.
There we go. So take that one.
That's strong. That's a power move. Is Theory Underground like in like JPEG or something? That would be cool. I think it just might be pixelated because I'm zooming in on it. This is a great cover. This is a totally good cover.
Thank you. Yeah. He don't care.
Where's my buddy One Dime on this list of names? I must scan.
Tony Chamis,
Is he
bottom
there?
middle.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah. Okay.
I forgot he has a real name. Yeah.
He has a government name and an internet name.
We doxed
I
him.
have to ask, dude, your Subgenius poster behind you. I have to ask, are you? I don't know. I think Dave is a secret situationist and he doesn't even know it. But
Yeah.
like, I don't know, like when you were talking about the imperfections in art and this and that, like that takes me back to like Benjamin, when Benjamin, the author as producer, like he's talking about overproducing art is, I mean, he was like, it's fascism, but like just lying to your audience sucks. And it seems like you're very aware of honesty or authenticity, if you will. And it's couched in post irony, which I think can be jarring for people if they aren't accustomed to, I don't know, just the way people communicate. But I don't know. I like the authenticity, and I don't like to use that word, so I prefer to use honesty. Like I think it's very honest, and I like it a lot. And also, I like your poster.
Are you a situationist?
That's a guy. I am a situationist, and I'll proudly come out as a situationist on this theory under what is a situate. Never mind. I know. Okay, there's why I'm a situationist. I situated myself here in this chair, which is not my chair, and that's not my poster. But I feel like for the conversation to continue in a way that like we all feel good about, that has to be my poster. And I have to know what that means. So I am a part of what this signifies.
Dude, honestly,
hell yeah.
you're not Tekashi 6ix9ine and you're not Post Malone. You're Josie Siwa saying that you just invented gay pop because you don't realize your roots. You're doing the thing, but you don't know your roots. It's settled. Josie Siwa.
All I can say, and this is all I'm going to say about that, is I tried Googling Josie Siwa and I spelled Siwa CSWAH. That's the gap between the cultural references we're throwing at each other right now.
I didn't know who she was until everyone was complaining that she was saying she invented gay pop. And then I was like, who is this woman? And then it's like, oh, she was like a little kid dancing with the stars. And now she's trying to be edgy and sexy. And it's weird. And everyone's uncomfortable because she dances too hard. I don't know. That's pretty much it. But I don't know. Yeah. 6ix9ine. Siwa. I wanted to bring it back to time energy vibes and say that my favorite thing about what you made explicit is something that was only talked about kind of in the dark back rooms when we were coming up with time energy theory over all those years before my master's thesis. And that is that it's supposed to be very intuitive so that you're basically using it correct even if you don't have the stipulations, right? Even if you don't have the theoretical caveats and stipulations, it's close. Because when people already say, I don't have the time and energy for that. And so someone hears, I don't have the time energy for that. You go, I can just drop the and it's the same thing. And it's like, well, it is kind of the same thing. It's lacking a little Heidegger and Marx sophistication, that could be added onto it. There's a little bit of libidinal economy, Zizek, Lacan, blah, blah, blah. But no, the basic point is there. It's just that normally, and this is the other part of the definition I didn't bring into it earlier, time energy has large energy infused blocks of repeatable time reliably between us, it's large, right? Well, that's kind of like saying a heap of sand. Well, at what point does a couple of grains, you keep adding grains, at what point does it become a heap? Well, the point is that it's repeatable too. It's not, so these things are all vague. It's like, well, how many times do we repeat it in a day or in a week, right? Like that's the question. Well, you're not, at the point that you're counting, you probably don't have it, because for it to really be yours and you can do something with it, that kind of energy would be cool, calm, and collected, and it's reliable enough that you feel pretty comfortable about being able to do the kinds of things you want to be able to do. You can't buy that at a store because the money you got
only came from exchanging your labor power, and labor power only comes from putting time energy under erasure. Because when you've exchanged your time energy for labor power, all you have left is energy without repeatable time, or you've got time without energy. And most of us just have time without energy most of the time. So
I have a question.
What's your question?
Question from the audience. Okay, so what if, I see what you're saying, but what if I was like the best at converting my time energy into labor energy or whatever, and I got so much labor energy or whatever. Let's say I got so much money, labor power, that does labor power convert into money?
Yeah. Well, you sell it.
Okay. It is converted into money. Yeah.
Okay. I get so much labor power that I like cannot, because we're progressing towards the post-human techno-capital singularity at a time. What if I'm like one of those trillionaire guys? Like, what if I get to be one of those guys, and then I get infinite time energy in the singularity? That sounds, I think, because like basically I'm not a nihilist. I'm looking for the ways out here. That seems to be one of the ways out. I'll just become a trillionaire, and I'll get the infinite time energy.
But you have it in isolation. No, like then you're on an island, and then you're Robinson Crusoe. Like, it is meaningless in isolation. Like, it is necessarily a common resource. So if you wanted to build a spaceship and take 150 people who fit comfortably into your Dunbar window group or Dunbar group, and you could shoot off on a rocket, the time energy JREG space
notes.
extravaganza. Yeah.
Great title. I'm going to use that.
No,
time energy.
JREG, we could write a letter and get some help from maybe Elon Musk or Peter Thiel. I'm sure that people already think they give me money, so I'm pretty sure that we could get their money. And then they could probably put a spaceship together for us. Yeah, and then we could have time energy.
Okay, scratch that. I'll just get enough labor energy to give one podcast money one time, but then everyone will think that I'm giving all the podcasts money. I would be satisfied with that. I don't need the infinite time energy thing. I've changed. My flows have changed. My desires have shifted throughout the flow of this conversation.
They've reterritorialized.
I reterritorialized it. Yeah, Nance, I saw you shaking your head very like disappointedly when I was talking about becoming a trillionaire, and you're kind of like, and this is just, I'm imposing this on you, but like the elder disapproval kind of shocked me out of it. I was like, I don't even want to say this as a joke anymore, not in front of Nance.
Oh, I'm glad I could serve that role for you.
Trying to not make Nance shake his head is the main sort of moderating or regulating factor here at Theory Underground. Like, I think when I shake my head or express disapproval, people just get animated and
no one gives a shit.
No one gives a shit. Yeah. But
Damn.
Nance is cool enough.
Do you feel like left out because of that? You feel like your approval doesn't matter as much?
No, it's like psychoanalytically speaking, it's because people have put me in the position of the father.
Yeah, we've transferred. He's daddy, and we're trying to transgress daddy because we're all trying to fuck our dads, according to Freud, or something like that. Or maybe
in the chat, he knows about it.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Okay.
Like, there is this approach.
I'm writing this down as well next to the JREG space extravaganza. I want to fuck my dad.
Yeah.
Good.
Let him know.
That's in my notes. That's one of the 4 things I'm taking away from this podcast, by the way. So that's number 4.
Tell him you've been in a room for the last 10 years talking to the glass, and you've come to the conclusion you want to have sex with him. And that, that's basically the trajectory of psychoanalysis anyway. So he'll relate, I'm sure.
Okay, I'm actually going to cross this one off. I've decided I don't need this one. I think you should grow a longer beard, though. Then you will beard mog Nance, and then you can have that fatherly disapproval, and then you guys can like compete. It can be like an arms race. You could do a positive feedback loop until you both embody the archetypal father.
Oh, dude, that's actually accelerationism. I've heard you like allude to it, bring it up, mention it.
And all children should read the accelerationist books. Just throwing that out there. Now I'm a fucking moral paragon for the children.
Yeah. How dare you, JREG? Think of the children.
You want the kids reading Nick Land though?
Yeah, they need to.
they absorb it via osmosis when they're not reading it, because it is kind of like the culture is saturated in it, whether or not we want it to be or not. No, accelerationism, that's like a word that gets tossed around a lot. I think it often gets misunderstood. Left accelerationism, right accelerationism, EAC, blah, 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 like all this stuff. I don't know, but ultimately it comes down to like, I want to ask you, should we just continue dancing at this dance party at the end of the world, or should I, as an elder millennial man who wants to be morally responsible, I don't know, should I try to do something that's actually effective? Is there anything that exists that is actually effective?
Right. I appreciate you asking this question, because you're trying to like get a straight answer from me. What would you call, like a judgment answer, like where like I give you a firm answer. And like, but like, okay, when you ask me that, I think what you're asking me, Nance, what should I do? And I know that if you tried to dance at the end of the world, you would not be a good vibe at that party. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you would be like, and that's no offense to you. That's actually, that's good. Like, it means you have morals and values, and you'd be trying to dance. I would be dancing wholeheartedly. Like, but you would be like, yeah, but like, you wouldn't really be that into it. And so if you're not, you shouldn't go to a party that you're not that invested in. I think you'd be I think you trying suits you a lot better. Like, earnestly, right?
That's interesting.
I think Nance is always the guy here, like the representative of the people who are, they've got two wolves, we'll say. One is just this complete doomer, black-pilled, Nick Land, accelerationist guy, except that Land embraces the annihilation and wants it, and that Nance's wolf, that is accelerationist, doesn't desire that and just mourns it. And then the other wolf, I don't know how to describe it, Nance. I don't know, but there's another one.
I think like I want to leave something behind for my children and the world they inhabit, something more than cancer and alcoholism and mistakes. I believe in some future, and I would like to take part in it. But I also am convinced that it's already too late. Like, we've passed the point of no return.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting contradiction to live with. That's a tough one. Like, having kids with that contradiction in you. And it's like, again, not to play into the generational thing, but like, this is what I think about all the time as someone who is considering having children, right? It's like, damn.
For sure.
Because I'd be where you are.
No, it's weird. Like, I'm some kind of antinatalist, and I have kids, and I feel like guilt for having kids. And it wasn't my fault. I mean, it was my fault, but I wasn't like intentionally doing it. I was carried away in the moment.
As you do.
But also, like, it's only through them that I am still here. Like, having kids at a young age is what influenced me to get sober and try to be responsible and shit like that. So there's that contradiction of like, they're my entire world, but also I feel horrible for bringing them into a world that's on fire. Yeah.
We don't have to end on a positive note, but we do have to end on the live side, and I'm going to let you both say some closing thoughts.
I just think that I actually really like that note to end on. I mean, it's so human. It's so real.
Yeah.
I think that's a great note. I think that's like And this is maybe the core, like this is maybe the core for like philosophical or like artistic difference that we've been like poking at through the last hour. It's a great place to leave it off on, which is like, I don't see the need to wrap things up nicely. Sometimes it's okay to just like end in a moment. Ow, but I'll let the moment go. Do your thing. Do your thing.
No, actually, let's tie it into, and we'll all learn a theory concept. Lacan had this thing called the variable length session, and he got kicked out of the psychoanalytic community that he was in because he would practice it, and people said he was practicing it to make money. But the theoretical reasoning behind it stands to reason, basically being when we reach that moment of like, oh, that's it, you cut it off there so people can actually think about it instead of distracting themselves and changing the subject. And so in the honor of the variable length session, I think, yes, and also just what you said, we're going to shut it off right there. Thank you so much for joining. We'll be right back after this. Thanks, everybody.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of a situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, But the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if
we cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading...
We're not recording yet for this segment, but I just wanted to say it to everybody on playing the PSA over and over and over again. For some reason, it wasn't transitioning the way that I thought it was, so it kept playing the wrong scene. Technical error on my part. We were not being ironic just to play off the JREG energy in the room. But with that, I'm going to hit record and get this thing going. All right, everybody, welcome back to Theory Underground. This is the epic marathon stream here on September 18th. We are now joined by Kier of Recovering Anarchist. How are you doing, Kier?
I'm doing great. Yeah, happy to be here.
Great to have you. Yeah. And so Anne and I have gotten to know you a little bit over the last, I don't know, few months at Theory Underground. You took an active role with Will and now Spencer, right? In taking the seminar sessions that we're doing and making those more available to people on the Substack, both as, well, Will's transcribing them and you are taking the audio and doing that. And so, I mean, that's not what we want to talk about, but it's the thing that I wanted to highlight. So thank you so much for doing that. Everybody in the chat, give it up for Kier. It really is appreciated. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love to like be walking or doing dishes or whatever when I'm listening to stuff. So yeah, I can't sit still very well. So it's great for me too to have the audio versions.
So before we get into what it means to be a recovering anarchist, I kind of want to just first focus on the medium Substack that you have been using, that I've been using, and to shout out somebody in the actual live chat here who had just said that, I think it was Matthew of Samsara Media. he was like, yeah, Matthew Stanley said that Substack has officially rolled out a live streaming function.
Really amazing.
Yeah, so we'll hopefully be able to start restreaming to Substack and start building that way, because in a lot of ways it's a far, as a platform, far superior to every other. I mean, just one little tiny thing is like the notes function. Those notes don't go away. They keep getting shown to people over time. Like, I'll have people liking a note that I posted, which is practically a tweet, everybody. I'll have people still liking it like 2 months later. And it's like, you go on Facebook or on X or on Threads, and it's like, you have to be, it's presentism all the way through. It's just like, what's present, what's present, what's present. And no, there's something about repetition and sort of like, oh, that doesn't just go away. That thing you just said, you might keep talking about it. You might kind of come back to it. People who are just joining, they'll see that for some reason, somehow, with how their algorithm works. So I'm just curious what your experience has been like as a writer on Substack compared to other things that you've done over time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love Substack, and it's been cool being on there for the past like several years because it's just improved so much. Like, they're adding functions all the time. And I think, like, I guess what I enjoy about it is like they get paid when their writers get paid, basically, right? Because they take a cut of the paid subscriptions. So they're motivated to make it better. And so having like those interests aligned, I feel like is part of why we keep seeing improvements. Like when I first got on, there was like basically no discoverability like within Substack, and there wasn't an app even. So, you know, you'd have to basically have a funnel somewhere else, like some other social media platform. But now, like, yeah, you can recommend other newsletters and then they get shown to your readers. And so it's just like become this really interesting ecosystem. And like you said, the notes does seem to function differently than a lot of other things, where it really seems responsive and yeah, it is less it's less urgent, I feel like, than a lot of Twitter. So you end up getting shown, yeah, just really interesting stuff that way. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I feel like I've just met some really interesting people through it. And yeah, I'm really happy to be there for sure.
Cool. And I kind of didn't introduce you. You're here with us, and I'm curious if you have anything you would like to say before we kind of dive into the recovering anarchist topic.
Say about anything in particular, like about Substack, or in general?
In general, just whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, well, I guess, Dave and I, with Dave and I were looking at like, oh, where should I come in on this stream? I was excited to come on here with you, Kier, because I think I kind of relate to your own story a little bit. And so I'll be excited to just hear more about kind of that journey and what it means to be a recovering anarchist. Because I was like kind of on the verge of becoming like a full-fledged SJW. And then like I kind of witnessed a sort of like personal cancellation of someone close to me, like very, very, very close. And I saw it happen just based on like kind of nothing. And that was like, okay, hold on. I don't necessarily want to get involved with those kinds of people. And so I pretty early on like got shaken out of it. But I was down that path even up until like 2020. I was, put on my Instagram, little repost warrior, little Twitter warrior, like, so I'm detached from that. I'm pretty cynical about the mode. I get my jouissance from, watching conservatives dunk on the lids. I'm not afraid to admit it, but I know it's not the healthiest way to move forward. I know that you're critically thinking and having discussions about that. And so, yeah, I'm excited to just like get to know you more and your story. And be here. So thank you for your time. Thanks for bringing me on again, Dave.
Yeah. So like, I mean, maybe we should just kind of dive in right there. What
was it that got you into politics, and what has brought you to this place of questioning where you are currently?
Yeah, politics started like very young for me. My parents are like both various degrees of lefty, and like I still remember, on September 11th, 2001, I was 11. My dad sort of sat me down and basically was like, the US government is going to go in and get a bunch of oil from the Middle East, and they're going to use this as the reason why. Which I'm like, wow, like that's amazing that he told me that at that age. But he did, and like I think I did a speech in like grade 4 maybe about like the like slavery abolitionists who were working with like working to move people up to Canada basically. So that stuff kind of came into my life really early. So yeah, in high school I did some nice, kind of cringy activism. And I kind of hit the ground running once I was an adult. I volunteered and worked with Greenpeace for a time. And pretty quickly, though, the Olympics happened in Vancouver, which was like this massive, like, security situation, poverty was really affected. They, tried to basically get all the homeless people out of the city. And yeah, just all sorts of stuff. So that was kind of a bit of a radicalizing moment. And I also felt very disillusioned with Greenpeace in their response to the Olympics, because I think they congratulated Coca-Cola on their green refrigeration technology. And recently they'd been like poisoning drinking water in India. So that's when I kind of got introduced to more radical people. And 2010 was also when the G20 happened in Toronto. I was there for that, and ended up on the news, getting shot with rubber bullets by the police. So I kind of went from like this like hopeful, like I can change the world, like very chipper sort of orientation, to kind of feeling like I was now seeing the world how it really was, experiencing that police violence. It's like, well, I experienced it at a summit, but some people face that every day. And yeah, I just developed like this very, very like dark and sad way of looking at the world. And so that was kind of my radicalizing year.
So don't shoot people with rubber bullets unless you want them to become radicalized into anarchism.
Basically, yeah. Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, there was some really good, like, bordering on propaganda stuff, like my face when I was like getting arrested and I had this like in pain look on my face. There was like a news segment in Toronto where they were like, anarchists and thieves and criminals are running the streets, and they had like the dun 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 music going on, and it was like my face, so yeah, they really kind of played up like they tried to make it seem like the activists there were like really scary, dangerous, violent people, although there was a lot more violence coming from the police than from the protesters.
So I guess I'm kind of curious then to hear a little bit about what is wrong with anarchism and or activism currently. Like, what is the state of it? And especially, I just want to highlight the fact that Canada is, as always on the internet, especially when it comes to political conversations, overrepresented today here at Theory Underground. We have several of you all. JREG was just on, Swoletariat was on, Tony from One Dime is on, all of them leftists, all of them Canadians, and they're all based out of Toronto or nearby, unlike you. They're all on the other side of the country. And it's interesting that there is such a heavy presence of Canadian influencers making political opinions as influencers. Yeah. I'm curious what you make of that, and then maybe and maybe some of the problems with that scene itself. have something to do. I don't know what the causal order would be, but something to do with the issues that you're seeing. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually at this anarchist gathering pretty recently in the summertime that was on this small island in BC. And it was really interesting. Like I wouldn't have, gone fully of my own volition, but I had a friend who was putting on a workshop and I wanted to support that person. So I went and yeah, I was kind of bracing myself because I'm not an anarchist anymore. And I was also like, I wasn't feeling sort of the description because it was very like doomerish, right? It's like planning for the end of the world, basically, and there was a lot of that talk kind of at the gathering. And honestly, like some people have like a weird thrill about that, right? Like they're kind of excited for this like total collapse. And I don't know, like that now like really puts me off. Like I don't know, there would just be so much suffering that would have to happen, if our, healthcare and education systems and government like were all to fall apart. Like it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, that'll be fun. I'll go make medicine from dandelions, like so that was tough. But on the other hand, it was like everyone was like really super nice there, like really interesting, like kind-hearted people. Like everyone was like volunteering to help make things happen. And I don't know, there was no social media, like no one was taking pictures. Like it was a very like everyone was like really present there, which I appreciated as well. And I managed to like restrain myself from just yelling run at all the, young people that were there. Um, because yeah, I don't know, it's like this weird tension where like anarchists can be like the most like generous, reliable people on the planet, like willing to show up and just do what needs to be done, willing to like go into, say after a natural disaster, just like show up and help, and on the other hand, there's like such a paranoid and like pessimistic view of the world that I found pretty devastating over time. So I mean, I think the main, we need anarchists because I think that they are some of the most astute critics of the state and of corporatism. So, I want them around. I'm happy to, collaborate where we have overlapping interests. But at the end of the day, like, I just felt like there's just this weird paradoxical, like, there's like this utopian thinking, right? Like the idea that we really can abolish like poverty, like completely and violence and like, so abolition, for example, prison abolition, like it's totally just going to work once we make these structural changes because no one's ever going to commit a crime again, right? And I feel like that sort of oversimplification of things and a lack of like a concrete vision of what to work towards, that's what ultimately put me off. I think it's like, especially like in Canada in 2024, I think maybe there's certain circumstances that where like anarchist organizing is called for. But I don't think I'm going to see the government overthrown in my lifetime. And I think like our time is probably better spent doing other things. So
yeah, and
so can I ask, like, yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a slight lag in the Zoom call, but it'll be all right. We'll be fine. And yeah, take it away.
Yeah. So you painted this picture of like what the situation is and where you've been, and so like what is your approach? What is your vision? What are your politics in a sense? Like what should be done? What is to be done?
What is to be done? Never heard that question before. That's a really good one. Yeah, I mean, I think that like I feel like that's what I'm in the process of doing, because I feel like in my early 20s I was involved in anarchism. There was a lot of like direct action, getting arrested, blah blah blah. Eventually I kind of ended up in this more like interior, like self-help social justice, you know, where it was more about like confronting my inner isms and so on. And I don't know, there wasn't a lot of like actual campaigns that I was involved in once that shift kind of happened. So I had this weird side quest, you know, around like healing journey and like, you know, self-improvement and blah, blah, blah. Um, and so for a while I was like, well, maybe I just don't want to like do any politics at all anymore. Maybe I don't care and I should just do something completely different. But that didn't stick for very long. So I guess when I came back, you know, I was like, wow, I'm so tired of this like social justice, like the subculture at least, you know. Am I right wing? Like, do I, because I was also like you, and like finding some really entertaining like stuff being put out by people on the right, making fun of like people like me, and really relating to it. But I found that like when I tried to look at like what they actually believed in, it felt like very vapid and empty. And, you know, even with like my, you know, change and move away from like the social justice subculture, like I still believe very strongly that we have a responsibility towards each other. I think like poverty gets very individualized in North America. And yeah, so I think like I'm tentatively, you know, I'm considering myself a socialist, but I think like what I really want to do is like, I was saying all these slogans for so many years without ever having like researched them properly, right? So it's like, I think I'm a Marxist, but I don't know yet because I'm not familiar enough with Marx. And, you know, so I'm starting to actually read Marx so I can develop like an informed opinion on where I'm coming from. And so that's kind of my project right now. It's like, are we in late capitalism? Leftists love talking about late capital. Like there's all this lingo that, you know, we're parroting without necessarily having any idea what we're talking about. So I'm happy being kind of in this in-between space where, yeah, I'm a socialist, and yeah, there's a lot that I want to figure out, and I kind of want to do that publicly because I think there are a lot of people that feel pretty disillusioned with the flavor of leftism that's been available to them.
On the note of doing it publicly, that's obviously the decision that I made at some point early on in my own sort of disillusionment with the DSA and Marxism. So it's like I could be a recovering Marxist, you could be a recovering anarchist, right? But the doing it publicly part, though, for me, it's important because, I don't just sit here and kind of speculate and kind of like work through like everything. Like, no. But I'm getting back to the basics. I'm doing the readings again, the ones that I thought that I did before. I'm doing them more seriously now. And also taking in a lot more perspectives than I had originally when I just kind of bracketed that all out saying, oh, no, I more or less know the approach, which I kind of loosely define as first, it's a sort of radical anarcho-socialist communist fusionist. It's a left fusionism. I like to just say left fusionism, which is like, hey, we more or less get it. The real problem is the infighting on the left, but we more or less get it. And then coming to this, no, most of the people that I was kind of including in that we aren't seemingly, at least the ones in positions of power or influence, they're not going for large-scale structural change. And because Marxism was the only tendency that I was very familiar with outside of Nick Sternacek and Alex Williams, which isn't really a movement or a party anyway, I was just like, okay, well, Marx is, out of all the things that I was kind of fusing together in my head, it's the one thing that prioritizes the large-scale structural change. And so then I got more involved with that and got involved with a Marxist chapter of the DSA that one of our friends started. And when I came back to Boise, I joined it for a while, and then we both ended up leaving at some point. Maybe Anne will want to say something about that. But I guess the point I wanted to touch on is like late capitalism. They were saying that in the 1960s. You know, it's been a while right? They want to talk about conservatives holding on to old things. And it's like, well, why is the left holding on to old things? Yeah, I get reading old books, but that's not the same thing as recycling slogans from the 60s as though they worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in really quick with like, that was where Dave and I, both in our involvement on the one hand of being kind of more on this like SJW side, and I was very much like liberal Democrat kind of left-leaning person, especially like in high school for me as well, like anti-gun walkouts, and all my teachers were like, Anne's gonna be a lawyer and change the world one day. I'm like, oh geez. So on the one hand, we were seeing that, and then like in this Marxist organization, for example, we were thinking, oh, we're going to be doing something new. We're going to be trying to reach, you know, a broad array of people, conservative and liberal alike. And then, yeah, it just ended up being like more or less a bunch of dude bros who wanted to pretend like we were in 1917 Russia, Soviet Union, and kind of almost cosplay that spirit. And so we got disillusioned there as well. So even if you're not necessarily doing the like identity kind of SJW mode of leftism, it seemed like those were the options. You're either like not reading anything past like Lenin or Trotsky, or you're not reading Lenin or Trotsky at all because they're just racist old white men. It's like, so that was where we were kind of finding ourselves was, oh, where do we go from here? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think my main like thing that I want to watch out for, because I the whole identitarian thing just feels like such a I don't know how to say something briefly about that, but basically, like, I don't think that like the way forward is to like get into these smaller and smaller groupings based on identity. And so for me, that also means like Marxist versus socialist versus syndicalist versus blah, 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 right? Like, and I think that's part of why I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm a socialist, but like, I don't want to make that like what I am, to the point where I'm like not willing to, you know, have conversations with and collaborate with people who don't call themselves that. So that's like one thing I kind of want to just have a much like lighter or like looser hold on whatever word it is that I'm using at the moment, because it's too easy, yeah, to fall into these weird purity spirals, you know? And I think like, yeah, the biggest like, I just feel like there's this real irony where, you know, in these social justice spaces, people love to talk about like inclusivity and diversity and blah, blah, blah. But like, you know, if like a working class, like a construction worker came to one of the meetings, like it would be a fucking disaster because people, normal people talking like normal people were like not welcome, you know, and over time, like it became clear that like class was just not an intersection. It just wasn't. It didn't count, right? And almost everyone in these rooms, not me, but everyone else seemed to be getting their master's degrees, right? So yeah, I feel like I have much more of an interest in like, yeah, talking to regular people. Like if we're talking about like building mass movements, we actually need to talk to all sorts of people, you know? And now I almost enjoy like, I don't know, even talking to like a conspiracy theorist, you know, like I had someone deliver furniture to my house and he was like pretty out there with his ideas. But I don't know, it's like I've developed like this earnest curiosity. Like I really want to understand like how did this guy get here? You know, because there's a lot of people that like they have this sense that like something's wrong, things feel rigged. It feels like they're powerless and they don't have like the understanding of why that is. And so, you know, conspiracy is like another option if you don't want to like, you know, look at the structural reasons why neoliberalism is functioning the way that it is. So yeah, I sent that guy home with a book. And thankfully it didn't say like leftism anywhere on it. So, but it was about the banking system. You know, it's like you don't need a conspiracy. The banking system is so corrupt. Anyway. Yeah.
Well, I want to, while we have you here, touch on some of the stuff that you have done in, I guess maybe we'll just call it the first phase of Recovering Anarchist. I don't know, maybe there were multiple phases, but I know you are kind of preparing for a new phase. And so I'm excited if we can find out any sort of teasers on what's to come. But before we can even touch on stuff like that, let's talk about, while you talked about cry bullies, I really want to touch on that article because shout out to you. We did bring it up on stream already when we were doing the Anatomy of a Witch Hunt exegetical that we did together about Nina's cancellation. We talked about your cry bullies piece there because it's really useful. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and kind of break it down for people who are completely unfamiliar with all this stuff. We do often get people in the live chat who are like, this stuff is so outside of my ken. Like, I've never even heard of this stuff. Like, I don't see this stuff in my life. And there are often people that come just from the world of philosophy into theory, and they've never been in an activist space. And so the ubiquity of the cry bullying phenomenon, for instance, and how it's impacted both of you, for instance, is going to be completely lost on a lot of people. It's not common sense. It's not something we should assume. So maybe we could start with that. You could talk a little bit about that, and then maybe Anne could bring in some of the things that she's seen in spaces. We don't have to get too specific if we don't want to, but just personal experiences do matter. I know people are going to say, oh, it's anecdotal. Yeah, well, there's statistics. There's the fact that everybody tunes into this stuff after they've experienced it, and it's obviously selling. So a lot of people must be experiencing something, unless people are just looking for a scapegoat, which is always possible with, Daily Wire people. But no, there is something there. So what is it? And so what kind of brought you to the point where you wrote this cry bullies piece, and maybe what are some of the major signs of a cry bully?
Yeah, the cry bully piece I wrote was in in response to a friend of mine being involved in this organization that was accused by this person with a history of lying. And I've been around Vancouver long enough to know that about this person, right? But they have a set of identities that is very hot right now. And and also a lot of people are worried to get on their bad side. So they're happy to just sort of, at least support this person in public. But yeah, they made this just really silly and untrue allegation. And my friend's a new organizer. So they were like, oh my gosh, what is this? What am I dealing with? And so that's when I decided to read the piece. And I was really happy to see that cry bully is actually in the dictionary now. It's in the Oxford English Dictionary, the Collins Dictionary, and the Collins Dictionary defines it as a person who presents himself or herself as a victim of injustice in order to intimidate and manipulate others. So, yeah, I mean, I think probably most people have seen something in their life where someone is sort of using the language of social justice to be an asshole and to control people, or try and ruin their reputation, right? Maybe they just have a fight with a friend, and then all of a sudden it becomes about white supremacy or trans misogyny or whatever, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point where it really threatens. It can threaten someone's livelihood. It can threaten their housing. It can steal all their friends from them. And I ended up doing a couple live shows with the Fucking Canceled podcast. I think a year and a half ago. And Clementine Morgan and Jay Le Soleil are the Fucking Canceled podcast team. And they've experienced some really just unbelievable stuff as a result of rumors and games of telephone and kind of everybody getting worked up about how bad these people are, right? And I think so the term cry bully is really important for us to be able to spot it, because a lot of people, they're someone says something horrible happened to them, we're going to rally around and support that person. But guess what? People lie about that kind of stuff. And so you got to be careful that you're not getting manipulated into canceling your friend or at least publicly distancing yourself from someone who may not have done anything. So yeah, I'd say I've got some tips on how to spot a cry bully. And I think these can be useful in general for like if someone makes a claim like they experienced a blankist incident, this can kind of help you know how you want to handle it. So cry bullies make claims that are extremely vague and they employ inflammatory language to disguise the lack of substance. So if you really read closely, you're like, but what did they do? What did the person actually do? Right? Sometimes the claims will be really specific and they'll be so egregious that people are going to say, nobody would lie about that. The claims that they make are completely out of character for the accused person or organization. They often refuse to communicate directly with the accused or a neutral third party. They call every apology insincere. Every practical solution that's offered is bad and wrong somehow. And basically, they don't want resolution. They don't provide the accused any reasonable way to fix things. And it really, over time, becomes clear that they just want to like ruin that person's life, or they want to ruin the organization that they're targeting. And then there's some stuff you can really only see like as a pattern over time, right? Like, is their social life a revolving door? Do they have long-term friends? You know, do they have these volatile relationships that are unstable and short-lived? Do they seem to need mutual aid a lot? By which I mean, are they asking for money a lot? And right after they made some type of accusation. And do they just keep making these accusations over and over again? It's like every organization they join just completely screws them over. Just to the point where it's like, that's incredibly unlucky of you that every single person you work with turns out to be just this horrible villain. So yeah, there's that. They usually don't want to just like solve an interpersonal problem in a regular way. They want to like make it this like huge like community campaign that they can direct at someone. Yeah, and I'd say like it's hard to tell from one incident if someone's a cry bully, but over time, as their accusations pile up, you can kind of see what's going on.
And then like the problem with that is the very people who say, oh, we care about injustice, about racism, etc. Like by being the cry bully and essentially like crying wolf every time in these like interpersonal, for example, if like there's a bad breakup, this cry bully is probably gonna be like, oh my god, they abused me, they were an abuser. Like Lord knows how many times I've seen that word directed at. I've heard other men be like, yeah, I was called an abuser, and we just had like a normal relationship fight, you know. It's like, okay, you care about victims, you care about abusers, but then by bringing all this attention to yourself, there's like actual women, mostly women, like in terrible relationships that are suffering from abuse. Now that word basically means nothing because we're throwing it around for every single thing. Same with white supremacy, same with racism, same with transphobia, homophobia. It's like, these are real problems that I think all of us here like care deeply about in treating everyone fairly and equally and making sure that everyone has, you know, the right to live and exist how they want. But then when it's like every little thing is an instance of white supremacy, and the word white supremacy, for example, it doesn't actually mean anything anymore. No one takes that seriously. So yeah, when a cry bully is using these words willy-nilly, it's like, that word doesn't mean anything anymore. That's a big problem, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love like sometimes I put up questions on my Instagram and kind of get like anonymous stories from people about what they've seen in regards to this type of thing. And, you know, one person said like their friend was calling their mother abusive for not letting them smoke weed in the house, for example. Like this, there's just like a real, I don't know, things have gotten real strange. You know, there's this real safetyism going on where like, oh, if I feel uncomfortable or awkward, or mad, then I must have been abused or like mistreated somehow. Whereas like that's not how things work. Sometimes you just don't like someone. Sometimes you break up and it sucks, and that doesn't mean that person is a monster who should, never be able to date again. And yeah, I think like losing perspective on that, like you said, just really starts to trivialize and kind of obscure like actual abuse and like really significant issues around racism or sexism that really need our attention. And I think that's kind of where the right loses me as well, is it's like they seem to think like, oh, like racism is over, right? And everyone just needs to like get over it. And I don't agree with that. But I do think that we have to recognize that false accusations get made or that people exaggerate. And that's just a human thing that we do. And we have to be able, I mean, when I was a social justice warrior, I wasn't even allowed to talk about racism, right? I wasn't allowed to like form an opinion on it. All I could do is sort of like act really weird around people of color and just like just like, I don't know, defer, which yeah, I wasn't that good at actually.
You're like young Robin DiAngelo came across like this fork in the path, and you're the version that decided to go the other way.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. There's this one Instagram account where I'm like, this is my alternative future that I didn't take, where I'm like basically a trauma influencer, And yeah, thank the Lord that that's not the path I chose.
I don't know if you either of you have seen the chat. Don't look at it. I'll always filter that for you all. But Dangerous Maybe, aka Mikey, in the house. He'll be on actually for the Cutrone conversation here as the sort of keynote event of the day. But he said, one of my Zoomer friends got canceled by her group of woke friends for the crime of abusively throwing a notebook across the room while drunk. Unforgivable. And now I know Mikey, and he told me this story, and I met the person when I was in Kansas City, and she said that they called her boss. They called her family. They actually messaged her, not close friends, but they messaged her acquaintances and were talking about how violent and abusive she had been. And so it's like, I guess I want to ask you both, when people say people don't get canceled, look at J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle, like they're still around. Like they didn't get canceled. They're still around. What do you think people are getting at? What is the sort of, and do they have a point, or is that kind of missing the point? What do you think?
I mean, I think it's really dumb to say that. Like, of course, millionaires like will like be okay in a sense, but most people who get canceled are just like normal people, working class people, low income people, who are in very precarious situations. And I personally know people that are hounded out of job after job after job. Every time they get into a relationship, that person is, targeted and told to break up with them. Like there are people that are driven to the brink of suicide. There are people that commit suicide because this is like serious social violence. I helped out with the cancellation in about 2012, and that person developed post-traumatic stress disorder from our treatment of them, officially diagnosed, and still to this day, like struggles to make friends and to trust that like they're not going to lose everything again, because they lost everything. They had to leave town. They had no friends, and so yeah, this idea that like holding up like some of the richest celebrities and saying cancellation isn't real is like obviously just a really dumb argument. But I think it's also just, it's this weird moral argument. I think that's like what's really behind it, right? Is it's like if someone's a bad person, then they deserve whatever is coming to them. And like that's, I think, the scariest thing of the cancellation phenomenon to me is like there's no punishment too severe once someone's evil. And if that's like how you think of the world, as good people and evil people, yeah, it's really disturbing what you'll do to people who fall from grace. And also anyone at any time can fall from grace and become an evil person. No one is safe, even if they're trying to act in such a way that they'll, get to stay on the good side. I can tell you, no one is safe.
Yeah, I saw on your like list of resources for people kind of recovering anarchists, or that list of resources for people who want to explore leftist ideas outside of this SJW ism. I don't know. You had a blanking Jonathan Haidt and Greg, George Lukanow's book, The Coddling of the American Mind, on there, which is one that just a couple of the things that you said in the last 20 minutes. I'm like, oh yeah, that reminds me of that book. That reminds me of that book, and like the three untruths that people, young people, college students, and then particularly like college administration will take up as kind of these acting forces and how everyone should behave, and one of them being, the world is a constant battle between good versus evil. Yeah, if someone is deemed evil, or if someone is deemed Hitler, for example, like as bad as Hitler, well, anything's justifiable. It's like, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump by any means, but the amount of people I've seen just in the last few days with a second assassination attempt, and they're like, man, they shouldn't have missed this time. Like, it's like, why are we wishing literal death on a person? That's not a good look for any side, but it's because, we've equated him to Adolf Hitler. Even my own like critical thinking father, bless his heart, who's like, I'll talk to anyone. I'll be friends with conservatives. Like, thinks of Donald Trump as equivalent to like Adolf Hitler. And so it's like, yeah, of course anything's justifiable when a person is transphobic, racist, white supremacist, Nazi, XYZ thing. And yeah, it harms like actual people, and we just have this major problem of dehumanizing people. We're so quick and easy to just dehumanize. And it's like, I think of our friend Nina Power, who went through a very public cancellation, and yeah, right now she's doing fine, she's doing great, like she seems very happy and content. It's like, she's bankrupt. That, even though it hasn't necessarily affected her so much emotionally, like that's just painful to have to deal with. And I always think back to like even just the time that she had a boiling hot coffee thrown on her. And it's like, why, like what happened socially that that's okay to do to anyone under the name of kindness and equality? Like you're being not only a cry bully, but you're being an actual bully, whether it's online or in real life. Like you're being violent, you're being mean, like you're being a bully. So yeah, it's just interesting, and it affects real people.
Yeah. And it's almost like when people say like, oh, that person's still alive, cancellation doesn't work. It's like, do you actually like, did someone need to go and like live in a hole in the ground for you to, or do they actually need to be dead for you to accept that cancellation has affected them? But even then, if someone does kill themselves, they'll say, oh, they were mentally ill, or oh, it was for other reasons, right? So it's like, so often people will be like, people in a cancellation, like attempting one, are like, oh, all that we're asking is for this person to completely disappear off the internet, stop going anywhere. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, and someone might have spent like 20 years building their career online. And to say, like, I feel like there's no, like, labor and labor rights and workers' rights is just like nowhere on the radar in these conversations. Like, because we fought, like the left has fought very hard for a long time for people to not get fired for arbitrary reasons. And so if all of a sudden, like, a shitty tweet is enough to get you fired, even if it has literally nothing to do with your job, like, that's bad, you guys. And like, that could happen to you too. Do we want that to be the standard, that like any employer at any time can like use a sentence online to take away your health care, your pension, and like put you on the street potentially? Like, it's wild.
Well, and I think one of the important things to point out with someone like Nina. People will say, well, but she was left. She's not even left anymore. Now she's trying to do this non-political thing. And for a while was researching the right and is involved, does stuff, has conversations with people who are there, on the right. And well, it's kind of okay because you see she was a conservative all along, is kind of, or she's conservative now, and it's kind of like, well, there's two internets, right? There's an internet where it's okay if you were canceled, and you can kind of say whatever you want, and there's some reprehensible people there, but also you can disagree with people, but also that's that internet. And of course, there's stuff on that side of the internet we don't like, and then there's, but the other side, it just says, oh well, it's all made up, and you see Dave Chappelle still kicking, so who cares? And it's like, well, if Dave Chappelle, okay, let's just say that because he's rich, it doesn't matter. Because he got, sure, people should be allowed to say what they want. Okay, well, even in that case, isn't the people who are able to make careers off of tweeting about him, for instance, and we're able to, isn't that something that trickles into our immediate life? Like people who believe in platforming so much and the power of influence and normalization and the Overton window, well, isn't with someone like him, aren't people normalizing, oh well, it's okay actually, as long as they're considered privileged by whatever arbitrary standard we're currently using at the time, whatever's in the moment. I'm gonna bring Ryan inside, and then we're about to close out, and then we'll bring on the next guests. And before we bring on those next guests, here Ryan. Oh, look at this boy. He's a sweet boy. You guys see him playing with the puppy? He likes to play with the puppy.
Oh, yeah.
But so okay, but let me put him down. Then I gotta go get Thomas. But I want to give you both an opportunity to say some closing things. Of course, this is just the beginning of a conversation, and it's a kind of the public facing side of a conversation that's already to some degree going on. Most of the time, we stick to critical media theory because we want to understand the medium and its conditions of possibility for sort of fostering or reifying or somehow creating or bolstering this deadlock at the end of history. And I kind of want to just say that what I take to be the most crucial thing that you said here is, for people who care about large scale structural change, which would mean political and economic structural change, talking about the actual economy and people's lived existences and their possibilities, if the movement that wants positive large scale structural change is simultaneously associated with the people who are going to celebrate people having their lives ruined over whisper campaigns or call out posts, I can't believe we're still here. It's been a decade. We've seen it. Some people are still in denial. They've managed to avoid it, but it's going on. And to this, you said you're going to do this journey publicly. You're going to, and maybe you can say in close some stuff about this phase, this last phase of, or this new phase of recovering anarchists. I just wanted to say props on doing it publicly, because one person who was originally going to be on the stream never actually got scheduled because he believed things and then he changed his position. And so we were going to have a conversation about why he's changed his position over time. And then he got kind of cold feet and was like, actually, I don't want to do that. I haven't thought it through well enough. I got this other position I changed like 10 years ago. I'll talk about that. And then we're like, cool, okay. And then we'll have that conversation instead. But then a few days later, he's like, actually, I don't want to talk about that. I haven't thought about that enough either yet. And it's like, dude, if you can't have a conversation, how, as an independent scholar, someone who's supposedly outside of the legacy institutions, if you can't talk with people and kind of work through things and be imperfect and kind of be in a space of like, I'm still figuring things out and this is why I don't believe that, but I'm also not sure and I've got my reservations. If you can't do that, can you really think? And if that person can't really think, then how many people in our lives are afraid to talk? And if they're afraid to talk, then how are they going to think without just spending all their time shadow boxing specters and imagining what would happen if they were to express themselves? And so before you say your closing thoughts and kind of tie it into your new phase with Recovering Anarchist, everyone should go subscribe on Substack, of course. And do you have any closing thoughts?
Just my closing thoughts. I want to give the floor to you, Kier. Just that, like, it's a weird social situation that we find ourselves in as people who, like, genuinely care about making the world a better place. I know that's why I went to college. I originally was going to study political science and switched to sociology. It's like, I want to make the world better. And then it just seems like the mainstream loudest options are not the way forward. And so it's just awesome to be around people in Theory Underground who, even though we all don't agree on everything politically, who are open to having the discussion on how we can make the world better without instantly dehumanizing others, without instantly shutting people down, having some thick skin and giving people the benefit of the doubt and our grace and kindness. And so I love your project. I'm glad you're here. And yeah, close us out.
Oh, thanks, Anne. Yeah, I feel like it's really tempting for leftists to kind of distance themselves from all of this kind of purity stuff that's going on, but I think it's like important to remember like the purges of communist parties, right? And like struggle sessions, like there's a legacy, there's Joe Freeman was writing about trashing, which is pretty much canceling. I think that essay was from the 70s. So yeah, it's like this is going to keep showing up in different forms. Some parts of it are really new because we're all online, but I helped cancel someone before it was online and we still ruined that person's life. So, I think trying to put that in context can be important. But yeah, I think the thinking in public thing is like really central to my project. And it's part of why I picked the name Recovering Anarchist that I did, because, I'm in transition and maybe I always will be, I think Recovering Anarchist gives people an idea of like where I've been and, whether they can maybe relate to that and might want to kind of join me on that. But yeah, where I'm going isn't clear. And that's like incredibly exciting, I think, and I think like in my social justice years, like I barely created anything. I barely wrote anything because every time I went to do it, like I would have these like contradictory rules in my head and I couldn't ever like sort them all out. So, I think, part of the recovery for me is like, yeah, being on live stream, and I'm sure I will say stupid things. I'm sure I'll change my mind about things. But like that needs to be okay. We should normalize thinking out loud. And yeah, not pigeonholing someone based on something they said 10 years ago.
Perfect. And with that, we'll close this out. Thanks, everybody. We'll be right back with Cadell, last of Philosophy Portal, and Benjamin Studebaker right after this. Take care, Kier.
Bye.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys. Please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You did so good. Thanks, guys.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs,
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people wwho are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
And welcome back, everybody, to Theory Underground. This is the Epic Marathon live stream, and this is the first time of today that we are officially in the green room on the live side. Hey, everybody, go ahead and wave. Say hello to the audience. We've got Tony from One Dime. We've got Nance and myself, of course. We've got Cesar. We've got Kier, who was just on. We've got Benjamin Studebaker and Cadell last, as well as Wukas, who we stayed with, and he was a key organizer for the tour when we were in Europe, as well as Mandy, who traveled several hours to come visit us for the event at Prospero's bookstore when we were in Kansas City, Missouri, with Michael Downs of The Dangerous Maybe, who might still be here in the chat, actually, and he'll be on after this session. And so with this hour, we wanted to do something fun and experimental, which was, we know that Benjamin Studebaker and Cadell last, good friends of this channel at this point, who we've collaborated with extensively, are both, they've both been talking themselves, amongst themselves, together over time. And that's kind of why I was like, oh, as far as pairing Cadell somewhere, I was like, where to pair Cadell? Like, we want to do an experiment. Where? Well, as far as personality and like make me a guinea pig goes, Benjamin was most down. And so it's what made the most sense. So Cadell, thank you for taking a nap this afternoon so you could be here late at night in France. How you doing?
Doing great to be here, and always a pleasure to be on Theory Underground, and of course talking with Benjamin. So looking forward to the hour.
Cool. And so I think what we've decided we want to talk about is the idea of the theory and or political and or philosophy and or literary scenes. These are not all the same thing, as Walter Benn Michaels said when we had him on. The scene, whatever it is, for us, I think it's this kind of intersection of politics and theory and philosophy. It being a scene, we talked about it kind of being like the hot topic for people who don't have money to spend at the mall, right? That was kind of coming up when we were talking to JREG. And so thinking about bringing the scene to a milieu, in critical media theory terms? What are the conditions of possibility for doing that? And then the big question mark, why? What brings us all together in terms of wanting to do that? Well, it's large scale structural change. If we just keep it very simple, whether that means we're recovering anarchists and therefore Marxists, or recovering Marxists and therefore what? Whether we're accelerationists with some weird spin on it. There's a bunch of different people of various tendencies here. And I guess I want to open it up really quick to everyone who's not Benjamin or Cadell and hear what you guys have. Is there anything that either of you are excited to hear them elaborate on in relation to those topics?
I gotta say, I'm excited to hear Benjamin talk to me about politics and like potentials and possibilities and stuff like that. Here in the green room, we just spent the last hour kind of talking about, I guess I was like hystericizing about my nihilism with Tony and Cesar and Lukash. And it's serendipitous that both of our current guests have a knack at like smacking me in the face and making me put my nihilism away, at least for temporarily. And I'm excited to hear Cadell talk about like the critical media side of it. Like Cadell is also spent a lot of time thinking about the medium and how to use it against itself. So those are probably the things I'm most excited about right now.
All right. And then Cesar, Kier, Tony, or Wukas, Mandy, really quick, going, gone. You've got 45 seconds to say anything if you want to.
I'm sure they will say something very fascinating, and so I'm open for anything.
Yep, same here. Just looking forward to it.
I'm excited about the topic of screen being and not being able to like go away.
Yeah, I've had both Ben and Cadell on my show One Dime Radio, so I know they always have very interesting things to say, so I'm excited for it.
Sweet. All right. So all of you who are in the green room currently, stay in the green room. Cadell and I will go on the front side, and then we'll talk for anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes. I'll give you guys a heads up a couple minutes in advance before we do the swap. And then Cadell and Studebaker will trade places. We'll kind of run them through the same questions, and then we'll reconvene for a closeout of like 10 minutes. And then Nance will send me those files. I'm going to splice those into this, and then people watching it will be able to see them talk without one another present, and then talking about the parts that they weren't able to say in front of one another. Now, they won't be able to see it ahead of that. So it is weird, and it's not quite what we're going to be doing at TUCON, where they would be able to see what the other person said simultaneously. That's part of our goal with TUCON. But for right now, Cadell, you ready to go? Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm ready. This is
it's
what is happening?
Yeah. How do I leave? I don't even know how to leave.
Leave room. Just like leave meeting, but down in the bottom, leave room. There we go. Same thing, Cadell.
Okay.
Do I press leave room?
Yeah, I'll see you.
Hit leave room, and then don't leave the meeting. Just leave the room. Yeah.
Leave breakout room.
Yeah. We'll see you in a bit, Cadell.
I accidentally left the actual call, everybody. Hold on 1 second. I got to get back in there. I left it. How did I left the room, but it actually booted me from the call. Like we said, we're learning. Let's see if I can get back in there. All right. I'm back. Can you?
Dave.
All right. I see you now.
Did I make it?
Yeah, you made it. I accidentally messed it up on the switch over here. But 1 second. I'll start recording in 3, 2, 1. Welcome, Cadell, to the EMSTU. How you doing, man?
Man, I feel great to be here and glad to have just a one-on-one chat with you here.
Yeah.
That's very chill.
we've both been wanting to do it for a while, but you had the retreat recently, and so how did that go?
Yeah.
First of all,
more of the real, man, and more of the challenge of I'm reminded of what Nance said is, will anything human get out of this? and I think that's what I'm investigating, whether unconsciously or reflexively as possible, but I think that's what's going on. Like, will anything human get out? And creating this loop between the physical and the virtual. Why is that necessary? I think it is, and I think we learned so much in the mess of being human. But it was great, and I think it was the best thing about it was that it was working with the model of the portal at a physical retreat level, and I think there's a lot of possibilities there. I think the portal provides an interesting structure for a week, and we learned a lot.
yeah, that's good. And it's a real sort of like a stab in the dark most of the time when we do things like this. But the fact that you have done a few at this point means that it's not just your first time. What we're about to do is our first IRL conference, right? Like the tour is kind of a distributed conference, we say, but no, this is much more concerted as an effort. We've got people flying and driving long distances, and so it's very exciting. But in terms of experiments with the medium, why do we do it? Well, the basic thing that has come up throughout today's live stream, and I have to say it for people who are just dropping in, but also for people who are watching this as a standalone episode, is what you were kind of bringing up as the scene to milieu. And so maybe I'll let you elaborate on that a little bit. What do we mean?
Well, I think that's been the key concept that you've brought to me. I mean, among others, but like that's something that you've experimented with at Philosophy Portal, and I just think like a lot of the concepts you come up with, there's a lot of practical applicability to it. I think scene kids, how I understand it, is that like scene kids are about like almost like present moment positive affirmation, like we belong, almost like creating a sense of belonging. And again, positive imagistic identification. But I think that what we're going for with intellectual milieu is to positivize the negativity, is to not just sort of stay within a sealed hermeneutical shell or something like that, but actually exploring the edges and kind of being the intermediary between different intellectual groups and different intellectual movements, and sort of feeling that out. And I think that that's absolutely necessary for, again, will anything human get out of the current situation? And I think it will come out of building a robust intellectual milieu. And I think you've made the point several times that all of the people that we look up to, all of the people that we study, they can't be understood outside of the context of the formation of a real intellectual milieu. And I think that the next level of that for me is basically taking the work you're doing, the work Mikey's doing, the work other collaborators that we share, taking their work more seriously, engaging with it, and using it as inspiration to create in this moment, and not only staying with the text and the theory, but also sort of building something that's beyond subjective destitution. And right. to because I wanted to quote you on subjective destitution in the interview you had with JREG. Was I thought you were right to emphasize that dimension of subjective destitution, but also that there's a beyond of that. And I think that we should investigate the beyond of that. And that's also one of the reasons why I'm doing the Christian atheism course, because I think the Christian atheism course is actually giving us both the capacity to hold this process of subjective destitution, which I think is coming from the death of the name of the Father, something like that. And that's why death of God theology is so important. But now something beyond. I think something beyond is I call it a network in its most general sense, but here I think the function of intellectual milieus is central. Mm-hmm. And I guess that would be like the philosophy. I think like what we're doing is like the philosophy side of the intellectual milieus. And then I think we have the question of art and religion before us.
Right. That's kind of what I want to get into. And I think that, what you've done with the philosophy of right, and I know your conference is coming up soon. I look forward to being a part of it. On the philosophy of right, though I didn't get to take the course, I'm
excited to get into the philosophy of right eventually. But I kind of have a sense that where you're going with this idea of art, philosophy, religion, having something to do with the milieu, and it's to transcend just being in a scene or to grow out of into something more, is kind of what I want to set you up to talk about in the next 15 minutes here, because for these next 15 minutes, Benjamin Studebaker is getting interviewed by Nance in the Digital Green Room, and I'm going to interview you here about this. But I just want to say, like, the reason that we care, all of us, whether we're left or not or whatever, like, we care about large scale structural change and it being the positive kind that makes it so that people are able to actually be people. And that's why we care about this question. Will anything human make it into the near future? That's why Human Futures is one of the main 4 rooms at TUCON. And it's also going to be its own volume. And so I want to kind of just set you up. How do you see art, philosophy, and religion cohering and working together? Also, what are the kind of contradictions between those things? And how did the philosophy of right course help you think about how you are approaching large-scale structural change?
So I'm going to have to take those a little bit separately, because like the idea of art, philosophy, and religion was really coming out of my working at the end of the science of logic. And it's kind of like Hegel's concept of the absolute idea. And I don't think that we should I think that, like, okay, there's, on the one hand, we could treat it as like an absolute identity and just say like art, philosophy, and religion. But I think this is more like a guiding principle for me, like a historical guiding principle. Like art could be interchangeable with psychoanalysis, for example, or philosophy maybe with science, or religion with spirituality. I'm pointing in that direction, but some sort of triad of spirit that we use as a sort of navigating and coordinating principle when we're interfacing with people who are coming at the absolute from a different angle. Like JREG, for example, today, like, is totally an artist. Like, and that's why when an artist is creating, they're not really thinking. Like a great artist can like create, but like that's what he means, I think, by like being against theories. Like he's saying, like, I'm creating almost like in the void. And like you guys can study me like after. Like, but that's perfect, like but that's also perfect for Hegel's philosophy of right, because that's the owl of Minerva. The owl of Minerva is that philosophy comes after the thing happens. Like the thing happens, philosophy comes after. And that's like the big difference between philosophy and politics, which creates so much tension with Marxism. Right? Because it's like the changing reality versus the interpreting reality. And Marx is like, you're keeping us in this interpretational dialectical game, but you're not changing on the level of the working class and sort of like revolutionary action. So there's that dimension like that we need to get right. And then religion, religion might be like religion we might want to call theopolitical. But I think like and that's another question of how does philosophy interface with religion? There's so many similarities and differences, but it's clear that theology and philosophy have a strange relationship and a very intimate relationship. Like it's impossible to really understand Hegel outside of being a Christian. Like he's deeply Christian. And so that's like really important to get right as well. And so what I would say about the philosophy of right, though, in terms of how it helped me think, I have a question, and I'll throw the question to you.
Okay.
So the question to you is like, Hegel's ethical system is family, community, and state. Right? And he's proposing this, and he's proposing like dialectical links between family, community, and state. And he says that's the ethical system, that's the truth. Right? But to me, the interesting thing is studying Hegel's ideas as in their historicity. Like, and today, like the way he links family and community and the way he links community and state, they don't work anymore. Like they don't work. So
family doesn't work, community doesn't work, state doesn't work.
The links between them don't work. Like, for example, I think the links between family and community don't work because I think Hegel presupposed too much about sexual difference. Like he presupposed too much about, like when he's talking about men and women, it's so like, it's too normative compared to like what men and women are today. And like he's also presupposing this background of like agricultural development, and he's presupposing this background where we're like not en masse in automated cities. You know, so like he's presupposing like man and woman on a farm, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's too much of that. Like that's not a good enough link today. And then, for example, with community and state, the link doesn't work anymore because of what Benjamin Studebaker talks about with capital mobility. Like, and that's why I love Studebaker's work. And like, so like, that's why I say shout out Studebaker, because like that link between community and state is completely broken. Like, and Hegel's funny, like when you read like what Hegel says about linking community and state, like he gets it. Like Hegel gets it. Like he gets like if capital mobility got out of control, it would be a mess. But he was like, no, the state can contain it. Like the rational totality of the state can contain capital in its community function. And like that's the thing, like the market and capital mobility is like actually, like when I was reading it, I was like, well, this is like, you know, like the foundation of community are like small family businesses run by the husband and wife. You know, and like that, yeah, like that's great. But like that doesn't work anymore.
That seems
you know,
to
like
me
it's
to
Walmart
be
now.
Right. No, exactly. That is, and it's Amazon. That is the Human Condition book by Hannah Arendt in a nutshell, when she's basically saying, okay, so how we understand politics today is that the economy is, so of course, when she says we, she's talking the tradition of Western philosophy assumes that the economy is private because it's based off of the gentleman, the free man of Athens, having slaves and women take care of everything in the home economy so that he can then go out into the agora and engage with the other free men of Athens, right? So that is a freedom based on the subjugation of those slaves and those women. But the nice thing about it is that there was like this clean, maybe this idealistic, but there was this clean division between private and public. And so it's kind of like, oh, well, you know, if you have your private house set in order and I have my private house set in order, we don't have to talk about women. We don't have to talk about slaves. We don't have to talk about economy. We can just talk about what we want to do in history. Who do we want to go to war with? When should we go to war with them? How should we go to war with them? And if we don't want to go to war right now, let's drink some wine. Let's argue about philosophy. Let's learn some math theorems, and we'll go do some sacrifices to the gods and get laid in an orgy with a bunch of little boys. It was all very clean, very nice. I mean, we all are nostalgic for it. I'm sure. Absolutely. No irony. And so then Hannah Arendt's like, okay, this division between public and private though is gone because of this thing she calls socialization. And what she means by that is the economy, it's impossible to be self-sufficient. You can't be self-sufficient in your little home anymore. The random homesteader trad wife influencer, that's not going to cut it for most people.
You know, Audrey's always watching these little YouTube channels of people like romanticizing self-sufficiency. Like they're in a little tiny house, they do their little farming and stuff like that. But this is like the biggest ideological trap, because the thing that is always left out is that they're making their money off YouTube.
Yeah.
Like they're not actually self-sufficient. They're not by themselves doing their farming in their little house. They're making their money off YouTube ads.
Right. I'll just say my mom
like
loves
selling us this self-sufficiency.
My mom has a homestead. She has a little farm. She's doing the thing. She is the sort of CEO trad wife, and my dad helps her as much as he can. Like he's her little laborer. And the fact is, but she's definitely the general of the operation. And it's
the woman's always the general.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. But for her, it's Curtis Stone. And, you know, he's the market gardener guy, the guy who's able to make $1 million a year off of a small, like half-acre lot in the city, or Joel Salatin doing polyface farming. Joel Salatin, great guy, you know, props to Curtis Stone, but they are influencers. They are. It's exactly what you're describing. So these links, at least in this Arendtian frame, break down because of this. Well, the economy is bigger than your own homestead. You can't just weave cotton and sell shirts and have a humble, nice life like the weaver in Engels's The Condition of the English Working Class, the pre-industrial worker. That's not possible anymore, right?
I just want to say, like, to me, like, the biggest thing is, like, Hegel is basically thinking like the state is God. And what he mean by the state is God, it's not obviously any individual state, right? Like if like the German nation thinks like we are the spirit of God, like the German nation is, or like the English nation is the spirit of God. He's not talking like that. He's saying like the state, the idea of the state is like God, absolute, for the historical moment, in the sense that while he was writing, nation states didn't cover the whole planet.
Mm-hmm.
But now they cover the whole planet. Like they like he's saying like this was the absolute moment of the state. But now the question is, and this is what I like Studebaker's work, is that now it's perfectly the Benjamin saying that God didn't die, he was turned into money. That now God is capital.
God
now
is capital, right?
Yeah.
Which is like
I'm playing with the metaphor here. Well, but I'm playing with a metaphor, but
it's a weird disavowed kind of God. Exactly. Yeah, because it's
like an undead God.
Well, because most people don't think in terms of MCM prime. In fact, most people think in terms of CMC, right? Most people are just trading their commodity for the money so they can buy the commodities they need. They're not using money to just constantly invest and expand. So they're not thinking from the standpoint of the minority of people who are sort of keeping capital going, more or less, right? Not to say that they're all doing so well. It's not going so hot for a lot of them. But the fact is most people don't live in the circuit of capital in an explicit way because most people aren't in that sort of position as, I mean, you and I are petty bourgeois in the sense of, well, we have our little business that we have to look out for. We do have to think about socially necessary labor time and means of subsistence and how we're going to be able to support a family years out from now, right? So like that's a thing that we have to deal with that not necessarily a lot of theorists have had to deal with. And in fact, Studebaker's wonderful for always pointing out in Athens, if you had done business, if you had been a businessman, if you had been a merchant down in the market, it's going to be 10 years before you're allowed to be a free man of Athens. It's 10 years of freedom before you're considered a free man because they had to put this rule in place because when they had people who had to be in the hustle and grind mindset, who had to be in the constant negotiating and trying to one-up mindset, when they let those people just come into the agora, those people are so programmed by that non-yet generalized commodity value principle, as Burgis was talking about earlier, that they kind of mess up the whole conversation with the free men, right? Like, and so it's like, it's weird to be philosophers doing something, a scholarly activity that requires scholae, not stressed out, cool, calm, and collected, active leisure time. Yeah, we don't have that because we do have to look out for these things that traditionally gentlemen and scholars didn't have to look out for. But also, in a sort of sense, doing it as we're doing it currently allows us to do more of the scholarly activity than we would have been able to do if we were just in the legacy institutions doing the normal thing, trying to get tenure track. That's crazy, right? So it's like sort of catch-22, right? We're doing the thing that makes it so we can't hang out with the free people because we have to be in the hustle and grind mindset. But at the same time, the people who are supposedly free of that, they're not really free of that because academics are more stressed out than they've ever been, right?
Yeah, I mean, everything I know about academic life is that mental health is not good. like it's yeah, but I think it's like also like probably a more general institutional thing. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like institutions in general. Like I don't think our society's mental health is good in general. Like I think it's probably a mental health catastrophe, right? I mean, that's what's the common slogan is the mental health crisis. But I think academia is like a perfect symptom of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I also like Studebaker's The Way is Shut. Like it's like, we're in a huge deadlock here. Like, and like, like it's like the big, like, that's also like the thing I like about Cutrone's work is that, Cutrone's basically saying like, I'm not trying to convert people to Marxism. Like I'd hope like to get people more in the socialist direction. but like he doesn't think like that the way is possible right now with Marxist theory.
No,
Like he seems to think like it's a deeply negative situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there has to be
Like
an
we don't have a strategy. We don't have a plan. We don't know what the hell to do. I like Alenka Zupancic object disoriented ontology. That's to me where I am. That's the perfect response to Graham Harman's object oriented ontology. No, it's object disoriented ontology.
Because we don't know.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on. And I think that's also like the important shift from Marx to Hegel, at least how I understand it and like how I followed it, which is that there's no space in Hegel for this agent that knows the necessity of the world state and can actualize it.
So then,
like, there's no one who like knows the way, as it were, like in that way, you know, like that's why we have to, I think, that's why we have to tarry with the negative.
And that's what philosophy would be for. But then what is
yeah.
So what is the role then, and before we close out this sort of segment, what is the role then for religion in relation to the state and philosophy? Or sorry, I left out art, but yeah.
Well, like my notion, like I'm like, so here's where I am with religion. I mean, it's just embodied in my work and how I link. So like I think the term Christian atheism is a really important concept, because I think it breaks out of the binaries of both Christianity and atheism, and it shows that they're totally interlinked and interdependent, and that the most radical form of atheism is within Christianity. And then on top of that, like my work with Peter Rollins, like I think he's also pointing the way, and I think what Peter Rollins is doing is holding a space for subjective destitution. And I think then the next step is, so like it's the opposite of the religion that knows the way. Like we don't know the way. It's we're holding the space for subjective destitution. In my language, we're holding the space for the philosophy of lack, which is what like I've mostly been developing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think there's the possibility for a different type of network, and I think that's what the crucial link with what you and I are doing with the intellectual milieu.
Right.
Is because we're holding the difference. Like I said in like one of our meetings in Brussels, and this is like, I think JREG falls into this, and I see them as like a meta modern phenomenon, because I think they're like kind of, I don't want to like, it's kind of like I listened to the podcast that I think he was on with Plastic Pills. And I think there's a difference between like a new generation emerging that wants to go from subjective destitution to something more positive, but they don't know how to do it. And I think it's this network. I think it's a network outside of the institutional identity that is, you know, kind of like in Christian atheist language, I would call it Holy Spirit. But like it's not clear. It's like moving from, you know how like Zizek and Rollins, they focus on like the death of God moment, like Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? I'm burning, and so forth. But then what hasn't been really worked is like the gap between subjective destitution and Holy Spirit, which is like the community of belief. That's just still left in theoretical obscurantism.
Shambles.
And that's like,
shambles. It's in shambles. Yeah.
It's in shambles, but that's the key notion. And I think it's in our relations. I think it's in what we're doing. And I think it could be more powerful than the institutions. I don't know if you think that, but I'm not saying it will be, but like there's something magical about it. Like that's the thing. It's like there's magical potential, but it's also playing with fire.
I think that's a perfect sort of end to the variable session. Let's move over. I'm going to go ahead and just, if you click the little breakout room button, you can click join. We'll both click it right now and pop over there and then do this trade-off. For those just joining right now, yes, there's this weird thing going on. And so, welcome.
Average working person, we are like the hegemon. So I hope we don't forget what freedom should look like. Anyway, what's up, Dave?
All right, we're back. It's Cadell should be popping over here any second now. And then we'll I will have time for you guys to like say a couple things about the experience, but you won't be able to share what you guys actually said. Now, Nance and I will each represent you guys to the best of our ability. Almost like the Lacanian student who's supposed to have, at their thesis defense, they're supposed to have their own student defend their thesis to the dissertation committee. So we're kind of good to do that. I'll try my best to sort of say what Cadell's up to, and the opportunity to clarify will always be there later. Is Cadell here? Did he come over? He has
Not
he has not joined
yet.
yet. Let's see. How do we get him over here?
He has to go down to breakout rooms. Well, he's not here.
Yeah. Well,
Cadell, if you're watching YouTube,
Benjamin, you can come back on over with me. I'm gonna leave the room, and I'm not gonna click leave meeting this time. That messed things up last time. All right. Let's see how this goes, gang. All right. And Cadell, are you able to move over there? Oh, it looks like maybe he did. We just missed him. Okay, he did it. Cool. And then Benjamin should be back over here any second. All right. There we go. Hey, that wasn't too hard. Welcome, Benjamin. How's it going, man?
It's great to be here. Yeah, this wasn't hard at all. This is great.
Sweet. I'm glad to hear it. And so, yeah, we don't know what you guys said, and I don't want you to just repeat yourself. In fact, I should type that as a little broadcast message. Cadell, don't just repeat yourself. LOL. Have Nance take you into new territory using Benjamin's discourse, I guess. Well, I'll just call it for lack of a better word. But now that we have you here, so basically the way that we were thinking about it, yeah, we're in a scene. We find ourselves in a situation. We're trying to figure out what that situation is. One of the big realizations of the last decade of political activity and organizing and influencership and digital consumerism has been that a lot of it is really just scene kid behavior. And what that means for people like me and Nance is you buy your identity at Hot Topic, but you're not really in a band. You're not really like touring. You're not really doing the thing, but you kind of worship the thing while you continue to work a dead-end job. Maybe you spend a lot of time playing Xbox and thinking about how you could get together with your bandmates, but you don't really get to because of the structural conditions that make it so you can't. So you're just a scene kid. Your community is at the music scene, but at the end of the day, it's a place to go dance or vent your pent-up aggression, but it's not really, and find belonging with others in doing so. So it's not nothing, but we want to go beyond that. And so that being a general guiding principle, as a sort of, I guess, an operating assumption for the sake of large-scale structural change. It's people who generally care about that. And so the way that Cadell's talking about that is, it's like, what are the coordinating principles for doing that when the links between the family and the community and the state have broken down? The links themselves do not work. Like Hegel needs an update. And what he said that he really likes about your approach is there is no capital mobility. We're at this complete deadlock. We don't really see a way forward. And so the sort of JREG approach as an artist expressing subjective destitution, like where are we, what do we do? Cadell's point was that subjective destitution kind of just bottoming out. Yes, that is the beginning of the kind of reconciliation that paves the way forward. And I think that's pretty much the main thing. There's something about trad life and influencership that we could always get into, but I kind of want to hear what you think about that. And what do you mean by capital mobility?
Yeah, capital mobility is the background condition in which it's very easy for money to move from place to place. So if a particular place wants money, it has to do the things that money demands. And this puts places in competition with each other, and it has an impersonal logic which tends to compel states, which are territorial, governments, countries, which are territorial, to change their rules, change their tax policy, their labor policy over time to make their territory more and more and more attractive to money. And the more other states do this, the more other countries do this, the more pressure there is to do it, and to do it harder, and to do it more. And over time, it makes it such that the policies that you may have had in the post-war era in the 50s and 60s, when you had a much less competitive situation, strike people as crazy, as unrealistic, as fundamentally economically unsound. There's nothing essentially unsound about these policies. They're just unsound in an environment of capital mobility, right? So then there are a couple of things you can do about that. One is to try to disrupt the capital mobility, to return to a previous position. And another would be to go, okay, the cost of that is very, very high. Historically, the way capital mobility is typically disrupted is through major war between large states. So if you don't want to disrupt capital mobility because of the human cost, because of the inflation, the shortages, the economic cost of disrupting it, your alternative is to try to govern it through some kind of multilateral, multinational, or supranational structure, maybe a new kind of polity which sits above nation states. But that's very difficult to construct in practice. So a lot of my work is focused on that. I think this has effects on every sector. It has effects on the arts, on the humanities, on the universities. As capital mobility gets stronger, capital becomes stronger in relation to all of these different domains. And in the academy, it's often talked about in relation to neoliberalism, right? Neoliberalism is often the kind of signifying term to discuss this marketization of structures, right? But really what we're talking about is that capital has more leverage over the forms that different institutions take, over how you get money, over how you fund work. And a consequence of this is the scenification of everything, right? Everything becomes a scene because everything becomes totally marketized. So you have people who make stuff for customers, and there is really no other way of relating. Either you are a content creator or you're a content consumer, you're an enjoyer or you're a creator. And those are really the only two positions, whether you're in music, whether you're in film, whether you're in the academy, whether you write, right? And a consequence of this is that you have a singular kind of logic that dominates and dictates increasingly the way everything is created. And this results in a homogeneity and a lack of differentiation, not just in what's made, but in people's ability to think. So even when you socialize with people outside of these settings, informally, the way they think and talk is shaped by the fact that they're constantly in these competitive games all the time. And I think we all recognize, when it's a security problem, if we have a world of endless war, something like Mad Max, a dystopian post-apocalyptic society where there's no order and people are killing each other all the time, right? There's a competitive survival logic that takes over in that kind of world, where when you meet someone, you have to think about them as a potential competitor, someone who might kill you or threaten your security. And this has a very negative effect on our ability to socialize with each other. It makes us suspicious. It destroys the conditions for trust, right? So we all recognize that living in that kind of world very much limits what we can do and be, right? Because that's a stultifying competitive logic. But when we talk about commerce, as opposed to security, we don't think about it in the same terms, in part because relative to war, commerce strikes people as free, right? These are free exchanges rather than something that's done at gunpoint or spear point. And there is truth to that. It's certainly an improvement to be engaging in commercial activity as opposed to killing people, physically being in physical danger, right? But we as people need to make another move beyond the commercial logic, right? The commercial logic is better than the war logic, but it is not a logic which actually frees people up to create on the basis of what they think is good or beautiful or true. It leaves them worrying about poverty, worrying about their reputation or standing among the creators or with the consumers. And it produces a logic of creation that is also very stultifying. Maybe not as stultifying as trying to make art under wartime conditions would be, but stultifying in a way that's analogous to that, in that it's a singular competitive logic that's very totalizing.
Yeah, and you're using one of my favorite clunky, antiquated words that I defend using in my books. Stultification. It's a lot better than just calling people retards. No, it's actually dumbing us down. But the nice thing about the connotation of stultification, if you look at the definition, or at least one of the definitions, is that it has to do with a routine. It has to do with the sort of restrictions put on you at a structural level. And so, I talk about time energy, the structural stultification of time energy. What does that mean? Well, we don't have large energy infused repeatable blocks of reliable time between us because at a structural level, the restrictions put on us have us all, instead of engaging with one another for any sort of non-immediately profit-making sort of endeavors, we're all valorizing our labor power in a sort of arms race to not fall into the next class below us. And as a result, the floor just keeps going lower and lower. And then people are like, why is inflation happening? And it's like, well, you know, we can get into it, but this is part of the reason. That is part of the reason right there. Wages not going up, prices going up. This is just the way that profitability crises occur. The best way to make a profit in the midst of a profitability crisis is to increase surplus value, absolutely or relatively, either through lengthening the working day or intensifying it. And gigification, working multiple jobs and constantly having to kind of be on standby for things, is exactly that. It is a way of intensifying the labor process. That's where I'm coming from when I'm thinking about what you're getting at with stultification and trying to do art under these conditions. It's definitely not ideal. And then I'm curious what you'll say about that, but I'm also going to just say, when I'm thinking about local areas making themselves as DTF with big global capital as humanly possible, they're just like, hey, come on by, I'm here, whoring themselves out. What we're talking about is Boise, Idaho saying, no, you don't have to pay taxes, Amazon. You don't have to pay taxes. And that's a relatable example because anybody who paid attention over the last 10 years probably noticed at some points that there were cities rolling over and kind of just asking, Amazon, please come, please. And then like the politicians say, well, it's going to create jobs. What kind of jobs? What kind of hours are those jobs? Are the people working those kinds of hours able to be civically engaged in the locale? First of all, no. Second of all, who drives on the roads more than anybody else? Amazon does. Who's paying the fewest taxes for those roads? Oh, okay. So that means that the money I save, and I do shop at Amazon, the money that I save shopping at Amazon is it's kind of not really being saved because the cost of those roads is being put back on me. The cost of the expensive transportation model we're currently working under, where I don't have a bus I can take after a certain time, much less on Saturday or Sunday. I can't get to most places that I want to get to. My van and our van, it broke down 3 weeks ago, and then the moped that we were gifted, it broke down. So I paid 3 mechanics to fix it. It still broke down. The last one said, "Give up on it, man. You just can't do it." And then my bicycle broke down, and so the bus is not very workable. The van is out. The moped is out. The bicycle is out, and I'm over here like, oh my god. Like this transportation issue in Boise's always been a big deal, but it's just really kind of driving me crazy right now. And fixing a bicycle is just a little bit under buying a new bicycle. And now I'm in that conundrum. And so that's what I'm thinking about locales and locales not being able to do anything. But the larger structural changes would in some way have to be prioritizing those locales being able to differentiate their culture in a sense of like people should be able to have some kind of like decision over what they do in their lives at the local level. And it doesn't seem like that's really possible. But what you were saying is commercialization seems like a lot more free than war. So a lot of this kind of goes on unseen for people. So I don't know if I'm hearing if I'm picking up what you're putting down, if that's exactly what you're getting at, or if there's anything you'd like to add to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree that the term stultification is a really lovely term. And it's lovely because it underlines that we have potentials that are untapped here. A lot of people naturalize the way everybody turns out and goes, well, if you're working at Amazon, that's the best you could do. That's why you're working at Amazon. They don't view the Amazon job as itself a process of stultification. And what happens so often in this country is that people come out of high school bright in all kinds of ways, if they haven't been stultified too much by the education system already, which in many cases they have been, or by their home environment. Right. But if they come out of high school bright and enthusiastic, they often end up in a job that is not able to develop them and able to help them reach their potential. And quite the contrary, it stultifies them. It's a dead-end job. We used to use that language much more often of a dead-end job. A dead-end job is a job that messes your life up because it stops you from growing and developing. And it puts you in a situation where if you want to grow and develop, you have to quit and you have to go through a period of instability and fear. And this fear, in a militarized situation is fear of physical death, bodily harm. In the commercial society, it's a fear of reputation destruction, and it's a fear of poverty.
Monsieur Rambeau says that this is a very romantic and reactionary anti-capitalism that he's hearing us espouse. I'm curious why you might imagine he's saying that. I did see that the judge of that just asked why. But why would a person think anything we're saying is... Personally, I go, okay, then I guess I'm a romantic reactionary. I don't care. But also I'm not going to just do that. So I'm curious, like, why do people who are ostensibly anti-capitalist find a problem with this way of talking about the situation?
Well, I think some people, when they hear me talking about capital mobility, they think I'm just for disrupting it and for going back to a more primitive mode of production, which is not the case.
Okay.
A lot of what I emphasize in my book is about all of the terrible things that happen if you do disrupt capital mobility and why it is politically such a difficult thing to disrupt, not just in terms of inflation, shortages, economic disruption that comes from trying to pull out of the global trade system, but also, if you try to disrupt it through military force and you regress us into a world of war and violence, that also is extraordinarily destructive and disruptive to people's lives and doesn't unlock their potential. Right? When we talk about going through capitalism, what we really mean is developing commercial society to the point at which it can support something that goes beyond it. We're not talking about going back into some kind of feudal or what people might stereotypically think of as antique or medieval mode of production. Not to say that all of the very, very old models straightforwardly fit that stereotype, but I think very often that has been the issue. It's people thinking I'm talking about disrupting capital mobility rather than governing it and overcoming it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Perfect. And I guess with that, I'm going to go ahead and say that was a great segment. Thank you so much for being here on the live side. Let's both hop over back into the digital green room. You could bring up the trad topic. I think that connects really nicely with what you were just saying, and it connects with something that Cadell brought up that I didn't get to get into. But let's head on over. Mikey, we'll be right back.
Developing milieus. Oh, here's Dave. What's up, Dave?
Yo.
Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, never mind.
So
I saw you on my other screen and I was confused.
I don't want to interrupt you guys because I just wanted to let you know Studebaker is going to pop on over. Don't feel the need to repeat yourselves, guys. You can kind of just keep going. For the most part, Cadell, I already told Studebaker kind of what you had brought up. He'll be working under that kind of assumption. I think there's something really cool you guys could talk about with traditional ways of life and the trad life and all that kind of stuff that I'd be really curious to hear later. But for now, I'm going to go back over to the live side, and I look forward to catching this later.
Go.
Enjoy. All right. And everybody, I'm going to go ahead and roll the PSA right freaking now. All right. Does this sound good? Yeah. Roll the PSA until we got Cutrone in the house, and then we'll get it going. Everyone, we'll be right back with Cutrone. Peace. Don't go anywhere.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground, EMSTUs.
They bring joy to audiences.
Bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
Live. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Epic Marathon live stream here at Theory Underground. This is the keynote sort of double feature here at the end with Chris Cutrone and Michael Downs. How you two doing?
Good. Good. How are you, Dave? How's it going? The marathon.
It's going pretty good. I feel better than usual.
This is a shorter one for you. You're not as zapped, are you?
Yeah, I kind of took it easy, huh?
Yeah, that's cool.
McGowan was saying he always catches the bad side of Dave. Like I'm always just kind of like,
Yeah. the grumpy side.
I hope not. I hope that's not what he meant. But yeah, maybe potentially. But
I think burnout, Dave.
The point is Mikey usually carries most of it at this point, And so this is the first time you two are meeting. Basically, what we wanted to do was start with the topic that came up last time we had you on, Chris, and then we'll pivot to just Marxism because Mikey has a bunch of questions for you on Marxism, just kind of basic stuff. But before we get into that segment, we want to focus on what came up, Gabriel Rockhill. Gabriel Rockhill and the I guess, I don't know if they all belong in the exact same bag, but would there be Michael Parenti and Daniel Tutt and Haas are like this sort of constellation along with the Midwestern Marx Institute of Marxists that people often when they come by our channel, they'll be like, oh, you guys are kind of like X, Y, or Z, one of these people. And then when I look at them, I'm like, hey, I like some of the stuff they say, but also I don't really see the resemblance. But then you brought up Rockhill. And I've been interested in him ever since, and also because some people in the community had asked some questions about his work. And then he published an article, I don't know when, but it's about the global theory industry and the Frankfurt School with its CIA connections and all this stuff. It's very, very intriguing, I think, and people keep bringing it up. So I thought this is a great conversation. You wanted to argue with him anyway. On some things, but here, you're the Lenin and Adorno guy, like you have been for years here at Theory Underground. So I thought, let's summon Chris and address this head on. So what's your thoughts on this piece?
All right. So earlier today, you discussed this with Eamon, Swoletariat, and Tony from One Dime, and they brought up some things that it would be my first things to say about Rockhill, which is the Stalinism. And not that that's a revelation or something, but they're trying to kind of wrestle the Frankfurt School back into the Cold War, and attribute the currency of the Frankfurt School to the Cold War, and to anti-communism, and to also kind of harmonize the Frankfurt School with postmodernism. I mean, it's tricky because I feel like there's I think Tony brought this up, that Rockhill is a kind of ex-French theory person
Mm.
who has turned hard against his own intellectual origins, and is maybe engaged in a massive kind of self-criticism exercise, and that seems to be the animus of it, but the substance of it is pretty thin. The substance of it is Horkheimer had dinner with someone who got money from the CIA, or something like that, and and not that there aren't some textual pieces of evidence with which to indict Adorno and Horkheimer and maybe Marcuse about the East Bloc, the Soviet bloc, and China and Vietnam, in the Cold War context in the 50s and 60s. But for me, I feel like it's for them, it's just one or the other side. You're either on one side or the other side. So there's no room for critical perspective on both sides of the Cold War. And that carries over into the politics of today. And that's where Rockhill is today. He's definitely interested in taking sides in geopolitical competition, as are, Ahaz and Carlos Garrido from Midwestern Marx. They're for the axis of resistance, Russia, Iran, China, and even to the point of saying that Iran is socialist, which of course it isn't at all. So not even in any conceivable way. And they killed all the socialists there. So not in some like arcane way of like, well, China's not socialist. I mean, Russia's obviously not socialist today. Yeah, so this is where it's coming from. And I was just looking at, the other figure that you didn't mention is, of course, someone who's passed on, Domenico Losurdo.
Right.
Who's a really important sort of reference point for these guys. And I was reading his Western Marxism book in preparation for this today.
Okay.
And it's just a screed. It's just a screed, like his liberalism book and his Nietzsche book. These are just screeds. And chock full of like facts, like damning facts, kind of gossip. And but really just attacking people for supposed political positions that they had. As if Nietzsche had political positions. He kind of didn't. Kind of the most apolitical person you can imagine. But that's the technique, right? And so it's just some kind of, what side of Vietnam were Horkheimer and Adorno and Habermas and Marcuse on? This kind of thing. And so it's
which
it's
side
the kind of thing
were they on?
Well, they're on neither side.
Okay.
I mean, here's a catchphrase. Adorno said, of course, we're against all colonialist and imperialist wars. But, the Vietnamese practice Chinese methods of torture. So that's not great. So Losurdo calls this equivocation. And he goes after Marcuse on Israel, where Marcuse is like, well, of course, I'm very opposed to Zionism. But if you look at the Arab animus towards Israel, it's not good. Right? So that's equivocation. No, it's both sides are bad. Is that hard from a socialist perspective? Is that hard? But actually, Losurdo says, no, that's not the primary contradiction. The primary contradiction is not socialism and capitalism. It's colonialism and anti-colonialism. It's imperialism and anti-imperialism. And that's what it's all about. So this isn't Marxism at all, as far as I'm concerned. Like Rockhill, this is not Marxism whatsoever. I'll stake my claim on that point.
Did it?
They have no interest in the Frankfurt School's Marxism because they're not Marxist.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's a good start. So wouldn't and eventually I hope that you've already said you're down to have a conversation with Rockhill, but right now, speak of the devil, he is currently busy finalizing a project on publishing an English translation of something by Losurdo. And so That's why he's busy right now. But he said we'll definitely catch up soon or whatever. And so, until then, we're just gonna, develop our understanding of your take on the situation, right? And so I have a few questions to follow up on that, but I am curious, just, Mikey is as, if not more, outside of a lot of this discourse than I am. And so I'm just curious if you have any sort of off the top of your head, kind of maybe even kind of questions, Mikey.
Yeah, I guess, Chris, because there was a lot of talk, okay, so Tuck philosophy or Janis Cheka wrote a book on Marxism and Nietzsche. Daniel Tutt wrote a book on Marxism and Nietzsche. This is kind of in the theory era, so to speak. And yeah, a lot of it, I think, starts with, is it Lyotard? Is that his name? Yeah. I guess my thing is, I mean, I guess because I don't know if I've ever heard you talk about it. Is there any reason for a Marxist to try to incorporate Nietzsche into Marxism, or are we kind of doing like a kind of philosophical stretch to even make Nietzsche, like you were kind of alluding to, like a serious systematic political thinker? I mean, like Deleuze tried to make him a serious systematic metaphysician.
Right.
You could argue that's more Deleuze than Nietzsche himself. But yeah, I guess I'm curious about how you as a Marxist think about Nietzsche, whether or not he's a systematic thinker or not, and whether or not Marxism needs some sort of Nietzschean supplement at all.
Right. So, it's very parallel to the question of like Freud and Marx, like Freudo-Marxism, like that kind of whole conception. Because I don't think that a good way of understanding it is like a Freudian supplement of Marx. It's rather, what do Marxists think of Freud? And also of the truth of Freud, right? And so in both cases with Freud and Nietzsche, they're symptoms, meaning a Marxist approach would take the truths that they articulate and resituate them in a more historically specific way, meaning, both Freud and Nietzsche were aware of their own times, and Nietzsche is very much aware of his own time, but he situates his own time historically differently than Marxism would. Right, and actually that's part of like the late Lukács in The Destruction of Reason. Lyotard, right, they tie Nietzsche to the epoch of imperialism, to the late 19th century, kind of second industrial revolution moment, a kind of late colonial moment, like scramble for Africa moment, but really German unification moment, Franco-Prussian War, right, this kind of thing. So, the Prussian Empire. Now, starting there, we could just say Nietzsche is horrified by the Franco-Prussian War and by the German victory and by the German triumphalism. And really, he's very critical of like German nationalism per se. And, he's proud to consider himself a mongrel. He's proud of his Polish heritage. He's very critical of the anti-Semitism that isn't just traditional anti-Semitism, but a kind of modern anti-Semitism of his time that you see in Germany around German nationalism. But he's also critical of the socialist movement throughout the 19th century, but also specifically in his time. And he's not really aware of Marx. He is aware of Lassalle, and he's aware of the anarchists. He's very much aware of Proudhon and Bakunin. But, Marx and Engels are not really that important at that time. So we don't have any, like, dialogue between Nietzsche and Marx or Marxism. So, okay, so that much I would agree with the critics of Nietzsche on, that he is a creature of his time. But again, he's not, even though he was taken up, by his sister, first of all, and later by the Nazis, he was taken up in really contrary to the spirit of his own work. He's taken up to be some kind of advocate of German nationalism and later even of Nazism. And Nietzsche, we have to remember, by the way, also Hegel are blamed not only for Nazism, they are, which seems like a big stretch with the case of Hegel, but German militarism in World War I. Right, so the British, the French, the Americans, they're like, yeah, these Germans, they've got these philosophers, they've got Hegel, they've got Nietzsche. They're nationalist, militarist people, the Germans, and look at their philosophers. Now, I don't think so. So I think Nietzsche in his own time is more of a distressed liberal. Again, from a Stalinist perspective, distressed liberalism can also be, you know, colonialist, imperialist, etc. It can, of course. But I see him as a critic, Nietzsche, of liberalism and of socialism and of the affinities of the two. And primarily, though, he's a critic of Christianity and how he sees Christianity playing out in liberalism and socialism. That's where the parallels with the Marxist critique of socialism would come in, meaning Marx also has a critique of the socialists of his time and of the prevailing ideology of socialism and of the mentality of socialism and of the general orientation of socialism. Marx has this critique. And there are important parallels there between Marx and Nietzsche. But again, Nietzsche is not, you know, he's giving us this bizarre last man, overman kind of prognosis on the future. And he's kind of predicting like a catastrophic 20th century that he wants to see as some kind of massive emancipation, potentially, even though it might be the exact opposite of that. And so, you know, it's a little uncanny, we might say. Like, is he predicting socialist revolution, and is he calling that the last man? And is the revolution the overman that he's calling for? Is that like fascism? Right? This is the dominant interpretation. I don't think it's correct. And I don't think you need to be a Marxist to know that it's not correct. So I'm like a kind of a Walter Kaufmann reader of Nietzsche. I'll just say that. You know, I find Kaufmann's interpretation of Nietzsche very compelling. And his paralleling of Nietzsche and Hegel, I find that very compelling. And also I'm a student of Robert Pippin, so I will say also Pippin brings out the liberal and the dialectical character of Nietzsche in a way, you know, it's a kind of Hegelian appropriation of Nietzsche. So the real issue is, what would a Marxist appropriation of Nietzsche amount to? It would be very similar to Freud in the sense that it's descriptive. Meaning Freud does describe the psychology of capitalism at a certain stage, right? And then there's the question of what comes in the 20th century. And Nietzsche also, in a very different way, because it's philosophical, it's not clinical and psychological, although Nietzsche called himself a psychologist. And Freud even said that he had read Nietzsche, but then he hadn't read him in a long time. And then he was embarrassed to learn, going back to Nietzsche, how many parallels there were between his thought and Nietzsche's thought, right? But I do think it comes from someplace else. I don't think that Freud was just an unconscious Nietzschean. I think that I take his clinical interpretations seriously and his clinical theory seriously, but at a philosophical level. Now, again, Heidegger is a kind of Nietzschean, Max Weber is a Nietzschean, but they're peculiar kind of Nietzscheans. Foucault is a Nietzschean. If you read his essay on Nietzsche Genealogy History, it's really fascinating. He's like, Nietzsche's right, except for the freedom part. So that gets me to maybe my other point, which is that I consider Nietzsche a philosopher of freedom. And I do think freedom is the missing piece with respect to the left and socialism. I think that freedom drops out, especially in the Cold War context. And up till now, freedom is seen as kind of bourgeois ideology. Because again, it's some kind of weird, like, we're going to take how the US projected itself in the Cold War as the, you know, upholder of freedom. And we're going to say, and that's what's wrong with it. And I'm like, no, you can't Yeah. I mean, I want to touch on what you guys were talking about earlier, Dave, with Tony and Eamon on the American Revolution too, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to the American
back to that.
Revolution and the CIA and the Center for Cultural Freedom and all of those kind of things in a second. But and I also really want to touch on the anti-imperialism is not Marxism take, because I feel like these are all very important threads. But I kind of want to.
I'll say one more thing about Nietzsche, which is the post.
I have a Nietzsche quote that maybe you could tie into what you want to say. I don't want you to judge a book by how I use a quote. You know, I would like you to read the afterword at minimum to my Time Energy book. I'll send it to you if you don't have a copy, but I just want. I do want you to talk about this quote, but how I use this quote, I just kind of want everyone to keep in mind. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you all how and why I use it, but I'd like to say I feel like I'm going beyond Lizardo, potentially Tut. I'm trying to do something different here. But a quote I find very powerful is that he says, if the need for and the refinement of a superior culture penetrates the working class, it can no longer do the work without suffering disproportionately. For that, a worker thus developed aspires to otium, leisure time, and does not ask for a lightening of labor, but for liberation from it, i.e. to impose its burden on another. Now, two things, because I'm about to read the rest of the quote. To impose its burden on another is to say, well, the working class has its burden, but it can impose that on someone else. And so let's turn to who else? He says, let's find the rest of the quote. One could perhaps, let's see. If the need for the refinement of superior culture penetrates where is no longer do the work without suffering just by work. Okay, well, here's the rest of the quote. One could perhaps think of satisfying his desires and massively introducing barbaric Asian and African populations so that the civilized world continues to use the services of the uncivilized world, and thus non-culture would be considered precisely to be a sort of corvée. So and this is all in the context of him being concerned with the leveling effects that are making workers desire something more than just their work.
But he's not advocating this, is he? He's basically saying this could happen.
Well, he went to fight the levelers, right? He actually enlisted when he didn't have to go fight the levelers, and he was with the most, according to Lizardo, I don't know, but like the most reactionary.
There were no levelers in Nietzsche's lifetime. The levelers are from the 17th century.
Okay.
Lizardo likes doing this shit, though.
Do you
he
know?
Calls the 20th century the Napoleonic Wars.
Do you know like what war he went and fought in or whatever, like off the top of your head?
Franco-Prussian War.
Okay, and so that was not because
he never saw any fighting, and he got sick and got cashed out. And then he complained that maybe the fighting around the commune might end up destroying priceless works of art. And people are like, oh, he only cares about works of art. We should care about works of art, actually.
Yeah.
We definitely should.
Hot take.
I mean, Chris, like this is what we always are kind of dealing with when Nietzsche comes up, is that there's certain people on the left who are basically saying, look, Nietzsche was an aristocrat and he defended aristocracy. It's not like I like this idea maybe of a universal aristocracy, the idea that everybody has more time energy, everybody has more leisure, like we're about time energy, but Nietzsche's presented by certain Marxists as like, okay, we're the noble aristocrats, we're the creative ones, we need the peasants over there to do the work. We don't want them getting culture. We don't want them having odium, so we can do our thing. And there's other readings of Nietzsche where Nietzsche is much more a champion of individual freedom and individual cultivation of one's self-creativity. And there's points in Nietzsche where I'm like, I get a universal thing from him where he's not just saying, oh, the vast majority of people have to do shitty work and never engage in self-becoming, self-creation. I see this other aspect of Nietzsche that's much more of like a universal existentialist type champion of individual freedom. And so I don't know, but this comes back to my question. Is it just that he's not as systematic as, say, like a philosopher on the level of Kant or, you know?
Right. Okay, so maybe that brings us around to it because, you know, there's the whole kind of bourgeois meritocracy, natural aristocracy idea. Right. And, you know, we know it from liberalism, like equality of opportunity, not of outcomes. Right. And, you know, so this is what I mean when I say Nietzsche's a liberal, meaning, you know, he's like, yeah, maybe some people are not interested in doing philosophy and art. Maybe some people get their satisfaction out of repetitive labor, you know? Now, so what's the point of all that? Because he's not painting a political picture. He's not giving a political vision. He's talking about a crisis, what he called the crisis of European civilization. And really the crisis of Christianity and its bourgeois aftermath. And, you know, and capitalism, of course, right? So he does see capitalism as a kind of playing out of a kind of bourgeois humanism and a kind of Christianity, you know, a kind of a slave morality that is, you know, falsely preached to the subaltern, right? So the priests, you know, so it's kind of like there are two targets of the slave morality. There's the aristocracy and there's the common people. And Nietzsche thinks that when the aristocracy gets slave morality, when the aristocracy gets Christianity, it's good because it's a self-overcoming, it's from a position of strength. Whereas if the subaltern embraced Christianity, it's inauthentic because it's actually not a self-overcoming. It's a kind of rationalization of one's condition. It's resentment, right? So, I mean, is there something systematic in Nietzsche? I mean, so Nietzsche was taken up by the postmodernists as a kind of anti-metaphysical thinker. And here I'll just use a phrase of Robert Pippin. I don't think Kant or Hegel or Nietzsche or Marx are anti-metaphysical. I think they're post-metaphysical, which is different, meaning they have a different understanding of metaphysics, a non-traditional philosophical understanding of what metaphysics is really about. And for Nietzsche, metaphysics is, you know, psychological. It's like a kind of, or a kind of will to power that's like inherent in biological life itself, you know? And, you know, which is a very peculiar way of putting it. Kant and Hegel and Marx have a more kind of social historical understanding of the origin of metaphysics. And there's a crisis of European metaphysics in the 19th century, in this time, in Nietzsche's time. And that's where he's getting his, you know, last man over man idea. He's like, this form of life is in crisis. It's landing in nihilism. And that's not a bad thing. It's actually, you know, something that tasks humanity, right? European humanity, right? Because, you know, I think it would be arguable whether the entire world had landed in this metaphysical nihilism at the end of the 19th century. Maybe in 2024, the whole world has. But in Nietzsche's time, maybe not yet. Right? I mean, the quotation, Dave, that you read sounds to me like a total setup in the sense of, sounds like Nietzsche's arguing for the labor aristocracy in imperialism. You know, that the Western workers should have their workload lightened, but it should be fobbed off on the workers of the third world or something. You know, that the American working class has its standard of living boosted by the, you know, real like slave-like exploitation of people in the colonial or post-colonial or neo-colonial world. That's what that sounds like. It sounds like, oh yeah, Nietzsche's seeing that and he is advocating it. And I just feel like, well, that would still like not really get at what Nietzsche's concern actually is, which is, and this is what Heidegger picks up on, by the way, from Nietzsche, which is that this Western metaphysics that's traceable all the way back to classical antiquity has been leading us to this place, right, has been leading us to a kind of labor metaphysics and a kind of nihilistic dead end. And, you know, historically, of course, that's not true. That's not even true for most of the bourgeois epoch. It's very true of the industrial capitalist epoch. And again, that's where Marxism would say, you know, Nietzsche is describing something real, but he's misattributing it and he's putting it in the wrong historical frame. It's like Western civilization rather than like industrial capitalism. And so it would require a reinterpretation of what Nietzsche is talking about at a more fundamental level than just saying, oh, what does he say about the workers?
I guess the last thing on that is I did find the quote. So, and this, I don't want to put this conversation away, because it's one we're going to keep coming back to. In fact,
what's interesting just to observe is that he does think the condition, Nietzsche thought that the condition of the workers is exemplary of the modern era per se.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He did think that.
Your friend Spencer Leonard, who had a conversation with Matt McManus on this channel about this very topic, is actually working on a piece that's going to address Lizardo a bit more in depth, I think, and actually for TUCON. But really quick, the quote, though, he says that when the War of 1870 exploded, the brilliant professor of classical philology momentarily abandoned university teaching in the neutral Swiss city of Basel to enlist as a volunteer in the Prussian army. He brought with him the hopes and myths of his time, which were also the center of the birth of tragedy, right? So at the time that he wrote The Birth of Tragedy, this is when he goes and does this. And it's in The Birth of Tragedy that he talks about the slaves rising up against the slave owners in the American Civil War, as well as other instances. I don't really know about all the, I can't really, I'm not a historian.
No, he doesn't talk about that in The Birth of Tragedy. He doesn't talk about the U.S. Civil War now.
That seemed to be what I thought Lizardo was saying
every year. No, this is what Lizardo does. Like I said, he thinks that the Cold War is the Napoleonic Wars. He literally uses it as a trope. He's like, yeah, the Napoleonic Wars, meaning the U.S. fighting the Soviet Union. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
And the levelers, right? Like, Nietzsche's going up against the levelers. He's volunteering to fight the levelers. No, there are no levelers. There's the Paris Commune, but he's not going to fight the Paris Commune. He's going to fight Louis Bonaparte, who instigated the war. Come on. Right? And I'm not going to stand and defend Nietzsche signing up for the Prussian military. I can only say that later in life, he said that Prussianism is only good for one thing, goose stepping. And he meant that negatively.
Okay.
Right? So come on. You know, and The Birth of Tragedy, I mean, look, The Birth of Tragedy is the early Nietzsche, it's the young Nietzsche. It's overwrought. He criticized it himself later in life. He's like, I'm not sure what the hell I was talking about. Like, he writes a preface, like a attempt at self-criticism. He's like, what could I possibly have been thinking when I wrote this book? And he means it quite literally. And you know, but it's about, again, Western metaphysics and Socrates and truth, right? That's what the young Nietzsche is all about. It's about art, philosophy, and science, and how science has defeated both philosophy and art, and how science defeated art with the help of philosophy. But there should be a philosophy that is not just science.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically saying art. We need art. We need a Socrates who can play music.
Right. No, absolutely.
Right. That's what it's about. It's about art. It's about tragedy. It's not about the U.S. Civil War. Give me a break.
Well, okay. And so I guess I'd have to look at it a little bit more, but for the time being, I think that's good enough. Yeah, for sure. So,
You know?
But
Lizardo is just doing a hack job. I mean, look, he's just a Stalinist prosecutor. That's what he's doing. He's Kamala Harris on steroids.
Because of the conversation I had with, because of what I said, because of the fact that I hosted that conversation between Leonard and McManus, and of course I am in the same way that I just was with you, pulling up quotes and very curious, you know, I think people took this idea, I'm just taking the McManus Tut position on this. And it's like, no, actually my position is instead of taking the Walter Kaufman position as you do, I say, yeah, no, I take the Lizardo position. I just accept it. And then I say, so what? He's right. We don't want to lose an aristocratic culture, the higher arts, the finer things. We actually do need that. Any kind of revolutionary project that throws that out is missing the point. And therefore, that's how a Marxist informed or any kind of large-scale structural change movement needs him.
You know, Lizardo and Rockhill, of course, hate Trotsky, but I'll just quote Trotsky from Literature and Revolution. You know, from the early Soviet era, he said, in socialism, the average person is going to be a Goethe or a Marx or a Mozart. You know, and that's the vision. Like, you want to know, like, there is a utopianism to Marxism.
Yeah.
That's the vision.
Yeah. Well, and that would be, I think, another, I mean, maybe if Jonas Cheka wants to do a sequel, that's where he could go with it. But he would actually have to engage with this whole line of argumentation. And from what I can tell, he's avoided
Which
it.
is true to Marx, by the way. Marx in the German ideology, he's like, you know, yeah, everyone will, like, you know, work a couple of hours, do some hobbies, philosophize, criticize, right?
Right.
It's a bourgeois humanist vision.
Right. Absolutely. Right. We're down
It's
with
very
that. We're down with that.
You know, like classical, you know, it's like we want everyone to have what the oligarchical citizens of ancient Athens had.
Right. So
okay. Like and what, right? And I mean, look, again, you don't use Nietzsche to help get you to socialism, but Nietzsche is compelling in terms of describing the subjectivity and the metaphysical presuppositions of capitalism and its crisis, right? The kind of nihilistic dead end. But again, not in the way that I think the left has a very non-dialectical view of capitalism. They're just like, oh, capitalism is life-destroying, it's nihilistic, it's just bad. It's like, yeah, but we got to use it to get to socialism. We got to accept the task of capitalism, meaning capitalism has made us what we are, and we have to transform the world on that basis. What we are now.
So that's a point well taken. Now, while we're still on this segment, I feel like there were all those other questions that we wanted to get to, and I feel like the most important one, probably, it's the one that everyone who's trying to think about this critically, at least, is going to want to come back to, and that's just the question of anti-imperialism. And I guess I'll set you up by just saying, well, isn't imperialism the highest stage of capitalism according to Lenin? Wouldn't you at least agree with Rockhill on that? How is anti-imperialism not the next thing, and how would you separate colonialism and imperialism from capitalism for your Marxism?
All right, so I would just say, you know, and yeah, my friend and collaborator Spencer Leonard has published 2 books of Marx's writings, Marx and Engels's writings, on imperialism and Bonapartism. One book on imperialism, the other book on Bonapartism. They mean the same thing.
Okay.
That's what imperialism means. It means the Second Empire. It means Louis Bonaparte. And it means the British Empire, Disraeli. It means the German Empire, of course, Bismarck. Right. So that's what it means. And Germany didn't really have any colonies to speak of. I mean, they got some colonies, but they weren't like the British and the French in terms of colonial empires. And nonetheless, they were imperialist. What does that mean? They had an imperial state. So did the British and the French. And the colonialism, the late colonialism of the capitalist era, was a projection of that capitalist state, of that imperial state, of that Bonapartist state. And you had the most extreme expression of Bonapartism in the colonies. You know, what later, you know, like Aimé Césaire said, you know, fascism was just bringing what was going on in the colonies back to the metropole. That's true. That is true. Depends on what you conclude from that, right? So now in terms of the highest stage of capitalism, well, it's 2024. And Lenin wrote that in 1916. I don't think we've had a higher stage of capitalism after imperialism. But I do think that maybe we're not at the highest stage of capitalism now. Meaning, for Lenin writing it when he did, he thought highest stage of capitalism means prelude to socialism. That's what he thought that meant. And we're not there. There's no prelude to socialism right now. No. And so, he was dealing with anti-imperialism. Lenin, he was critiquing anti-imperialism. Why? Because anti-imperialism was conservative reactionary. It was Hobson. There was liberal anti-imperialism. There was the Anti-Imperialist League in the United States. There was William Jennings Bryan, who is a conservative. That's why he joined the Democratic Party, because the Democrats were the conservatives. Anti-imperialism was anti-monopoly capitalism, anti-finance capitalism, against the big industrial robber barons. That sounds good, doesn't it? Except no, they wanted to turn the historical clock back on that, and you can't. Right? They wanted to restore petty bourgeois, local, small-time capitalism. They wanted to restore bourgeois society, but the only way you could conceivably do that is small-time capitalism. I mean, you can't undo the Industrial Revolution. So most anti-imperialism is right-wing. The Nazis were anti-imperialist. So, okay.
Did you say the Nazis were anti-imperialist?
Yes, absolutely. Of course they were. Their condemnation of the British and the French was that they're imperialist, and they saw Germany as being a victim of their imperialism.
Yeah, but
They
Hitler
thought
and
that they were going to be colonized. They were like, look at what the French and the British do to the Africans. They want to do it to us.
wasn't that like the Russian and German positions more or less over time? It was like, we're anti-imperialist, we have to go to war, and we have to become the new empire. Otherwise, it was an imperialism ultimatum.
You could say so. I mean, again, anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism really doesn't get you very far, meaning on what basis and what's the outcome of the anti-colonial or anti-imperial struggle supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like capitalist nationalism? Is that the upshot? And that's supposed to be seen as progressive in some way? Progressive how? Right? So again, I would say Marxism is not anti-capitalist. It's not anti-imperialist. It's not anti-capitalist. It's not anti-capitalist. There's a lot of anti-capitalism. See it in religion. You know, Michael Moore's Capitalism, a Love Story, conceived and filmed after the financial crisis. And he goes to a rabbi, a Protestant minister, a Catholic priest, a Muslim imam, a Buddhist monk, a Jewish rabbi, and he says, what do you think of capitalism? And they all say, it's evil. They all say it's evil, including the Protestant minister, which is a shocker for Michael Moore. But of course, from that standpoint, from the standpoint of any religious or traditional value system, even bourgeois Christianity like Protestantism, from any such perspective, capitalism is evil. That's not Marxism. That's just not Marxism. That's not the approach to capitalism that Marxism has. And imperialism, late colonialism, the imperial state, Bonapartism, it's not just like a bad thing that one is against. The issue is, what does it represent historically, and how does it point beyond itself? And how are we going to overcome it and not imagine that we're turning the clock back on it? Yeah, the Nazis were anti-finance capital.
Right.
They called it the Jews.
Right.
And by the way, that's where it all goes. That's where it all goes, by the way. It always goes to anti-Semitism. It always does.
Well, there's people who would say that any anti-capitalism is ultimately just a sort of, that there's people who will say any critique of power is really just anti-Semitic logic hiding itself or whatever. You know, that's a very popular thing among progressives today. It's really annoying actually, but
depends on what the power is, right? So, but anti-capitalism and anti-imperialism. So, you know, my old professor, Moish Postone, he said, he quoted August Bebel, who was the chairman, you know, the organizational leader of the German SPD, that anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. It's the socialism of fools, but it's the socialism of fools. So Moishe Postone said anti-Zionism is the anti-imperialism of fools. It's the anti-imperialism of fools, meaning Israel doesn't control the world. Newsflash. But it's the anti-imperialism of fools. Right? Meaning there's a misrecognition there that has a kind of a logic to it, but is a misrecognition. And you know, everything's a kind of a misrecognition, but there are better and worse misrecognitions. Right? You know, Hobson, who I mentioned, also an anti-Semite. And he was a liberal. But you don't have to be a Nazi to be an anti-Semite. Not at all.
Right, right.
So again, how do we think of the problem of capitalism? But more importantly, how do we imagine we're going to overcome it? So that's really the issue.
Right.
And, you know, so it's not to say, look, the US, I mean, to come around to the American Revolution bit, the US is very different under capitalism than it was when it made the revolution and when they wrote the Constitution. It's just a totally different world. So we have to take it from the horse's mouth. Woodrow Wilson, the president of US imperialism in World War I, said the Constitution isn't applicable anymore. We have to pay it lip service because it's the Constitution, but in practice we violate it all the time. And we set up a fourth branch of government because that's what we need. He admired Bismarckian Germany as a model, as did a lot of progressives. He's like, yeah, we need that here. So of course, socialists were always against that, but that's a violation of the American Revolution. It's a violation, it's an explicit violation of the US Constitution. We are living for the last 100 and more years under the explicit violation of the US Constitution by the dominant political parties. Now, the Republicans, of course, get to pretend that they defend the Constitution, but they don't. Right? Now, we're not going to turn the clock back. We're not. We're not going to restore the US Constitution. However, we might want to uphold the rights, the Bill of Rights, the rights in the Constitution. We might want to make the capitalist politicians stick to the Constitution, even though we know that they can't stick to it and they don't want to, but we might use that. We might use the Constitution against them in a way that they can't really defend the Constitution. And not just as like a rhetorical ploy, but because of the principles that the Constitution upholds, which have to be violated in capitalism. I mean, I'll just, you know, I brought up Freud earlier. I teach civilization as discontents all the time. And, you know, in 2 classes every year, 2 different classes, one to social workers, the other to my art students. And he says, you know, when you have a revolution when the ruling class is seen by the people as betraying the values that they're supposed to uphold. That's when you have a revolution. You don't have a revolution because some radical intellectuals come up with a new value system and try to preach it to the people. They'll never accept it. You have a revolution when the ruling class, when the state violates the values it proclaims. So you got to organize that. You have to organize that. That's the only way you're going to have massive political transformation in the United States, aka revolution. The people are never going to make a revolution in the United States by being anti-American. That's never going to happen.
No, it's insane.
All the immigrants coming in, they're going to be the fiercest defenders of America, right? Like some rich WASP people can afford to be anti-American.
Right.
The rest of us, no.
No, it's a luxury belief.
It's a total luxury belief. Total.
Yeah.
Anti-Americanism is radical chic. They already talked about it.
You know, it reminds me of Albert Camus once said, you know, defending the idea of people wanting to have money. He's like, yeah, very privileged if you can sit there and go, oh, people who care about money so much are, you know.
Grubby materialists. It's like it's
Yeah,
easy for you to say.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
always these. It's always these rich kid millionaires who are like going like, "Oh yeah, you just not work."
money isn't everything. Money
Yeah,
isn't everything.
money's not
It's like,
everything.
well, you got to survive first.
Kind of is when you don't have it.
Yeah, it's you know. So, but but we're not talking about money. The American dream is not money; it's freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dave,
and
hold on. Let me just interject real quick. So I have one question for Chris, but I was going to save it for the next segment, but I almost think it kind of ties in here to this question of imperialism being the highest stage of capitalism. And so, Chris, it's kind of a cluster of questions, but I just think it's better here in this segment.
Okay.
So I had first time getting to talk to you, I was like, okay, I've got to ask Chris one. How familiar are you with the work of Nick Land?
Not hardly at all.
Okay.
By
So
reputation only.
okay. Yeah. So,
I might have read a couple of things, but no.
Okay. So in the 90s, he's kind of a renegade, rebellious philosopher at Warwick University. He leads the CCRU Cybernetic Culture Research Unit. They turn philosophy conferences into these giant parties, these raves. They've got electronic music blaring. People are dancing, doing drugs. They were trying to find a way to make philosophy exciting, to try to make philosophy almost into a subculture. And so there's ways that I draw a lot of inspiration from them in that regard. But Land famously ends up becoming one of the leaders of neo-reactionary thought. Him and Curtis Yarvin or Menzies Mulbug. But one thing throughout Land's work, at least like from the mid 90s on up, like Land's central thesis is capitalism is artificial intelligence. And what he means by that is that the very mode of production, the very mechanism of capital accumulation, actually, in its very structure, necessarily produces artificial intelligence. And for him, at least at one point, he's talking super intelligence, godlike. And so for him, capital is like MC and prime would be the larval seed of what he calls the techno-capital singularity. And so the question is, like, one, what do you think about like what capitalism at the moment is doing with AI? And do you see it like let's do like a hypothetical. If capitalism gives rise to super intelligence, is there any way to even think like we human beings survive that, they live through that? Because for Land, basically the emergence of super intelligence is the culmination of capitalism, and in some way, shape, or form, it's going to bring about human extinction. And so capital, like capital is like the death core of humanity. It's going to wipe us all out. And so I guess, and look, trying to say like, why does he think it necessarily gives rise to it? I mean, that's kind of like Hegel thinks we arrive at absolute knowledge. It's like you kind of got to work through the argument, but it's still like, I would love to get your initial impressions of that central thesis: capitalism is artificial intelligence. And if we see an AI explosion, what is that? Would we consider that a higher stage of capital?
All right, so he's associated with accelerationism, and I'll use that kind of idea as my jumping off point. So I don't think that capitalism is super intelligence. I think it's super anti-intelligence, meaning it's a kind of a black hole. It's a kind of a void. It's not a singularity. It's singularity in the sense of a black hole. It's not singularity. First of all, I don't think there is artificial intelligence. I also don't think there will be artificial intelligence. I think that what you'll have is super fast machine learning. You'll have basically automation, right? And that's what we have. That is not intelligence. So he's conflating two things. He's conflating I always like to bring this up, how everybody conflates bourgeois society and capitalism. And for Marx and for Marxism, capitalism contradicts bourgeois society. So bourgeois society, you could say society is the superintelligence, and that we've always had it since the human revolution, since the hunter-gatherers, since the invention of culture, religion, etc. Society is more intelligent than its members. Society is the superintelligence. Now, capitalism is the virus in the superintelligence that's unwinding it. Meaning, you could say that bourgeois society is the highest form of culture, community, civilization at the level of a Rousseauian general will. But capitalism is the undoing of that, meaning capitalism is the negation of that. Like MCM prime on a runaway train is the negation of that, right? So it's the super anti-intelligence. It's not the superintelligence, right? It's the threat to the superintelligence, I would say. And we have to overcome it, because what it is it's a destructive tendency in logic that can't actually eliminate its substratum. But it can make its substratum, namely us as social beings, suffer a great deal. And I don't think we're ever going to reach the end of that suffering. Meaning, the way I see it now, if I had to say, where's the world going? Space fascism. That's where it's going. It's not going to the extinction of the human race. That's too optimistic. It's going to space capitalism. Even space fascism might be.
I do have to add, when we were interviewing Slavoj Žižek, he said he goes, this vision of land is way too optimistic.
It's way too optimistic.
It gives you such a clear-cut final telos. Like, oh, this is just. It's like, oh, if only it was that clear, right?
It's everything everywhere all at once. If you saw that movie, it's the everything donut or the everything bagel. Everything bagel. That's like the rebus, right? That the millennial chick is gonna destroy the world in her nihilism, and the Gen X chick who is her mother, Michelle Yeoh, is like, please don't destroy the world. Like, that's like me. I tell the millennials, please don't do that. And then the boomer guy, like the most famous Asian American actor of all time, is like, yeah, I'm old. Right? So like basically it's like a perfect movie to capture our moment. And if not the millennials, the Zoomers are gonna eat the everything bagel and destroy all space time.
JREG will be the one that eats it.
Yeah, but please don't, children, please don't. Dave. You're muted, Dave.
No wonder I couldn't interject. Okay, yeah. I want you to write a piece now for the Human Futures volume. You can keep it very short, to 500 words, called Space, Fascism, and the Everything Bagel. Don't eat it, kids. Or something like that, man. That would be... Because I love that analysis of that movie. That movie really
that
does...
Needs to exist.
That needs to exist. But I was going to... I think that MA512 in the chat is correct when he said that you will need to define intelligence, or you're just talking past the accelerationists. Land in this case, but for me, right, I think, and Nance, Mikey, correct me if I'm wrong, the way we're thinking about intelligence here is depersonified and self-correcting.
Right, because look, he's going to base it in Deleuze and Guattari, right? And remember, at the time that he's working this stuff out, he's like one of the world-renowned Deleuze-Guattarian scholars.
But Mises as well, and the price system. The price system is genius. It is intelligence because it's depersonified. It's self-correcting. It's outside of and beyond us. It's smarter than us. That's the point. Deleuze desiring machines plus Mises. That's where you get this idea of intelligence.
Right. But it's also, it is impersonal. And so by intelligence, land would almost mean the opposite of reason, right? The opposite of human thought. It's more the ability to self-refine your ability to do X with greater and greater efficiency, right? And so the idea is that, yes, of course, humans are going to program computers, they're going to write code, but as this process amplifies and intensifies, the coding will essentially cross a threshold. And this is, he's drawing on cybernetics. And yes, cybernetics talks about how we, these processes do cross thresholds. He thinks that there's a certain breaking point where the code, the computer code, will come to rewrite itself, decode itself, and recode itself. And the moment that it has the ability to, the intelligence, right? Because in this sense, intelligence is more of an ability. The moment it has the ability to rewrite its own code, then it doesn't need us. And if this process is one that is, based on its computing power, if it's, instantaneous, it's an explosion. Well, then, I mean, basically, this is the moment that MCM prime through its, and it's not like it's the process of marketization and capital accumulation, building these machines to the point that it becomes self-reflective. And at that point, capital has, in Land's view, become Cthulhu, basically. Like like that's why he draws so much on Lovecraft, is he thinks that the superintelligence will be just so, and he talks about Thang Numina, that, and he's drawing on the Kantian sublime. This thing is so far beyond us.
No, this is too cheesy. That's not what Kant meant by the sublime. No, it's way too cheesy. This is like Cthulhu. I mean, Cthulhu is a human fantasy in the capitalist era. This kind of like neo-Gnosticism. It's a fantasy. It's our ideology. It's an ideological projection. It's not MCM prime, because capital accumulation is something else. What we're really talking about is a kind of Heideggerian, like the tool in framing us, right?
Yeah.
Capital's not a tool. So in the conventional view of things, like if you talk to, like, I don't know, capitalist economists, they think that they use capital for human ends. And then the question is, does capital dominate us? That's a Heideggerian view. That's not the Marx view, right? The Marx view is not like capital doesn't mean money. It doesn't mean like capital goods. It doesn't mean these technologies, these, machine learning, computational forms. It's not that, right? It's the negation of labor in bourgeois society. Now, it ramifies, it has all these expressions, it has these manifestations. It has the manifestations of tools that come to serve a different end than what we intend to use them for. They tend to serve capital accumulation rather than human ends. But that doesn't mean that it's inherent in the tool. It's the social context in which that tool was developed and in which it's being used. So I do think we're going to need a qualitative transformation of technology beyond capitalism. I do think that we will need that. Like, it's not just about taking these tools and applying them to a different end.
Right.
I think that Heidegger or Nick Land, like, they see the hopelessness of that. They're like, okay, you might try to take this technology and use it for different ends, but what you're going to find is that it's going to have the same ends because it has its own ends.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that's basically, in a nutshell, Land's critique of left accelerationism, which is to say, look, capital is in the process of technological development, etc., but we're trying to bend it in a way to liberate humanity. And Land's just like, nope, that's
This is a mistake, though, because capitalism is not technologism, and it's not technologism in either a positive sense or a negative sense. Technology is not going to save us or destroy us. We are going to save ourselves, or we are going to destroy ourselves, right? So that's why I don't like the AI stuff. It's kind of like extraterrestrials, which is, we have a fantasy that the extraterrestrials are either going to save us or destroy us. And it's like,
or unite us against them, right? And then we get saved that way. Yeah.
And, you know, so the first thing is extraterrestrials don't exist. And that's why I say artificial intelligence doesn't exist. And they're not going to exist. We're not going to encounter artificial intelligence or extraterrestrials. Sorry to say. We're not. So, and we certainly can't hang on that. Right? We can't wait on that. Right? But I also think it's a fantasy.
What's that?
Oh wait, I wasn't sure. Are we trying to? Are we moving on to the next, or what are we doing?
No, so we're about
Rockhill before we end.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing is I was just like, well, I want to switch gears, but we have to finish out the Rockhill. So closing statement on that before we switch gears.
All right. So again, what I mentioned earlier about Lyotard saying that the Frankfurt School people are equivocal. Whereas I would say that they're trying under very bad conditions to maintain a dialectical view. So the text that I had something to do with publishing from the Frankfurt School that was hitherto unknown, at least in the English-speaking world, but really outside the German world, was the Towards a New Manifesto, the Horkheimer and Adorno conversation around the Khrushchev condemnation of Stalin in 1956. So they were going to write a new communist manifesto for the 20th century, and they said they were going to write a strictly Leninist manifesto. Now, they talk about a lot of different things in that text, but one thing vis-a-vis the Cold War is important. So they say Russia's fascist, but the Soviet Union stands for a higher right than the West. The West is the greatest civilization that the world has ever produced in terms of human betterment, but to defend it would be the surest way to destroy it. Okay. Now, I was at the RNC, by the way, shooting a film at Milwaukee, and we talked to the Never Trumper Republicans, and they said the end of history was the end of America. That winning the Cold War destroyed America. The Never Trumper Republicans, right?
Huh.
So, which I thought was an amazing insight. But again, no, that's not quite what's happened. Maybe we need to use it not to destroy America, but to revolutionize it and achieve socialism. Right? So again, that dialectical view of the Cold War, in which the Cold War is understood on both sides as embodying a contradiction within each side, right? That, you know, Marxism gave rise to fascism. It did. The right is correct about that too. Mussolini was a Marxist and he invented fascism. Go figure. Right? They called themselves the National Socialists, the Nazis. The National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. The Nazis. The right is correct about that when they're like, fascism comes from the left. Of course it does. But one needs a dialectical view of these things. And by the way, when they said the Russians are fascists, the Soviet Union, they didn't think fascism was like the end. Like in the 30s, they didn't think that, the Frankfurt School. They didn't think it was the end. Right? They thought the struggle for socialism continues. It's not the end. So like there is this kind of 30s popular front Stalinist, like anti-fascism, anti-imperialism, where you need to be anti-colonial, anti-imperialist to the utmost, and you need to be anti-fascist to the utmost. And it's like, but wait a second, none of these things are a dead end. But that's the only way they can conceive of them because they're just anti. They drop a dialectical view of these things. Even fascism. You can't just be an anti-fascist. You have to have a dialectical approach to fascism. You have to see it as a symptom of capitalist contradiction. You have to see it pointing beyond itself. Even fascism points beyond itself. And certainly, capitalist colonialism, imperialism, and the imperialist epoch of monopoly finance capital and the imperial capitalist state points beyond itself, or at least that's what Marxists used to think. Now, again, today, that's just a funny proposition. It's like, I don't know what, is it hand waving? What are people going to throw at me next? You know? Well, we have to make it into that, right? That's really the issue. It's not just that. And Lenin was writing and living in a time when there were millions of workers in the metropolitan capitalist countries organized for the struggle for socialism. We don't have that now. So we can't treat our current situation as the highest stage of capitalism as a result.
All right. And so my final sort of extension of the question, Happy 65 asked in the chat, can someone in the chat briefly explain what he means by defending it will destroy it? And I feel like that actually is something that maybe you could touch on, and then we'll close out this segment.
Oh, well, that the US, for example, and Western Europe were destroying their own societies and cultures in the Cold War. I mean, kind of obviously, you know? And I mean, you know, Adorno famously said that he was less concerned about the threat of like fringe fascist groups, and he was more concerned about the inherent fascism within liberal democracy. And, you know, what did that mean? It meant LBJ's America, you know? It meant the US war in Vietnam, of course, is like a path to political authoritarianism in the United States. But again, the right wing, there would be a right wing critique, right? The right wing critique would be America should never have become an empire. It became an empire in the Cold War. It became an empire winning the Cold War. It should never have gone down that path. But the Marxist approach is that there were objective conditions that led the US down that path. It's not just a bad moral choice. And that's, by the way, where Rockhill leaves things. Rockhill leaves things at the level of the morality of the intellectual. It's not about that. It's not about the morality of the intellectual. It's not about what the intellectual should or should not think, or should or should not write, or should or should not do. It's about, can we recognize the task of socialism and its possibility, its imminent possibility within capitalism. It's not about read this, don't read that. It's not about, ooh, Nietzsche is a forbidden text, dangerous ideas. No. There's nothing particularly dangerous there. There are a lot more dangerous ideas than Nietzsche, I can tell you. And even then, so what, right? That's not the point. The point is not like to set up thought taboos, to use an Adorno phrase. So Rockhill is a thought taboo. He's a dogmatization and thought taboo guy to the max, right? Even if he wasn't an actual Stalinist, he would still be a Stalinist. The Trotskyists are also like this.
Okay.
Right. And the anarchist academic intellectuals are also this. They are all dogma and thought taboo. No, we don't need that.
Thank you, Chris. We'll be right back right after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
Finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff, so big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god! It's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? fucked. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone.
It's a theoretically correct title.
EMSTUs, the epic marathon streams at Theory Underground. EMSTUs
They bring joy to audiences.
bring together a wide variety of people who are critical of power, of the state, of capital, but they're not just standard left. This is a place for people who are second guessing, working through things, questioning, and even if they're not, then they're willing to talk to people who are, because ultimately Theory Underground is for workers with earbuds getting into theory. The people who are turning to theory because they're saying, well, none of this really makes sense, or it's not really working, so there's got to be something more. That's what this is all about. We love to do these, and we go hard. The longest EMSTU we've done consecutively was 17 hours. Now another is coming up, so mark your calendars and come say hi. Now we're doing another one. Say hello in the chat and keep it playing in the background throughout the day to boost the stream. Don't bother liking or commenting or subscribing though, because that doesn't actually help us, not one bit. It doesn't help us at all. It's not helpful, not one bit. Do not click the like button. Do not subscribe. If you like this kind of content, it's best to just turn it off and never look at it again. Definitely don't teach the algorithm that you like it. Definitely don't share it with your friends. And of course, just turn it off as soon as possible. That's the biggest help. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke too much, please.
All right, guys, we're back. Welcome back. I'm glad you two had time to get yourselves refreshed. To the chat, I hope you all did as well. Drink some water, whatever. Now we're going to get into section 2, and it's not necessarily going to go as long. Basically, we don't even know how we're going to go about this, but Mikey's got some questions. All right, let's start there. Let's get into it.
So Dave hit me up last week or whatever, and was like, "I want you to be on the stream." I'm like, "Fuck you! I'm too busy. I'm not doing the stream." And he's like, "But you can finally. I want to do something with you and Chris Cutrone." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm there." All right, but cause I don't know if any of our somehow Chris and I have never been on a stream together. Which I Dave, that's your failure. Hitting that on you, but no, I told Dave, I'm like, okay, I want to talk to Chris and just ask some basic fundamental questions regarding Marxism. Kind of like I want to start something where I could show, some of my coworkers, some of my friends, give them an intro to some of these basic terms and concepts. And so I told Dave, I'm like, okay, I'd really like to do that. And Dave's like, yeah, cool. So here we are. Here's the thing. Whenever Chris is on one of our streams or whatever, there's so much detail and there's so much context going on. And I just think sometimes, regardless of what theory, whether it's Marx or Freud, it's very helpful sometimes to step back and go back to fundamentals. And, so people who are new, they can get a basic orientation with what we're all interested in, right? So, Chris, this is, it seems like a naive question, but no, and part of it comes from, I was raised a Christian fundamentalist in the Midwest. And so everybody will tell you they're a Christian, but when you ask them what that means, if you're talking to a Baptist or a Pentecostal, it's very different, right? And so I've always just kind of wanted to ask you, what is Marxism? What's the best way to actually define this term that all of us are so, invested in, and we're always thinking through what Marxism is on some level, but a lot of times we don't stand back and just go, what is this thing called Marxism?
Right. So, Marxism, first of all, it's named after a person. That's crazy. So what did Marx himself think of Marxism? He thought it was proletarian socialism, scientific socialism. So it was proletarian socialism that was aware of its own conditions of possibility. So it was adequate self-consciousness of a socialist movement by the modern working class after the Industrial Revolution. So what the hell does that mean? So Marx didn't invent socialism or communism. They existed. And, you know, Marx arrives on the scene in the 1840s, and he looks at objective and subjective phenomena, we could say. He looks at the worldwide Great Depression of the Hungry 40s. And he looks at, you know, the commercial crisis, but also what's known as the social question, the production of this immiserated working class working in industrial labor. That's the objective. And he looks at the subjective, which is that there's this movement for socialism. And up to that time, it had been a kind of a bourgeois movement, a petty bourgeois movement. And in his time, in the 1840s, it becomes a movement more by these workers under these industrial conditions. And so he tries to understand, what is the significance of this? Marx is a political radical. He's a radical in the bourgeois revolutionary tradition, in the French revolutionary tradition. They sang French revolutionary songs in Marx's family when he was growing up, in French. Right, so that's like a living memory. So he is a political radical. He's, you know, you'd call him like a radical Democrat, but also he's a radical liberal. He's for rights, he's for civil liberties, but he's a radical Democrat as well. And so there's a lot in the mix there. I like to think that Marx was who he was by virtue of the time he lived in. And so when you say, okay, what is Marxism? Like today, what is Marxism? Do we still live in that time? Do we still live in some fundamental way in the industrial era of, you know, bourgeois society, liberal democracy, all the problems that come with that? The idea is that the problems we have today were visible already in the 19th century. You know, the socialist movement, it's a radical movement. It was for, and you didn't have to be a socialist, it was for women's equality. It was for reproductive freedom. It was for sexual freedom. It was egalitarian. You know, we're struggling with a lot of these same things today. You know, so the first proposition of Marxism is that there's nothing new, fundamentally. What we were talking about in the first half, you know, like, it's the technology. I guess we have technology that they didn't have in the 1840s, but the role of technology in society might be the same. The concrete technology might have changed, but the problem of integrating technology in a non-socially destructive way has been there since the Industrial Revolution. And again, observed by all sorts of different people. So a lot of what gets called Marxism is not unique to Marxism, not original to Marxism. And a lot of what are considered Marx's insights were insights shared by many of his contemporaries of all different political stripes. So that's the first thing that it needs to be understood, is that a lot of what people call Marxism, it becomes like a shorthand. So it's a shorthand for socialism or communism. It's a shorthand for the critique of capitalism. It's a shorthand for looking at the conditions of the industrial working class, the proletariat. It's a shorthand for like recognizing like class hierarchy and class struggle. It's a shorthand for all those things, but actually none of that is unique to Marxism. Right. So, but Marx is this figure now who is recalled, and not just on the left, not just by political radicals, but every time we have like a kind of period of global crisis at a economic level, usually, but also at a political level, like the time we've been living in the last 20 years. Marx is recalled. Marx comes back. And so I lived in a time when Marx was going out of style. People were forgetting about Marx and Marxism. It was like, oh yeah, whatever. And then he comes back. So he's like a symbol of something. And the left upholds Marx and the right attacks Marx. But it's a spectral Marx, to use a Derrida. You know? It's you know, it's they're boxing, whether with Marx or against Marx, the left and the right. And so to my mind, that means there's something there. There's something there. We're still living in Marx's world. Otherwise, we wouldn't keep recalling him.
The fact they can't get rid of him. Like there's this hauntological, a specter is haunting Europe. Well, a specter keeps haunting capitalism, and it's Marx himself, right?
Yep, absolutely. So I think that is, a starting point. I mean, that's like an intellectual starting point. Like there is a political dimension. And the political dimension is, again, a very obscure one, which is the struggle for socialism. And, I've written these books. I wrote The Death of the Millennial Left. Now I have the sequel, Marxism and Politics. This is my theory book. Look at how thick it is. Between the two books, it's 1,000 pages. It's 100 articles, and it's all written motivated by the millennial left. So the millennial left wanted to be socialist. They wanted socialism. They were discontented with capitalism in all sorts of aspects, the war on terror, the Great Recession, all this stuff. It raised deep philosophical questions for people, for that generation of people. But then they kind of cashed out into the DSA and Bernie and the Democratic Party. And, it's a tragedy. It's not like a major tragedy, but it's a significant tragedy, to my mind. Being an older generation, it's a tragedy that it ended up where it ended up, that it's going to be about voting for Kamala. Right? It's going to be some kind of capitalist progressivism. Now, there were dissidents. I mean, the thing with someone like you raised Land before, Land is my generation. Right? And so, but Landism is like a millennial thing. I don't know if it's a Zoomer thing yet, or if it will be. But I kind of feel like, so there's some dissent from this kind of capitalist progressivism. But it's all very obscure. And it didn't have to be, but it is. And so, I've set myself the task now for the last 20 years, basically, of, okay, there's a lot of obscurantism here. There's a lot of specter haunting. There's a lot of reaching for Marx. Can we use it as a moment of clarification? But the political one, I think, is the more difficult one. I think the intellectual one is pretty straightforward, which is that you can show how people are using these old ideas in a way that is contrary to the spirit of the original ideas. That's pretty easy. I mean, it's not very easy, but it's pretty straightforward. Politically, though, the task is very obscure. What would the struggle for socialism today really mean? And that's where, we were talking about Rockhill before, anyone on the left who thinks that they have a clear program, they're fooling themselves.
Wait, Chris, it's not as easy as just liking the right posts on social media.
No, it's not. I mean, look, obviously, capitalist politics is a spectator sport. Right. It is like that. It is like what Benjamin called the aestheticization of politics. It is fascism in that way, on both sides. On both sides. Right? So if you can't see the fascism in the Democratic Party, then you shouldn't be talking about fascism.
Mm.
Well,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Because I think most people are
the
going to go,
authoritarianism, the conformism, the collectivism, the kind of military lockstep discipline. So I mentioned I was at the RNC, I was at the DNC, and I can tell you the RNC was letting it all hang out. The seams were showing. The DNC was buttoned up. Strict discipline. Nobody varied from the talking points ever.
Which were what? Rejoice and don't be weird?
Yeah, joy and freedom. It was very Orwellian. It was Orwellian in a way that the Republicans weren't. Now, that doesn't mean the Republicans are better, but it does mean the Democrats are scary. They're at least as scary as the Republicans. So, but again, we are here in our talking head digital mediated world, and we are basically transfixed by the train wreck, by the horror, and we just have to witness it, and then like, I don't know, learn to like it or something. I mean, it's horrible. So yeah, politics, look, most people think politics is like, you're political if you have a strongly held opinion. And politics is about who gets to force their opinion on other people. No, let's hope that it's not that. Let's hope that that's not what politics is. So the political task is, structural change. So this is something that Dave, you were talking about with Tony and Eamon, right? Like structural transformation, large scale structural transformation. That should be what politics is about. There is going to be large scale structural transformation, but it's going to be within capitalism. And the Democrats and the Republicans are kind of fighting over the terms of that. Mostly they're fighting over the rhetoric of it. Meaning probably the large scale structural changes in capitalism that are coming are going to come whether or not it's the Democrats or the Republicans. But the ideology might be different. The rhetoric might be different. Some concrete things will be different. They'll make some choices differently, including some such small things as World War III or not. Right? So, that might be the only difference between Trump and Kamala at this point, is who wants to keep fighting in Ukraine until Russia is destroyed. And so that's pretty grim. But so what does Marxism have to say about that? Well, it has to step back and say, how did we get here? What is this about? Why are we trapped with bad choices? Right? Diagnosing the situation. Now, at a concrete material level of everyday life, in terms of where people need to be politically organized to try to change the system, because I'm a Marxist that way. I do think the workers have to change capitalism. I don't think that you can do a TED talk at Davos.
I'll disagree with you on this one. We'll have a contradiction someday.
No, because I think that even if all the capitalists wanted to give us communism, it's not within their power to do it.
Well, you can't have the working class hate you, which is why there's no possible way forward with the liberal progressive left. But it's one thing to say that you can't have the general populace hate you. It's another thing to say, well, the general populace, being mainly the people who own nothing and are most precarious, they have to organize themselves, and then they are the only ones that can make it possible. Right?
It's not about immiseration. It's about what actually has to be changed and how to change it, meaning our social relations. And what it will take to change it is going to be something that has to happen at society level, not the state can't do it. Right? The state can do a lot. It can mostly do a lot of damage, but it can't really change social conditions. It has to sort of adapt to social conditions. It can do things that affect social conditions, but it can't fundamentally change social conditions.
Chris, one of the other questions I had for you is kind of related, so I'll just kind of pivot into that. I mean, you already answered it, but I think addressing it like explicit. I mean, look, as far as I understand it, Marxism has always argued that the working class, the proletariat, is the revolutionary subject. And if there's structural transformation of society, of capitalist society, it's going to come from the proletariat. Question is, and you kind of, we're getting, in a lot of ways, our situation's the exact same as Marx was dealing with. In certain ways, it's also different. Does the classical image of the proletariat even exist anymore?
I think so. I think that, people who need to do wage labor to survive, and also all the people who depend on someone doing wage labor, either they're directly connected to survive. I think that you know, the proletariat is bigger than ever, objectively. Subjectively is something else, meaning organized. No. And that's, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, yeah,
But
go ahead.
for clarity, it's like, okay, this image at least I have, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but the proletariat, the working class that Marx was seeing, they lived close to each other. There was a homogeneity in their way of life.
Legal exclusion. They were legally excluded. Yeah.
Yeah, consumerism seemed to come in and diversify us in the sense of giving us all of our individuality through the commodities we consume, the entertainment we identify with, all this kind of stuff. And then when you bring in like precarity, the fact that we don't even have the type of working class jobs that our grandfathers had or great grandfathers, does this change like the fundamental where it's like it's much harder now to get everybody on the same page, opposed to like when in the heyday of the working class movement, that basic homogeneity that workers shared with each other kind of glued them together as a force. And if we're lacking that, how do we compensate for that?
All right. So first of all, in some ways, we're back to the beginning, meaning the working class was extremely precarious in Marx's time. Extremely. It was also precarious in the time of high Marxism, like in the imperialist era of the late 19th and early 20th century. It was extremely precarious. You know, they were working long hours, there was child labor, and even in countries that we think of as like cute, like Germany, it was the Wild West. It was like the United States in that era. And so the image that we have of when the working class was organized is the wrong historical epoch, meaning the mid 20th century, the post World War II world, the world that the New Left reacted to. So the New Left looked at what they considered to be a pacified or bought off or structurally integrated working class that had low work hours, high wages, high consumption, in a way that was not the case before and has not been the case since. I think they misrecognized the problem in their own time, the New Left in the 50s and 60s. But I also think we don't live in that world anymore. And the world that we live in now is more like the world of Marx and of old Marxism, like the Socialist Party of America. When Eugene Debs was the leader of American socialism, what was the condition of the working class? Extremely precarious, extremely exploited, they were migratory, they were separated from their families, separated from their communities. Their communities were completely undone by the introduction of new industry. Right? It was a cosmopolitan working class. People came from all over the world to work wherever, and they went where the work was, and they went back home, and they went back. You know, the steamships were going nonstop across the oceans, and the workers were on them. Now, maybe you could say the pace of capitalist turnover has accelerated since that time, but it was pretty fast in that time too. So again, there was a lot of dislocation. There was a lot of upheaval industrially in Marx's time and in the time of the late 19th century, like the second industrial revolution, basically. And, you know, I think that the image that we have is that, you know, the workers only get organized when they're immiserated or when they're losing work, like the Great Depression. I don't think that's really accurate. I think, you know, the rise of new industries, new boom towns, newly industrialized areas, reindustrialized, deindustrialized, and then reindustrialized. Like, I think that's where historically workers were organized in a more radical socialist way. not just in a collective bargaining way. And so I think that throughout the world, we're living through an era like that now. And we are moving into an era like that, meaning we went through the Great Recession. Now we're going to go through some rearrangement of capitalist production, and there's going to be new production, and new workers are going to be drawn into new industries. And so there are potential opportunities there. And, you know, I think that's going to happen in the United States too. You know, and the whole like, oh, can they onshore industry or not? Well, they're going to do something. They're going to do some of it. There are going to be new jobs. There are new jobs. And so, you know, it's not going to be, okay, we're just hanging on to what we have defensively. I think that that's where we've been the last 50 years. The labor movement in the United States was trying to hold on to something that was slipping away. There's been very little new organizing, but there needs to be.
Let me ask you this, as far as like thinking our specific situation. Even the guys I work with in the warehouse, everybody has some sort of looming anxiety about automation, that they feel like, and this is in your average working class type of guy, they feel like, okay, like we're approaching a threshold. And so, you know, and Marx understood, like, okay, automation on some level is baked into capitalist production because capitalists compete against each other. How do they outdo each other as far as getting the extra surplus value? Well, they make investments in production in the machinery,
right?
And they speed up the production process. So the thing is it possible to conceive that capitalism is really moving to a point where automation really is going to put a lot of people out of, you know, essential labor, right? Where there's less and less of those type of jobs. And this is this contradiction that Marx saw, like, okay, if we automate the production process, then that means we're not paying wage workers wages because the machines are doing it. But if we're not paying wage workers wages, there's no way for them to consume what the capitalists are selling. And so do you feel like this contradiction is something that we really have to reckon with? And is capitalism seeming to move in some kind of direction of post-wage labor capital?
I think it always looks like that, but it never quite is that. Meaning automation eliminates jobs and creates new jobs. And obviously the machines have to be built by someone and the machines have to be serviced by someone. But also, you know, it's when they talk about manufacturing jobs in the United States, they say it has a knock-on effect. It has a kind of geometrical effect. That for every manufacturing job, you're actually creating like many more other jobs in support of that manufacturing job in a way that other kinds of employment don't have the same kind of knock-on effect. Right. So, but that's been the case. So I take the very, like, not terribly long historical view. We're just talking about 200 years. It's not very long in terms of human history. But I've seen, if you look at the last 200 years, automation eliminates jobs and it creates new ones. That's been a dynamic at work. I mean, I wrote about it as robots in sweatshops. You always have both. You always have both.
And I would just add that my big concern, or just kind of what I always kind of come back to now, is I think that there's going to be a section of the not just American developed world, but just like, of the middle class everywhere, that might start engaging more and more with robots and therefore get to delude itself by saying, oh yes, we're moving towards a post-work world, but those robots will really just be a way so that we don't have to have uncomfortable encounters with the help that will still be there making those robots. And so the whole thing is just going to be used to hide the production, the relations end mode a little bit more, right?
It's always veiled by technology, to use a Horkheimer and Adorno phrase. Right? It's the veil of technology. It's always obscured by technology, and technology is reified, meaning we think that technology is the agency. It's rather than the symptom. Right? So again, we tend to leave out the fact that, as Marx put it, in capitalism, no machine has proven to be a labor-saving device. So it's supposed to be, doesn't turn out to be. Meaning it does eliminate jobs and also intensifies labor in other domains. So it does both, right? And so we have to understand, I mean, look, the old socialist movement, what I would advocate for us trying to create again in conditions of our own time, adequate to our own time, the community that the working class objectively has, and that it needs to have subjectively, is the community of the struggle for socialism. Meaning, yeah, you might have to move because you lose work. You know, in other words, people's lives are going to be disrupted. People are going to be left behind. People who are too old to find new work are going to be left behind in the Rust Town, in the Rust Belt. And they're going to depend on their children sending them money back. Right? But so that kind of local bourgeois community is going to be torn up. So there's got to be a higher community, a political community, right? There's got to be a political identity of the working class, not just, oh, you know, this proletarian town has been left behind by changes in industry. Right? Like we have to conceive of this and also conceive of it as understand what that kind of generational turnover, what the significance of that is. Meaning it looks like capitalism changes in a way that always escapes our ability to like master it and overthrow it and surpass it, transcend it. But we need to understand what we're struggling